Flower Stealing Master Chapter 262 to Chapter 312. Su Quan did not intend to let him know about her current predicament, she just nonchalantly tidied up her dress. Fang Yi, who was on the side, very tactfully moved a chair over. Su Quan smiled in satisfaction and gracefully sat down. Her slender fingers tucked a strand of hair that was scattered in front of her eyes behind her ear. She said with a faint smile, "Since I alone can deal with the famous Song Darren, why would Xianxia send more experts?" "Really?" Song Qingshu looked thoughtful and secretly regretted that he had been busy with Shuang'er's matter and had forgotten to pay attention to the current situation in Liaodong. There was too little information, so he could not analyze the strangeness in front of him. Seeing Song Qingshu frowning and silently drinking alone, Su Quan smiled ambiguously and said, "Could it be that Song Darren plans to sit like this with others until dawn?" Listening to her coquettish laughter, Shuang'er and Fang Yi secretly frowned. Fang Yi spat in her heart, sure enough, she is a slut, so blatantly seducing other men. Of course, she did not dare to say these words. Standing behind Su Quan, she still had a respectful appearance. Song Qingshu's thoughts were in a mess. Hearing her voice, he was too lazy to think anymore and let out a long laugh. Song Mao has been thinking about the answer to a question. I wonder if Song Darren has thought of the answer. Su Quan raised her hand and motioned for Fang Yi to bring her a cup of tea. Although Fang Yi was extremely angry, she still did not dare to go against her wishes. I can't figure it out, and I don't intend to continue thinking about it, Song Qingshu said. Madam, just say it directly. What do you want Song Mao to do? Su Quan was obviously very satisfied with his reaction. She nodded and said, I just want to invite Song Darren and Shuang'er to Divine Dragon Island as guests. Impossible. Song Qingshu flatly refused. Madam, don't treat me as a fool. With the grudge between me and cult leader Hong, even if I obediently listen to Madam, you will not give me the antidote. If that's the case, why don't I spend the last year of my life in a carefree and unrestrained manner? The three women fell into silence. They had been in Jianghu for a long time, and they had seen many people who usually boasted that they were heroes, but when faced with a life or death situation, they all cried bitterly and wagged their tails to beg for mercy. Even if there were some who were not afraid of death, they could not be as calm as Song Qingshu. Lord Song may not know the toxicity of the leopard embryo tendon changing pill, Su Quan finally said. Lord Song must have seen Fat and Thin Dida. Do you know why Thin Dida is short and Fat Dida is tall and thin? Without waiting for Song Qingshu to answer, Su Quan continued, at that time, Fat Tuchua was indeed short and fat, and Thin Tuchua was also tall and thin. As a result, one time, the two of them didn't return to Divine Dragon Island in time to get the antidote, and the leopard embryo tendon altering pill took effect, and they became what they are now. If they didn't take the antidote in the end, I'm afraid they would have died miserably. Shuang'er's hair stood on end when she heard this. Although Fang Yi already knew the leopard embryo tendon altering pill's effect, she still felt a chill on her back when she heard it. Which woman didn't cherish their own appearance? It was precisely because she was worried that she would become like Thin Dida that Fang Yi listened to Su Quan's words. Young Master Song's martial arts are excellent, and you are handsome and spirited. He will certainly win the hearts of many beautiful women. If this handsome face becomes Thin Dida's short and melon-like appearance, do you think those beautiful women will still fall in love with you? As Su Quan spoke, she turned around and stood in front of Shuang'er. She stared at Shuang'er's pretty face with a faint smile. Shuang'er panicked under her stare. She quickly said, if you were talking about Song Dage, then talk about Song Dage. Why are you looking at me? Su Quan revealed an as expected expression. She smiled and said, Miss Shuang'er has also been poisoned. I am worried that with your beautiful face like a flower and the moon, I don't know what will happen to you. Finished speaking, she stretched out her finger and scratched Shuang'er's face. As a woman, she had no choice but to admit that Shuang'er's skin was incomparably tender and smooth. Shuang'er did not have time to get angry. Su Quan turned around to look at Song Qingshu and said with a laugh, Song Darren, even if you don't think about yourself, you must think about Miss Shuang'er. Song Qingshu calmly said, I have already thought about it. Based on Shuang'er's character, she will certainly not be willing to drag out an ignoble existence and be ordered around by Shenlong Jiao like a dog. I will accompany her for the rest of her days. I think she will not blame me. Tears welled up in Shuang'er's eyes, although it was very light, she nodded her head very resolutely. On the side, as Fang Yi heard Song Qingshu's words, and then looked at Shuang'er's reaction, her chest felt as if it was struck by a big hammer, her countenance turned deathly pale. Su Quan was also somewhat angry and bitter. She did not expect Song Qingshu to be impervious to oil and salt. However, right now she was in imminent danger, plus she urgently needed Song Qingshu to make a trip to the island. Rolling her eyes, she came up with a plan. Song Darren's bearing, she said, Qiabin admires very much. However, if I am willing to give Miss Shuang'er the antidote, what's wrong with you coming to the island? As soon as she said that, Song Qingshu immediately raised his head. Fang Yi's eyes also brightened. Su Quan took out a pill from her bosom. Seeing Song Qingshu's body slightly moved, she hastily put the pill in her mouth. Just now I have seen Song Darren's footwork, she said, how can Qiabin dare to lower my guard? If you take another step forward, I will take this antidote. Song Darren, you can guess, are you faster, or am I faster? Song Qingshu spread out his hands and retreated several steps back. With a vexed expression he said, I really regret not seizing the opportunity to search Madame's body just now. An imperceptible trace of blush appeared on Su Quan's pretty face. She laughed tenderly and said, Song Darren is an upright gentleman, naturally you will not make things difficult for a woman like me. Song Qingshu suddenly stared at her, revealing a trace of a strange smile. Now I have thought of a question, he said, there is no harm for Madame to guess. What? Su Quan was startled, her expression suddenly changed greatly. It turned out that Song Qingshu's figure had already disappeared from his original position. She hastily threw the antidote into her mouth, planning to swallow it. Song Qingshu turned his hand around and grabbed Su Quan's throat so that she could not swallow it. I was thinking, since Madame was able to take out an antidote from your bosom, could there be a second antidote? Su Quan laughed coldly and said, Ben Foreign knows that Song Darren's martial arts are superior, how could I be so stupid as to bring an antidote to poison you? This antidote was just a precaution. I don't believe it. Song Qingshu shook his head. After the initial shock, Su Quan had already recovered. Hearing what was said, she stuck out her chest and gave a soft humph. If Darren doesn't believe me, feel free to reach out and search me. Not good, there are actually breasts shaking. Song Qingshu's eyes stared blankly. If Shuang'er and Fang Yi were not present at this moment, perhaps Song Qingshu would really search her. He secretly exclaimed, what a pity, he was unwilling to destroy the image he had built up over a long period of time. He had no choice but to say to Fang Yi, Miss Fang, come and help me search. Song Qingshu was fully aware that the Divine Dragon Island was an expert in using poison. He was worried that there was something strange in Su Quan's bosom. Naturally he did not want Shuang'er to take the risk. Seeing Fang Yi's hesitant expression, Song Qingshu said, Miss Fang, if you find the antidote, you don't need to be threatened by the Divine Dragon Island anymore. Seeing Fang Yi hesitantly walked toward her, Su Quan's long, shapely eyebrows slanted up. You dare? Frightened by her former prestige, Fang Yi's hand, which was halfway extended, immediately stopped. Seeing this, Song Qingshu said, Miss Fang, you are only proving your Jiaozhu Madame's innocence by rescuing her from my hands. Not only you are not at fault, you have performed a meritorious service. Madame will not blame you, unless she plans to stay in my bosom forever, don't you think so, Madame? Humph, Su Quan coldly snorted, obviously she tacitly agreed. Fang Yi got the hint, she reached out her hand and groped Su Quan's bosom. Because she was angry with Su Quan, Fang Yi did not know why, but for a moment she was extremely daring, she deliberately pinched the sensitive part of Su Quan's bosom. Su Quan's heart jumped. Seeing that Song Qingshu did not notice her little action, she coldly looked at Fang Yi and said, your guts are not small. As soon as Fang Yi finished pinching, she immediately regretted it. However, since things had come to this, it was useless to regret. She hardened her heart and pinched several more times. Su Quan and Hong Antong's identity as husband and wife was in name but not in reality. Now that she was leaning in Song Qingshu's bosom, smelling his manly scent, and her sensitive part being wantonly pinched by Fang Yi, her breathing immediately became rapid. Feeling the body of the extraordinarily beautiful woman in his bosom was getting softer and softer, Song Qingshu was startled. He thought, this Su Quan's body shouldn't be this sensitive, right? I just hugged her a little bit, and she is already aroused? How is it? Did you find it? Song Qingshu looked at Fang Yi and asked. A trace of complacency flashed across Fang Yi's face. She shook her head and said, there is no antidote, only the leopard embryo tendon altering pill. Su Quan glared at Fang Yi and said, I'll deal with you later. Song Qingshu and the others thought she was talking about how Fang Yi dared to search her body. Only Fang Yi knew what she was talking about. Are you satisfied now? Su Quan slightly tilted her head and looked at Song Qingshu. Seeing a trace of moisture flash across her long and bright beautiful eyes, Song Qingshu also felt that he went a bit too far. He promptly said, as long as Madame Jiaozhu agrees to give Shuang'er the antidote, I will go with you to the Divine Dragon Island. I don't agree. At this time, Shuang'er stood up. You don't have the right to speak, I'll take charge of this matter. Shuang'er saw Song Qingshu secretly give her a meaningful glance. Although she didn't understand, she still chose to believe him, so she nodded and said, N. A gentleman's word? Su Quan said in a deep voice. A whip on a fast horse, Song Qingshu answered. She carefully sized up Song Qingshu's expression, as if she was trying to discern whether he was speaking the truth or not. After a while, Su Quan smiled and said, all right, I believe you. Why aren't you letting me go? Song Qingshu released his hand. Su Quan walked toward Shuang'er. Her expression was rather playful as she said, you really listen to Song Darren. I don't even know if I should call Shuang'er Mimi Wei or Lady Song. I can't be bothered. Shuang'er had not finished speaking when Su Quan seized the opportunity to kiss her. Before she could react, the antidote had already entered Shuang'er's mouth. Shuang'er pushed Su Quan away and bent over to the side. To wretch. Su Quan laughed tenderly and said, Shuang'er Mimi, if you spit out the antidote, you will waste Song Darren's good intention. So disgusting. Shuang'er did not stop wiping her mouth as she looked at Song Qingshu with an aggrieved expression. Song Qingshu did not expect Su Quan would use such an erotic way to give Shuang'er the antidote. He could not help laughing and said, all right, Shuang'er, Madame Jiaozhu is such 1,000 tender and 100 charming great beauty, her fragrant lips are definitely sweet, don't complain. Try it yourself and you will know whether it's sweet or not, Shuang'er said gloomily. Is what Madame said true? Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Su Quan was obviously stunned. Seeing his eager look, she knew that she couldn't deal with him like she dealt with other men. Her tone immediately became cold. Of course it's false. At the same time, her face seemed to emit a holy radiance. Is your period coming? You changed your face so fast. Song Qingshu gloomily looked at the soft-spoken coquettish beauty turn into a serious young married woman. He really couldn't wrap his head around it. Darren Song, I have given Miss Shuang'er the antidote. I hope you will go to the Divine Dragon Island with me according to the agreement. Su Quan looked at him nervously. Although people in Jianghu all looked at promises, Song Qingshu's words and actions really didn't look like that of a straightforward Jianghu person. I can hear Madame's heartbeat quicken. Song Qingshu smiled. What? Are you worried that I will turn my back on you? Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Su Quan subconsciously touched her chest and said pitifully, of course I'm worried. Darren Song's martial arts are high, and you don't care about life and death. I'm just a woman and really can't do anything. What a good cheesy cupping heart. Song Qingshu looked at her in admiration. Su Quan's face blushed and unexpectedly showed a bit of shyness. Darren Song is flattering me. I'm just a willow. How can I dare to compare with you? Fang Yi looked at the cult master's wife, who had always been seductive, and was suddenly stunned. She cursed in her heart, what a shameless adulterous couple. They don't even care about the impact and get up in front of everyone. Humph, I used to think that Brother Song is a modest gentleman, but I didn't expect him to be the same as Wei Xiaobao, a glib-tongued bastard. Song Qingshu naturally didn't know that his image in Fang Yi's heart had fallen to the level of the Mariana Trench. He looked at Su Quan and said, cult master's wife, rest assured. Although I'm not a person who keeps his promises, I generally won't deliberately deceive a beauty. I'll go to the Divine Dragon Island with you. When will we leave? A trace of joy flashed across Su Quan's face. She said with a smile, it's better to be on time than early. Let's go now. In such a hurry? Song Qingshu frowned. You can't. Shuang'er promptly stopped him. Big brother Song, if you go to the Divine Dragon Island, you will only have a slim chance of survival. There's still another life. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Song Qingshu replied. Hearing him say that, Shuang'er thought that he might have some kind of plan, but she was still worried. She said, if you must go, I'll go with you. Seeing Su Quan and Fang Yi's strange expression, she quickly added, one more person means one more helper. We owe you a debt of gratitude, I can't watch you take risks. Shuang'er, you should know my martial arts. I'm alone, and if I want to go, I can go. No one in the Divine Dragon cult can stop me. If you go, I'll have to take care of you. Besides, don't you have an appointment with the third young mistress of the Zhuang family to go to Jiaxing to accompany her? As Song Qingshu spoke, he secretly winked at her. Shuang'er was also an orchid with a pure heart. Although she was confused by what he said, she still followed his words and revealed an embarrassed expression. I did promise the third young mistress. Madam Cult Leader, I have something to say to Miss Shuang'er in private. Do you mind? Song Qingshu looked at Su Quan and asked. Su Quan smiled, made a please do as you wish gesture, and turned around. Song Qingshu pulled Shuang'er to a corner and stuffed something into her hand. He lowered his voice and said, Shuang'er, remember, after we leave, you should choose a day to go to the King of Medicine Manor of the White Horse Temple at Dongting Lake. Find the poison hand King of Medicine and give this leopard embryo tendon altering pill to him. He has been studying the toxicity of the leopard embryo tendon altering pill for a long time. With this pill, he should be able to develop an antidote soon. It turned out that Fang Yi had found the leopard embryo tendon altering pill. When Song Qingshu was inspecting it, he quickly hid one. Shuang'er's hand was held by him. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she said happily, I knew Brother Song wouldn't be so stupid as to throw away your life. This is just a way out. Now that the war is in chaos, you have to be careful on the way. Then, Song Qingshu told her the specific address of the King of Medicine Manor. He also mentioned the relationship between him and the people at the King of Medicine Manor. How touching. It's like a woman in her boudoir seeing off her husband who is going to war. Su Quan was bored waiting at the side and teased him. Shuang'er's face heated up. She gently pushed Song Qingshu and took her hand back. Song Qingshu knew that she didn't want others to know about their relationship, so he turned around and walked towards Su Quan. He looked at her and smiled. Madam Cult Leader, let's go. Following Su Quan and Fang Yi all the way, the sky quickly turned dark. Song Qingshu pulled the reins and stopped. We've been running for so long. It's time to find a place to have a big meal and have a good rest. Okay. Although Su Quan was anxious to return to Divine Dragon Island, she also knew that the three of them couldn't travel day and night. Seeing the two women jump down from the horse's back valiantly, Song Qingshu cursed in his heart, girls, why don't you take a carriage? Why do you have to ride a horse? This hard saddle makes my butt hurt. Aren't you afraid of breaking that layer of membrane? Su Quan, that slut, is probably long gone. Fang Yi should still be there. I have to think of a way to secretly remind her. I can't let her think that I'm a pervert. Song Qingshu didn't feel that he was worrying for nothing. In his previous life, he could break something by riding a bicycle. Riding a horse should be even more dangerous. Waiter, 3 bowls of Xianxia noodles, and help us prepare some steamed buns as dry food. After taking a seat in a nearby inn, Su Quan called the waiter. Hearing this, Song Qingshu's eyes widened. Hey, are you serious? You want me to eat this kind of thing? Su Quan's face turned red. Usually, she didn't bring much money. As a result, the last time she went to Xinjing, she also fled in panic. She didn't dare to directly return to Divine Dragon Island. Now, the only money she had was exchanged by pawning her jewelry. Of course, how could she tell all this to Song Qingshu? She just said, Divine Dragon Island has always been simple. In my opinion, Xianxia noodles are good enough. There are still many disaster victims in the world who can't even eat this. Stop. Song Qingshu made a stop gesture. You speak as if your Divine Dragon Temple is a good person who worries about the country and the people. Madam, don't you feel ashamed saying this? It's none of your business. If you want to eat it or not. Su Quan coldly snorted. Sister-in-law, what do you think? Song Qingshu looked at Fang Yi and asked. Fang Yi had poisoned him, so she had always felt guilty. She didn't expect that he would suddenly talk to her. She said in a panic, I know everything about Madame's arrangement. Song Qingshu was a little disappointed. Fang Yi was too tolerant. It was a good thing for a person to be tolerant, but as a woman, it was really difficult for people to like her. Fang Yi was obviously a little sorry that she couldn't stand on his side. She quickly said, by the way, Brother Song, don't call me sister-in-law in the future. I actually have nothing to do with Wei Xiaobao. Song Qingshu had already understood all this. He nodded and said, okay, then I'll call you Miss Fang in the future. Su Quan sneered and said, Wei Xiaobao is really a failure. He just died not long ago, but he can't keep his 2 wives. Fang Yi's face turned pale. Song Qingshu frowned and said, I hope Madame will be careful with your words. In the Divine Dragon cult, other than Hong Yantong, Su Quan had always been a person of her word. Who would dare to contradict her in public? Her eyebrows were about to rise, but she suddenly thought that it was just different from the past. There was no need to make things awkward between her and Song Qingshu for such a small matter. Seeing Su Quan sitting there alone, sulking, Song Qingshu quickly called the waiter over. Waiter, we don't want the Yangchun noodles anymore. Let's order something new. Before Su Quan could stop him, Song Qingshu said with fervor and assurance, I'll tell you the dishes I want. Waiter, listen carefully. Bird's nest chicken soup, sea cucumber with pork tendon, kelp with pork maw soup, abalone with pearl vegetables, shark's fin and crab soup, fish maw with ham, steamed camel's hump, pear slices with steamed civet, steamed deer's tail, Crucian carp tongue with bear's paw, steamed shad with wine, fake salmon liver. Seeing the waiter's dumbfounded look, Song Qingshu frowned and said, what's wrong? Originally, when the waiter saw that the 3 of them only ordered Yangchun noodles, he was a little disdainful. Now that he saw them mention so many famous dishes, his first reaction was that they wouldn't eat and dash, right? But seeing that the 3 of them were well dressed, the man was handsome, and the woman was delicate and beautiful, and that ordinary people should have never heard of these dishes, he immediately dispelled the doubt in his heart. He smiled flatteringly and said, Sir, these dishes you ordered are a little too expensive. We don't have them here. Song Qingshu nodded. I know you can't have all of them here. How about this, you have those dishes in your restaurant, and it doesn't take that much time to cook. Give me a serving of all of them. Okay. The waiter left with a smile. As soon as the waiter left, Su Quan leaned over and said with gritted teeth, Do you want to die? You ordered such expensive dishes. Is there a problem? Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders. Since you invited me to the Divine Dragon Island, you should naturally treat me as a distinguished guest. I'm just not used to eating Yangchun noodles. I just want to eat some home-cooked dishes in the capital. This request is not too much, right? You call this home-cooked dishes? Su Quan looked at Song Qingshu's matter-of-fact face and was so angry that she almost splashed the tea on his face. Cult Madam, these dishes are indeed quite common at banquets between high-ranking officials and nobles in the capital, Fang Yi said weakly on the side. Su Quan was almost angered to death by Fang Yi, but she was unwilling to admit that she was ignorant, so she could only say stubbornly, but when you go out, don't show your wealth. If you order dishes so ostentatiously, everyone will think that we are fat sheep. If we attract bandits, we will be in trouble. Did I hear it wrong? The dignified cult madam of the Divine Dragon cult is actually afraid of little bandits? Song Qingshu looked at her with an exaggerated expression. Forget it. If we really attract bandits, at most I will suffer a little and help you send them away. You are the cult leader's wife. Don't tell me you don't even have this little money? Song Qingshu asked in astonishment. I came out in a hurry and didn't bring that much money with me, Su Quan replied awkwardly. Moreover, the Divine Dragon sect's followers are usually very thrifty, Brother Song. Fang Yi helped Su Quan to explain. So poor, no wonder they wanted to rebel. If they really wanted to live and work in peace, who would do such a thing? Song Qingshu despised her in his heart, but soon a trace of doubt appeared in his mind. He thought, but looking at Su Quan, it's not that she cares about money, but that she really can't afford it. She is the cult leader's wife. She shouldn't be so poor, could it be? If they don't have the money to pay the bill, I'll just give them the 3 horses outside. Those horses are pretty good, so it should be enough to pay for a meal, Song Qingshu said nonchalantly. No, we have to hurry back to Divine Dragon Island. We can't do it without horses. Su Quan flatly refused. She suddenly lowered her voice and said, why don't we run after the meal? With our martial arts, they can't catch up with us anyway. That won't do. Eating and running will affect my glorious image. If it gets back to the capital, I will be laughed at by the ministers in the court. No, no. Song Qingshu shook his head like a rattle and said in his heart, what's so good about cavalry? Infantry without horses is more satisfying, this won't do, that won't do. You find a way yourself. Anyway, it's all your fault. Su Quan simply didn't care. She thought, when the time comes, I will run first. I don't believe you will be so stupid to stay. It's not like I don't have money. Why should I run? Song Qingshu took out a stack of notes and slammed them on the table. Su Quan glanced at them. Each note was denominated 100 taels. She immediately clicked her tongue and said bitterly, you are so generous. You must be greedy. Madam Cult Master is right. These are all given to me by Wu Sangue and Hongli. They plunder the common people, and I plunder them. This is called enforcing justice on behalf of heaven, Song Qingshu said with a smile. Looking at Song Qingshu's nouveau riche look in front of her, and then thinking that the whole Divine Dragon Island was counting money to live, Su Quan became angry. Since you are so rich, you will pay the bill later. I'm not the one paying the bill. It's Madam, Song Qingshu corrected. You clearly know that I don't have any money on me. Are you deliberately playing with me? Su Quan raised her eyebrows. I want to trick you, but you definitely won't give it to me. Song Qingshu swallowed the words he was about to say and said, if you don't have money, you can borrow it from me. Is there a difference? Su Quan was stunned. Of course there is a difference. It was clearly Madam who invited me to Divine Dragon Island to be a guest. You will naturally be responsible for all the expenses. How can it be the other way round and let the guest invite the host? Song Qingshu's expression was very surprised. Lord Song, saying please is just a polite way of saying it. In the end, you are just taking the initiative to seduce or recommend yourself to sleep with me. Madam's prisoner, Su Quan said with a cold snort. She thought that the other party was too arrogant. Aya, so sad. Song Qingshu covered his chest. Since it's like this, I will immediately return to the capital and see if Madam has the ability to keep me. Su Quan was shocked and hurriedly said, Lord Song has already personally promised this concubine to go to Divine Dragon Island. As a man, how can I go back on my word? Whether I keep my promise or not depends on my mood. Now that my mood is bad, I will naturally go back on my word. Why is Madam looking at me like this? Do you want to bite me? Song Qingshu said with a smile. Su Quan gritted her teeth in hatred and could only yield. All right, you win. Take the money as me borrowing it. Words are no proof. You have to write a promissory note. Song Qingshu called the waiter over. With one glance, he could tell that the 3 of them were big clients. The waiter naturally eagerly brought the paper and brush over. How do I write the promissory note? Su Quan held the brush and furrowed her brows slightly. She had never borrowed money like anyone else in her life. Let's keep everything simple. Just write that Divine Dragon Island sect leader's wife, Su Quan, borrowed 10,000 taels of silver from Song Qingshu today. Song Qingshu read slowly. 10,000 taels? Su Quan jumped in fright and said angrily, when did I say I wanted to borrow so much? Girls really need to be raised in wealth. She's the sect leader's wife and she's already making such a fuss over 10,000 taels. If I throw 100,000 taels at her, wouldn't she go limp and fall onto the bed? The little theater in Song Qingshu's heart began again. But I, Song Qingshu, always borrow at least 10,000 taels. Song Qingshu's finger pointed at the stack of banknotes on the table. Here, it's exactly 10,000 taels. Su Quan thought that 10,000 taels was 10,000 taels. She just borrowed it and didn't need to spend it. When she returned to Divine Dragon Island, would she be afraid that she wouldn't be able to pay for a meal? After writing, Su Quan handed the promissory note to Song Qingshu. Here, it's done. Where's the handprint? Song Qingshu glanced at it and didn't take it. Handprint? Su Quan was stunned and quickly reacted. Even if she hadn't eaten pork, she had seen pigs run. Signing and stamping was common sense. But where can I find the red mud now? How about madam sacrifice yourself by cutting your finger and pressing it with blood? Song Qingshu said cautiously. Seeing Su Quan's face suddenly darkened, he quickly waved his hand. I'm joking. In fact, madam doesn't need to worry. Madam actually has red mud on her body. I do? Su Quan stared blankly. She lowered her head and looked at her whole body. Madam's red lips are as bright as fire. The color is bright and beautiful. Presumably, you're using the best rouge. There's no harm for madam to leave a lip print on this promissory note. It can be used as a signature. Song Qingshu said. Su Quan stared at him with a smile that was not a smile. Song Darren, are you taking liberties with this madam? Song Mao doesn't dare. I'm just expressing my feelings. Every word is from the bottom of my heart. I absolutely don't have any obscene intention. Song Qingshu said with a straight face. No wonder Wei Xiaobao took the initiative to seduce or to recommend himself to sleep on the bed. You can't even protect a little lady. Song Darren's mouth really knows how to make a woman happy. Su Quan glanced at Feng Yi at the side. After laughing tenderly, she picked up the promissory note and gently kissed it. A faintly discernible lip print was left on it. Feng Yi was originally extremely uncomfortable with Su Quan's words. But when she saw that Su Quan really did use a lip print as a signature, she felt disdain in her heart. Sure enough, she's an evil demon. She doesn't have the slightest sense of propriety, justice, and honor. Song Qingshu took the promissory note and lightly sniffed the lip print. His actions were almost frivolous. A trace of coldness flashed through Su Quan's eyes. Her voice was as charming as ever. Since Song Darren likes it so much, how about this concubine give you a few more? As the saying goes, too much is as bad as not enough. One is just right. Song Qingshu smiled and shook his head. He carefully placed the promissory note in his bosom. That gentle action made Su Quan's face slightly hot. In this short amount of time, the dishes that they had just ordered were served one after another. After the three of them had a full meal, Su Quan went to the innkeeper and asked for 2 of the best rooms. So stingy. He can't bear to give Miss Feng a room. Song Qingshu muttered. He went straight to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He began to practice martial arts. Inside Su Quan's room, Feng Yi heard her deliberately lowering her voice. She jumped up in shock. What? I won't do it. Lower your voice. At this moment, Su Quan's face was dignified. She no longer had the charm she had in front of Song Qingshu. It's not up to you. It turned out that 10,000 taels was not a small amount for Su Quan and even the entire Divine Dragon Island. In addition, Song Qingshu did not have the awareness of being a prisoner. Moreover, Feng Yi's petty actions during the body search made Su Quan very angry. During the meal, she suddenly had a bright idea. She made Feng Yi run to the next room to serve him and take the opportunity to steal the promissory note. When Song Qingshu found out about all this, he knew he was in the wrong and could only swallow his anger. In this way, not only did Su Quan get 10,000 taels, but she also took the opportunity to get rid of the resentment in her heart. She only lost the innocence of a subordinate, so why not? Feng Yi trembled all over. She shook her head and said, "Cult madam, I was poisoned by your leopard embryo tendon altering pill. In order to survive, I will naturally listen to your orders and do some things that go against my conscience. But if you want me to sacrifice my reputation and integrity to do that kind of shameless thing, I absolutely cannot do it. I would rather die." Seeing Feng Yi's firm attitude, Su Quan coldly smiled. "I heard that your Feng family has been loyal to Mu Palace for generations, and you and Mu Palace's Xiao Junju are like sisters. If you don't want to, when we return to the Divine Dragon Island, I will let Mu Jianping serve you. That Xiao Junju is silly, I can do it with a little trick." Of course, Su Quan's voice quickly became gentle. If you agree to my request today, I naturally won't make things difficult for your Xiao Junju. Isn't sacrificing for the master the highest honor of a servant? Seeing Feng Yi's gloomy expression, Su Quan continued, even if tonight's matter is known by the rest of you, they will only give you a thumbs up and praise you as a heroine. Who would look down on you? You? On the contrary, if you don't agree and harm Xiao Junju's innocence, how do you think the people of Mu Palace will look at you at that time? Io, don't think so much. Su Quan's voice was unusually coquettish, but in Feng Yi's ears, it sounded like a devil's whisper. Besides, if you don't say anything about tonight's matter, if I don't say anything, who else would know? Not to mention. Not to mention what? Feng Yi asked blankly. Not to mention the way you inadvertently looked at Song Qingshu. I know you already have a good impression of him, plus Song Qingshu is young and handsome. No matter how you look at it, this matter can't be considered a hard job, right? Su Quan said. Su Quan's words hit her sore spot. Feng Yi immediately retorted sarcastically, since Madam feels that Song Dage is young and handsome, serving him is a good thing, why don't you do it yourself? Slap. A crisp slap. Su Quan's face turned cold. Who do you think you are? You dare to say this kind of thing to me? Just now I tried to persuade you nicely, but you didn't listen, so I'm not afraid to tell you. In addition to the cult's aphrodisiac, I guarantee that when the time comes you will lose your mind and become more licentious than a prostitute. This madam will still be able to achieve my goal. Now there are two paths in front of you, one is to sober up and seduce Song Qingshu, you can also enjoy his gentleness. The second is to let me control your soul, and unconsciously offer yourself to sleep with me. You choose one. Su Quan gradually became impatient, giving her final ultimatum. Well, if you say it's for the young princess, you'll feel better. Then I'll take it that you're doing it for the young princess. Su Quan sneered. Feng Yi suddenly stood up, which scared Su Quan. What are you doing? I'm going to seduce Song Qingshu and help you get the money. Feng Yi said with a little sarcasm. Wait. Su Quan frowned, thinking that she was angry now, so there was no need to lower herself to her level. Looking at Song Qingshu's situation, he doesn't look like a hungry person who can't be choosy. If you go back with this bitter face, I think it will be very difficult for a man to be interested in you. Feng Yi felt a lingering fear. Her current image was indeed a little too terrible. If she abandoned her dignity to seduce Song Qingshu, and the result was that he didn't even spare a glance at her, it would probably be more painful than losing her chastity. Madam, the hot water is here. At this time a waiter knocked on the door. Su Quan motioned him to come in. After a while, a bucket of steaming fragrant soup was ready. Su Quan looked at Feng Yi and said, You've been traveling for a long time. Wash your body first, and I'll help you dress up later. I'm sure that even Lu Xiaohui can't control himself. Seeing Su Quan's exultant look, Feng Yi's eyes flashed with confusion. Madam, don't you want to wash? I'm not in the mood to wash now. After you go to Song Qingshu's room, I'll enjoy it slowly. There was a trace of excitement in Su Quan's voice. She thought that she could use Feng Yi to expose Song Qingshu's calm and proud posture. She wanted to see if he dared to be so arrogant in front of her in the future. After taking off her clothes, Feng Yi soaked her whole body in the bathtub. The warm water couldn't wash away the coldness in her heart. But this coldness didn't come from the upcoming sacrifice, but from the pity for her own fate. Feng Yi thought that the reason why her fate was at the mercy of others was entirely because of her low status. Although she called the young princess of Prince Mu's mansion a sister, in the eyes of others, she was still just a lowly servant. If Feng Yi's martial arts were high enough, she could certainly change her fate. Unfortunately, she also knew that her ability was not even third-rate in Jianghu. In addition, Feng Yi had been poisoned by the leopard embryo tendon-altering pill a few days ago. She had already given up on her future. Su Quan forced her to sleep with Song Qingshu. Feng Yi's first reaction was extreme anger. She could not accept the etiquette that she had been taught since she was young. But when she calmed down, she found a glimmer of hope for her future. If a woman wanted to change her fate, if she couldn't rely on her own ability, then she would rely on a strong man. If Wei Xiaobao had not died, Feng Yi would have realized this in the near future. Then, she would have changed her attitude and followed Wei Xiaobao wholeheartedly. Now, this powerful man had been replaced by Song Qingshu. From Fang Yi's point of view, Song Qingshu was highly capable, influential, and talented. She was also one of the 3 women most liked by first-class men. He was handsome and had always treated her well. Unfortunately, he treated Xianxia even better. Thinking of this, Fang Yi subconsciously patted the surface of the water. What's wrong? Su Quan, who was outside the screen, heard the movement inside and asked curiously. It's nothing. I'll be done soon. Fang Yi collected her thoughts and replied. When Fang Yi walked out from behind the screen, her skin was white and rosy from being soaked in hot water. Her whole body exuded a layer of mist, making her look even more beautiful than usual. You really are a beauty. Su Quan nodded with satisfaction. This dress fits you well, right? It fits, but this is Madame's dress. Although Fang Yi also thought that the dress was very beautiful, she felt uncomfortable when she thought that it was Su Quan's. I bought this last time in Xinjing. I haven't worn it yet. It just so happens that you can use it tonight. You won't wear the dusty clothes you wore during the day, right? Su Quan helped her tidy up the creases on the dress. At first, she was a little reluctant, but on second thought, after the matter was done, she could go buy a few more beautiful dresses. In any case, the money was Song Qingshu's, it would be a waste not to spend it. Thank you, madam. Fang Yi respectfully answered, but in her heart, she thought that whether or not she could change her future fate would depend on tonight. Come, let me help you dress up. Su Quan pressed Fang Yi onto the chair, took out the rouge and powder, and smeared it on her face. She was originally proficient in seduction techniques, and one of the most important aspects of seduction techniques was makeup. In this aspect, Su Quan was quite confident. What are you going to say to him later? Fang Yi was deep in thought when she was suddenly awakened by Su Quan's voice. It turned out that she saw that Fang Yi was usually simple and plain, and really wasn't seductive material. Su Quan didn't want to fail on the verge of success, so she temporarily decided to give her some special attention and teach her relevant experience. I don't know. Fang Yi's heart was also restless. How about this? Su Quan thought for a moment. If she used those ordinary methods, Fang Yi might not be able to learn it in a short time, so it was better to tailor a method for her. Isn't Song Qingshu and Wei Xiaobao's brother? You can use the identity of a sister-in-law to talk to him about your husband's passing. Men, this kind of disgusting creature, are full of fantasies about sisters-in-law, and so on. You can spend some effort on this, let him feel that having you is a taboo feeling of conquest, and then you can appropriately express your affection for him. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman alone, the rest will come naturally. After Su Quan finished speaking, she saw Fang Yi staring at her with a dumbstruck expression. She couldn't help but be a little embarrassed and angry. What are you looking at? Madam, you understand men's psychology so well, no wonder Jiaozhu dotes on you so much. Fang Yi's heart was filled with disdain. Listening to Su Quan's tone, she reckoned that she was also a loose woman who had tasted her red lips in front of thousands of people. Su Quan's face was as cold as frost, thinking, what kind of man is Hong Yantong? I don't have the mood to use these on him. It's a pity that Shifu is one of the 3 women that men like the most. The skills that he taught me unexpectedly became the skill of slaying a dragon. Up until now, I was only an armchair strategist. Madam, is this me? Looking at the great beauty in the mirror, Fang Yi was a little absent-minded, thinking that she could actually be this beautiful. Su Quan came back to her senses and nodded, yes, you don't need to thank me. Although my makeup technique can maximize a woman's beauty, if you didn't have a good foundation, you wouldn't be able to achieve this effect. Seeing that Fang Yi was still looking at the mirror in surprise, Su Quan felt a burst of impatience and urged her to move quickly. You have already delayed for so long, you should go quickly, otherwise, it will be troublesome when Song Qingshu completely falls asleep. Remember the method I just taught you. When Fang Yi stood at the door of Song Qingshu's room, her lips revealed a trace of a sneer. Su Quan only wanted that promissory note. With her understanding of Song Qingshu, as long as he opened his mouth, there was no need for him to recommend himself to sleep with him. However, Fang Yi didn't want to be a chess piece for the rest of her life. She wanted to change her fate, she wanted to be Song Qingshu's woman. According to the method Su Quan taught, it was indeed very easy to succeed, but in that way, she would only become a tool to vent her lust for one night, and she couldn't really be regarded by Song Qingshu as his woman. Moreover, Fang Yi and Wei Xiaobao actually had nothing to do with each other. In this era that valued chastity, she didn't want to leave any doubts in Song Qingshu's heart in the future. Everything would be clarified tonight, and then he could personally verify. Su Quan's method was good, but unfortunately it was not in line with her own interests. As for seducing men, women were born with it, they didn't need to be taught. Thinking of this, Fang Yi pursed her lips, and a trace of shyness emerged in her heart. "Is Miss Fang outside?" Song Qingshu's warm voice came. "Brother Song, it's me, can I come in?" Once she regarded him as her future man, Fang Yi found that his voice was so magnetic. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, waved his sleeves, and opened the door bolt with his internal strength. "Please come in, the door is not closed." Fang Yi pushed the door lightly, walked into the room, and naturally closed the door behind her. Noticing her little action, a trace of doubt flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. Seeing Song Qingshu sitting on the bed, seemingly practicing martial arts, and looking at her with his eyes wide open, Fang Yi understood that it was a little embarrassing for a girl to come to a man's bedroom in the middle of the night, and quickly said, "Brother Song, I didn't make a sound, how did you know it was me?" With the light, Song Qingshu found that Fang Yi was even more beautiful than usual. Now her eyes were full of spring water, and as expected, there was a hint of coquettishness in her words. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Is she planning to seduce me? When my internal energy reaches a certain level, I can naturally distinguish a person's identity from his breathing. What's more, we are so familiar with each other. Of course, I can tell. Song Qingshu still had something to say. Chapter 260 For the three women men love, it's just that your heart is beating much faster than usual. After seeing Brother Song's divine martial arts, I now know that those self-proclaimed masters in the Mu Palace were frogs at the bottom of a well. Fang Yi sighed. Miss Fang doesn't need to belittle yourself. Song Qingshu smiled and pointed to a stool on the side, indicating for her to sit down. The martial arts of the Mu Palace are more inclined to go into battle to kill the enemy, but the martial arts of Jianghu are a completely different system. Both have their advantages and disadvantages, it's really hard to say which is better. Is the martial arts of the battlefield really that powerful? I feel that it's quite ordinary. Fang Yi obviously didn't believe it. Then let me give you an example. Song Qingshu thought for a moment. As a citizen of the Great Ming Dynasty, you should have heard of the popular book Water Margin, right? I've also read it. Fang Yi's eyes lit up. You're a girl, but you still read this kind of book? Song Qingshu was stunned. Fang Yi was also a little embarrassed. At that time it was too boring in the prince's mansion, so the young princess and I found some Jianghu novels to read. Among them was this Water Margin. Song Qingshu nodded and continued, let's take the black whirlwind Li Kuei and the prodigal Yan Qing as a comparison. Li Kuei was born with brute strength, but at most he could be considered to have a rough understanding of martial arts. However, Yan Qing's unique skill, 18 stained drops, was well known in Jianghu. The two of them had once fought. Li Kuei had no power to resist and was thrown into confusion by Yan Qing. But later it was proven that on the battlefield, even 10 Yan Qis couldn't compare to Li Kuei's destructive power. Why is it like this? Fang Yi exclaimed. Martial arts of Jianghu, in short, is the skill of finding the opponent's flaws and avoiding the opponent's attacks. But this set of skills is useless on the battlefield. Because at that time, the enemy has flaws everywhere, and you don't need to look for them. Moreover, there are saber lights and sword shadows everywhere. You can dodge one or even several people's attacks, but you can't dodge attacks from all directions. In this way, the straightforward, concise, and ruthless moves of the martial arts of the battlefield are more useful. This was actually the conclusion that Song Qingshu had slowly come to after coming to this world. Because he had always had doubts. If the masters of Jianghu were so undefeatable, then why was the emperor made by an ordinary person? Fang Yi seemed to understand something. While she was pondering, she heard Song Qingshu speak again. Miss Fang, may I know why you are looking for me so late at night? Hearing his words, Fang Yi stood up and looked at Song Qingshu's eyes. She suddenly knelt down and said, "This time Fang Yi is here to apologize to Brother Song." Fang Yi thought that since she was kneeling to her future man, it was not a humiliation. With Song Qingshu's martial arts, he should have been able to stop this action. But in his previous life, there were so many martial arts TV series that the other side would take advantage of the moment he went to help her up to plot against her. Song Qingshu could not figure out what Fang Yi was planning. Because of this hesitation, Fang Yi had already knelt on the ground. "Miss Fang, how can Song Mao afford such a big bow? Quickly get up." Song Qingshu saw that her expression was natural and did not look like she was harboring any evil intentions. He quickly went over to help her up. Unexpectedly, Fang Yi gently shook off Song Qingshu's hand and looked up at him. "If Brother Song doesn't forgive me, I won't get up." Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. He helplessly said, "What do you want me to forgive?" Fang Yi's beautiful eyes immediately filled with tears. She choked with sobs and said, "Last time I was threatened by Madame Hong, causing Brother Song and Shuang'er to be poisoned. Originally, I had been numbing myself because I had no other choice but to be poisoned. But these 2 days, I really can't stand the condemnation of my conscience. I know that it was because I was greedy for life and afraid of death that I harmed Brother Song. I really can't forgive myself." Song Qingshu sighed. "Miss Fang, actually, I have never blamed you." This was the truth. The greater one's hope for a person, the greater the disappointment. Because of the original plot, Song Qingshu had never regarded Fang Yi as a pure little white flower. He also did not put her in his heart. Song Qingshu had already expected that she would do such a thing, so his heart was not disturbed. But if Shuang'er had done the same thing, perhaps Song Qingshu's heart would have been filled with resentment. "Brother Song, your words prove that you still haven't forgiven me." Hearing Song Qingshu's reply, Fang Yi was clearly startled. Although she didn't know if his words were true or false, in that instant, Fang Yi was so moved that she wanted to cry. All along, she had hated her own actions, worried about what Shuang'er and him would think of her. She was weighed down by this heavy burden until she couldn't breathe. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu's casual words would untie the knot in her heart? However, Fang Yi remembered the purpose of her trip, so of course she wouldn't leave just like that. Song Qingshu was actually a little impatient, but looking at the tear-stained beauty in front of him, he really couldn't harden his heart. He could only say softly, "Miss Fang, how can I make you believe that I have forgiven you?" At the same time, he secretly despised himself. If Fang Yi was not a beautiful woman, he would be too lazy to talk nonsense with her. Fang Yi did not answer directly. Instead, she said, "Brother Song, I came here today because I want to tell you something else." "What is it?" Song Qingshu wanted to help her up again. "You should get up first and then we'll talk." Fang Yi shook her head, a trace of shyness floated on her face. I want to tell Brother Song that Wei Xiaobao and I are not husband and wife." "Good, let me make it clear that Wei Xiaobao and I are not husband and wife. It was only Wei Xiaobao who took advantage of me verbally." Finished speaking, he roughly recounted how he was injured in the imperial palace and how Wei Xiaobao took the opportunity to blackmail him. "Not only did Wei Xiaobao and I not bow to heaven and earth to marry each other, we are still chaste to this day." The last sentence was as quiet as a mosquito, but with Song Qingshu's skill, he was still able to hear it clearly. Fang Yi had just finished bathing. From her slightly wide neckline, Song Qingshu could faintly see that her skin was dyed with a layer of red. Seeing that her dress was almost exposed, it seemed that he could see everything, but in fact, he couldn't see anything. Song Qingshu thought of those city beauties from his previous life and secretly praised this tailor for being a talented person. Noticing Song Qingshu's gaze, Fang Yi's heartbeat sped up a bit. Originally, she was going to pretend that she didn't know anything and let him see if he wanted to see. But she changed her mind at the last moment. Fang Yi pretended to raise her hand to brush her hair behind her ear, thus blocking Song Qingshu's gaze. Awakened by Fang Yi's action, Song Qingshu was also somewhat embarrassed. He was not that impatient to stare at a girl's chest, but he suddenly remembered his previous life and was absent-minded for a moment, causing the other party to misunderstand. He could only force a smile and said, "Miss Fang, this kind of private matter, why would you tell other men?" "Because in Fang Yi's heart, Brother Song is not other men." Fang Yi raised her head, her voice was firm. Song Qingshu was startled. For a moment he didn't know how to respond to her. Fang Yi quietly said, "Brother Song, did you know that I came here tonight because of Madame Jiaozhu's instructions?" Song Qingshu's charming thoughts were interrupted by her words. He seemed to have understood something and asked, "What does Su Quan want to do?" Because Madame Jiaozhu is unwilling to be led by the nose by Brother Song, she wants to destroy Brother Song's spirit. In addition, she borrowed 10,000 taels of silver from Brother Song today, so she threatened me to come here. I came here to recommend myself and take the opportunity to steal the promissory note. Fang Yi lowered her head as she spoke. For a moment, her expression could not be seen clearly. "Miss Fang, weren't you poisoned by Su Quan? Why did you betray her this time and tell me everything?" Hearing that Fang Yi's task was to seduce him, and then thinking that Su Quan's method of destroying his spirit was to send a beautiful woman over, Song Qingshu didn't know whether to praise Su Quan for having big breasts or despise her for being brainless. "Because I have already deceived Brother Song once. I don't want to experience that kind of heartache a second time." Fang Yi pursed her lips, trying her best not to let herself cry. Song Qingshu kept feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange, so he quickly laughed and said, "That woman Su Quan, if she wants to seduce someone, why doesn't she just do it herself? Why does she have to threaten and bribe a little girl like you? She is really despicable and shameless." Unexpectedly, when Fang Yi heard his words, her face turned pale, and her body involuntarily trembled. Sure enough, in Brother Song's eyes, Fang Yi is just an ordinary little girl. Naturally, she can't compare to the extremely charming cult mistress. Song Qingshu didn't expect that his casual words would cause the other party to misunderstand, so he quickly explained, "How could that be? I was saying that Su Quan is really despicable. Why did you think of other things?" Seeing that Fang Yi had been kneeling there, silent, Song Qingshu had no choice but to continue, "If Miss Fang is considered ordinary, then I'm afraid there are no great beauties in the world." Although she knew that he was coaxing her, Fang Yi was still very happy. Only then did she turn her tears into a smile. "There are many women in the world who are more beautiful than me." Song Qingshu chuckled, and the room fell into silence again. Fang Yi gritted her teeth, raised her head and said, "Brother Song, cult mistress forced me to do many things that I didn't want to do. If it was another man tonight, Fang Yi would rather die than agree to it. But when I thought it was Brother Song, I... Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Although he knew that it was inappropriate, looking at this woman who was actually extremely proud in her heart, he still couldn't help asking, "What did you do?" I nodded and agreed. Fang Yi seemed to be ready to risk everything. "Since the first time I saw Brother Song, your figure has been lingering in my heart. Every time you come to the Viscount's mansion, it is the happiest time for me. I have fallen in love with you hopelessly, but I also understand that with my identity, it is destined that it is impossible between us, so I have always been suppressing this feeling. Until today, when Madame Hong forced me to come, to serve you in bed, I can no longer suppress all my feelings." Song Qingshu was stunned and wanted to slap himself. He didn't mind having sex with many women, but he didn't want to fall in love with a woman. Love was the most likely thing to make people sad. A man's heart seemed strong, but true love would only be reserved for one woman. Song Qingshu thought that he was talented and could be assigned to several women, but Fang Yi was definitely not one of them. Seeing that Song Qingshu had a complicated expression but did not say anything, Fang Yi understood that there was no way out today, so she threw caution to the wind. "Brother Song, didn't you just ask what I can do to forgive me?" "What?" Song Qingshu replied blankly. "Brother Song, I am willing to use my pure body to wash away the harm that I have caused to you, and beg for your forgiveness," Fang Yi said with a red face. "Miss Fang, I really forgive you. And I will give you the IOU right away. You can go back and tell Su Quan that you have completed the task," Song Qingshu said awkwardly. If Fang Yi really thought that she was someone else's wife, he didn't mind having sex with her, but she was a virgin. In ancient times where reputation was so valued, Song Qingshu didn't want to cause endless trouble for a moment of pleasure. "Brother Song, don't you understand? I didn't come here to complete Madame Hong's task." Fang Yi sighed faintly. "Today, Fang Yi has shamelessly offered herself to sleep with you. If Brother Song refuses, I really have no face to live. While Song Qingshu was still thinking about how to phrase his words, Fang Yi took his hand and put it into her clothes. Big brother Song, I don't want anything else. I just want to spend one night with you. Please don't reject me. Feeling that warm and soft touch, Song Qingshu was about to withdraw his hand, but he raised his head and met Fang Yi's eyes. Her eyes were full of tears, as if they would fall at any time, and her eyes were full of pleading. Song Qingshu was shocked. Fang Yi's words just now could be said to be shocking. She had already given up all her self-esteem. If he refused her tonight, he was afraid that she would really die of shame and indignation. As the saying goes, it takes a veil for a woman to chase a man, let alone a great beauty. Looking at Fang Yi's beautiful face up close and breathing in the faint fragrance of her body, Song Qingshu had long been moved. He had only been worried about the responsibility. Miss Fang, why are you doing this? You clearly know that I don't have any feelings for you. Song Qingshu sighed. Fang Yi's expression darkened. She finally understood that the other had never had her in his heart. She quickly adjusted her mood. Noticing that Song Qingshu's words were no longer a direct refusal, she quickly said, Brother Song, it's enough that I only know that I love you. What does it matter if you love me or not? Fang Yi has nothing else to ask for. If I can obtain Brother Song's pity for a night, I will have no regrets in this life. Because of the original plot, Song Qingshu had never liked Fang Yi. But now that he saw that she had actually made such an effort, he couldn't help but be moved. He was also a little self-satisfied. Compared to Wei Xiaobao, it was naturally easier for him to win her heart. Miss Fang, Song Qingshu opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Fang Yi looked down at the hand on her chest and mumbled with a blush, I've let you do this and you still call me Miss Fang, ? What else should I call you? Song Qingshu didn't have any feelings for Fang Yi and couldn't bring himself to call her more affectionately. Or, you can call me sister-in-law like before. Fang Yi raised her head, a sly smile appearing in the depths of her eyes. I can't do that. Song Qingshu waved his hand awkwardly. Why not? Fang Yi slowly got up and said seductively while biting her lips. Song Qingshu was struggling with the eternal dilemma of whether to be a beast or to be inferior to a beast. Seeing her body slowly coming closer, he stretched out his hand subconsciously to block her, but he didn't expect to press on a soft spot. Fang Yi was annoyed. She started to doubt whether Song Qingshu was a man or not. She had done so much for him but he was still making excuses. Fang Yi understood that there was no way out. She didn't hide but stepped forward to meet him. Song Qingshu awkwardly leaned back. Unfortunately, he was sitting on the bed, and when he leaned back to a certain extent, he collapsed. Fang Yi also fell into his arms and said hesitantly, I hope first uncle will take pity on me. In the middle of the night, a fragrant beauty fell into his arms. Song Qingshu's remaining reason was completely destroyed by this charming uncle. He felt that his whole body was as hard as iron. The blissful Zen is about letting nature take its course. I'll just treat it as a practice. Song Qingshu found a dignified reason for himself and stopped hesitating. Song Qingshu lifted his leg and clamped onto Fang Yi's delicate body. Then, using the strength of his waist and abdomen, he twisted and repositioned Fang Yi beneath him. Seeing Song Qingshu finally moved, Fang Yi was both relieved and frightened. After all, this was the most important moment for a girl. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. Looking at the exceptionally beautiful face illuminated by the fire, Song Qingshu couldn't help but kiss it. Hearing him call her sister-in-law, Fang Yi's body, which had been stiff from nervousness, immediately softened. Brother Song, you really, Fang Yi immediately stopped talking. She was worried that if she ruined the atmosphere, all her previous efforts would be wasted. I like these role-playing games. Song Qingshu wantonly kissed Fang Yi's neck, which was flushed due to nervousness, and said as he breathed out. Being sprayed by Song Qingshu's masculine breath, Fang Yi's eyes also flashed with a trace of intoxication. She opened her mouth slightly and said intermittently, Eldest uncle, whatever you want. Sister-in-law will do. She still felt some regret in her heart. She didn't expect that in the end, she still had to use Su Quan's method. Song Qingshu did not expect Fang Yi, who was usually cold and arrogant, to be so passionate. Song Qingshu could feel the nervousness in her heart, but she still plucked up the courage to flatter him with all kinds of jerky movements. After a delicate cry, Song Qingshu extended his hand to wipe away the tears at the corner of Fang Yi's eyes. His movements also became gentle, as he enjoyed the tight squeeze while refining the unending stream of purine qi. Song Qingshu couldn't help but have some suspicions. Why did all the women who had skin contact with him have such dense purine qi? It was not as rare as described in the Joyous Diana. Could it be that these women were all chivalrous women, so their quality was generally high? In fact, this was just a misunderstanding of Song Qingshu's. Women who were so beautiful would definitely have an outstanding appearance. Coincidentally, Song Qingshu's taste was quite high, so he only looked for beautiful women. Their bodies would definitely have rich purine qi, which was why Song Qingshu found that he could achieve twice the results with half the effort when practicing the joyous meditation. The bed swayed, the fragrant skin slightly sweating. The pleasures of the boudoir were not to be known to outsiders. After the clouds dissipated and the rain stopped, Fang Yi sighed softly. For the past 10 years, I have experienced all kinds of suffering in the world. I originally thought that life was meaningless. But now I know that there is such a happy thing in the world. Just this matter alone made my life worthwhile. After hearing your words, I feel a ball of fire burning in my lower abdomen. Do you want me to let you be happy again? Song Qingshu hooked her chin and laughed rather wantonly. Just now. Brother Song, do you think I am a woman? Fang Yi's small mouth twitched, her expression was rather nervous. She did not have any experience in seducing men and was worried that Song Qingshu would reject her, so her actions were inevitably a little overboard. Moreover, in order to please Song Qingshu, Fang Yi could be said to be really obedient. No matter what Song Qingshu asked her to do, she was like a kitten, obedient to him and satisfied him. Even if Song Qingshu asked her to play forbidden love, make her do all kinds of embarrassing positions, make her use her mouth. Now that Fang Yi had regained her rationality, she was actually quite regretful. Although no one taught her, she also knew that only the appropriate rejection could keep a man in suspense. Just now, she let him enjoy all the sweetness in one go. Fang Yi was worried that Song Qingshu would look down on her afterwards, and secondly, she was worried that he would get tired of playing with her. How can that be? Men like women like you the most in bed. Besides, I was the one who forced you to do it just now. Thinking of the scene just now, Song Qingshu felt that his body was a little out of control and his hands began to fiddle around. Fang Yi noticed the change in Song Qingshu from the corner of her eyes. She was already quite tired, but she still forced herself to be alert. Brother Song, do you want it again? Although Song Qingshu knew that it was really not a good time to criticize her, he felt that he was somewhat unable to control himself. He was also secretly shocked. Ever since he started practicing the mandala, he seemed to like to have sex twice. The first time was mainly to absorb qi, and the second time was naturally like a dragon and a tiger. Song Qingshu was originally still hesitating, but who knew that Fang Yi would entangle him like an octopus? Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He lowered his waist and pressed on her. Feeling his movements, Fang Yi's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed, but she still used the gentleness and tolerance unique to women to neutralize the other's attack. Brother Song, have you ever done this with Xianxia before? Fang Yi suddenly asked. Song Qingshu paused and said rather awkwardly, why do you suddenly ask this? The two of them were now in the most intimate position, so Fang Yi could naturally feel every subtle change in Song Qingshu's body. She sighed, seems like I have. Don't talk nonsense, Song Qingshu hurriedly said. He did not want to betray Xianxia and cause her to be unable to face others in the future. Brother Song, I can feel it. Why do you have to lie to me? I don't mind. Fang Yi smiled sweetly. I'm just thinking that right now, I can barely open my eyes, but you're still like a raging bull. If you're like this every day, I'm afraid I won't have the good fortune to enjoy it alone. If only Xianxia was by my side to help me right now, I wouldn't have to be bullied by you all the time. It's my fault. I didn't notice your feelings, Song Qingshu hurriedly apologized. His movements also immediately became gentle. In his heart, he did not love Fang Yi, only. Thus, just now, he had unconsciously moved without any pity, only seeking to maximize his own happiness. Fang Yi stretched out a finger and pressed it to his lips. She shook her head and said, Brother Song, this time, you don't have to worry. I can endure one night occasionally. But in the future, you'll have to ask Sister Xuan'er to help me. Fang Yi still remembered that she had just said that she only wanted one night of pleasure. Now that she had calmly mentioned it in the future, she was worried that Song Qingshu would refuse. Thus, she thought of pulling Xuan'er into the same boat. Sure enough, Song Qingshu did not see through her little scheme. He said, What are you talking about? If Xuan'er hears you, she'll definitely be angry. Brother Song, although you can lie to me with your mouth, you can't lie to me with your body. Fang Yi giggled. Then, her face suddenly turned red. She said rather bashfully, Just now, when you heard my suggestion, that place obviously grew a bit bigger, and it even jumped a few times. No way. Song Qingshu's thoughts were seen through by her. He angrily moved a few times out of humiliation. Fang Yi let out a delicate cry and hurriedly begged for mercy. Brother Song, I was wrong. Then how are you going to admit your mistake? It was originally a rather normal sentence, but in bed, it was so seductive. Fang Yi hooked her arms around Song Qingshu's neck and whispered in his ear, Brother Song, it seems that you haven't succeeded with Xuan'er yet. If you want, I can help you get what you want. Hearing this, Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Although he had already conquered Xuan'er, he was still looking forward to how Fang Yi, the second branch, would help him deal with Xuan'er, the first branch. His voice was a bit hoarse. How are you going to help me? You don't need to worry about that. Fang Yi was delighted. With this relationship, she naturally wouldn't worry that Song Qingshu would throw her away after using her tonight. When the time comes, you can go home with the beauty. Hearing this, Song Qingshu's mind swayed. He bit her earlobe and said in a muffled voice, You little rascal, you're helping another man steal your mistress. Brother Song. Fang Yi looked at him reproachfully. I have nothing to do with Wei Xiaobao. I just proved my innocence to you, and you still say that. Song Qingshu could hear that she wasn't really angry. He caressed and coaxed her to make her smile. Brother Song, let me tell you a secret. Not only me, but Wei Xiaobao also hasn't touched Xuan'er and the young princess. How do you know? Song Qingshu thought that he had already personally verified Xuan'er and Fang Yi. Speaking of which, he felt somewhat sorry for Wei Xiaobao. I just know. Fang Yi smiled slyly. Except for that Princess Jianing who doesn't know how to love herself and may have fooled around with him. Shoo. If this gets out, you'll be beheaded. Hearing her mention Jianing and Wei Xiaobao, a trace of unnaturalness flashed across Song Qingshu's face. Alright, let's not talk about them. Fang Yi smiled. But right now, I still have something to worry about. What are you worried about? Song Qingshu asked. It's not good for us to talk about Xuan'er behind her back. Song Qingshu was worried that he might accidentally expose his relationship with Xuan'er under the influence of his charm. Then let's not talk about Xuan'er. Fang Yi blushed. Right now, she only had her body's instinctive reaction. She really didn't have the mind to think about anything else. After a shiver from the bottom of her soul, Fang Yi felt a little cold. She curled up and leaned into Song Qingshu's arms. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment, but still reached out and hugged her tightly. Miss Fang, how are you going to reply to Su Quan? Song Qingshu's fingers slid across the skin of her arm and asked curiously. You still call me Miss Fang? Fang Yi pushed him angrily. How about I call you sister-in-law? Song Qingshu asked tentatively. Fang Yi's whole body shivered. She shook her head and said, I didn't feel anything before, but now it sounds a little too perverted. Do women also have a sage's time? Song Qingshu touched his nose. Seeing that the other party didn't understand, he quickly said, in the future, in front of others, I'll call you Miss Fang. In private, I'll call you Yi. Fang Yi felt a trace of joy in her heart. She finally felt closer to him. Before she could say anything, Song Qingshu's next sentence made her body go limp. If we're in bed, I'll call you sister-in-law, okay? Although she felt that these words were very shameless, Fang Yi's heart still swayed when she heard them. She really couldn't bring up the feeling of disgust. She nodded slightly. Brother Song, do what you want. Later you can take this promissory note to Suquan. Song Qingshu took out the promissory note from under his pillow and stuffed it into Fang Yi's arms. Unexpectedly, Fang Yi didn't want to take it. She bit her lip and said, "No." "Why?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. "This feels like I'm selling myself. I don't like it." Fang Yi lowered her head, her eyelashes trembling. What are you thinking? Besides, if you can really sell for 10,000 taels of silver in one night, you'll be the envy of all the women in the world. Even the most popular courtesan in Qinhuai River doesn't cost 10,000 taels of silver a night. As he spoke, Song Qingshu suddenly thought of the scene of him visiting Xia Qingqing in Yangzhou's lovely spring brothel. He couldn't help but be startled. "I knew it. In Big Brother Song's eyes, I'm no different from those prostitutes." Fang Yi faintly sighed. She sat up from the bed and began to put on her clothes. Aunt Fang. I'm sorry. I usually talk nonsense and joke around. Please don't take it to heart. If I had such a thought in my heart, I guarantee that I would be struck by lightning." Song Qingshu rarely swore, but this time he really felt wronged. However, before he could finish his sentence, Fang Yi's finger had already pressed against his lips. A strange look flashed through Fang Yi's eyes. "Brother Song, are you apologizing to me?" "Yes?" Song Qingshu grabbed her hand. "Don't be angry at me, okay? In my entire life, no one has ever apologized to me so sincerely." Fang Yi was absent-minded. She grew up in the Mu Palace. When she was conscious, she knew that she was a servant of the Mu family. In the palace, if it wasn't the masters, then it was the elders like her Shifu. Normally, they would be slightly amiable, but Fang Yi would be somewhat flattered. Since childhood, the young princess had treated her like an older sister. Therefore, although Fang Yi had resentment in her heart because of her lowly background, she was still sincere toward the young princess. However, except for Mu Jianpain, Fang Yi was on guard and scheming against everyone else. Tonight, Fang Yi had always been worried that Song Qingshu would treat her as a plaything. He would come and go at his beck and call. She had already devised many methods to slowly hook the other's heart in the future. But until now, Song Qingshu was very sincere and pitiful toward her, except when he did that kind of thing. This made Fang Yi's closed heart, which had always lacked love, shine a few rays of sunshine. Are you still not willing to forgive me?" Although Song Qingshu didn't love Fang Yi, he couldn't bear to see a woman being wronged. Moreover, the main culprit was himself. "The one who should ask for forgiveness is me." Fang Yi suddenly knelt in front of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu stared blankly for a moment. When he realized that she was referring to the previous poisoning incident, he couldn't help but laugh. "Didn't I say that I never blamed you? Do you want me to also make a poison oath?" No, just wants to hear Song Qingshu personally say the 3 words "forgive me." Although Fang Yi could feel that what he said was true, she still nervously looked at Song Qingshu. "Alright, I forgive you." Song Qingshu had to forgive her in her own way. Seeing Fang Yi obviously let out a sigh of relief, he quickly reached out to help her up. "In the future, if you want to talk, just talk. Why do you have to kneel so often?" Fang Yi was relieved and said happily, "Big brother, you are my man. It's natural for me to kneel to you. It doesn't matter." Song Qingshu treated her as an equal, which made Fang Yi suddenly waver. Originally, she came with a scheme, but now she suddenly felt that even if she couldn't get any power or status, it didn't matter if she was his woman. As a modern person, Song Qingshu was not used to this ancient ritual of kneeling, but after hearing Fang Yi's words, his heart suddenly swelled with comfort, and he no longer forced it. "It seems that I am still a male chauvinist. Since you already believe that I have no other intention, then you can take this IOU." Song Qingshu grabbed her forearm and stuffed the IOU into her hand. "So easily give her 10,000 taels?" Fang Yi said indignantly, thinking that she sacrificed her chastity. Although now she was willing, Suquan could get 10,000 taels just by talking. Fang Yi felt suffocated in her chest. "What, you've become the mistress of the house so quickly, feeling heartache for my money?" Song Qingshu joked. But Fang Yi's expression changed greatly, and she hurriedly explained. Chapter 267, Reverse Plot. Fang Yi's status is low, she doesn't dare to have delusions of becoming Big Brother's wife. In his previous life, this was the most common joke between lovers. Seeing Fang Yi's fearful expression, Song Qingshu instantly felt it was dull. But then he thought, Fang Yi had grown up in the Wang Fu, and the concept of seniority was deeply ingrained. It wasn't her fault. Hugging Fang Yi, he said gently, the relationship between you and me is already so close, I just said it casually, why do you need to guess the meaning behind it? I'm not so complicated. Fang Yi also felt that she was too frightened and said with shame, Song Dage's lecture is correct. Fine, it's a waste of words, Song Qingshu said with a bitter smile, if you can't complete the mission, how will you explain it when you return? I'll just say that Song Dage is a gentleman, the reincarnation of Lu Xiahui, naturally I didn't succeed. Fang Yi had already thought it through. Su Quan's threat was only to use Mu Jianping to complete this seduction plan in the future. But since Fang Yi had already become Song Qingshu's woman, she naturally hoped that Mu Jianping would also become one. After all, Fang Yi was still Mu Jianping's Tongfang maiden name. Whoever Mu Jianping married, she could only marry. The etiquette of the secular world wasn't so easily shaken. If Su Quan didn't know, it was very likely that she would use all kinds of methods to get Mu Jianping to seduce Song Qingshu. Thinking of this, Fang Yi's eyes brightened, and she had an idea in her heart, Song Dage, promise me, in the future in front of Su Quan, you must pretend that nothing happened tonight. Finishing, she shoved the promissory note back. Why? Noticing her suddenly excited expression, Song Qingshu was confused. Oh, don't ask. Anyway, I won't harm you. Fang Yi thought in her heart, I'm sorry, little princess. For the future happiness, I can only use you. But Song Dage is a good man, much better than that Wei Xiaobao. You definitely won't blame me in the future. But you have been in my room for so long, Su Quan won't be so stupid to believe that we are chatting, right? Song Qingshu spread out his hands and said helplessly. Although she suspects it, she has no evidence. As long as we are unified, she can't do anything even if she doesn't believe it. During this time, Fang Yi had suffered a lot from Su Quan. Naturally, she wouldn't let go of the opportunity to set her up. By the way, Song Dage, have you thought of how to detoxify the poison of the leopard embryo tendon-changing pill? Fang Yi suddenly remembered that the two of them were poisoned, and her expression suddenly became gloomy. Isn't there still a year before the poison takes effect? Besides, we are going to Divine Dragon Island soon. There will always be a chance to find the antidote. Song Qingshu originally wanted to say that he had some clues, but he thought that if the poison hand king of medicine failed to concoct the antidote, she would be happy for nothing. It was better to talk about it after it was done. Song Dage's realm of treating life and death is nothing, I really can't reach it. Fang Yi looked at Song Qingshu with admiration. Don't worry, I will definitely find the antidote before the poison takes effect. Song Qingshu was worried that if he didn't pacify her, Fang Yi, because of the antidote, would betray Wei Xiaobao like in the original work. He wasn't as magnanimous as Wei Xiaobao. The two of them just wantonly and affectionate, Song Qingshu naturally didn't want this kind of ending. Song Dage, previously when I thought of Fat Tuchuo and Thin Tuchuo's appearance, I was afraid of the leopard embryo tendon-changing pill. But I don't know why, but now I'm not afraid at all. Because I know that no matter what, Big Brother will be with me. Fang Yi said shyly. What you want to say is, if worst comes to worst, we can be a pair of lovebirds that share the same fate. Song Qingshu laughed heartily. Since Fang Yi had already gotten over it, then there would be one less unknown factor in the future. To be able to live and die together with Song Dage, Fang Yi has no regrets in this life. Now Fang Yi didn't know whether she was acting or revealing her true feelings when she said these words. What? Song Qingshu was unmoved? Seeing Fang Yi walk into the room neatly dressed, Su Quan felt that something was wrong. Hearing her report, it was indeed as she expected. Song Dage said a friend's wife must not be deceived, he is a gentleman who does not become unmoved. Fang Yi's heart was filled with bashfulness. That man was not someone who did not become unmoved. Is it really like this? Su Quan's eyes flashed with a trace of suspicion. If Madam doesn't believe me, Fang Yi can take off my clothes and let Madam check. Fang Yi raised her hand, looking like she was asking her to do as she pleased. Forget it, I don't have that kind of hobby. Su Quan waved her hand in disgust, frowned, and said to herself, is Song Qingshu a man or not? In the middle of the night, he doesn't even want such a beautiful woman who sends herself to his door. How dare you dare to make a joke about Benfuren? Su Quan suddenly pulled a long face. Foreign, don't misunderstand, although Fang Yi had gotten close to Song Qingshu, Su Quan's long-standing prestige was still there, so she quickly explained, what I mean is that with foreign's means, you don't really need to let Song Qingshu take advantage of you to achieve your goal. Shen Longjiao's followers privately said that Su Quan was like the fox spirit in the strange stories, that she knew magic. Fang Yi was dubious about this, so she took the opportunity to test her. This is also a way. Su Quan nodded. In fact, she had thought of doing it herself at first, but she was worried that Song Qingshu's martial arts were too high. If she didn't control the heat well, she wouldn't even be able to resist when he used force, so she hesitated. Fang Yi was shocked, and secretly thought that she had to find a chance to remind Song Qingshu, so that he wouldn't fall into her trap. Are you sure that Song Qingshu has been seduced by you to the point that he can't control himself? Su Quan thought about it and decided to confirm it again. Fang Yi pretended to nod shyly, but in her heart, she was thinking, more than can't control himself, well, I'll let you see Benfuren's power. Su Quan snorted, a trace of confidence appeared on her face, and as soon as she finished speaking, she walked out. Foreign, do you plan to go now? Fang Yi secretly complained. On one hand, she was worried that Su Quan would see the messy battlefield, and on the other hand, she didn't have time to remind Song Qingshu. If he was unprepared and fell into Su Quan's trap, then it would be over. Is there a problem? Su Quan suspiciously stared at her. With your foreshadowing, the rest of the matter is simply a piece of cake for Benfuren. Su Quan was very confident in her skills. For many years, except for some old followers, there wasn't a man who wasn't played by her in the palm of her hand. No problem, I wish Foreign success. Fang Yi quickly replied. Strange, after you came back, there was something wrong. Su Quan frowned. She couldn't think of a reason. Although she had a bad premonition, this was a rare opportunity. Su Quan really didn't want to give up. Watching Su Quan's figure disappear at the door, Fang Yi muttered to herself, Brother Song, I hope you're really a gentleman. Even if you're not, just now, after doing that twice, you should be out of energy by now. While Fang Yi was worrying about her gains and losses, Su Quan had already gently knocked on Song Qingshu's door. Song Qingshu, who was refining his true qi, opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed through his eyes. Why did Fang Yi come back so soon? Lord Song, are you asleep? Suddenly, a sweet female voice came from outside the door. Hearing this, Song Qingshu trembled. Fortunately, his surname wasn't Shiman. He quickly got up and opened the door. Looking at the beautiful woman standing at the door, he couldn't help but wryly smiled. Why did Foreign come to look for Song Mao so late at night? Seeing Song Qingshu open the door so quickly, Su Quan was happy in her heart. Since he chose to open the door, it seems his heart must be somewhat restless. But she didn't know that Song Qingshu, as a modern man, didn't have any barrier between men and women. In ancient times, a woman coming to look for him in the middle of the night was a taboo, but for Song Qingshu, it was normal. Outside? It's cold outside, Lord Song, don't you want to invite me in to sit? Su Quan said as she crossed her arms. Her delicate body shivered without a trace, as if she was a delicate young lady in her boudoir. Could it be that Fang Yi has been exposed? Song Qingshu secretly thought, but looking at her, it doesn't seem like it. What are you saying, madam? Please come in. Song Qingshu stepped aside and welcomed her in. After entering the room, Su Quan seemed to have returned to her own room. Looking here and there, she was completely not as cautious as Fang Yi. Seeing Song Qingshu's puzzled expression, she sweetly smiled, revealing a faintly discernible dimple at the corner of her lips. I came over to see what the stone-hearted Lord Song is doing by himself. He actually has the heart to reject the beautiful Miss Fang. The dimple at the corner of Su Quan's lips was very shallow. Only when she smiled would it reveal a trace, and it was only on the left side. If the two of them weren't so close, it would be very difficult for Song Qingshu to discover it. Suddenly hearing Su Quan's words, Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he reacted. You sent Miss Fang over? I was worried that you wouldn't be able to sleep alone. Seeing that Miss Fang's appearance and figure are both first-rate, I sent her over to serve Lord Song. Who would have thought that you would be so heartless? You don't know how heartbroken Miss Fang was when she returned to her room. Su Quan clicked her tongue and sighed as if she was criticizing a heartless man. Song Qingshu secretly praised Fang Yi's good acting skills, but his expression was still very innocent. Foreign, aren't you harming me? Miss Fang is a married woman. Isn't this better? Lord Song won't take responsibility for the problem of her chastity. Besides, her husband is already dead. Su Quan looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. What a coincidence, comrade. Hearing this, Song Qingshu was secretly happy and instinctively replied, isn't Foreign also a married woman? Su Quan didn't expect to invite trouble for herself. Her cheeks blushed and she smiled tenderly. Lord Song is really courageous. You even dare to take advantage of this Foreign. Since cult leader Hong doesn't want to take advantage of such a white and tender tofu, this one is naturally willing to do my best. Song Qingshu's words had a double meaning. Hearing this, Su Quan's heart swayed, but she wasn't angry. Seeing that Song Qingshu was flirting with her many times, she instead became a little more excited. It turned out that this technique of hers wasn't omnipotent. Before casting the technique, she first needed to seduce the other party's mind and soul, and then take advantage of the moment when the other party's mind revealed a trace of a gap. She would then take advantage of the gap and use the technique to control the other party. Su Quan smiled coquettishly and spun around a few times. She took the opportunity to keep a distance from Song Qingshu. I came here today not only to defend Miss Fang's injustice, but also to ask you something. Foreign, please ask. This one will definitely tell you everything I know. As Song Qingshu smiled, he added it as if in his heart. Su Quan didn't answer immediately. Instead, she casually picked up the teacup on the table and poured a cup of water. She brought it to her mouth and took a small sip. Her rosy lips and the white teacup formed a strong visual impact. Song Qingshu's mouth and tongue were a little parched, his heart was already in turmoil. My goodness, in psychology, this should be called sexual innuendo. Looks like the technique of seduction is indeed a science. Hey, seductress, what other tricks do you have? Do not hesitate to use them. The slight movement of Song Qingshu's throat couldn't escape Su Quan's eyes. She was very satisfied with Song Qingshu's current reaction. She paced around the room in small steps as if there was something difficult to say. Earlier, Lord Song mentioned that cult leader's kung fu needs a preceptor. Halfway through her sentence, Su Quan blushed and was unwilling to speak anymore. It's just a few words, is there a need to lean on my bed shyly? And the topic is so suggestive. Song Qingshu couldn't help but criticize. If he didn't know how powerful Su Quan was in the original work, he was afraid that he would have been deceived by her Oscar-winning performance. This kind of thing, as the person involved, madam, you should be the clearest about it. Song Qingshu didn't directly answer. Instead, he smiled at her maliciously. I've already given you such an obvious hint. Why don't you take the initiative? Su Quan was secretly angry. She saw that Song Qingshu was not like other men and seemed to be so easy to deal with. Fine, if I don't tame you into a loyal dog under my skirt, I, Su Quan, will change my surname to yours. Su Quan's fighting spirit was ignited. What she needed was the moment when Song Qingshu's mind was lost, so she continued to tease Song Qingshu. I'm a girl, how can I say this kind of thing? I just want to ask if Lord Song has any solution? Cult leader's wife, I have a poem here. It should be helpful for your situation, Song Qingshu answered. Oh? I didn't know that Lord Song is not only skilled in martial arts, but also knows how to recite poems. You are indeed skilled in both the pen and the sword. A trace of surprise appeared in Su Quan's beautiful eyes. It should be known that there weren't many people in Jianghu who understood poetry, not to mention a high-level skill like reciting poems. What's so difficult about reciting poems? What I'm best at is making the quilt wet. Song Qingshu told a cold joke from his previous life. Seeing Su Quan's confused expression, he couldn't help but feel a little bored. He continued to say, Madam, listen carefully. This lady has an acre of land that has been left uncultivated for 18 years. If we don't have enough to eat at home, we can go to other families to freeload. Su Quan's face suddenly became very interesting. One moment it was red, the next moment it was green, but it wasn't good for her to flare up. She could only smile awkwardly. I really overestimated Lord Song. Lord Song's masterpiece doesn't rhyme at all. It's hard to say that it's a limerick. Who knew that Song Qingshu didn't care at all? He shook his head and said with a smile, rhyme is just a small trick of the literati. Madam, what do you think of this poem again? After saying that, he didn't wait for Su Quan to respond. He continued, the sun rises and shines brilliantly. Thousands of mountains and rivers are like fire. In an instant, the sun rises to the sky, chasing away the stars and chasing away the moon. Su Quan originally wanted to take the opportunity to praise him, but after being teased by him just now, she really couldn't take it anymore. She thought that this poem was written by Song Qingshu, so she directly expressed her feelings. Her tone was rather sarcastic. The words are vulgar, and it doesn't rhyme at all. It can't be considered a good poem. Song Qingshu looked at Su Quan with a strange expression. He had an expression that said, I knew you would say that. This poem was written by the Northern Song dynasty's founding emperor, Zhao Kuangyin. From a poetic point of view, it's indeed not very good. But what I value more is the atmosphere revealed between the lines. So rhyme and flowery words are just small tricks. The meaning expressed by the poem itself is what's more precious. Su Quan was secretly shocked. Song Qingshu actually compared himself to the emperor. It seemed that he was destined to be someone extraordinary. Song Qingshu didn't know that his casual words would make the superstitious ancient people think so much. Seeing Su Quan's blank expression, he opened his mouth and said with a smile, now, what do you think of my poem just now, madam? I think it's vivid and appropriate. Su Quan suppressed her anger and leaned towards Song Qingshu. She smiled tenderly and said, why? Lord Song is considerate of me. Are you planning to let me freeload some food? A strange light flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes, and then he became somewhat dazed. Beautiful. Madam is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. Su Quan was very satisfied with his answer. She continued to stare into his eyes and said with a smile, is that so? I heard that Song Qingshu's wife, Zhou Zhirua, is also a world-famous beauty. Am I more beautiful than her? As Song Qingshu's reputation grew, many people in the world had specially investigated his past. It was not strange to know that he had a relationship with Zhou Zhirua. A trace of pain appeared on Song Qingshu's face. She is indeed beautiful, but I don't like her. On the other hand, Madam's beauty is not inferior to hers. In terms of charm, she is far inferior. Your little mouth is really sweet. You are still so good at talking even after being drugged by me. Su Quan was successful. She knew that Song Qingshu was completely under her control and immediately relaxed. Then do you like me? Su Quan's tone was very strange. It was a few ordinary words, but when they came out of her mouth, they were especially soft. I like you. Of course I like you. Song Qingshu hurriedly replied as if he was worried that hesitating would cause the beauty to be unhappy. How much do you like me? Looking at the somewhat wooden man in front of her, Su Quan enjoyed the feeling of being in control of the situation. She was mischievous and began to tease him. How much do I like you? Obviously, this question was a bit too complicated for the current Song Qingshu. He thought for a moment and hesitated. I like you very much. Seeing Song Qingshu, who was usually smart and calm, become this silly boy in front of her, Su Quan felt a trace of satisfaction from revenge. She said in a rather spoiled tone, then, will you give your money to me to use? Of course. My money is your money. Song Qingshu replied matter-of-factly. Su Quan was so happy that her eyes narrowed. But I borrowed 10,000 taels of silver from you during the day. Song Qingshu scratched his head and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he came to a realization and handed it to Su Quan. I don't know why I asked you for the promissory note at that time. Now that I think about it, it's simply unforgivable. I hope you can forgive me. Su Quan glanced at it. Sure enough, it was something that she had personally signed. She carefully put it into her bosom and said with a sweet smile, you gave me such an important thing. I'm very happy now. Do you have any wishes? Tell me. Maybe I'll be happy and help you fulfill your dreams. Song Qingshu's eyes brightened, but they quickly dimmed again. But I don't dare to say it. Why wouldn't I dare? Tell me. As long as I can do it, I will help you. Although she hadn't interacted much with Song Qingshu, Su Quan already knew that he was a very shrewd person. Therefore, she was very curious as to what kind of shocking secret would a person like Song Qingshu reveal when he was in a state of confusion. Really? Song Qingshu opened his mouth, but when he glanced at Su Quan, he swallowed his words back. Of course it's true. Su Quan looked at Song Qingshu with a sweet smile, showing him an encouraging look. But when she heard Song Qingshu's reply. After hearing Song Qingshu's reply, she could no longer smile. I want to F***CKU. Song Qingshu's eyes were suddenly filled with desire. Su Quan jumped in fright. She knew that the person who was bewitched by her said what he really thought. Hearing such vulgar words, Su Quan was angry, but at the same time, her body also produced an inexplicable feeling. For many years, because Hung Antong was cultivating internal energy, he couldn't get close to women, so he always felt guilty towards her. Therefore, he treated her like a treasure, holding her in his hands, afraid that she would break, holding her in his mouth, afraid that she would melt. He never said a harsh word, not to mention this kind of vulgar slang. The rest of the people in the Divine Dragon sect were even more afraid of her. How would they dare to say such words? Seeing the inexplicable look in Song Qingshu's eyes, Su Quan quickly calmed down. Her main role was to guide the others' thoughts and actions, but she couldn't completely control the other. If Song Qingshu really suddenly did something to her, with the difference in their martial strength, Su Quan was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist, so she hurriedly replied, Good little brother, why do you have such thoughts? But big sister also likes you very much, and is willing to let little brother, F***CK. After saying that, Su Quan's face turned red. Even she herself didn't know if it was fake or because she was embarrassed. Really? Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise, and quickly opened his arms to embrace Su Quan, opening his mouth to the side of her neck. Su Quan dodged while trying her best to urge, but big sister has something important to do now, I can't give it to you. What is more important than me? Song Qingshu mumbled discontentedly. Su Quan had never been so close to a man. Being tightly held in Song Qingshu's arms, Su Quan's voice also trembled a little. Big sister's house has a lot of bad people, not only want to seize big sister's family property, but also want to take big sister back. F***CK. Su Quan felt that she was a little crazy. Originally she was going to say take back to be his wife. Why did she suddenly change it at the last minute? Preposterous. This is simply preposterous. Song Qingshu seemed to be greatly provoked, and said loudly, Who is so bold? Big sister, tell me, I'll go kill them all. Su Quan was delighted. With a super master like Song Qingshu as a fighter, things would be much easier later. Big sister is going home soon, will you protect big sister? Of course, I will definitely not let other people hurt big sister. Song Qingshu nodded affirmatively. Su Quan took the opportunity to break away from his arms, looked at his disappointed expression, and couldn't help but feel pain in her heart. Big sister promises you, after you help big sister drive away the bad people, big sister can let you. What? Song Qingshu asked stupidly. Annoying. If Su Quan didn't know that his brain was not very bright now, she would definitely think that he was deliberately playing with her, just like what you said just now. Oh, Song Qingshu suddenly understood, let me F***CK, don't say it. Su Quan glared at him angrily, also, when we go home, you have to listen to all my orders. Why? Song Qingshu muttered discontentedly, those bad people want to take advantage of big sister, they all deserve to die. Not all the guests are bad, some people can show benefits, divide and rope them in. Seeing Song Qingshu's blank expression, Su Quan didn't know why, but she felt a burst of annoyance in her heart, and muttered to herself, you are usually so smart, you definitely understand what I mean. Although I don't really understand, in the future, whatever big sister wants me to do, I will do it. Song Qingshu scratched his head, and his smile was particularly simple. Su Quan sighed, how good it would be if people who were hit by her could retain their usual wisdom, and at the same time listen to her. But she knew that this was just a thought. If Song Qingshu returned to his usual shrewdness, she dared not be at ease. Little brother is still the best to me. Su Quan couldn't help but pinch Song Qingshu's cheeks, feeling that his skin was smoother than the average girl's. It was simply unreasonable. Good big sister, I want to kiss you. Smelling the fragrance on Su Quan's body, Song Qingshu was clearly somewhat restless. I have to help him get rid of the fire first, otherwise, it will be too dangerous for him to pester me all day long. Su Quan's qigong was called soaring swallow soaring. Although it couldn't compare to the famous Jianghu's wave-like subtle steps, lightning changes, and so on, it still had its own unique dodging skills. Song Qingshu's mind wasn't too clear at the moment, and he couldn't use his full strength, so when Su Quan was on guard, it was easy for her to dodge. Little brother, be good, big sister will find a beauty to be your wife first. Su Quan didn't think that Song Qingshu looked like a gentleman on the surface, but in the end, he fell into her trap. Without reason and moral restraint, he actually became so eager for sex. It seemed that he was a pervert in his bones. But soon, Su Quan was worried about personal gains and losses again. Song Qingshu's current martial arts had been greatly reduced. When the time came, would he be able to deal with the situation of tigers and wolves surrounding the divine Dragon Island? When Fang Yi saw Su Quan leading Song Qingshu in, her eyes went straight. Before she had time to speak, Su Quan spoke first. She pointed at Fang Yi and asked Song Qingshu, "Good little brother, do you think this big sister is beautiful?" Song Qingshu looked at Fang Yi confidently. His eyes were so strange to Fang Yi. Just as she was about to be scared, she heard Song Qingshu say, "Just so, I can't compare to big sister." Looking at Fang Yi's ashen face, Su Quan was obviously very satisfied with this answer. She smiled and said, "Good little brother, just make do with it tonight. In the future, after the matter is finished, big sister will accompany you again." Fang Yi was confused. Su Quan had already come in front of her. She pouted at Song Qingshu and said, "Later, you will serve him for me. Don't worry, he won't refuse you now." Fang Yi's face was pale. Su Quan thought that she was going to refuse, so she took the opportunity to threaten in a low voice, "I can tie you up and give you some aphrodisiac. I hope you won't challenge my patience." Seeing Fang Yi silently nod, she said loudly, "My little brother will be my honored guest in the future. Naturally, I should treat him with the etiquette of an honored guest. Fang Yi, you will be his maidservant in the future and take good care of his daily life. You can't refuse any of his requests. I said anything, do you understand?" Looking at Su Quan's sharp eyes, Fang Yi nodded helplessly. She also wanted to see what medicine Song Qingshu was selling in his gourd. After leading Song Qingshu back to the room, before Fang Yi could speak, he spoke first, "Take off your clothes." "What?" Fang Yi was angry. She came to Song Qingshu's side and asked in a low voice, "Brother Song, what's going on? Didn't my sister just ask you to listen to me? Why don't you listen to my first sentence?" Song Qingshu looked a little angry. He stood up and walked out. "I'm going to find my sister." "Hey!" Fang Yi hurriedly pulled him back. Looking at Song Qingshu, who had a different temperament, she was secretly shocked. Could it be that he was under the influence of Madame Cult Leader? Fang Yi had only heard that Su Quan knew this evil skill, but she didn't expect that it really existed. "I'll take it off." Fang Yi pouted and sulked. She thought that he had seen what he wanted to see, so there was no harm in taking it off again. Halfway through, she was hugged by Song Qingshu. She originally wanted to ask something, but Song Qingshu's wanton and hot kiss quickly blocked Fang Yi's lips, making her body heat up quickly. It was her first time tasting the forbidden fruit, so her body was a little uncomfortable. But after tasting the forbidden fruit, Fang Yi also enjoyed that feeling very much, so she didn't refuse his roughness. Outside the window, Su Quan had been carefully listening to the sounds in the room. She felt that something was wrong just now and suspected that Song Qingshu was pretending to be crazy. She wanted to test him, but when she saw that he pushed Fang Yi down without hesitation, she finally felt relieved. She wanted to leave, but the wonderful sound inside seemed to have a strange magic. It made Su Quan's legs seem to be nailed to the ground. She stayed where she was and listened curiously. The next morning, Su Quan, who was eating breakfast in the lobby, saw Fang Yi being pulled over by Song Qingshu with a flushed face. Her expression suddenly became extremely strange. "Every minute is worth 1,000 gold. Why don't the two of you rest a little longer? Fang Yi wanted to find a hole to hide in, but Song Qingshu didn't care and picked up the steamed bun on the table to eat. Su Quan looked at him with a smile. Good brother, did Miss Fang satisfy you last night? Song Qingshu seemed to be stumped. He hurriedly drank a bowl of water and said vaguely, everything else was fine, but there was a little regret. This time, not only Su Quan, but even Fang Yi also curiously raised her head and asked in unison, what regret? She's not a virgin anymore. Song Qingshu casually dropped a heavy bomb. Fang Yi was so angry that she wanted to vomit blood. Wasn't her virginity broken by this heartless man? She didn't expect him to turn against her so quickly. Fang Yi also couldn't help but smile. Miss Fang has long been someone's wife. Naturally, she's not a virgin anymore. Then will her husband come and beat me? Song Qingshu raised his head and asked foolishly. Su Quan glanced at Fang Yi and stretched out a slender jade finger in front of Song Qingshu. First, her husband can't beat you. Second, her husband is already dead, so you don't have to worry. Fang Yi was secretly shocked when she heard this. She carefully looked at Song Qingshu. Last night, Fang Yi was too tired in the room. After they finished, she fell asleep, so she didn't have the time to ask him what was going on. But now, she could basically confirm that he had indeed lost his mind. If that's the case, then sister, do you have a husband? Song Qingshu's next question made Su Quan's smile stiffen on her face. She thought for a while and didn't intend to tell him. You will naturally know this in the future. Oh, Song Qingshu was obviously just asking casually and had no intention of pursuing the matter. For the rest of the journey, the two women each had their own ulterior motives. One kept weaving all kinds of wonderful lies for Song Qingshu, and the other secretly tried to wake him up. As a result, after Song Qingshu turned around and told on her, Fang Yi no longer dared to tell the truth to Song Qingshu. Every day, she could only stare at his back and contemplate. My good brother, after we go to the island this time, you should treat yourself as a special envoy sent by the Qing Emperor. I will teach you what to say when the time comes. Su Quan tugged at Song Qingshu's sleeve and instructed. She then raised her head to look at Fang Yi. And you, change into a man's attire and pretend to be Lord Song's servant. Special envoy? This name sounds familiar. A trace of doubt flashed across Song Qingshu's face. Fang Yi was immediately overjoyed. She took the opportunity to say, Brother Song, you are the deputy chief of the imperial bodyguards of the Manchurian Qing. You are the most powerful expert under the Tatar Emperor. Do I need you to talk too much? Fang Yi still wanted to say more, but Su Quan casually slapped her in the face. Yes. Fang Yi's heart was filled with hatred, but she couldn't beat him and was poisoned. She had no choice but to swallow her anger. It sounds quite interesting. Is the special envoy the imperial envoy? A minister? Song Qingshu asked doubtfully. Su Quan thought for a while and nodded. More or less. It's just that the imperial envoy is sent with great fanfare by the court. The special envoy acts in secret. Song Qingshu asked, then what should I say when the time comes? Su Quan thought for a while and felt that it was too complicated. The current Song Qingshu might not remember it. She could only say, let Fang Yi help you with the specifics. What you need to do is to remain calm and provide force to intimidate when necessary. After saying that, Su Quan pulled Fang Yi aside and explained in detail. In the Battle of Xinjing, the Shenlong Jiao troops led by Su Quan were completely annihilated. They lost almost half of the elite experts of the Shenlong Jiao. In recent years, because she wantonly purged the elders of the Shenlong Jiao, it had already aroused widespread dissatisfaction. Usually, they could rely on Hong Antong and her prestige to suppress them. But this time, the losses were too heavy. Su Quan was worried that some people in the Jiao would take this opportunity to rise in revolt. Not long ago, her confidant on the island sent news that Hong Li had already sent 3 of his 5 great generals, Li Shiyao, Zhao Hui, and Hai Lancha, to lead 3 armies to the Shenlong Island. They threatened that as long as the Shenlong Jiao handed over the murderer Su Quan, they would immediately retreat. As a result, Su Quan did not dare to directly return to the Shenlong Island. Although she knew that Hong Antong doted on her, compared to his power, she might be sacrificed without hesitation. Originally, Su Quan planned to leave, but thinking that she would have to face the pursuit of both Hong Li and the Shenlong Jiao in the future, she shuddered. In addition, she was reluctant to give up the foundation she had laid in the Shenlong Jiao for many years. Finally, Su Quan decided to return to the Shenlong Island. But she was not stupid enough to go back without any preparation. Su Quan, who had always been smart, quickly thought of using external forces to protect her safety. Her influence was more in the Shenlong Jiao. At this critical moment, she could not rely on them. In Su Quan's mind, there were only two candidates. One was her father, Su Yin. With his martial arts and wisdom, it was not difficult for him to help her seize the Shenlong Jiao. But Su Quan had hated her biological father since she was a child. Even in this almost desperate situation, she was not willing to ask him. Soon, the other candidate floated into her mind. Su Quan did not know why she subconsciously thought of Song Qingshu. Perhaps it was because his martial arts was enough to make people feel at ease. Or perhaps it was because they had entered deep into the tiger's den. At the same time, when she was completely annihilated, Song Qingshu was able to retreat safely. After arriving in the capital, Su Quan heard that the Tong family was dealing with Wei Xiaobao's widow, and that Song Qingshu was protecting them. Su Quan suddenly had a bright idea. She seized the opportunity to rescue Feng Yi from the Shun Tianfu's prison. In fact, although Su Quan's martial arts could be considered good, it was far from the level of being able to rescue people from the capital's prison. But she had another unique skill, which was the art of manipulation. It was not difficult for her to control a few prison guards. After rescuing Feng Yi, Su Quan threatened and lured her to poison Song Qingshu. After a series of means, she finally achieved her goal. Of course, Su Quan did not tell Feng Yi the ins and outs of all this. She only secretly taught her some things to pay attention to. The three of them arrived at a small seaside town. There was a secret stronghold of the Divine Dragon cult. The cult had long received the news that Su Quan was about to return to the island. Therefore, they sent one of the 5 dragon envoys, the Yellow Dragon envoy, Yin Jin, to welcome her. In the Divine Dragon cult, other than the cult leader and his wife, the 5 dragon envoys had the most distinguished status. Their martial arts and scheming were considered outstanding in the cult. Previously, Ambassador White Dragon Zhong Jiling was executed by Su Quan on some pretext. Coincidentally, the position of Ambassador White Dragon fell into Wei Xiaobao's hands. But now that Wei Xiaobao had died suddenly, the position of Ambassador White Dragon became vacant. Su Quan glanced at Song Qingshu. In the end, she still shook her head. A mere White Dragon envoy, he probably did not care about him. If only Song Qingshu had always been as obedient as he was now. With his help, coupled with her many years of painstaking efforts, it was not impossible for her to completely control the Divine Dragon cult. Why would she need to rely on other people's whims? However, Su Quan also knew that this was not realistic. Right now, in order to control Song Qingshu, she already had to use her internal energy every day. Coupled with a certain amount of medicine, she was barely able to do it. Su Quan made up her mind that after the storm subsided, she must seize the opportunity to get rid of Song Qingshu. Otherwise, when he wakes up, she would not be able to bear the other party's revenge. Subordinate Yellow Dragon envoy Yin Jin respectfully greets Madam. Hong Jiaozhu will enjoy immortal good fortune forever, his longevity the same as the heavens. After Yin Jin respectfully saluted, his pair of shifty eyes rolled around, quietly sizing up Su Quan's alluring delicate body. If it was an ordinary person, they would think that Su Quan was still favored by Hong Jiaozhu, that Hong Jiaozhu even sent a dignified 5-dragon envoy to personally welcome her back to the island. But the exceptionally intelligent Su Quan immediately sensed something unusual. Among the 5-dragon envoys, Yin Jin could be said to have the least ability. He was only a bootlicker. It was because he had always been standing on the side of the cult leader and Madam that he was able to sit firmly on the cult leader's throne. As the trusted aide of the two, although Yin Jin had always been lecherous and shameless, he had never dared to look at the beautiful Su Quan. But today, he actually dared to use his gaze to disrespect her. Su Quan very quickly realized that perhaps there was a change on the island. Only then did Yin Jin, who was as timid as a mouse, grow bolder. Yin Jin, right? On the side, Song Qingshu noticed the other party's vulgar gaze and immediately muttered, What kind of lousy name is this? The pronunciation is the same as a reproductive organ. As expected of the Yellow Dragon envoy, Song Qingshu deliberately emphasized on the word Huang. How could a person like Yin Jin not hear the insult in it? He immediately flew into a rage. That disgraceful little gigolo, who do you think you are? If it weren't for Madam's face, I would tear your stinky mouth apart. Su Quan frowned. When did Yin Jin dare to shout in front of her like this? It seemed that the situation on the island was indeed not optimistic. She then said lightly, he is indeed not a thing. He just happens to be the #1 expert of the Manchurian Qing. Song Qingshu? Cold sweat immediately dripped down Yin Jin's face. Although Hong Antong had returned to seclusion and kept quiet about his injury, the rumors in Jianghu still spread. Everyone basically knew that the cult leader with invincible martial arts was defeated by a young man. And in recent years, the other party could be said to have a brilliant record. Since the death of Dongfang Bubi, Song Qingshu had been recognized as the #1 expert of the martial arts world under the rule of the Manchurian Qing. Wouldn't such a person be able to crush him like an ant? Yin Jin was best at changing the direction of the wind. He hurriedly smiled apologetically in front of Song Qingshu and said, I didn't know that Master Song had come in person. I have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. I hope you will forgive me. Song Qingshu's eyebrows moved, and his expression was a little strange. It seemed that he enjoyed this kind of flattery very much. However, he did not expect that the other party's flattery would be endless. From the Battle of Mount Tai to the challenge of the Red Flower Festival, Song Qingshu was a little tired of listening. He disdainfully waved his hand to stop him. Yin Jin returned to Su Quan with a little embarrassment. He looked at her nervously and asked in a low voice, Madam, why is he with you? Why not? Su Quan sneered softly. Master Song is my friend. This time, he followed me to the Divine Dragon Island to discuss the alliance with the cult leader. A group of people boarded the ship of the Divine Dragon cult. Su Quan was arranged to stay in the most luxurious cabin. She quickly called Song Qingshu and Feng Yi to her side. Seeing that she was alone and only had 2 people who could barely be considered as helpers, she could not help but be worried and did not know what to say for a moment. Madam, Yellow Dragon envoy Yin Jin asks for an audience. There was a knock on the door, and the tone was more respectful than before. Come in. Su Quan said lightly. She leaned sideways on the table and did not look at Yin Jin who came in. She only gently blew the tea in the cup. Yin Jin thought that Su Quan would nervously ask about the situation on the island, but she did not say anything until she returned to the room. As a result, it was Yin Jin who could not sit still. Thinking of Song Qingshu beside Su Quan, he understood that things had changed. He felt that it was necessary to do something good. If Su Quan could safely get through this crisis, he would definitely benefit in the future. However, when he entered the room and saw that Su Quan was as arrogant as usual, Yin Jin could not help but feel a trace of anger in his heart. This stinking whore, why is she so magical? When the time comes, if the cult leader nods, who knows how many men will ride on you, how many men will press you? Of course, Yin Jin, who had always been a fence-sitter, did not dare to show all this on his face. Instead, he said earnestly, Madam is really relaxed, but does Madam know that you are about to face a disaster? Oh? Su Quan slowly put the teacup back on the table. Tell me. It was not that Su Quan was putting on an act, but Su Quan understood that she was just playing the empty fort strategy at the moment. She was very clear about the virtues of these people in the Divine Dragon cult. The reality was cruel. If they saw her weakness, then they would swallow her up in an instant. The weak were prey to the strong. This was the law of their world. Seeing that Su Quan did not care, Yin Jin, who was still hesitant, finally made up his mind. He ran to the door and confirmed that there was no one around. Then he came back and whispered, Madam, do you know that subordinate is here to catch you? Su Quan felt a chill in her heart. Could it be that the situation on the Divine Dragon Island was so bad? But she still remained calm and sneered, just you? Yin Jin hurriedly smiled apologetically, this subordinate has always been loyal and devoted to Foreign. How would I dare to disrespect Foreign? But in his heart, he was cursing incessantly. It turned out that Yin Jin had brought many experts from the cult with him this time, so it was not difficult to catch Su Quan. but when he saw Song Qingshu, he could not help but hesitate. In the past 2 years, Song Qingshu's reputation had risen, and he wasn't an ordinary rising star. Instead, he was an existence that had suppressed many top-notch experts. Even if Yin Jin didn't have a direct understanding of the martial arts of Taoist priest Su and Lim Chan, as one of the 5 dragon envoys, he knew that last time Hong Antong was injured in the hands of Song Qingshu. Therefore, Yin Jin understood that if he really wanted to take action, his subordinates might not have the ability to capture Su Quan. However, if they didn't complete the task, they would still be punished when they returned to the Divine Dragon Island. Thinking of those harsh punishments in the cult, Yin Jin couldn't help but shiver. Finally, after thinking it over, he decided to gamble. After all, Hong Antong loved this charming lady very much, so he might not really hand her over to Xinjing sect. Seeing Yin Jin standing there, his face was cloudy and uncertain. He didn't continue to speak. Su Quan was secretly annoyed and had no choice but to open her mouth and ask, "What is going on?" Yin Jin suddenly woke up and quickly explained, "Last time Madame went to Xinjing, she killed Fu Kangon." Hong Li was very angry. "He sent several armies to destroy our divine dragon Jiao." Su Quan coldly snorted, "No matter how brave and good at fighting those 8 banners cavalry under Hong Li are, when they go into the water, they will turn from dragons to prawns. Our divine dragon Jiao has always been good at fighting in the water, so why should we be afraid of him?" "That may be the case," Yin Jin said with an embarrassed smile, "but this time, Hong Li is not as small as before. It's clear that he doesn't care about the loss. Although our divine dragon Jiao is good at fighting in the water, our manpower is far less than Hong Li's army. Nowadays, the world is in chaos. I don't believe that Hong Li is willing to waste his elite troops on my divine dragon island." Su Quan's heart was angry. This Hong Antong usually looked awe-inspiring, but in an emergency, he couldn't even see through this. It seemed like he was just a hot-blooded and brave person. But there is news that Shandong's Golden Snake Camp will also respond to Hong Li and send the navy to participate in the war. Yin Jin carefully looked at Su Quan. Su Quan's heart thumped. In the past, Yuan Qingji's Golden Snake Camp was based overseas. They were very good at fighting in the water. Because of the conflict of interests, Divine Dragon Jiao's Golden Snake Camp often fought with them. Finally, they reached a compromise. With the Yellow Sea as the boundary, the south belonged to Golden Snake Camp and the north belonged to Divine Dragon Jiao. In recent years, although the focus of Golden Snake Camp had shifted to Shandong and the navy was somewhat neglected, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. If Golden Snake Camp really sent troops, then Divine Dragon Jiao's advantage over Xinjing would be completely gone. Where did this news come from? Su Quan asked in a sinking voice. This news should be accurate. According to the spy's report, the high-level figures of Golden Snake Camp have already come to Bao Wangfu to discuss the dispatch of troops. Hearing Yin Jin's words, the nearby Song Qingshu's eyes lit up, but they soon dimmed again. Even so, when soldiers come, we will deal with the enemy. When the water comes, we will use the earth to block it. The sect should plan how to meet the enemy, so why did they send you to catch this lady? Su Quan slightly raised her eyebrows and stared at Yin Jin as she asked. Yin Jin quickly looked away. In the sect, it was widely said that Su Quan was good at this. He didn't want to confusedly become her puppet at this delicate moment. Looking at Su Quan's pair of beautiful feet on the ground, his eyes flashed with greed. Reporting to Madam, the main thing is that Xinjing sent a message, if what? Su Quan actually already knew the truth, but she didn't want to expose herself as a spy in the sect. Madam, please don't be angry if this subordinate says it. Yin Jin clenched his teeth and quickly said, Xinjing said that as long as Divine Dragon Jiao offers Madam, the culprit, they will withdraw their troops. You all believe this? Su Quan sneered. Of course this subordinate doesn't believe it, Yin Jin quickly expressed his loyalty. But many brothers in the sect believe it. They think that the disaster was caused by Madam. If Madam is sacrificed, thousands of brothers' blood can be avoided in vain. That's quite worthwhile. Yin Jin's words were not entirely true, because he was actually one of these people. Then what did the leader say? Su Quan scoffed. The leader hasn't expressed his position, but recently the brothers in the sect are very emotional. Even the leader can't suppress it, so he sent people to capture Madame. Seeing Su Quan's face turn cold, Jin quickly explained, but the leader has always remembered Madame's kindness, so he sent this subordinate here. If it were the other 5 dragon envoys, I'm afraid he wouldn't be so polite. Jin carefully put in a good word for Hong Antong. He didn't want any rumors to reach Hong Antong's ears. After all, the two of them were husband and wife. If in the future they reconciled, and Su Quan turned around and sold him, that would be a tragedy. Su Quan knew that what Jin said was the truth. Among the 5 dragon envoys of Divine Dragon cult, only Jin had always been close to Hong Antong and herself. The other 4 envoys had long been dissatisfied with the cult leader and her wantonly promoting new people these past few years. This time, taking advantage of the pressure of Xianxia's army, of course, the several of them were eager to get rid of her. However, Su Quan was not grateful to Hong Antong at all. She knew her nominal husband too well. Sending Jin here was just to give him a better face. If he really didn't have the thought of sacrificing her, when the people on the island were discussing this matter, Hong Antong should have used thunderous means to suppress it, and it would not have formed the current situation. At this moment, Su Quan's confidence was shaken. The reason why she returned to Divine Dragon Island was that she still had a glimmer of hope for Hong Antong. After all, they had been husband and wife for so many years, his love for her was not fake. But now that she knew that even Hong Antong might decide to sacrifice her, Su Quan suddenly became physically and mentally exhausted. This lady will not make things difficult for Yellow Dragon Envoy. I will go with you to Divine Dragon Island and listen to the leader's punishment. Yellow Dragon Envoy's kindness today, Su Quan will remember it in her heart. One day, I will definitely repay it. I need some time to calm down, you can go now. Su Quan waved her hand, indicating Jin to go out first. This subordinate has always been loyal and devoted to Jiaozhu and Madame. I hope that Jiaozhu and Madame will enjoy immortal blessings together and live as long as the heavens. I don't dare to ask for repayment, I don't dare. Although Jin's mouth said he didn't dare, the uncontrollable joy on his face deeply betrayed him. This bootlicker is really the same as Wei Xiaobao, he even learned his words. When Jin disappeared outside the door, Su Quan spat in disgust. Turned out that before Wei Xiaobao came to Shenlong Jiao, every time the Shenlong Jiao people would shout that Hong Jiaozhu would enjoy immortal blessings forever and live as long as the heavens. In the end, Wei Xiaobao added the 3 words and Madame, which made Hong Antong and Su Quan very happy. Unexpectedly, he was conferred the title White Dragon Envoy. Su Quan stood up and pushed the window open to look at the surging waves of the sea outside. Her mood was very complicated. It was not that she did not think of running away, but right now the sea was boundless. Even if she wanted to give up, it was already too late. Turning her head around, she looked at the bored Song Qingshu sitting on the side. Her voice was filled with weakness. Good Didi, this time will you help Jiejia? No problem, as long as I am here, I guarantee Jiejia will be safe and sound. Song Qingshu replied foolishly, and then he laughed mischievously. I am still waiting for the day, don't say it. Su Quan angrily glared at him, but her body softened. She thought that if she could safely get through this crisis, what harm was there in taking advantage of him this time? In any case, all the men in the world were unreliable, it was just taking what they needed, that's all. There will come a day when she will dominate other men's fate, and not let other men decide her own fate. Suddenly she noticed Fang Yi's eyes were rolling around. With a cold laugh Su Quan said, Fang Yi, you don't need to have any crooked ideas. Although right now I can't even protect myself, you and I are actually grasshoppers tied to the same string. No matter what you think in your heart, in the eyes of other people in Shenlong Jiao, you are Ben Foran's direct descendant. Once I lose my power, your end will not be any better. Don't tell me you still hope that they will give you the leopard embryo tendon altering pill antidote? Subordinate does not dare. Fang Yi's heart trembled, she quickly said. It's best if you don't dare. Su Quan snorted, as long as you do your best for Ben Foran, after this time, I will give the leopard embryo tendon altering pill antidote to you and Mu Jianping. The group arrived at the Divine Dragon Island. When the followers saw Su Quan, they quickly saluted. When they were about to send someone to report to Hong Antong, Su Quan raised her hand and said, no need, I'll go see him myself. Although the anti-so trend was prevalent on the island, Su Quan's prestige was still there. These subordinates subconsciously didn't dare to disobey her order and watched as she walked to the main hall. Along the way, Fang Yi quietly asked around but didn't see Mu Jianping. Unknowingly, the group arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Seeing Su Quan stop, Fang Yi suspiciously looked into the room. She saw Hong Antong high up in the hall. On one side were the blue, black, and red dragon envoys. On the other side was a person dressed like a Taoist, holding a horsetail whisk in his hand. He looked quite arrogant. Following them were two llamas. Their eyes shone with golden light. One could tell at a glance that they were masters. Unfortunately, one of them had already lost an arm, and the other one had a scimitar on his back. His eyes were quite ruthless and evil. Fang Yi took a glance at them and quickly looked away. Below them was a man and a woman. The man was young and handsome while the woman was young and lively. She had a trace of nobility about her. They looked like the sons and daughters of rich families. Fang Yi didn't know why they appeared in this land of tigers and wolves. The people in the main hall were arguing until their faces were red. When they saw Su Quan's group, they all stopped talking and looked at them. The main hall fell into a strange silence. I had been away from the island for several days. I didn't expect so many guests to come to the sect. Su Quan glanced around and quickly recognized everyone. That Taoist was the #1 expert under Prince Bao Hongli, True Jade. As for the two llamas, one was Xianxia, and the other was Blood Knife Ancestor. They were both first-rate experts under Prince Ali Buj of Mongolia. Hong Antong had also surrendered to Ali Buj in name, so Su Quan had met the two of them once in the past. Su Quan recognized that young man and woman. They were her father Su Yin's subordinates, the most outstanding experts of the Hidden Intelligence Bureau. They were also the Yalu imperial family's most outstanding young experts, Yalu Qi and Yalu Nanxian. After the initial shock, Hong Antong had already returned to normal. He quickly laughed and said, "Madam has come back at the right time. Heroes, this is my wife. Madam, these are the world-famous masters. This is True Jade." Before Hong Antong could finish his introduction, a cold voice rang out in the hall, "Are you my sister's husband?" Hong Antong was stupefied. Only then did he notice Song Qingshu beside Su Quan. His expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly laughed dryly. "So it's Lord Song. What wind blew today to blow your excellency over as well?" He was both surprised and delighted. He was surprised that he did not receive any news in advance, so he was not prepared at all. He was delighted that Song Qingshu had walked right into his trap. The Divine Dragon Island was his territory. This time, he could seize the opportunity to get rid of this big trouble. Who would have thought that Song Qingshu would not pay attention to him? Instead, he muttered to himself, "Other than me, there is no one who can be Jiejia's man." As soon as his voice fell, he pounced toward Hong Antong like an arrow leaving the bow. Among the people present, the 5 dragon envoys could be considered as first-class masters in the Divine Dragon cult, but in the entire Jianghu, they were only second- or third-rate masters. Their realm was too far away from Song Qingshu's group, so they were completely unable to react. However, even if they reacted, they did not intend to stop Hong Antong. On the contrary, they were happy to see Hong Antong fight to the death with the strong enemy. Although the people on the other side had higher martial art skill, each had their own motive. Seeing Song Qingshu attacked Hong Antong without saying a word, they were even more eager to see the two of them injure each other, hence, they did not make a move to stop him. Seeing this, Su Quan was anxious. She was about to speak up to stop him, but suddenly her heart was moved. If Song Qingshu killed Hong Antong this time, it would be more advantageous to her. Thereupon, she pretended to be shocked and was speechless. Hong Antong's voice had just fallen when he discovered that the opponent's biting cold palm wind had already arrived in front of him. He could not help but hold his breath, and promptly raised his palm to meet the attack. Hong Antong was indeed worthy of being a big shot of the underworld. Although he hastily met the enemy, his moves were not the least bit disorderly. He understood that this was the most dangerous battle in his life, so although he was panicked, he was not disorderly at all. After the initial exchange of palms, Hong Antong felt his blood and qi churning. He knew that although the opponent was young, he did not know what kind of fortuitous encounter his opponent's martial art skill was above his own. Thereupon he no longer fought recklessly, His pair of palms flew up and down, displaying the subtlety of his moves. Step by step, he climbed up to the position of Jiaozhu in the divine dragon cult, where the strong preyed on the weak. It could be said that he had been through hundreds of battles. Not to mention his martial art skill, just as combat awareness was not something ordinary martial art masters could compare with. The people in the hall saw the two people's figures flying up and down, attacking and defending each other. They were all dazzled. The divine dragon cult people secretly admired them. Their Jiaozhu's divine skill was indeed matchless. The rest of the martial art masters were secretly thinking about how they would make their move if they were in the same situation. The two of them had already exchanged more than a dozen moves. Hong Antong groaned inwardly. Although relying on his several decades of experience, he was barely able to fight Song Qingshu to a draw, but he understood that if they continued to fight, he would inevitably be defeated. Hastily he found an opening and raised both hands. Dozens of poisonous tongues shot out from his sleeves towards Song Qingshu's body. "Be careful!" Fang Yi had just shouted, but suddenly she was taken aback. She turned her head to look at Su Quan by her side. Turned out Su Quan was also shouting the same two words as her. The people in the hall, including Hong Antong, thought that Su Quan was warning them to be careful, but Fang Yi knew that the other party was worried about Song Qingshu. Momentarily she could not help staring blankly on the spot. Noticing Fang Yi's gaze, a rare captivating blush flashed across Su Quan's face. She glared at Fang Yi and said, "What are you looking at? If you look at me again, I will gouge out your eyes." Seeing the overwhelming number of poisonous snakes, Song Qingshu could not help but be startled. Promptly he sent out a dense palm energy in front of his body. As soon as the poisonous snakes collided with this wall of air, their bodies exploded one after another. Song Qingshu had just breathed a sigh of relief, but to his horror, he discovered that although several of the poisonous snakes' bodies had exploded into bloody foam, leaving only their heads, they did not stop at all. They still stretched out their ferocious fangs to bite his body. This was also the reason why Song Qingshu's experience was too little. Everyone in the divine dragon cult knew that even if a poisonous snake's head was chopped into two pieces, it would still bite people. However, Song Qingshu did not know that snakes had this habit, therefore, he was careless and suffered a hidden loss. Seeing that the distance between them was so close, the rest of the experts in the hall all thought that Song Qingshu would not be able to escape the fate of being poisoned to death. In their hearts, they could not help but despise Hong Antong's sneak attack. But then they thought, in a life-and-death struggle, martial art was also used to kill, poisonous snakes were also used to kill. What was the difference? Not to mention, everyone here was Song Qingshu's enemy. They were all happy to see Song Qingshu bitten to death by these poisonous snakes. A sharp light flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. Just as he was about to use the traceless sand to dodge, he heard several muffled so-so noises. The snakes' heads in front of him were hit by some unknown hidden weapon, falling to the side. Everyone's gaze shifted to the woman sitting below. It was Princess Liao, Xianxia. Noticing everyone's gazes, Xianxia nonchalantly clapped her hands. "What are you all looking at?" In a martial arts competition, one should rely on one's true ability. This young miss hates this kind of sneak attack the most. Everyone saw her put down the melon seeds. Only then did they understand that she had actually infused her internal energy into the melon seeds, launching later but arriving first, accurately cutting off all the snakes' heads. This level of accuracy and internal energy shocked the experts from the other sex, thinking to themselves, how old is she, and yet she's already this good. In a few years, I'm afraid there won't be many opponents in this world who are her match. Yeluchi couldn't help but shake his head with a bitter smile. This cousin of his had always been fearless, she only did things according to her whims. He originally wanted to tell Xianxia that this was a battle against an enemy, she only wanted to kill her opponent, there was no need to care about Jianghu's rules. But then he suddenly remembered that his martial arts weren't as high as hers. If he said that, he would definitely be rebuked by her. At that time he would be speechless and lose face for the great Liao royal family. Hong Antong had already taken this opportunity to distance himself from Song Qingshu, silently calling her a little slut. But Liao was a Mongolian vassal, in theory they were his allies, so it wasn't appropriate for him to reprimand her. He could only say to Song Qingshu, although this seat and official song had some enmity, it wasn't a deep grudge. Why must we fight to the death? Song Qingshu foolishly replied, elder sister's man can only be me, you want to be her husband, of course you're seeking death. The scene immediately became silent, everyone knew that the elder sister he was talking about was Su Quan. The expressions of the people in the sect were extremely interesting, the other outsiders were more than happy to watch the show. True Jade Ancestor, Blood Knife Ancestor, and the others all recognized Song Qingshu, although they felt that he was a little more stupid than they remembered, they didn't think much of it. Hong Antong's face turned green and white. If there was any disciple that dared to be so rude to Su Quan, he would have already thrown them into the snake cave and let them suffer the poison of the five-colored dragon. But Song Qingshu's martial arts were too strong, it took him a lot of effort to stop. How could he dare to fight again? Song Qingshu didn't pay attention to him, he walked in front of Yelu Nanxian, staring blankly at the young girl in a warrior's attire. Yelu Nanxian felt uncomfortable being stared at by him, she casually waved her hand, if you want to thank me, there's no need, it's just that I've always admired people with great martial arts, I couldn't bear to see a young master die in the snake's kiss. Song Qingshu looked at her with a strange expression, he murmured, Miss, have we met before? Yelu Nanxian thought about the time when she was secretly spying on him in Xinjing, he coincidentally broke into her room. Hearing him mention this matter, she was secretly relieved, this little pervert doesn't seem to be stupid. Unfortunately, before she finished thinking, Song Qingshu continued, forget it, I've seen at least 800, if not 1,000 beautiful women in my life, maybe she's a lover from a brothel, there's no need to ask for a name in a sex trade. Yelu Nanxian slammed the table, about to explode, but Song Qingshu continued, I came here to tell you, who asked you to save me just now, do you think I can't escape? Yelu Nanxian angrily said, just think of it as my dirty hands. Song Qingshu laughed, his eyes looking up at the sky, of course, my martial arts are #1 in the world, a mere snake's head, of course I can escape. Yelu Nanxian was originally angry, but hearing him say this, she calmed down, she thought, this time he doesn't seem to be very smart, saying that he's #1 in the world, how could he dare to say something like that? Everyone in the hall paled, they didn't know there was such a hidden master. Judging from his roar, his internal energy was probably at the top of the world. Song Qingshu was startled, his expression also became serious, his eyes focused on an old man walking out from the back hall. This old man had a high nose and deep eyes, his face was covered with a snow-white beard, each strand of his hair was like iron. The way he walked was quite imposing, but unfortunately, that imposing aura was ruined by his unkempt hair. Su Quan was startled, wondering where did Hong Antong find such an expert? Although Song Qingshu's martial arts skill was superior, his brain was, after all, not very bright. If they fought, perhaps he would suffer a loss, and then she would lose her biggest barrier. Sect leader, may I know who this old mister is? Su Quan hurriedly asked. Everyone else in the hall looked at Hong Antong, clearly having the same question in their hearts. Hong Antong laughed, stood up and introduced, this is the seat's good friend, Mr. Ouyang, one of the top 5 in the sword meet of Mount Hua. Western poison Ouyang Feng? The faces of the masters in the hall became unnatural, especially True Jade, he suddenly regretted coming to Divine Dragon Island this time, being too careless. Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia looked at each other, thinking things weren't going well. This time, if this person was added to Prince's plan, it would be a bit inappropriate. Yelu Nanxian's face was also dark, with this sudden change, they could only act according to the situation. From the moment he walked out, Ouyang Feng had been staring at Song Qingshu. Su Quan didn't have time to smooth things over before Ouyang Feng spoke, stinky brat, just now, were you the one who shamelessly boasted that your martial arts were #1 in the world? Ouyang Feng's chi activity firmly locked onto Song Qingshu. Su Quan, who was standing at the edge, already felt that it was difficult to breathe. She was worried about Song Qingshu, who bore the brunt of the attack. Who knew that when she looked back, Song Qingshu acted as if nothing had happened and calmly replied. So what? Ouyang Feng had been practicing the 9 manual in reverse for the past few years, and his mind was already in a mess. He couldn't even remember his own name in the past. The only thing he remembered was his desire to become the world's #1. Hearing Song Qingshu's shameless boasting, he was immediately enraged. His whole body shot towards Song Qingshu like a cannonball. There was no lack of Jianghu's top-notch experts present. When they saw that Ouyang Feng's thunderous attack was so powerful, they all frowned and wondered how they would deal with it if they were in Song Qingshu's position. Yellow Nancian pondered for a moment. She was afraid that she could only use her agility to evade Ouyang Feng's attacks, but she'd already lost the initiative. Under Ouyang Feng's storm-like attacks, she might be able to last 100 or so moves, but in the end, she would still be defeated. For some reason, she was looking forward to seeing how Song Qingshu would deal with it. Yellow Nancian was a martial arts prodigy that only appeared once in 100 years. At such a young age, she was already invincible among the younger generation of the kingdom of Liao. Even the king of the southern courtyard, Xiao Feng, had praised her martial arts skills. Because of this, although there were many handsome men pursuing her in Liao, Yellow Nancian didn't even spare them a glance. In her mind, a man who couldn't even beat her, how could she have the face to be her husband? On the other hand, in the last 2 years, she heard that the Manchurian Qing also had a young, top-notch expert. Yellow Nancian had known him for a long time, and she had long wanted to compete with Song Qingshu. Unfortunately, she never got what she wanted. This time, seeing him fight with the Western poison Ouyang Feng, not only would she benefit from it, she would also be able to assess their strengths. Thinking of this, Yellow Nancian's heart was filled with excitement. On the side, Yellow Qi noticed her blushing face and smiled wryly to himself. This martial arts fanatic cousin of mine. On the stage, Song Qingshu's expression was solemn. Circulating his qi to his feet, he stamped his feet on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Song Qingshu's body trembled for a moment, and his palms circulated 10% of his strength, exchanging a few palm strikes with Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng felt a strong force coming from his hand and couldn't help but feel suffocated. Before he could adjust his breathing, his opponent's body bent down like a bow and his heel swept towards Ouyang Feng's head like a sharp iron whip. Ouyang Feng hurriedly used a strange movement technique to dodge 10 feet away. The people in the hall didn't expect that the world-shaking Western poison would be forced back by Song Qingshu in one move. They were all shocked, thinking that they might have to re-evaluate Song Qingshu's strength. Song Qingshu also felt the air in his chest churning. Just now, Ouyang Feng didn't pay much attention to Song Qingshu at first, thinking that there was a limit to this young man's martial arts. In the end, he was too impatient and rash. Song Qingshu used the power of the earth to make Ouyang Feng suffer a small loss in one move. Ouyang Feng was also stunned, asking in disbelief, "Divine dragon swings its tail, 18 dragons subduing palms? Are you an old beggar? But how come your beard and white hair are gone, and you look so young?" But he was also happy to see his prey, and although he suffered a small loss, he didn't take it to heart. Without waiting for his opponent to answer, he waved his palms and rushed forward again. Although Ouyang Feng was a bit deranged, he didn't forget his martial arts instincts. In his heart, he thought that his opponent was an expert at the same level as him, so naturally he was 120% vigilant, holding back 20% of his strength in every move, to avoid reckless attacks. Song Qingshu also let out a long roar. Without any hesitation, he attacked with the 18 dragons subduing palms. Between the two of them, one style was strange and profound, the other simple and mellow. In just a dozen moves, there were several extremely dangerous situations, but they were all cleverly resolved by each other. They couldn't help but admire each other. As the two of them moved their hands and feet, the wind created by their movements forced the people around them to step back. Yellow Nancian was dazzled, thinking to herself, "I didn't expect Song Qingshu's martial arts to have reached such a high level. Compared to him, my martial arts are lacking, but my moves are not necessarily inferior to his. But I've seen Great King Xiao use the same 18 dragons subduing palms. Great King Xiao seems to be even more powerful. Little baby, your martial arts are only so-so." After another 10 moves, the two of them separated. Ouyang Feng looked at Song Qingshu from the corner of his eyes. "Crazy old man, your martial arts are also not bad." Song Qingshu replied. "Too bad that's not enough." Ouyang Feng had just finished speaking when he squatted down on the ground, his hands bent to his shoulders, his mouth made gurgling noises, like a giant frog preparing to pounce. Toting stance. Those who were knowledgeable had already recognized this was Ouyang Feng's famous technique. As expected, the space between Song Qingshu's eyebrows became a bit more serious. Even though his mind was a bit muddled, he did not forget his martial arts instincts. At his level, he could quickly see the special characteristics of the toad technique. This technique was purely based on stillness, the whole body stored up power without releasing it. Once he revealed any flaws in his moves, he would receive a thunderous counterattack. Song Qingshu originally thought that if the enemy didn't make a move, he wouldn't make a move, but he suddenly realized that with every gurgling noise Ouyang Feng made, his aura rose by a fraction. If he didn't make a move, when Ouyang Feng's aura reached its peak, he wouldn't be able to withstand that strike. Yellow Nancian stared unblinkingly at the scene, afraid to miss even the slightest detail. She watched as Song Qingshu's palms flipped. The speed was so fast that his palms couldn't be seen. She could only faintly see a ball of air slowly growing bigger in his hands. In the end, Song Qingshu's entire upper body also moved, a ball of true energy condensed on top of his head, ready to be thrown out at any time. The corner of Yellow Nancian's mouth twitched, subconsciously retreating another zhong. The other people in the hall weren't fools. The two people on the scene were ready to strike. The moment they clashed, it would be earth-shattering. If they didn't retreat now, they might be caught in the crossfire later. Ouyang Feng's cheeks bulged more and more, his belly swelled more and more. The gurgling noises of the toad echoed throughout the Divine Dragon cult's hall, causing those with weaker cultivation to bleed from their mouths and noses. True Jade Master, Blood Knife Ancestor, Xianxia, Yelu Qi, and the others also felt disgusted, hurriedly circulating their internal energy to resist. Everyone on the scene remained calm, only Yelu Nancian and Hong Antong were affected. Finally, Ouyang Feng's momentum reached its peak. He opened his mouth and spat out a stream of true energy directly towards Song Qingshu. Although the true energy was formless, wherever it passed, the hard marble slabs on the floor shattered into pieces, allowing others to witness its invincible power. Song Qingshu had also pushed the power of the 18 subduing dragon palms to its peak, bending his left leg slightly, his right arm bent inwards, his right palm drawing a circle in the air. This was the most powerful move of the 18. Subduing dragon palms, proud dragon shows remorse. However, when Song Qingshu used it, it was different from the usual fast proud dragon shows remorse. This palm was pushed out very slowly, but no one dared to underestimate the power of this palm. A loud explosion rang out, the hall was filled with smoke and dust, everyone felt a piercing pain in their eardrums. Not to mention the low-level disciples of the Divine Dragon cult, even Yelu Nancian, Hong Antong, and the others were secretly frowning. After the explosion, a strong gust of wind spread out from the center of the explosion. Those with low-level martial arts were directly blown into the wall, vomiting blood, and those with high-level martial arts like True Jade Master and Blood Knife Ancestor were involuntarily pushed back, but their postures were not as bad. When the gust of wind hit her body, Yelu Nancian's expression also changed, hurriedly retreating 3 steps before she could stabilize herself, leaving behind a few footprints that sank into the stone floor. On the other side, Hong Antong was also pushed back, but from the corner of his eye, he noticed that Yelu Nancian had stabilized herself. He hurriedly used his 1000 caddy drop, crushing the stone floor with 1 foot, stopping after taking 2 steps back. However, forcing himself to circulate his chi like this caused a trace of red to flash across his face, a fishy taste in his mouth, forcing him to swallow back the blood. Hong Antong was also aware of his own difficulties. Now that the Divine Dragon cult was facing a great enemy, these people all had ulterior motives. This was a good opportunity to show everyone's martial arts level. If Hong Antong showed any signs of cowardice, this group of sharks would act as if they smelled blood, each one of them would view him as a piece of juicy meat. Therefore, Hong Antong could only use this method, hoping to intimidate the various forces with ulterior motives. Sure enough, when the group of people steadied themselves, they saw Hong Antong only took 2 steps back, standing there like an unfathomable mountain, watching the battle in the hall. All the experts were bewildered. Dust and smoke swirled in the air, but with Yelu Nancian's eyesight, she could see everything clearly. Ouyang Feng exhaled a mouthful of internal energy from his mouth and kicked backwards, his body shot out like a heavy cannonball towards Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu seemed to have a tacit understanding with Ouyang Feng, raising his palm to meet Ouyang Feng's attack. Just now, the shockwaves from the collision of internal energy had left all the experts in the hall in a sorry state, but the 2 people in the center of the explosion didn't seem to be affected at all. As soon as they clashed, they fought back and forth, exchanging more than 10 moves. Su Quan and Fang Yi were hiding in a corner, the 2 women were also watching the battle without blinking. but with their cultivation, they couldn't keep up with the two people's movements. They could only see two shadows flying around, and after a few glances, they felt nauseous. However, the two women didn't look away. One was worried about her lover's safety, the other felt that her fate was already tied to Song Qingshu's, afraid that he would die under Ouyang Feng's hands. Yellow Nanxian's eyesight was very good, although the two of them seemed to be evenly matched. She could see that Song Qingshu was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Although Ouyang Feng's attacks were slower than before, the power of each punch and kick was almost twice as strong as before. Song Qingshu had no choice but to dodge. Unfortunately, although Ouyang Feng's attacks were slow, the timing of each attack was ingenious. Song Qingshu was able to dodge 1 or 2 attacks, but every 3 to 5 attacks, he would have to face Ouyang Feng head-on. Yellow Nanxian thought to herself that the Mount Hua 5 paragons were indeed extraordinary. This Western poison was already over 50 years old, and he was a bit deranged. His strength was definitely far from his peak. But even so, his timing of his attacks, the combination of each attack was perfect. There were even some attacks that Yellow Nanxian couldn't see clearly, only understanding after a few attacks. So it was because of this attack. Because of this, Yellow Nanxian admired Song Qingshu even more. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees the game more clearly than the player. Even she couldn't understand Ouyang Feng's moves from the sidelines while Song Qingshu was in the middle of it all. Every time he was able to neutralize Ouyang Feng's attacks, she felt ashamed of her own inferiority. But now, even True Jade Child and the others could see that Song Qingshu was at a disadvantage. At the beginning, they were attacking and defending, but now, they were defending 8 and attacking 2. Everyone understood that Song Qingshu was just bitterly holding on. Brat, you've learned a lot of things. Wudong, Ame, beggar sect. Eh? Have you learned the Nining manual? Although Ouyang Feng was crazy, he could still clearly see that some of his opponent's moves were very similar to his. However, because one of them was practicing Nining martial arts while the other was practicing reverse martial arts, Ouyang Feng only felt a little suspicious at first. After all, their moves were not exactly the same. But after exchanging several hundred moves, with his realm, he could naturally see that many of their martial arts actually came from the same source. It's the Nining manual, it's not that rare. Compared to when he first obtained the Nining manual when his strength was still low, he was worried that he would be killed and robbed like the Fuwei escort agency. The current Song Qingshu naturally had the confidence to speak bluntly. He believed that his martial arts were more than enough to protect himself. Who would have thought that when Ouyang Feng heard his words, he immediately became furious. Everyone who obtained the Nining manual will die. All of you will die. With a loud roar, he rushed forward to attack. Song Qingshu was knocked back several feet by his palm before he managed to neutralize his opponent's strength. While he was shocked, a heroic spirit rose in his heart. Damn it, if a tiger doesn't show its might, you'll really think I'm a Hello Kitty. Finished speaking, he leaned forward and reached out to pull out the wooden sword on his back. Ouyang Feng saw that Chu Yang's hair and beard were fluttering, and he was worried that Chu Yang would have some kind of powerful move. He quickly gathered his chi in front of him and was on guard. Who would have thought that Chu Yang would actually pull out a wooden sword? Ouyang Feng immediately laughed. I thought it was something powerful, but it turns out it's just a piece of wood. Hong Yantong, who was at the side, had suffered greatly from this wooden sword. He quickly reminded Chu Yang, Mr. Ouyang, be careful of his wooden sword. There's something strange about it. Oh? Although Ouyang Feng was crazy, he still had the instincts of an expert. He quickly noticed that Song Qingshu's aura had changed. It was as if Song Qingshu had become a peerless divine weapon. Ouyang Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Sword chi? Song Qingshu made a hand seal and a dragon roar rang out. The wooden sword in his hand transformed into a bunch of phantom images that actually produced the sound of metal clashing against stone. Song Qingshu flipped his wrist and the wooden sword spun 3 times around his wrist. Then, borrowing the force from the sword, it left his body and flew around his body. Li sword technique. Song Qingshu attacked Ouyang Feng with his sword alone. Everyone was dumbfounded. What kind of technique was this? The others hadn't reacted yet, but the genius swordsman Yellow Nanxian's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the legendary highest level of Swordsmanship, the imperial sword technique? But this was obviously the legendary immortal's technique. Song Qingshu naturally didn't have the ability to take someone's head from 1,000 miles away with a flying sword, but the inspiration for this technique was indeed from the imperial sword technique he had seen in movies and TV shows in his previous life. Although he didn't have the ability to control the wooden sword for a long distance, he could use qi to control the sword within a few feet of his body. After many experiments, he finally succeeded. Last time in Xinjing City, he had already experienced the baptism of battle. What kind of sorcery is this? Ouyang Feng roared in anger. That elusive wooden sword was imbued with Song Qingshu's sword qi, making it as sharp as a divine weapon. It appeared and disappeared unpredictably, attacking from all sorts of unimaginable angles. This was Ouyang Feng's first time facing this technique, so he was in a difficult situation. If it was just this flying sword, it would still be manageable. With Ouyang Feng's martial arts, although he was in a difficult situation, he might still be able to dodge it. But Song Qingshu's sword technique of Li was brilliant. Combining the different postures of the body while controlling the wooden sword, Song Qingshu had also perfectly integrated a part of the essence of the 18 dragons subduing palms into this technique. Therefore, not only did Ouyang Feng have to face the 18 dragons subduing palms head-on, he also had to guard against the sneak attacks of the flying sword. Even with Ouyang Feng's battle experience as a grandmaster, he couldn't help but be at a loss. In just a dozen moves, his body was hit several times. But his eyesight was very good, and he avoided some of the fatal attacks, so he only suffered some superficial wounds. No more fighting, no more fighting. This time, I admit defeat. Ouyang Feng used all his martial arts and jumped out of Song Qingshu's attack range. He was very angry. You little brat, if it weren't for the fact that I didn't bring my spirit snake staff with me, I wouldn't have lost to you. If Ouyang Feng was in a normal state of mind, he naturally wouldn't lower his head and admit defeat to a junior. But now, although Ouyang Feng still didn't want to admit defeat, he had no qualms about admitting defeat. Song Qingshu also understood that Ouyang Feng's nickname was Western Poison. Half of his skills lay in poison. Now that he was crazy, he naturally didn't remember to use those strange poison skills, which was equivalent to losing half of his strength. Song Qingshu remembered that in the original novel, Ouyang Feng's spirit snake staff had 2 extremely poisonous snakes on it, and Hong Qigong almost lost his martial arts after being bitten. If the sober Ouyang Feng used the spirit snake staff to fight with him, with the 2 poisonous snakes on it, he really wouldn't be able to win. But Song Qingshu arrogantly said, a win is a win, a loss is a loss, what's the point of finding so many excuses? You're pissing me off. Ouyang Feng was furious. You little brat, just you wait. I'll go back and think for one night, and then I'll be able to break your dog fart sword technique. Song Qingshu was shocked. He remembered that in the original novel, Ouyang Feng and Hong Qigong fought on the peak of Mount Hua. In the end, Ouyang Feng only needed one night to think and break the beggar clan's dog-beating stick technique. If he really went back and thought for one night, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't be able to break the beggar clan's Li sword technique. But very quickly, Song Qingshu came to his senses. A set of martial arts should have gone through many trials and tribulations, but he was hoping that it wouldn't be broken by his opponent. That was really the mentality of a mediocre person. If Ouyang Feng could really break my Li sword technique, then I can take the opportunity to improve the hidden flaws of the Li sword technique. Wouldn't the advantages outweigh the disadvantages? Not to mention, the technique is dead, the person is alive, there is no unbreakable sword technique, there is only unbreakable person. Ouyang Feng's method of breaking the technique was only the technique that I used today. Next time I won't be stupid enough to use the exact same sword technique. Thinking about this, Song Qingshu smiled and said, so what if I wait for one night? What's the relationship between you and the old urchin? Just now when you used your palm and sword, was it as mutual hands combat? Ouyang Feng was deep in thought and suddenly asked. I have nothing to do with him, I also didn't use my mutual hands combat. Song Qingshu was surprised and replied. Ouyang Feng coldly snorted, but in his heart he let out a long sigh of relief. If the old urchin's disciple could defeat him in everything, then he really wouldn't have the face to mingle in Jianghu anymore. Gloomily, he walked to the back of the hall, and when he passed by Hong Antong, he didn't even look at him. His mind was full of Song Qingshu's sowing discord technique just now and the method to break it. Hong Antong's face was ashen. He didn't expect that the super-strong helper he found would actually be defeated by Song Qingshu. As it turned out, Hong Antong ran into Ouyang Feng by chance last time. As the Divine Dragon sect leader, Hong Antong naturally heard the rumor that Ouyang Feng had gone crazy. With a thought, he used all kinds of methods to invite Ouyang Feng to the Divine Dragon Island. Originally, he planned to use him as a secret weapon to turn the tables. Who knew that when he heard that he was the number one under the heavens, he would actually run out by himself? What was even more infuriating was that he was actually defeated by Song Qingshu, boosting his prestige. The Divine Dragon Island was filled with poisonous snakes. Although Ouyang Feng was insane, he still felt a sense of kinship when he saw a poisonous snake. That was why he always stayed on the Divine Dragon Island. Now that he was provoked by Song Qingshu, his mind was full of thoughts on how to break Song Qingshu's sword technique. Therefore, it was likely that he would stay on the island for a short period of time. Lord Song's divine skill is matchless, even Western poison was defeated by you. This seat admires you. Although Hong Antong hated Song Qingshu to the extreme, the situation was stronger than him. At this time, he didn't dare to have a falling out with the other party. It seems like you just claimed to be my sister's husband. You dare to snatch this young master's woman, see if I don't kill you. Song Qingshu rolled up his sleeves, preparing to rush over again. Hong Antong was startled, he secretly complained, and promptly circulated his energy to guard himself. At this time, Su Quan ran in front of Song Qingshu, pulled his arm, and said with a smile, "Little brother, you misheard, he is not my husband." Is it really like this? Song Qingshu suspiciously looked at Hong Antong and asked. Hong Antong saw Su Quan quietly signaling him with her eyes. Just now, he recalled that Song Qingshu seemed to have been hit by the poison. He couldn't help but be overjoyed, and promptly said in a bad mood, "Really?" Everyone's expression became very interesting. Divine Dragon cult's people naturally didn't have the guts to show it. Blood Knife Ancestor and the others were nominally allies of Divine Dragon cult, so they were naturally too embarrassed to show it. However, True Jade Ancestor didn't have any misgivings. He laughed loudly and said, "Some people don't even dare to acknowledge their own wives, watching helplessly as their enchanting wives fall into the arms of other men. What a big turtle egg ah." Just now, in order to stop Song Qingshu, Su Quan hurriedly pulled his arm. Although she didn't fall into his arms, their expressions were indeed quite intimate. Hong Antong was used to doing whatever he wanted in the cult, so when had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? He was immediately enraged. He gloomily looked at True Jade Ancestor and asked, "What did you say?" True Jade Ancestor waved his horsetail whisk and sneered, "I didn't mention any names, what are some people feeling guilty about?" On the side, Blood Knife Ancestor also spoke in a timely manner, "There's no need for the two of you to fight over such a trivial matter. Let's discuss how to reply to Bao Qinwang." After saying that, he took the opportunity to wantonly take a look at Su Quan's voluptuous body, thinking that this woman was really flirtatious and charming enough. During this time on the island, he must find an opportunity to get intimate with her. Hong Antong was bewildered. He never thought that Blood Knife Ancestor would say such a thing. His words seemed fair, but in fact, he was completely standing on True Jade Ancestor's side. Hong Antong couldn't understand. He and Blood Knife Ancestor were nominally seeking refuge with the Mongolian Prince Ali Buj, so why would the other side help an outsider like True Jade Ancestor? Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Yelu Nanxian was greatly disappointed, thinking to herself, "Why does this Song Qingshu sound so stupid?" At this time, Su Quan let out a charming laugh. "This True Jade Ancestor is really awe-inspiring. However, I heard that last time in Xinjing, you were defeated by my younger brother in one move. I wonder if Daoist Elder is interested in wiping away your previous shame. I can let my younger brother accompany you to play." True Jade looked embarrassed. This was the first time he was sent flying by Song Qingshu in Pingxi Wang Mansion, and it could be said that he had underestimated the enemy. But last time at the banquet in Xinjing Wang Mansion, he had attacked Song Qingshu for dozens of times, but the result was that he couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Then, the other side made a move and stabbed him in the back of the knee. After many years of wandering Jianghu, it was not that Yu Zhenzi had never lost, but he boasted that his martial arts were superior, yet he actually lost so badly. On one hand, she was angry at Song Qingshu, but on the other hand, she was deeply afraid of him. Today, after witnessing the earth-shattering battle between him and the Western poison Ouyang Feng, he no longer dared to challenge him. Thinking up to here, True Jade hurriedly laughed, stood up, cupped his fists, and said, "Lord Song's martial arts are matchless and the #1 expert of my great Qing. This humble Taoist has already admitted defeat and is sincerely convinced." In Jianghu, victory and defeat were common occurrences, and it was very rare for an expert to personally admit that he was inferior to another expert. This would often be regarded as a great shame and humiliation. But today, when everyone heard True Jade frankly admit that he was inferior to Song Qingshu, they instead felt that he was a straightforward and upright person, secretly admiring him. Su Quan's beautiful eyes shone again and again. Just now, Song Qingshu's lofty heroic bearing had left a deep impression in her heart. If not for the arrogance and despotism in his words that were different from usual, Su Quan would have suspected that the other side simply wasn't affected by her technique. Today, the hall is too chaotic. Let's temporarily shelve the peace negotiations and continue tomorrow, Hong Antong said. On one hand, he was alarmed by the ambiguous attitude of Blood Knife Ancestor and the others. On the other hand, he had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Su Quan. If the other side really controlled Song Qingshu, then his confidence would greatly increase. Everyone in the hall had their own ulterior motives, but they all tacitly agreed to this decision. "Madam, send someone to arrange everyone's accommodations and then come to my room. I have something to ask you." As soon as Hong Antong spoke, he knew he was in trouble. Sure enough, when Song Qingshu heard his words, his eyes immediately widened and his voice was filled with resentment. "Elder sister wants to live in the same room as me? Who do you think you are?" Su Quan originally didn't want to face Hong Antong alone, so she took the opportunity to make a helpless expression at him. Hong Antong raised his head and saw that the people of the Divine Dragon cult were all bowing their heads like old monks in meditation. The experts of the other factions were all looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. He couldn't help but feel angry in his heart. "I'll let you be happy for a few days. I won't let any of you leave this island alive." He then flicked his sleeves and left. Su Quan faintly smiled. Her gaze swept over everyone and softly said, "Everyone, please follow me." Being swept by her seemingly affectionate gaze, not to mention old perverts like True Jade, Li Zhenzi, and Blood Knife Ancestor, even an upright young man like Yaluqi felt his blood boiling and hastily bowed his head. Blood Knife Ancestor, on the other hand, didn't feel this way. His thoughts were extremely filthy. Mother Kerr, if it weren't for Song Qingshu, I would have captured this flirtatious Madame Hong in the middle of the night and properly enjoyed myself. I don't believe that at this critical moment, even if Hong Antong knew, he would still dare to say anything. Mother Kerr, Song Qingshu, this Mother Kerr, has become stupid, yet he still treats her as his exclusive property. I don't know if he's really stupid or just pretending to be stupid. At the same time, True Jade was also thinking, according to my methods, I originally wanted to sneak into her fragrant room in the middle of the night, restrain her, and then run. With my lightness skill of lightning changes, even if Hong Antong discovered me, he wouldn't be able to overtake me. It's a pity that Song Qingshu, this big devil head, is here. It looks like I have no chance with this beautiful Madam cult leader. Inside the Divine Dragon cult, there were many rooms. Su Quan separated the groups of people far away from each other and arranged them in a place far away from each other. On one hand, it was to ensure peace, and on the other hand, it was to avoid any conflicts. The groups of people agreed and quickly returned to their respective rooms to rest. Meanwhile, after Yelu Nanxian and Yaluqi returned to their courtyards, they gathered together and began discussing. "Xian'er, I didn't expect this Song Qingshu to be so fierce." Yelu Nanxian also nodded. Last time Su Darren fought him in Xingjing City, and when he came back, he also praised his martial arts very much. Yaluqi enviously said, even with Su Darren's martial arts, praising him like that, it must be true. Today, I witnessed his battle with the legendary Western poison. On one hand, Gitch thought it was wonderful, but on the other hand, I was a bit disheartened. In vain, I was proud of my outstanding innate talent. Among the younger generation of our country, other than being inferior to you, Xian'er, I am already a rare young master. Who would have thought that this Song Qingshu is only about the same age as us? I don't know how he trained his martial arts. Yelu Nanxian saw Yelu Qi's disheartened expression and quickly said, "Cousin, you are wrong. No matter how strong Song Qingshu's martial arts are, he is only a sharp blade in someone else's hand. Cousin, you are a member of the royal family, what you are learning is to govern the country and bring peace to the world. In the future, you must be a person who holds a blade, not a sharp blade." Yelu Qi's expression tightened, quickly bowing to Yelu Nanxian. "Thank you, Sister Xian'er, for your advice, I have thought it through." Yelu Nanxian quickly stepped aside, smiling tenderly. How can an older brother bow to a younger sister? I don't deserve it. Yelu Qi was a young man after all, quickly recovering, he couldn't help but ask, "Sister Xian'er, based on your martial arts, compared to Song Qingshu, who is better?" Yelu Nanxian could be said to be a legend among the younger generation of the Liao. At such a young and beautiful age, her martial arts were almost at the level of grandmaster, she was the dream lover of many young men. If Yelu Qi wasn't her older brother, he might have joined the ranks of her pursuers. Yelu Nanxian rolled her eyes at him, "It's not like you didn't see his battle with Western Poison, even Western Poison lost, how could I be his match?" Laughing awkwardly, Yelu Qi said, "Xian'er, you are the pride of our Yelu royal family, big brother naturally hopes that you can defeat Song Qingshu." Recalling the details of the battle, Yelu Nanxian smiled, "In the current Liao, I'm afraid only Great King Xiao and official Su have a chance of defeating him, I'm still a bit lacking. However, after witnessing this battle, I feel like I'm about to break through. I think in less than 3 years, I will be able to fight with Song Qingshu." 3 years is such a long time. Yelu Qi said disappointedly, "But you are our royal family's #1 expert, the Jin kingdom is our mortal enemy, and the Manchurian Qing share the same origin as them. Just thinking about how strong their #1 expert is, I feel suffocated." Hearing his words, Yelu Nanxian also fell silent. That year, the Jin kingdom almost destroyed the Liao and captured many of their concubines and princesses. Among them, the good ones were taken as concubines by the Jin royal family or the ministers, while the bad ones were banished to the laundry, forced to work as prostitutes for the army, suffering all kinds of humiliation. This disaster was even more shameful than the Song kingdom's Jin Kong, and was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people of the Liao. All of them wanted to wipe out the Jin kingdom and wash away their shame. However, if one thought that the people of the Liao and the Song kingdom were in the same boat, they would be wrong. The second most hated person in the Liao was not the Manchurian Qing, but the Song kingdom. 100 years ago, the Song kingdom and the Liao became brothers. Although the Song kingdom had to contribute coins every year, the Liao also kept their promise and did not invade the Song kingdom. Who would have thought that when the new Jin rose in power, the Song kingdom's incompetent and treacherous officials would take advantage of the situation and secretly form an alliance with the Jin kingdom to divide up the Liao? The emperor of the Liao sent messengers to the Song kingdom's officials several times to emphasize their 100 years of brotherhood, and also to explain the benefits and disadvantages of the two countries. Who would have thought that the Song kingdom's officials would be blinded by greed, and in the end, they sent their troops and the new Jin to attack the Liao from the north and south, resulting in the country's destruction. At that time, Yelu Nanxian was still an infant, and her mother was kidnapped by the Jin kingdom. Even now, her whereabouts were unknown. Yelu Nanxian's eyes were glistening with tears, and after calming herself down, she said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Cousin, don't you think Blood Knife Ancestor's attitude today was strange?" "That's right, I really don't know what the Mongolians are thinking." Yelu Nanxian stood up and stretched lazily, revealing her youthful waist, as well as her full bosom, causing Yelu Qi to awkwardly avert his gaze. "Before coming here, I thought Brother Alibur sent Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia to help Hung Antong, but it doesn't seem like it," Yelu Qi said in confusion. "Do you think Brother Alibur sent them to cause trouble?" Yelu Nanxian frowned. "Probably not." Yelu Qi said uncertainly, "Divine Dragon Island is a great force to contain the Manchurian Qing. The Manchurian Qing has become Mongolia's greatest enemy, the two countries have been at war for years, the Mongolians have no reason to give up on Divine Dragon Island." "Wait, what did you say?" Yelu Nanxian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "I said the Mongolians have no reason to give up on Divine Dragon Island." Yelu Qi repeated the previous sentence. Yellow Nancian asked excitedly. The Manchurian Qing has become Mongolia's greatest enemy. The two countries have been at war for years. Xianxia, what did you think of? Yeluchi asked. That's the problem, the two countries have been at war for years. Yellow Nancian felt her thoughts clearing up. Do you remember that the Mongolians and the Manchurian Qing had a truce? I think so, both sides had their own victories and defeats, they couldn't do anything for a while, so they called a truce. This is very normal, fighting and stopping, and then fighting again, what's wrong with that? Yeluchi didn't take it to heart. According to Tianxi's investigation, the Manchurian Qing's Hong Li has always wanted to be the emperor, and Kangxi has always been wary of this powerful prince. It's just that the Mongolian army has been pressuring the border for so many years that the two reluctantly came to an agreement. Yellow Nancian said. Yeluchi was not an idiot, and he soon had an idea of what was going on. Are you saying that the Mongolians stopped the war because they are waiting to reap the benefits? Yellow Nancian nodded, that's right, this truce will last for a long time. They were waiting for Hong Li and Kangxi to start fighting, who knew Hong Li's son would be killed at this time. Whether in public or in private, Hong Li will avenge Fu Kangan, but in this case, the date of Hong Li and Kangxi's war must be postponed. Yeluchi's eyes lit up, and he continued, the Mongol Khan Temujin is already old, and Ali Bug is one of the princes who has the highest chance of becoming the Khan. Zolwu is like a hot knife through butter in the far west, and Kublai's achievements in the Central Plains are also very impressive. If Ali Bug can't show the corresponding results, then his future is not looking good. That's right, Yellow Nancian said, if we can destroy the powerful Manchurian Qing, with this great merit, in the future the position of Mongolian Great Khan will belong to Ali Buj. Perhaps Brother Ali had an expert by his side to guide him, so he could put aside his immediate interests and stop fighting with Hong Li. First, he will wait for the Manchurian Qing to have internal strife, and then he will reap the benefits. Yeluchi frowned and said, the Mongolians are really full of talents, even a prince has such a master by his side. The two of them marveled at the ingenuity of this move. They never thought that the so-called master was just something Wei Xiaobao made up to save his own life. But Wei Xiaobao was naturally quick-witted, and his eyes were also sharp. By a fluke, he managed to move Ali Bug. Although Ali Bug can temporarily stop fighting, if he keeps raising an army of hundreds of thousands, he probably won't be able to hold out for long. Yellow Nancian, who was also born as a nomad, understood that the Mongolian soldiers lived by raiding. If they didn't fight and just kept grazing, the soldiers wouldn't be able to bear the hardship. As time went on, the various tribes would put pressure on Ali Bug. At that time, even if Ali Bug didn't want to send out troops, he would have no choice but to do so. So when Ali Bug found out that Hong Li didn't wait for the right time to start fighting with Kangxi, but instead mobilized a large force to attack Divine Dragon Island, he naturally couldn't sit still. But the Mongolians also understood that Divine Dragon Island killed Hong Li's most beloved son, so they definitely wouldn't let it go. At the same time, they were worried that Hong Li would waste too much time on Divine Dragon Island, so they sent Blood Knife Ancestor and the others over. On the surface, it was to help Hong Antong, but in reality, it was to help Hong Li take down Divine Dragon Island as soon as possible. If Ali Bug was here and heard all of this, watching Yeluchi and Yellow Nancian, two young people, talking and analyzing the current situation of the world and his goals so clearly, he would definitely have a look of disbelief on his face. But why didn't the Mongolians inform us? Yeluchi asked doubtfully. Why would they inform us? Yellow Nancian sneered, although the Mongolians are our great Liao's allies in name, they aren't a country after all. Naturally, they would be on guard. But what should we do next? Yeluchi felt like his head was about to explode. Lord Su sent us here, other than secretly protecting Divine Dragon Island's sect leader's wife, he didn't give us any specific task. We came to help Divine Dragon Island because of the Mongolians. But now, on the surface, the Mongolians are helping Divine Dragon Island, but in reality, they're helping Hong Li. So, which side should we stand on? Yellow Nancian thought for a moment, then made a decision, we'll do the opposite. On the surface, we're helping Divine Dragon Island, but in reality, we're helping Divine Dragon Island. After all, the Mongolians are also helping Divine Dragon Island. Since they didn't inform us, we'll pretend we don't know. I'm afraid that's not a good idea. Yeluchi hesitated for a moment, then said, no matter what, if it weren't for the Mongolians, our great Liao would have been destroyed, wouldn't this? Nancian stared at him for a moment, then helplessly shook her head. Cousin, Xian'er knows you're always kind and generous, like a gentleman, but we're the imperial family, we can't look at things from the perspective of ordinary people. Yes, our great Liao is indebted to the Mongolians, but look at the world now, the Mongolians are like a mountain pressing down on all the countries in the Central Plains. If they easily destroy the Manchurian Qing, then it won't be long before they unify the world. At that time, what should our Liao do? Yeluchi bitterly smiled. Logically, I know what to do, but emotionally, I just don't want to make certain choices. Alright, I also understand that letting the Mongolians waste their time in the quagmire of war with the Manchurian Qing is in the best interest of our great Liao. So, we can't let Hongli break through Divine Dragon Island so quickly and then fight with Kangxi. When we return to Shangjing this time, I'll think of a way to explain to His Majesty the stakes. We can't let His Majesty be misled by those guys in the court. Last time in Xinjiang, we were lucky that we didn't succeed in framing Kangxi and Hongli, otherwise, if Kangxi and Hongli really fought, we would fall into the Mongolians' trap. Nancian thought for a moment, then continued. Yeluchi awkwardly said, actually, we can't blame them, at that time, we didn't know what Alabaji was planning. We thought that framing Kangxi and Hongli would cause tension between them so that they wouldn't have time to help Wu Sangue. Who knew that Alabaji's plan was so good? He actually wanted Hongli and Kangxi to go to war. Nancian also knew that at that time, no one in the court saw this clearly. If it wasn't for Alabaji being impatient and giving himself away on Divine Dragon Island, Liao would still be in the dark. Thinking of this, Nancian couldn't help but feel scared. The two were silent for a while. Then Yeluchi suddenly thought of something, said, Xian'er, why do you think Official Su wanted us to protect the Divine Dragon cult leader's wife? Official Su's surname is Su, that cult leader's wife is also surnamed Su, do you think it's? Don't talk nonsense, Official Su is a Khitan, that cult leader's wife is obviously a Han, how could they be related? Even so, Nancian still didn't understand why Suyin would give them such a strange order. How about this, I'll go to Song Qingshu's place first, isn't Su Quan also there? As Nancian spoke, her tone couldn't help but become strange. This cult leader's wife didn't return to her husband's place, but was with Song Qingshu. After Song Qingshu's group returned to their own courtyard, Fangyi couldn't help but ask, Madam, why didn't I see the young princess this time? Su Quan's expression was also not good, answered, I just asked the cult members. In order to fight the invading enemy, many of the cult's people were sent to the nearby islands, forming a triangle with the main island. I'm afraid Mu Jianping is also among them. The young princess martial arts, her martial arts are low, in the battle, she will definitely be in danger. Fangyi was confused. You don't need to panic, the battle hasn't started yet, right? Su Quan snorted impatiently, what I'm worried about is why the people who were sent out are all my trusted followers. Could it be that cult leader wants to make a move on Madam? Fangyi was startled. Do you still need to say that? Su Quan rolled her eyes. If it wasn't because I realized this, why would I throw away my reputation and live with Song Qingshu in front of so many people? Madam, did you do something to Song Dage? Fangyi hesitated, but still gathered her courage to ask. Fangyi originally thought that she would be vague, but Su Quan openly admitted, yes, he was hit by me. Then he will be like this from now on? Fangyi looked at Song Qingshu sitting foolishly to the side, picking at his nails in boredom, and her heart couldn't help but tighten. Why are you so concerned about him? Su Quan suddenly smiled ambiguously. What, after a night of being husband and wife, you've tasted the sweetness? Fangyi hurriedly waved her hand awkwardly. No. How is he in bed? As soon as the words came out, Su Quan was startled. She didn't expect that she would actually ask this kind of question. However, with her usual flirtatious attitude, Fangyi didn't feel that it was abrupt, but she was still ashamed and didn't know how to answer, so she could only say, he's okay. Su Quan couldn't help but pout, thinking that this woman was really dishonest. She even lied about this kind of thing. That night, she listened outside the window for so long that her legs went soft. If that was the case, then it was okay, but there weren't many men in the world who could do that. However, Su Quan misunderstood Fangyi. Fangyi didn't have experience with other men, and her knowledge in this area was like a novice. Naturally, she didn't know what level Song Qingshu was. Although she felt that he was very powerful, she was too embarrassed to say it. Because the scene in his mind was too unsuitable for children, True Jade's breathing quickly became heavy, alarming Su Quan inside. Who is it? True Jade was startled and hastily retreated. He raised his horsetail whisk to knock away the hidden weapons that were like maggots in tarsal bones. When he saw Su Quan rush out, he promptly said, "Boundless deity, Madame Hong has good kung fu." "So it's you, you ox nose." True Jade kept saying that he was going to bring Su Quan back to Hongli, so Su Quan was naturally disinclined to give him a good expression. True Jade's smile froze. He originally thought that the other party would feign ignorance, but who would have thought that the other party would be so heartless? For a moment, he stood there awkwardly. "You didn't come so late to secretly capture me and bring me back to Xinjing, did you?" Su Quan leaned to the side, teasing him while secretly guarding against a sudden attack from the other party. True Jade glanced at Song Qingshu behind her and said with an embarrassed smile, "Madam must be joking. This poor Taoist was merely acting on orders." "I hope Madam can understand," Su Quan impatiently interrupted him. "If you have something to fart about, then say it." True Jade didn't expect that the always smiling Su Quan would speak so crudely. His complexion couldn't help but turn somewhat unsightly. He snorted. "This poor Taoist has something to discuss with Darren Song." "Oh, then come in." After Song Qingshu finished speaking, he returned to the room first, leaving Su Quan to stare at his back in a daze. "Darren Song, you also saw the situation this afternoon." True Jade paused and looked hesitantly at Su Quan, looking as if he wanted to say something but was hesitant to do so. Su Quan was currently walking on a tightrope, so she naturally wouldn't be so tactful as to avoid him. Song Qingshu also said, "If you have something to say, then say it. Elder sister isn't an outsider." True Jade thought to himself, "She's clearly Han Antong's wife, so when did she become your wife?" Besides, the topic of this conversation revolved around her, so it was naturally inconvenient for her to hear. Seeing the expressions of the three people in the room, waiting for him to continue, Yu Zhenzi thought that in any case, Divine Dragon Island handing over Su Quan was just a pretense, so it didn't matter if he let her hear it. "Song Darren, Divine Dragon Jiao has always had rebellious intentions. We've already found out that Hong Antong has long sought refuge with Mongolia's Ali Buj. You and I are both ministers of the Great Qing. This is a great opportunity to show our loyalty to the imperial court, to eradicate the Divine Dragon cult. I hope Darren Song will lend a helping hand." Loyalty to the imperial court. Song Qingshu smiled noncommittally. "Prince Bao has many soldiers and generals. Now that the army is pressing down on the border, why would you need my help?" Darren Song must be joking. True Jade secretly broke into a cold sweat. Although this humble Taoist's martial arts are far from being on par with Darren's, I reckon that I'll have no problem dealing with Hong Antong. But this time, the Mongolian and Khitan have sent their experts here. If we really fight, this humble Taoist's two fists will find it difficult to fight against four hands. I don't believe that with Prince Bao's intelligence network, he wouldn't know the situation of the Mongolian and Khitan experts. Besides, Taoist priest Qinggong is outstanding. If you're on guard, even if those people join hands, they won't be able to hold you back." Song Qingshu said. Chapter 277, Sun and Moon Divine Sword. True Jade forced a smile and said, "Originally, this humble Taoist wasn't worried. If I entered the tiger's den alone, after I successfully returned, my status would certainly rise with the tide. Unfortunately, this humble Taoist didn't expect that Western poison Ouyang Feng would be on the island." Song Qingshu looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Taoist priest wants me to help you deal with my elder sister?" As soon as he finished speaking, he reached out and embraced Su Quan's slender waist. Su Quan was caught off guard and fell into his embrace. For a moment, she didn't know what was going on with Song Qingshu, but she didn't dare to struggle. True Jade looked over and saw Su Quan obediently lying in Song Qingshu's embrace. Her tender and beautiful cheeks were flushed red, adding to her charm. He thought to himself, "I'm definitely going to wear Hong Antong's green hat." Looking at their relationship, if I use the imperial court's righteousness to pressure him, I'm afraid that little fox Song Qingshu won't buy it. True Jade already had an idea in mind. He opened his mouth and said, Darren Song has misunderstood. There's something that's supposed to be extremely confidential, but Darren Song is one of us. Madame Hong is Darren Song's woman, so naturally, she's also one of us. In that case, there's no harm in telling you. Hearing True Jade say that she was Song Qingshu's woman, Su Quan's whole body trembled. However, she wanted to hear the secret from his mouth, so she gave up on opening her mouth to refute. On the side, Fang Yi looked at the two people's intimate appearance, and her heart was filled with jealousy. I won't hide it from Darren. His Highness's declaration that as long as Divine Dragon Cult hands over Madam Cult Leader, he will immediately withdraw his troops is nothing but a pretense. After True Jade finished speaking, he paid attention to the two people's expressions. Sure enough, as soon as Su Quan heard this, her expression changed. On the other hand, Song Qingshu was expressionless, and he couldn't see any clues. Jia, do you want to hear it? Song Qingshu smiled as he looked at Su Quan in his arms. Su Quan's face turned red and she let out an N sound. However, she was inwardly bewildered. He doesn't look like he's hit the jackpot. Since Jia wants to hear it, then for her sake, I will protect you on the island. Song Qingshu lightly said. Thank you, Darren Song. True Jade was overjoyed and quickly explained, His Highness predicted that Divine Dragon Cult wouldn't hand over Madame Hong, and he never really wanted Madame Hong. He just wanted to use this opportunity to cause internal strife in Divine Dragon Cult, so that His Highness could win without a fight. Prince Bao's vision is quite accurate. Originally, Divine Dragon Cult was united in dealing with Xinjing Sect's army, so it's not certain who would win. However, after being played like this, the higher-ups of Divine Dragon Cult have their own ulterior motives, and the people at the bottom are also panicking. Su Quan coldly snorted, but in her heart, a big stone was lifted. As long as the other side's real target was not her, it would be easy to handle. She could only hate the short-sightedness of the 5 dragon envoys. She didn't know what was going on, but Hong Antong unexpectedly had the idea of sacrificing herself. True Jade smiled but didn't say anything. He wasn't afraid to tell the other side everything. Prince Bao's move was an open and aboveboard plot, so it didn't matter even if Divine Dragon Cult understood it. People's hearts were the most unpredictable. There would always be people who held on to a sliver of hope. After this period of effort, the morale of the people on the island had almost collapsed. This humble Taoist will take his leave, lest someone with ulterior motives find out that I'm not here. All right. True Jade slightly saluted and then left. Song Qingshu, are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? As soon as True Jade left, Su Quan broke free from Song Qingshu's embrace and nervously stared at him. Her eyes bloomed with a strange light. Sister, what do you think? Song Qingshu's pupil suddenly turned pitch black. A trace of confusion flashed across Su Quan's face. Suddenly, she sweetly smiled. Of course you're still my good brother. Good boy, my shoulder is a bit sore. Help me massage it. Song Qingshu patted his shoulder and said. Okay. Su Quan obediently knelt on the bed and gently massaged his shoulder. Fang Yi stared dumbfoundedly at all this and then cried out in surprise, Big brother Song, you're not, Shu. Song Qingshu made a shushing gesture. Don't say it out loud. When Su Quan had used it on Song Qingshu that day, he had already sensed it. However, firstly, he didn't know the depth of Su Quan's cultivation. Secondly, competing in mental energy was an extremely dangerous matter. If he wasn't careful, it would end with one side becoming an idiot. Song Qingshu didn't want this result, so he pretended to be under her control. After a period of time together, Song Qingshu had already figured out Su Quan's power. Taking advantage of her absent-mindedness, he took control of her. You big scoundrel, you actually made me so worried. Fang Yi couldn't help but hug him and continuously beat his chest. Song Qingshu saw that she was crying like a pear blossom in the rain. It was rather pitiful and he couldn't help but lower his head to kiss her. After a moment of surprise, Fang Yi slowly closed her eyes. Only her slightly trembling eyelashes could reflect their owner's mood. There's a legend that when people are happy, their tears are sweet. When they are sad, their tears are bitter. It seems that you're still happy most of the time. Song Qingshu didn't kiss her rosy lips. Instead, he stuck out the tip of his tongue and licked the tears hanging on her cheeks. Tears are obviously salty. Fang Yi finally smiled through her tears and quickly reached out to wipe the tears on her face. The two of them said some sweet words for a while. Fang Yi suddenly sat up straight. Big brother Song, I want to do something. What? Song Qingshu was stunned. Fang Yi came behind him and slapped Su Quan's face. She raised her hand and wanted to slap the other side of her face, but Song Qingshu had already firmly grabbed it. What are you doing? Song Qingshu frowned and looked at her. This past year, I've been bullied by this woman many times. I've also been slapped many times. Fang Yi said indignantly. What, I only slapped her once and you're already distressed? Song Qingshu's heart was filled with disgust. As a woman, Fang Yi's vengeful personality was really hard to like. Not to mention, her tone right now was like a jealous girlfriend. It was also quite annoying. Noticing the change in his expression, Fang Yi also cursed inwardly. She knew that her impulsiveness had ruined everything. Fang Yi knew that before she received enough love, she shouldn't show this side to Song Qingshu. Chapter 277, Sun and Moon Divine Sword. But seeing Su Quan standing in front of him without any resistance, he couldn't suppress the impulse in his heart. Big brother Song, I'm sorry. When I think about the things that happened in the past, I can't help it. Fang Yi said weakly. Song Qingshu smiled. What's in the past is in the past. I won't let her bully you in the future. Fang Yi lightly leaned against his chest. Lord Song, you have a lot of women on your left and right. You really have good luck with women. Song Qingshu raised his head and saw Yelu Nanxian leaning against the door, looking at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. Silently cursing True Jade for not closing the door after leaving, Song Qingshu stood up and asked, Miss Yelu, it's already so late, yet you're still wandering around, aren't you afraid of getting into the wrong bed? Pay. Even though the grassland women were usually generous, they couldn't withstand his direct teasing. Yelu Nanxian's face turned red, rebuking, I came here this time to have a match with you. I never hit women. Song Qingshu refused without even thinking. What if it's me who hits you later? Yelu Nanxian purposely provoked him. Although your martial arts aren't bad, you still can't beat me. Song Qingshu shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. I know, but I still want to have a match with you. This time, Yelu Nanxian didn't argue. Instead, her tone was very sincere. Oh? Song Qingshu's interest was finally piqued. If I remember correctly, your Liao and Qing are still at war. Aren't you afraid I'll take this chance to kill you? If it was someone else, I wouldn't take this risk, but since it's Lord Song, I'm not afraid. Yelu Nanxian said. She understood that although she couldn't beat Song Qingshu right now, being able to exchange blows with an expert of this level would be very beneficial to her martial arts progress in the future. Why? Song Qingshu was surprised. Yelu Nanxian suddenly smiled brightly, like a flower blooming on the grassland, because Lord Song Qingshu is a man who has tender and protective feelings for women. Fine, I'll fight you. Song Qingshu laughed and walked out the door with her. Do we fight here? Yelu Nanxian didn't attack, instead, she asked lightly. Where else should we fight? Song Qingshu was puzzled. I've heard that Divine Dragon Island has beautiful scenery, Lord Song, do you have the mood to accompany me around? We can fight while enjoying the island's scenery. Yelu Nanxian's hands were clasped behind her back, her unsheathed sword was held casually in her hand. A light breeze blew by, giving her a sense of otherworldly beauty. Brother Song, be careful, it might be a trap. Fang Yi said worriedly. Before Song Qingshu could speak, Yelu Nanxian laughed, with Lord Song's martial arts, it should be me who should be careful. Little lady, are you worried about your brother Song's safety, or are you worried that I'll steal your man? Finishing speaking, she didn't wait for a reply. With a light tap of her foot, she floated out like a fairy. Fang Yi was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. Chapter 277, Sun Moon Divine Sword. Song Qingshu hurriedly comforted her, don't worry, I'll be right back. Finished speaking, she also flew out. Not long after, Yelu Nanxian's figure stopped on top of a tree. Looking at her standing on the soft branch as if she couldn't bear any weight, Song Qingshu couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, In the past, Goddess Lua walked on water, her stockings stirring up dust, but now, Miss is walking on green leaves, it's no less impressive. I can understand that you're complimenting me, but I'm from the prairie, I don't know any gods from the Central Plains. Yellow Nancian said lightly. Seeing Song Qingshu's surprise, Yellow Nancian smiled, alright, I was just kidding. Song Qingshu wanted to say something else, but suddenly, a flash appeared in front of him, a long sword appeared in Yellow Nancian's hand. The long sword gleamed with a cold light, as if she was holding a pool of autumn water. Song Qingshu couldn't help but praise, good sword. Since your martial arts are higher than mine, I'll make the first move as a sign of respect. Finished speaking, Yellow Nancian's temperament suddenly became very solemn, a dragon's roar sounded and the sword in her hand turned into a ball of white light. Song Qingshu no longer underestimated her. Among all the sword masters he'd met, other than Feng Qingyang, Yellow Nancian's swordsmanship was the best. Song Qingshu had never seen such a dazzling swordsmanship. Her opponent seemed to be taking full advantage of the moonlight. What she was holding in her hand was no longer a sword, but a ball of dazzling shadow. Although Song Qingshu knew many martial arts, his greatest attainment was still in swordsmanship. After being baptized by the essence of the 5 great mountains' swordsmanship in the Repent Cliff, in addition to the many times he'd fought with Feng Qingyang, he had almost reached the realm of returning to his natural state. The originally ordinary 5 great mountains' swordsmanship, when used by him, was no less powerful than the solitary 9 swords. The reason for this was that although every move of Song Qingshu's was similar to the 5 great mountains' swordsmanship, he didn't rigidly adhere to the original moves, but instead slightly changed the angle of the sword according to the actual situation, or purposely slowed down the speed of the sword, making it so natural that the enemy couldn't block it. But even so, Song Qingshu still had a hard time dealing with Yellow Nancian's swordsmanship. The main reason was that the sword in Yellow Nancian's hand was too dazzling, so dazzling that Song Qingshu couldn't even open his eyes. Naturally he couldn't break it. After using his profound martial arts to force her back, Song Qingshu asked in shock, what swordsmanship is this? It doesn't have a name, I created it myself. Yellow Nancian pointed her sword to the ground, stopping her attack. If it was during the day, under the blazing sun, wouldn't your swordsmanship be heaven-defying? Song Qingshu asked with lingering fear. Lord Song's eyes are as sharp as a torch, my swordsmanship does make use of natural light. But although the sun is strong during the day, the environment is bright, it's not as dark as it is now, only the moonlight is more powerful. Yellow Nancian said softly, her expression was one of fascination, I have a feeling that when I practice this swordsmanship to the extreme, it will be like the moonlight shining down on the world, my enemies won't be able to hide. Unfortunately, my current cultivation level is still far from that level. Song Qingshu was taken aback. The indescribable aura that the other party was exuding made him feel a little uneasy as well. But then he suddenly thought, so what if you're a rare genius, can the halo of a genius surpass the halo of a transmigrator? Thinking like this, Song Qingshu's heart calmed down. I don't know if it was just my imagination, but just now I felt like taking your life was as easy as flipping my hand. Yellow Nancian frowned, clearly not understanding what just happened. Unfortunately, that feeling has disappeared. Song Qingshu didn't mind, smiling, I'm sure Miss can't bear to kill me. You're quite narcissistic. Yellow Nancian didn't get angry, instead sheathing her sword, let's stop here for now. Oh? I didn't expect your cultivation to be so profound, you can even hear people coming from so far away. Song Qingshu looked at her with admiration, thinking to himself, could this be the legendary genius beauty? Yellow Nancian paused, a little awkwardly saying, I didn't hear anything, I just don't want to fight anymore. Then let's hide for a while. Song Qingshu hid among the branches, beckoning Yellow Nancian to come over. Yellow Nancian floated over, frowning in confusion, if we work together, there shouldn't be anyone on this island that we need to hide from, right? Relying too much on martial arts isn't a good thing, Song Qingshu smiled faintly, not intending to explain further, instead saying, since your swordsmanship doesn't have a name, how about I give you one? Let's hear it, I don't want something too ugly. Yellow Nancian asked curiously. Since your swordsmanship contains the spiritual energy of the sun and moon, let's call it the Sun-Moon Divine Sword. Song Qingshu thought of the TV series Sword of Sun and Moon that Zhang Weijian and Guo Jinan had acted in his previous life, and then thought of Qiu Jingjing in it. Song Qingshu revealed a nostalgic expression. How long had it been since he thought about his previous life? He hoped that by using these little tricks, he would be able to leave traces of his past life in this world, so that he wouldn't think of it as a dream in the future. Sun Moon Divine Sword? Yellow Nancian paused, slowly nodding. I hope I won't sully the two words divine sword in the future. Both of them were dressed like red-robed llamas. One of them had a shiny bald head, while the other had his sleeves fluttering in the wind. It was obvious that he had lost an arm. Naturally, they were Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia. Should we follow them and take a look? Yellow Nanshan's main purpose for coming out this time wasn't to compete with Song Qingshu, but to gather information. Just what I was thinking. Song Qingshu exchanged a smile with Yellow Nancian. The two of them leaped up and silently followed behind the two of them. Song Qingshu's movement technique was without a doubt. He had the chance to compete for the title of #1 under the heavens. Who would have thought that Yellow Nanshan's movement technique would be so exquisite as well? Not even the sound of clothes fluttering in the wind could be heard. Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia arrived at a courtyard. They vigilantly turned their heads to look back before gently locking the wooden door in a certain pattern. Not long after, a series of rhythmic noises came from inside, the wooden door opened and the two of them cautiously walked in. Song Qingshu pointed at the roof of the courtyard. Yellow Nancian nodded in understanding. Song Qingshu picked up a handful of stones and threw them at the door. Hearing the noise, the guards inside quickly ran out to see what was going on. Taking this chance, the two of them flew over the guards' heads, hiding on the roof. May I know why the two grandmasters are looking for us? A familiar voice came from below. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and realized the voice belonged to one of the Divine Dragon cult's 5 dragon envoys. Yellow Nancian lightly lifted a piece of tile and was about to look inside when Song Qingshu noticed her jade-like slender fingers, sending a voice transmission to her. Miss Yellow, please don't let your beautiful hands get calluses because of sword practice. That would be a real waste of God's gift. Yellow Nancian glared at him and ignored him, carefully observing the situation in the room. Because she had carefully read the information of the Divine Dragon cult's upper echelon before coming to the island, she had a general idea of the situation. 5-3 of the 5 dragon envoys were Blue Dragon Envoy Su Xiuting, Black Dragon Envoy Zhang Danue, Red Dragon Envoy Wu Zhen, and the White Dragon Envoy had always been vacant. The Yellow Dragon Envoy had a close relationship with the cult leader and his wife, the three of them acting so solemnly. Most likely they were up to no good. Naturally, the Yellow Dragon Envoy Yingjin was excluded. What do the esteemed envoys think of the Divine Dragon cult's current situation? As soon as Xianxia said this, the 3 Divine Dragon envoys' expressions immediately softened a bit. Xianxia was obviously a big shot on the same level as Hong Yantong, but his tone was extremely respectful to the 3 of them. The cult situation will naturally be the cult leader's concern. There's no need for us brothers to worry about it. Su Xiuting was not only one of the 5 dragon envoys with the best martial arts, he was also a level more shrewd. You are the Divine Dragon cult's founding elders, your status is aloof, how could you have no right to ask? Blood Knife Ancestor chuckled. Having his sore spot poked, Black Dragon Envoy Zhang Danue indignantly said, in recent years, the cult leader has been promoting the younger generation without restraint, killing the old ones of the past. We should be thanking the heavens and earth for being the 5 dragon envoys. How could we dare to interfere in the cult's affairs? That's exactly what I was waiting for. Blood Knife Ancestor, Conspiracy Under the Moon Ancestor and Xianxia exchanged glances, hurriedly said, now that the 3 armies of Prince Bao and Hongli are bearing down on the border, the Divine Dragon Island is on the verge of collapse. What are your plans? The two of them were quite knowledgeable. Obviously the outcome of the battle was still unknown, but they gave the 3 envoys a psychological hint that the Divine Dragon cult would be defeated. Sure enough, when the 3 envoys heard their words, their faces turned pale. They looked at each other in dismay. For a moment, no one opened their mouth. I heard from Xingjing sect that as long as we hand over the culprit, Su Quan, they will immediately withdraw their troops. What do you think about this? Xiangjia's chubby face revealed a smile, looking like a harmless person and a harmless animal. Red Dragon Envoy Priest Wugen laughed a few times. Xingjing is like an arrow on the bowstring, they have no choice but to release it. How could they withdraw their troops just because of a woman? If the Divine Dragon cult doesn't hand over Su Quan, the hope of Xingjing withdrawing their troops is naturally zero. But if they hand over Su Quan, there is still a glimmer of hope for them to withdraw their troops. Why don't you advise your cult leader to try? There's no harm in sacrificing a woman, that's all. With cult leader Hong's status, it's not difficult for him to find a wife as beautiful as a flower in jade. Xianxia said with a smile. The three of them already had this idea in their hearts, but no one dared to bring it up first. Hearing Xiangjia's words, Su Xiuting sneered, cult leader Hong loves Su Quan very much, how could he bear to part with her? This is cult leader Hong's fault, how could he put the entire Divine Dragon Island in danger for the sake of one person's personal interest? Blood Knife Ancestor looked indignant, but his mind was actually very dirty. At this critical moment for the Divine Dragon cult, if Hong Antong offered his charming wife to everyone, he could guarantee that the Divine Dragon cult would be filled with chicken blood, and everyone's morale would be high. He is the cult leader, what can he do? Su Xiuting pretended to sigh, but he was secretly paying attention to the other party's change. Xianxia smiled mysteriously, what if Hong Antong is no longer the cult leader? The three envoys were startled, but they maintained their composure and said, the two of you and cult leader are both disciples of Prince Ali Buj of Mongolia, why do you say such words? Blood Knife Ancestor smiled strangely, Prince has always been dissatisfied with Hong Antong's selfishness and disobedience. He has long wanted to get rid of him, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. In fact, the three envoys had already met several times to discuss how to deal with Hong Antong, but first, they were worried about his superior martial arts, and second, they were worried about the Mongolian forces behind him. Hearing Blood Knife Ancestor's words, Zhang Danue couldn't help but ask, could it be that we have the chance now? The fish had taken the bait. Xianxia was delighted and quickly explained, it's like this, although we have always wanted to get rid of Hong Antong, this is, after all, an internal matter of the Divine Dragon Island. If we personally take action, I'm afraid it will cause a strong backlash from the Divine Dragon Island, and if we rely on the Manchurian Qing, it will be a big problem. However, if the three respected 5 dragon envoys take action, the impact will be reduced to the minimum. But now, Xinjing's army is pressing on the border. Su Xiuting was still relatively cautious, worried that after this turmoil, the Divine Dragon Island's vitality would be greatly damaged, and they might not be able to resist the foreign enemy. Don't worry, as long as you can successfully replace him, our lord will immediately send troops to Liaodong. The Mongolian cavalry is famous all over the world, and Hongli will naturally call back the army to resist us, Blood Knife Ancestor said. What do you want in the end? Su Xiuting asked doubtfully. Hong Antong is disobedient, so we naturally need an even more obedient cult leader. Xianxia smiled, the fat on his face jiggled, but in his heart, he was thinking, you fools, what we naturally need is the Divine Dragon cult to fall apart, so that Hongli can have a decisive battle with Kangxi as soon as possible. The three envoys exchanged glances, and Su Xiuting had a plan in his heart, after we successfully kill Hong Antong, in terms of martial arts and qualifications, the position of cult leader will definitely belong to me. As long as I can get the backing of Mongolia, what does it matter if I have to suffer a bit? Moreover, if I become the cult leader, if I really want to do something, what can the Mongolians do to me? Seeing that the other two envoys were still somewhat hesitant, Su Xiuting opened his mouth and said, in recent years, we, the 5 dragon envoys, have been constantly suppressed by Hong Antong, and our power is not as great as before. At most, we can only control 30% of the island's strength, so we definitely can't fight head-on. The only feasible way is to take advantage of Hong Antong's unpreparedness in the main hall tomorrow to execute the operation. As long as Hong Antong is dead, we naturally have a way to control the entire Divine Dragon cult. Taoist priest Wugan said hesitantly, based on Hong Antong's martial arts, I'm afraid the three of us are not his match. You three can rest assured, we will lend a hand at that time, and Hong Antong will not be able to escape this calamity. Blood Knife Ancestor narrowed his eyes, but in his heart, he sneered, when the time comes, we will wait for you to fight to the death, and it will be best if Hong Antong kills all of you. Then, we will seize the opportunity to kill Hong Antong, and the high-level troops of the Divine Dragon cult will be annihilated, and Hongli will naturally be able to attack without any effort. But right now, there is still Western poison Ouyang Feng on the island, as well as Madam Leader's subordinate, Song Qingshu. These two people's martial arts are too high, if they help Hong Antong, I'm afraid. Su Xiuting said worriedly. On the roof, Song Qingshu heard them talking about him, and immediately became interested, listening carefully. Don't worry, we already have a way to deal with them. Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia looked at each other, then laughed complacently, clearly having a card up their sleeves. After listening for a while, seeing that they couldn't hear anything else, Song Qingshu and Xianxia sneaked out of the courtyard. How do you think they are going to deal with me? Song Qingshu racked his brains for a long time, but still didn't think they could pose any threat to him. Yellow Nancian smiled faintly. Could it be that Lord Song has forgotten about me? Song Qingshu was startled, but quickly smiled. It won't be you. What, do you think I don't have the ability to deal with you? Yellow Nancian was a little angry at his disdain. The only way you can deal with me is with your beauty. Seeing Yellow Nancian's almond-shaped eyes widen, he quickly said, of course, from your swordplay, I know you're not that kind of person. Despicable person. Humph, I'll take that as a compliment. I won't bicker with you. Yellow Nancian's eyebrows were not as thin as those of Jiangnan women, but rather bright and thick, perfectly matching her radiant complexion. Actually, it was because I saw that they didn't take you with them that I realized that they were also guarding against you Liao people. Song Qingshu probed, intentionally or unintentionally. Yellow Nancian didn't fall for his trick, calmly saying, we're just putting on a show because we're allies. Lord Song doesn't need to worry about me and my cousin. She hesitated, but in the end didn't tell her analysis to Song Qingshu. After all, they all had their own masters. Liao and the Manchurian Qing were still warring countries. I'm going back, do you want to see me off? Song Qingshu turned to look at her. Yellow Nancian was speechless. Although I don't know much about Chinese culture, I do know that it's usually a man who sees a woman off. I fought a boring fight with you, so it's fair for you to see me off. Song Qingshu said matter-of-factly. Yellow Nancian hesitated for a moment, then remembered that her main mission was to protect Su Quan, so it was good to see her now. She nodded, saying, okay. This time it was Song Qingshu's turn to be surprised. Originally, he was just saying it to make her angry and leave so he could secretly search for the antidote for the leopard. Embryo tendon changing pill. He didn't think she would actually follow him. Before, I saw your lifeless eyes and crazed words, I thought you were under some kind of demonic spell. Along the way, the two of them were silent. Yellow Nancian was here to gather information. Naturally she didn't want to go back just like that. Others laugh at me for being crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me. Song Qingshu didn't plan to explain, directly laughing and brushing it off. Which side does Lord Song intend to help? Yellow Nancian didn't want to beat around the bush, directly asking. Whichever side my good sister is on, I will help. Song Qingshu answered. Su Quan, is it? Yellow Nancian pondered, if that's the case, then we aren't enemies. What? Song Qingshu looked at her curiously. Yellow Nancian smiled faintly, nothing. May I ask if Miss has ever been married? On the way, Song Qingshu couldn't find anything to say so he just blurted it out. No, Yellow Nancian stopped, looking at him calmly. What, are you interested? I don't think you have a chance of becoming the main wife. Song Qingshu shook his head. If Miss doesn't mind, you can be a concubine. Of all the girls in the world, 9 out of 10 would be angry hearing your words. Unfortunately, I am the last one. Yellow Nancian answered. You're a young girl, you should laugh when you want to, get angry when you want to. It's not good for you to act like an old man. Song Qingshu's expression was quite disdainful. Maybe I'm more mature than others. Yellow Nancian didn't mind, smiling faintly. What is your relationship with Divine Dragon Islands, madam? After a while, Yellow Nancian asked. Relationship between a man and a woman, Song Qingshu smiled. What, Miss also cares about these trivial matters of the mortal world? I'm just asking. Yellow Nancian's face was as calm as still water, no emotions could be seen. Before they knew it, the two of them had already returned to Song Qingshu's residence. Su Quan and Fang Yi had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Seeing him return, their faces lit up with joy. You really want to be the stallion of our grassland? Yellow Nancian suddenly said. Thanks for the compliment, Song Qingshu replied nonchalantly. Madam Hong, the current situation on the island is extremely unfavorable to you. Have you not considered quietly leaving? Yellow Nancian couldn't help but ask when she saw Su Quan. Divine Dragon Island is my home. Even if I leave, where can I go? Su Quan was obviously taken aback, but he still replied politely. This Lord Song Qingshu's official career is flourishing, his residence in Yanjing City should be big enough, Madam can go to his place to lie low for a while. I believe Lord Song would welcome this, is that right, Lord Song? Yelu Nanxian looked at Song Qingshu with a subtle expression. Although Su Quan was hurt by Song Qingshu, she had already recovered. However, in the end, there was still a mark left in her heart. Unconsciously, she was very close to Song Qingshu. Hearing her words, Su Quan said, Chia does not dare to trouble my good brother. It would be best if we can solve the problem here. Since Madam thinks so, then I won't say anything more. Yelu Nanxian felt that this trip was very fruitful. She said with satisfaction, Lord Song, I won't disturb your rest any longer, farewell. Finished speaking, she didn't wait for the three to reply and turned to leave. Fang Yi, you go out first, I have something to say to Song Qingshu. Seeing Yelu Nanxian leave, Su Quan's expression became cold. Originally, Fang Yi thought that it was time for her to become the master, but seeing that Song Qingshu didn't seem to have any objections, she could only sadly bow with clasped hands, yes. After Fang Yi closed the door, Su Quan glared at Song Qingshu, stinking brat, did you do something to me? Sister, as a woman, don't you know if a man has ever done anything to you? Song Qingshu said, amused. I didn't mean that, Su Quan's voice choked, hesitating for a moment before saying, have you ever fallen for me? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Song Qingshu spread out his hands. Su Quan's expression changed, finally helplessly said, a lie. Song Qingshu smiled as he approached her, slowly reaching out his hand. Su Quan's body trembled, but in the end, she didn't react. Taking her in his arms, Song Qingshu gently said, my good Jia, no matter what, I will stand behind you and support you. Su Quan's expression changed again. In this short period of time, she had actually considered a lot. Su Quan was no longer a little girl full of fantasies about love, the things she considered were very practical. She understood that her life was hanging by a thread, her only hope was Song Qingshu. Since Song Qingshu didn't want to expose her, she was happy to play the role. Leaning in his arms, Su Quan unexpectedly felt a trace of dependence, absent-mindedly saying, good little brother, Jia is actually very naive, don't lie to me. Don't worry, I'm not the same as Hong Antong. Husband and wife are birds in the same forest, flying apart when disaster strikes. This saying doesn't apply to me. Song Qingshu moved his head closer to her lips. Su Quan subconsciously shrank back, but Song Qingshu's hand firmly held her. Seeing that she couldn't avoid it, Su Quan silently sighed and slowly closed her eyes. As the two lips came closer and closer, a heart-wrenching cry suddenly came from outside, Darren Song, save me. The two of them suddenly woke up, and Su Quan immediately pushed him away. Black lines appeared on Song Qingshu's face. He had already recognized this was True Jade's voice and felt that his footsteps were particularly panicked, so he promptly opened the door to see what was going on. He saw that the crown on True Jade's head had been thrown somewhere, his hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. Darren Song, quickly save me. When True Jade saw him, he acted as if he had met his savior and promptly hid behind him. Song Qingshu was just about to ask him what was going on, but before he could say anything, he stopped because he already knew what was going on. He saw a middle-aged man with disheveled hair also rushing over. It was Western Poison Ouyang Feng, who had competed in the martial arts competition during the day. Darren Song, quickly save me. Hong Antong sent Ouyang Feng to kill me, True Jade said in a panic from behind him. Song Qingshu frowned. He had just promised to protect True Jade, so if he were to leave him alone at this time, True Jade would definitely lose his life. Seeing Song Qingshu, Ouyang Feng was also startled, but then he laughed heartily and said, it's good to see you. I've been racking my brains for several hours, and I've already broken through your sword technique. Song Qingshu was terrified, but he sneered, boasting shamelessly. Won't you know if you try? Ouyang Feng didn't waste words and directly attacked with his palm. Now that things had come to this, it was impossible for Song Qingshu to stay out of this matter, so he could only win. True Jade, who was at the side, saw this and quickly escaped. At this time Ouyang Feng's attention was completely focused on Song Qingshu, so he naturally didn't care about him escaping. Although Song Qingshu noticed it, he was similarly helpless. In the blink of an eye, Song Qingshu and Ouyang Feng had already exchanged dozens of moves. Taking advantage of the gap, Ouyang Feng angrily said, "If you don't use your sword technique, you won't be my opponent." Song Qingshu knew that he was speaking the truth, so he had no choice but to use his own unique skill, the separation sword technique. However, he wanted to test Ouyang Feng's depth, so his moves were almost exactly the same as before. Ouyang Feng laughed heartily, and his body rolled on the ground. Although he looked to be in a sorry state, he was able to avoid the trajectory of Song Qingshu's sword technique every time. Without the threat of the sword technique, Song Qingshu immediately fell into a disadvantage. As expected of Western poison, Song Qingshu secretly praised. Thinking of how Ouyang Feng broke the beggar sex dog beating stick technique that had been passed down for hundreds of years, he also felt that it was natural. Since then, his sword no longer followed the old pattern, and each time he simply moved, like an antelope hanging its horn. "Huh?" Ouyang Feng cried out in surprise, and the two immediately changed their offensive and defensive positions. However, after a few hours of thinking, Ouyang Feng was no longer in a sorry state like when he first encountered the separation sword technique. Although he gradually fell into a disadvantage, he could rely on his decades of experience to maintain a situation where he was not defeated. The movement of the two's attack and defense was very big, and the space needed to move and dodge was even bigger. Very soon, the courtyard was no longer suitable for fighting. The two of them fought back and forth, and coincidentally fought into the dense forest. Su Quan was worried about Song Qingshu's safety, so she quickly followed. Fang Yi also wanted to follow, but her martial arts were too poor, and not long after, she lost track of the three of them. Wherever the two of them passed, the gang chi scattered in all directions, causing sand and stones to fly, and trees to break. Hearing such a big movement, it was unknown whether they were worried that they would be caught in the crossfire or something else, but everyone else on the Divine Dragon Island appeared. Of course, at this time, Song Qingshu was completely focused on dealing with each move, and did not have the mind to pay attention to this. Up until now, the two of them had probably fought for hundreds of moves. Song Qingshu admired Ouyang Feng's martial arts foundation very much. Every time he felt that the opponent could not avoid it, but he was always able to use all kinds of strange methods to avoid it, and the following counterattack was also very sharp. Song Qingshu had learned a lot of different things, but the most profound one was the Nining Manual. There were a lot of words in the manual that he clearly knew, but when put together, he did not understand what they meant. Because of his special talent, although he was able to quickly master the Nining Manual by reading it once, he was powerless when it came to things that involved experience. Fighting with an expert of Ouyang Feng's level, Song Qingshu finally comprehended some profound mysteries of the Nining Manual. "Good little brother, this madman's martial arts is too high, quickly think of a way to stop fighting." Su Quan anxiously shouted from not far away. Song Qingshu was immersed in a kind of wonderful state, how could he be willing to stop? After Ouyang Feng went crazy, he was also a martial arts fanatic, and it was rare for him to see an expert like Song Qingshu, so naturally he would not easily stop. "It's you." Suddenly Ouyang Feng angrily glared at the forest not far away. Song Qingshu vigilantly looked in that direction, only to see a black shadow flash by. Ouyang Feng angrily roared and hurriedly chased after it. Song Qingshu was surprised, he did not think that Ouyang Feng would actually abandon him like this. Out of curiosity, he also followed. Su Quan did not have time to stop him, anxiously stamping her feet, she could only follow the two's footsteps. "Where do you think you're going?" Ouyang Feng's voice was like thunder. The escaping black-clothed person's body paused for a moment, and Ouyang Feng immediately caught up to him. The two of them exchanged a palm strike, and the black-clothed person let out a muffled groan. It was obvious that he had suffered internal injuries, but using the force of the palm strike, he fell into a cave. Ouyang Feng did not think and chased after him. Song Qingshu originally had some misgivings, but thinking that there was no one on the island with martial arts that could threaten him, he also followed. Translator, Mr. Voltaire Editor, Modlaws 123. Su Quan knew that the Spirit Serpent Cave was a forbidden area of the Divine Dragon Island. It was full of traps and danger. Although Song Qingshu's martial arts were high, it was not impossible for him to fall into a trap. There was always a torch in the cave, so it was not difficult to see. Su Quan carefully moved forward. She had only entered the spirit serpent cave a few times, but usually it was Hong Antong who led the way. After all, it was safe to choose the route. However, looking at the traces on the road, Song Qingshu and Ouyang Feng had obviously run into some side roads. There had always been a rumor in the Divine Dragon sect that those who entered the Spirit Serpent Cave would die. It was fine on the main road outside, but in this kind of secret path, the danger would definitely increase. Su Quan hesitated for a while. She understood that if something happened to Song Qingshu, without his protection, her fate would not be any better. At this time, the sound of fighting came from afar. Listening to the sound, it seemed like two super experts were fighting. Su Quan was worried that something would happen to Song Qingshu, so she hurriedly followed the sound. Ouyang Feng, are you crazy? There are traps everywhere. If we continue to fight, I'm afraid we will die together. Hearing Song Qingshu's voice, Su Quan just turned a corner and felt her eyes suddenly open. In a spacious hall, Song Qingshu's figure flipped up and down, dodging the hidden weapons that were shot from all directions. At the same time, he had to deal with Ouyang Feng's punches and kicks. The situation was very dangerous. Su Quan looked carefully. Those hidden weapons were shot from all four walls. There were caltrops, steel needles, hard crossbows, and even pitch-black poison. Ha ha ha. Ouyang Feng's long laughter shook the hall. All those who want to fight with me for the Nining Manual must die. Who wants to fight with you for the Nining Manual? Song Qingshu was shocked and angry. The two of them chased the black-clothed man, but in the blink of an eye, the black-clothed man disappeared. When the two of them reached the hall, they saw a golden box on a stone platform at the end of the hall. There were 4 big words engraved on it. Although the distance was quite far, the two of them were still able to see the words clearly. The words were Nining Manual. As soon as Ouyang Feng saw these words, he went crazy and suddenly launched a sneak attack on Song Qingshu. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was already prepared, so he did not die in confusion. Song Qingshu thought about it and realized that he had probably fallen into someone's trap. Everyone in Jianghu knew that Ouyang Feng had lost his mind after practicing the Nining Manual in reverse. The mastermind must have wanted to use the Nining Sutra to get rid of him through Ouyang Feng. Because Ouyang Feng was already a madman, he was unable to listen to reason. What was originally a very obvious plan became an unsolvable plot. Song Qingshu also noticed Su Quan. Seeing that she wanted to come over to help, he quickly stopped her. Don't come over, there are traps everywhere. Ouyang Feng looked towards the source of the voice and saw a charming young woman standing not too far away. A terrifying image appeared in his mind, and he immediately clutched his head and cried out in pain, Huang Rong, Guijing, I don't want to see you, I don't want to see you. Song Qingshu was stunned. He understood that he had used the 18 dragons subduing palms, and with Su Quan beside him, Ouyang Feng had mistakenly thought that they were Guijing and Huang Rong husband and wife. Song Qingshu also did not want to take advantage of the situation. With a leap, he flew to Su Quan's side and said with lingering fear, Luckily you appeared, otherwise if we were to continue fighting with this madman, we would have died together. Nining Manual, with the Nining Manual, I'm not afraid of them. Ouyang Feng muttered to himself as if he had gone crazy, his eyes fixed on the box in the distance. Be careful, it's a trap. Just as Song Qingshu said this, Ouyang Feng rushed over like an arrow released from a bow. There was a long and narrow passageway between the two of them and the box. The walls were densely packed with black holes, and from time to time a strange sound could be heard, causing one's scalp to go numb. Ouyang Feng came to the front of the passageway and laughed disdainfully, When I was playing with poisonous snakes, you were still wearing diapers. After saying that, Ouyang Feng swaggered into the black hole. Sensing someone's aura, a swarm of venomous snakes emerged from the black hole. However, Ouyang Feng paid them no heed. His throat issued a series of strange syllables, and the snakes obediently retreated like pets. The two people behind him were dumbfounded. Good little brother, let's quickly leave this place. Su Quan felt uncomfortable staying here, and quickly pulled on Song Qingshu's arm and said, Wait first, I want to see what kind of tricks they have prepared. Song Qingshu knew that the box would not contain the divining manual, but he had already warned Ouyang Feng before, but Ouyang Feng did not care. Ha 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 ha, I finally obtained the divining manual. Ouyang Feng had just obtained the box, and while laughing wildly, he could not wait to open it. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and Ouyang Feng's laughter stopped. Song Qingshu looked carefully, and it turned out to be a colorful poisonous snake, biting Ouyang Feng's hand. Ouyang Feng roared, and grabbed the poisonous snake's weak point, killing it with his palm. However, this poisonous snake was very powerful, and in just a short time, Ouyang Feng's lips had already turned black. In fact, if Ouyang Feng was sane, this kind of small trap would not be able to harm him at all. Unfortunately, after going crazy, his vigilance was greatly reduced, and so he fell into the trap. However, Ouyang Feng was, after all, the Western poison, the ancestor of poisons. Although he was not sane, his instincts were still there. He sealed several acupoints on his body, protecting his heart, and then flipped over, using one hand to support himself on the stone platform. He made a strange posture, and began to silently circulate his internal energy to force out the poison. Five-colored divine dragon. Seeing the colorful poisonous snake on the ground, Su Quan's lips trembled, and her face turned pale. Ouyang Feng is finished. There were thousands of poisonous snakes on the Divine Dragon Island, but the king of poisons was the five-colored divine dragon. The cruelest punishment of the divine dragon sect was 10,000 snakes biting the heart, and the other was this five-colored divine dragon. The victim was poisoned by the five-colored divine dragon, and after the poison broke out, his flesh and blood would be in a desperate situation. Therefore, the entire divine dragon sect from top to bottom would change color upon hearing the name of the five-colored divine dragon. Song Qingshu could not bear to see a grandmaster of a generation die like this, but he had never studied poisons, so he could not help even if he wanted to. He could only place his hope on Ouyang Feng's reputation as the Western poison and hope that he could save himself. This matter is full of strangeness, let's go out first. Song Qingshu had a bad feeling in his heart. This five-colored divine dragon was obviously targeting Ouyang Feng, so there was no reason for it to let him go. Could it be that they were so sure that Ouyang Feng could kill him? They were careful all the way until they reached the entrance of the cave. Looking at the closed big stone door, Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Good things don't come true, but bad things do. Su Quan hurriedly looked around, and finally said with a sobbing voice, "It has been locked from the outside." The big stone door of the Spirit Serpent Cave weighs more than 10,000 jin, and because it is difficult to move, these two doors have never been closed for so many years. It's like the broken dragon stone in the tomb of the living dead. Song Qingshu criticized in his heart. Standing in front of the stone door, he said to Su Quan, "Step back, I'm afraid of hurting you." Seeing that Su Quan had hidden, Song Qingshu slowly used his qi and used the most powerful move of the 18 dragon subduing palms, the arrogant dragon shows remorse. In a flash, he used the arrogant dragon shows remorse again. The power of the two palms combined was like an avalanche, but he still did not relax. He used the arrogant dragon shows remorse again, which was the three-layered waves of the dragon he imitated. No one in Wulin could take the power of the three palms directly. With a loud bang, the whole cave seemed to shake, and the sand and dust on the surrounding walls fell, but the big stone door did not move at all. Song Qingshu was shocked by the counterforce from the stone door. His hands were extremely numb, and he was afraid that he would not be able to use the second palm in a short time. Su Quan's face was ashen. She shook her head and said, "It's impossible to break this stone door from the inside. It's all my fault for being careless just now. Why didn't I guard against this move before coming in?" Song Qingshu carefully checked the joint between the stone door and the wall beside him, and murmured, "That's not necessarily true." "You have a way?" Su Quan's eyes lit up. "I have a vague idea, but I still need Ouyang Feng's help. I hope he hasn't been poisoned to death." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. If Ouyang Feng was really poisoned to death, then he would probably be trapped here until he died. At that time, his only hope was to see if Feng Yi could find this place and open the stone door from the outside. However, since the other party had set such a big trap, naturally, they would not let Feng Yi get close to this place. Because of the trembling just now, many of the torches in the cave had fallen to the ground, and the surroundings immediately darkened. Su Quan was worried that she might accidentally trigger some mechanism, so she hurriedly moved to Song Qingshu's side. Feeling Su Quan's body tremble slightly, Song Qingshu thought to himself, life and death are the hardest things for people to see through. If I hadn't died once, I probably wouldn't be so indifferent now that I'm in a desperate situation. Chapter 280, Trapped in a desperate situation. Although Su Quan was usually awe-inspiring in the Divine Dragon sect, in the end, she was just a young lady in her early 20s. Thinking of this, Song Qingshu allowed her to hold his arm. Using the green dragon's absorption of water, Song Qingshu sucked a torch from the ground into his hand and held it in front of him to light up the path. With his other hand holding Su Quan, they went to search for Ouyang Feng. Perhaps because she was too worried, Su Quan didn't notice that her soft breasts were right on top of Song Qingshu's elbow. Feeling that soft touch, Song Qingshu couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't want to take advantage of Su Quan like this, but he knew that if he reminded her, she might feel awkward, so he could only be happy and conflicted. This erotic interlude eased the last bit of anxiety in his heart. The two of them came to the hall just now. Ouyang Feng was still standing upside down on the stone platform in that strange posture. Song Qingshu wanted to help him, so he decided to go there first. Hearing his thoughts, Su Quan insisted on going with him no matter what. Don't forget, I'm the wife of the Divine Dragon sect's leader. Later on, I have a way to deal with the snakes in that tunnel. Song Qingshu thought that it was true, so he decided to bring her along. First, he struck the surrounding walls with his palms. Feeling the wind from his palms, the remaining hidden weapons also shot out. I don't believe that you can refill the ammunition automatically. Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. In his previous life, he had come across some information about ancient tombs. He knew that these kinds of mechanisms were one-time use. Even if someone refilled them, it would be impossible to refill them in a short period of time. If these mechanisms existed in ancient tombs that were hundreds or thousands of years old, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Hundreds of years was enough to corrode the mechanisms. Su Quan pursed her lips and smiled. Suddenly, the room was filled with spring. No one paid attention to the remaining fear on her face. I don't know Ouyang Feng's snake controlling technique, but I have this. After saying that, she took out a sachet. Song Qingshu took it and smelled it. Even the fragrance of a woman could not cover the strange smell. What's inside? Su Quan's face turned red. She quickly snatched it, opened the sachet, poured out some powder, and smeared it on Song Qingshu's body. This is realgar powder. There are poisonous snakes everywhere on the Divine Dragon Island. The people in the cult rely on this to protect themselves. How could I forget this? Song Qingshu was overjoyed. Those slippery and poisonous snakes were disgusting. It was better not to touch them. The two of them walked towards Ouyang Feng step by step. As Su Quan walked, she sprinkled realgar powder in front of her. The entangled vipers seemed to have encountered something extremely terrifying, and they all shrank to the corner of the wall. Soon, there was an empty path in front of them. Ouyang Feng sensed the two of them approaching and suddenly opened his eyes to stare at them vigilantly. He was at a critical moment in forcing out the poison. If Song Qingshu was next to him, it would be as easy as flipping his hand to take his life. Although Ouyang Feng's mind was in a mess, he still had his instincts for danger. Soon, large drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ouyang Feng, don't worry. I have no intention of harming you. I'm here to help you expel the poison. Noticing Ouyang Feng's abnormality, Song Qingshu quickly clarified. He did not want to harm Ouyang Feng instead of saving him. Ouyang Feng? Ouyang Feng was using all his strength to expel the poison. In addition, he was standing upside down. His blood rushed to his head. His chaotic mind suddenly had a trace of clarity. When he heard Song Qingshu call his name, Ouyang Feng's heart skipped a beat. He felt that he had found something important to him. He was about to think about it when he suddenly had a splitting headache. After hearing Ouyang Feng's miserable scream, Song Qingshu was startled. Could it be that his sudden appearance had frightened him and caused him to go berserk? He did not have time to think about it. He quickly went to Ouyang Feng and sealed several of his acupuncture points. When Song Qingshu noticed that his strength was as weak as cotton, he realized that Ouyang Feng had practiced the 9E manual, which Huang Rong had modified, and had already circulated his meridians in reverse. Do you have any antidote on you? Song Qingshu looked at Su Quan anxiously. There are, but none of them can cure the poison of the five-colored divine dragon, Su Quan said hesitantly. We're just trying everything we can. Hurry up and bring it over. Song Qingshu spread out his hand and took the few pills that Su Quan took out and stuffed them into Ouyang Feng's mouth. Song Qingshu circulated the Xianxia in his body according to the holy light scripture, and the energy in his hands became warm, helping Ouyang Feng digest the medicine. Su Quan looked at the smoke above their heads and knew that they were at a critical juncture. She was worried that Song Qingshu wouldn't be able to save Ouyang Feng, but she was also worried that Ouyang Feng would recover and attack Song Qingshu. So she put her hands deep into her bosom and quietly held a few secret weapons to guard herself. Wow! After a long time, Ouyang Feng spat out a mouthful of black blood. It was as thick as ink, and it stank to the extreme. What a powerful poisonous snake! Ouyang Feng slowly opened his eyes and said tiredly. Of course, the five-colored divine dragon is the treasure of our divine dragon cult. Although Su Quan was in a delicate situation in the cult, she was still proud of the power of the five-colored divine dragon. Humph, if it weren't for the fact that I didn't bring any pills with me, this little poison wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Ouyang Feng snorted in disdain. Ouyang Feng made a name for himself as the Western poison. Not only was he good at using poison, but he was also good at detoxifying. However, detoxifying usually required a certain amount of medicine to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Just relying on internal energy to detoxify the poison was really limited. If it weren't for the fact that Ouyang Feng had been in contact with poison for a long time and his body already had a certain level of resistance to poison, plus his toad skill and nining inverse skill, which were both good at detoxifying, once he was poisoned by the five-colored divine dragon, no matter how strong his internal energy was, he would still be dead. However, the five-colored divine dragon was after all not an ordinary creature. The Western poison's ability could only barely control the poison in his body. He wanted to force the poisonous blood out of his body, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Fortunately, Song Qingshu was lucky and gave him a lot of antidotes. Although the antidotes were not the right ones, the Western poison's ability was able to cleverly use the principle of drug resistance to gain a chance to breathe and finally force the poison out of his body in one go. Don't be so smug, old poison. We've all been plotted against. Now the exit is blocked by a stone door that weighs tens of thousands of pounds. I need your help. Hearing the words old poison, a trace of anger flashed in Ouyang Feng's eyes. However, he quickly concealed it and snorted. I heard that Lin Chaoying's Tomb of the Living Dead had a broken dragon stone that also weighed tens of thousands of pounds. Even Wang Chongyang and Lin Chaoying couldn't open it. I'm afraid the two of us don't have the ability to do so. Although the martial arts of those two are high, their brains aren't very good. It's just a stone door that weighs tens of thousands of pounds. I have at least two ways to get out. Song Qingshu said calmly as if it was not a difficult matter. However, she didn't know if Song Qingshu was bluffing Ouyang Feng. However, when she thought of the desperate situation just now, she was panicking while the other party was so calm. Even with Su Kuanyan's charming personality, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. What method? Tell me. Years ago, Ouyang Feng was lured into the ancient tomb by Li Macho and had a great battle with her master. Although he was heavily injured, he was afraid that the ancient tomb sect would put down the broken dragon stone and perish together. Therefore, he took the opportunity to retreat. Hearing that Song Qingshu had a method to deal with the broken dragon stone, he was naturally interested. It's... Song Qingshu had just opened his mouth when he suddenly made a sound of surprise. He raised his head and carefully looked at Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng was sitting on the ground. Although his clothes were still tattered and his hair was messy, he didn't look as sloppy as before. As he sat there casually, he had the aura of a great master. A strange look flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. He asked in surprise, "Old mister, have you regained your consciousness?" Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Su Quan was shocked. She tightened her grip on her hidden weapon. Ouyang Feng casually glanced at Su Quan. Su Quan immediately felt as if her whole body was being struck by lightning. That pressure made Su Quan release her hidden weapon and fight to the death. Sensing the abnormality between the two, Song Qingshu took a light step and stepped between the two. Su Quan immediately felt the pressure on her body disappear without a trace. Ouyang Feng shifted his gaze and laughed. "Why aren't you calling me Old Poison anymore? This nickname is only given to Old Mister's close friends. I wouldn't dare to be rude." Song Qingshu changed his way of addressing Ouyang Feng. There wasn't a trace of awkwardness. "Old beggar." Ouyang Feng fell into a nostalgic expression. However, he quickly recovered and snorted, "Your martial arts are clearly no weaker than the 5 grades of the past. Why do you have to lower yourself and call yourself a junior?" Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly. He thought that it was all because he didn't understand Ouyang Feng's temperament. If they were to fight again because of a disagreement, although he wasn't afraid, it would be too unfair. Ouyang Feng had been muddle-headed for more than 10 years. Now that his mind was clear, he couldn't help but be in a good mood. Seeing that Song Qingshu didn't speak, he suddenly became interested and continued, "Although my mind wasn't very bright before, there are some things that I can see and remember. In the younger generation, those who can be called top experts are the Liao dynasty's Xiao Feng and the Ming dynasty's Zhang Wuji. In recent years, you've been a new force to be reckoned with. However, those who were defeated by you before, except for Monk Fangxing, the rest can't be considered experts. I thought that your title of Manchurian Qing's #1 expert was just an undeserved reputation. I didn't expect that after these 2 fights, your martial arts are not below mine." Strictly speaking, Ouyang Feng was slightly at a disadvantage in these 2 fights. However, Ouyang Feng had regained his sanity and his former arrogance had also been restored. His ability was naturally not comparable to that of his insanity. He was able to agree that Song Qingshu was not below him, which was already a very high evaluation. On the other side, Su Quan was somewhat dissatisfied. Although she and Hong Antong appeared to be united, but at heart they were divided, the dignified Divine Dragon sect leader had shaken Liaodong for decades. How could Ouyang Feng say that he was not even a master? However, on second thought, compared to the 2 people in front of her, the gap in martial arts between her nominal husband and the 2 people in front of her was indeed quite big. She couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. "Mr. Ouyang, you flatter me." Previously in the martial arts competition, Senior relied on his instincts to fight. At most, he could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. Even I couldn't beat Senior, let alone now. Ouyang Feng's image of a martial arts fanatic was too deep in Song Qingshu's heart. He didn't want to arouse the other's desire to fight again, so he had to admit defeat first. "You have too many worries in your heart. To be able to practice martial arts to this level, I have to say it's a miracle." Ouyang Feng could more or less guess Song Qingshu's thoughts. He couldn't help but frown and said, "Did you think I was praising you just now?" "Huh?" Song Qingshu couldn't help but be a little speechless. As a peerless master, you don't have the arrogance of a peerless master. You have too many worries about gains and losses in your heart. Inevitably, your words and actions are a little wretched." Ouyang Feng said with some contempt. "Is it really that serious?" Song Qingshu said gloomily. "Our martial arts are clearly on the same level, but you have so many worries in your words, as if you're afraid of offending me. I really don't know what you're afraid of." Ouyang Feng rolled his eyes at him. "Right now, we're in a dangerous situation. I'm just worried that I'll accidentally offend Mr. Ouyang and cause an unnecessary fight." Song Qingshu felt a little embarrassed by Ouyang Feng's words and tried to explain himself. "You've offended me. Whether or not I want to fight you is something that I should consider." Ouyang Feng paused and couldn't help but smile. "Your martial arts are so high and I don't have the confidence to win. Why would I fight you?" "Huh?" Song Qingshu didn't react. "If you hadn't saved this old man's life, this old man wouldn't have bothered talking to you." Ouyang Feng glared at him angrily. This time, he didn't die and instead regained his consciousness. Ouyang Feng was very happy at first, but the memories of the past slowly welled up in his heart and he couldn't help but feel a little sad. Seeing Song Qingshu's handsome appearance, Ouyang Feng couldn't help but think of Ouyang Ku and wanted to give him a few pointers. The biggest problem? For a moment, Song Qingshu was stumped by his question. After reflecting on the current situation, it seemed that there were problems everywhere. Maybe I'm working for the Manchurian Qing imperial court, so I'm in a dilemma. Song Qingshu sighed. In the past, his meridians were all broken and he lost all his martial arts. What was even more ironic was that he had a deep grudge against Zhang Wuji, who was unparalleled in martial arts and had hundreds of thousands of followers. In the past, Song Qingshu accidentally killed his martial uncle Mo Xinggu and killed 2 elders of the beggar sect at the lion-slaying gathering. He had to bear the blame for these 2 crimes. When Zhou Zhirua from the Amei sect also wanted to kill him, Song Qingshu realized that there was no place for him in the vast martial arts world. If he was willing to be a commoner and find a place to live the rest of his life, it would be fine. Unfortunately, on that day, Song Qingshu's chest was filled with endless resentment and anger. He decided to seek revenge on Zhang Wuji by hook or by crook. That was how he came up with the plan to join the Manchurian Qing imperial court. As Song Qingshu's strength grew, his goal in life was no longer limited to revenge. At the same time, he had more and bigger ideas. At this time, he realized that his identity in the Manchurian Qing was really a constraint. Although the Manchurian Qing did not have a deep grudge against the Song kingdom like the Mongols and the Jin kingdom, they did destroy the Ming dynasty after all. Their image in the hearts of the Han people in the Central Plains was not good. If Song Qingshu wanted to be a loyal subject of the Great Qing, all of this naturally wouldn't matter. However, it just so happened that he had an even greater ambition. In the future, if others called him a traitor, he really wouldn't be able to defend himself. Although Song Qingshu had also devised a plan to clear his name, the process was too dangerous. You're in a dilemma because you think too much. Ouyang Feng gave his evaluation directly. This old man has lived for so long. From the nobles to the common people, I've come into contact with them all. Although I haven't known you for a long time, I can roughly understand your character based on the rumors I've heard about you. Although you look humble on the surface, you are extremely arrogant in your heart. Without giving Song Qingshu a chance to defend himself, Ouyang Feng continued, whether you admit it or not, in your heart, you must think that only you can fully weigh the pros and cons of all aspects and make the best choice for both parties. The others are either not smart enough or not rational enough. In short, they will make all kinds of unfavorable choices. Therefore, you have no choice but to consider the other party's behavior while considering yourself, and intentionally or unintentionally guide them to do what you want them to do. Su Quan, who was at the side, was puzzled. She raised her head and glanced at Song Qingshu. Seeing that he was silent, she was secretly alarmed. Could it be true? Ouyang Feng sneered, but that's easier said than done. If you want to achieve that perfect situation, you will have to make corresponding sacrifices. For example, you were worried that I would throw caution to the wind and fight with you, so you spoke in a submissive tone. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly and was about to speak when Ouyang Feng raised his hand to stop him. You are very similar to someone I used to know. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat. Who? King Zhao of the Jin Kingdom, Wanyan Honglai. Apart from controlling someone else's wife, how am I similar to him? How am I similar? Song Qingshu cursed inwardly. Of course, he was too embarrassed to say this out loud. Wanyan Honglai is also a smart man. Ouyang Feng's eyes became a little unfocused, obviously lost in his memories. Although he doesn't say it, I know that everyone is but a pawn in his eyes. His attitude of being courteous to the wise was only for the sake of greater returns. When Wanyan Honglai invited me to join the Zhao Palace, I didn't flatter him like Venerable Lingji and the others. Instead, I spoke to him bluntly. In the end, Wanyan Honglai became so humble that he became like my slave. Do you know why? Ouyang Feng glanced at Song Qingshu. Why? Although Ouyang Feng was one of the 5 greats of the Central Plains, Wanyan Honglai was a prince of the empire. There was no need for him to treat Ouyang Feng in such a manner. In the original work, Wanyan Honglia's almost kneeling attitude made Song Qingshu extremely suspicious of the power of the imperial court and Jianghu. Because he is the same as you. He thinks too much and thinks that he is the only one who can consider the pros and cons of the entire situation. In his mind, I am a Jianghu ruffian, arrogant by nature and ignorant of etiquette. If he were to use his status as a prince to pressure me, I would certainly not see the big picture and would turn hostile and leave. And there are some places where he needs an expert of my level. So even if he curses me in his heart, on the surface he will respect me even more. Just like you, as long as the big picture develops according to his wishes, he doesn't care even if he suffers a bit. Ouyang Feng chuckled. I have grasped this mentality of his. Even if I am not that difficult to please, I have to act as if I am extremely difficult to please. This is the status of two people. If you are strong, he is weak; if you are weak, he is strong. All of this is because he boasted that he is a smart man, and I have seen through this smart man's thoughts, so naturally I can take what I want. Thinking of his relationship with Kangxi, Song Qingshu's countenance could not help but turn somewhat unsightly. Ouyang Feng also seemed to have thought of this. With a sneer he said, I have roughly heard about your situation in the Qing court. Although Kangxi is not bad to you, it is only not bad, nothing more. What number one expert of the Manchurian Qing? In the end, you are still being ordered around by him like a dog. Perhaps this time it was Kangxi who ordered you to come to the Divine Dragon Island. Seeing Song Qingshu nodding with a dark face, Ouyang Feng's expression was as if he had expected it. If I were you, I would not say that Kangxi treats me like a father, but at least when he wants me to do something, he would respectfully use the word please. As for whether I am willing to help him or not, it depends on my mood at that time. Song Qingshu suddenly sweated like rain. You are saying that Kangxi is the same as you, he has seen through my thoughts. In his anxiety, Mr. Ouyang forgot to shout. As the saying goes, cleverness can be mistaken by one's own cleverness. But this is not entirely your fault. Ouyang Feng nodded. As the saying goes, one can be firm without desire. When I cooperated with Wanyan Honglai, his was greater than mine, so I naturally took the initiative. Between you and Kangxi, I am afraid you are more powerful. Even if Kangxi did not understand this at the beginning, when he noticed your respectful and cautious manner of doing things, he must have understood how great your hidden strength was. He was sure that since you had some ulterior motives, he naturally would not fall out with you because of some issues of etiquette and treatment. Therefore, he is stronger than you and you are weaker than him. Believe it or not, if you had behaved unruly, arrogant and despotic at the beginning, your position at Kangxi's side would have been higher. Listening to a gentleman's words is better than reading books for 10 years. Song Qingshu respectfully bowed. His mind was racing. Since everything about him was under Kangxi's control, perhaps Kangxi had already noticed his secret plan. If he acted according to the original plan, perhaps he would completely fall into Kangxi's trap. Since he had predicted that I would endure while secretly developing my strength, then I would do the exact opposite and catch him off guard. You are a promising child. Ouyang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although he did not know what Song Qingshu was preparing for, his decades of experience made him keenly aware that everything about Song Qingshu was under Kangxi's control and that he was in a potential crisis. This time, I will give you some advice to repay you for helping me detoxify my poison. Ouyang Feng stood up, his bones creaking. Looking at his figure, Song Qingshu knew that the crazy old man who walked upside down had disappeared, and that the once tyrannical Western poison had returned. This time I have regained my consciousness, no matter how you look at it, because you played a part. Originally, this old man was not someone who would repay favors, but today, I am especially happy. If anyone needs help with anything, this old man will naturally do his best to repay today's favor. Ouyang Feng had just been saved by Hong Qigong in the past, but he had immediately plotted against Hong Qigong. Naturally, he was not someone who would repay favors. It was just that today, as if he had just woken up from a dream, felt as if it had been a lifetime. Moreover, he saw Ouyang Ke's shadow in Song Qingshu, so he made this promise on a whim. Anything? Song Qingshu's heart moved and he immediately asked. Ouyang Feng had a faint smile on his face. Kid, I, Western poison, have never been someone who keeps promises. That will depend on what you want me to do. When the time comes, I will do it if I am happy, but if I am not, then this promise will naturally be invalid. Ouyang Feng was a formidable character, so naturally, he would not be bound by a paper promise. This is the style of Western poison in the past. Song Qingshu laughed awkwardly. He was very clear that if he ran to Ouyang Feng and asked him to join forces with him to kill their way to Light Peak, Ouyang Feng would probably slap him. It seemed that in the future, he would only be able to ask for Ouyang Feng's help if they had the same interests. The group arrived at the entrance of the cave. Looking at the heavy stone door, Ouyang Feng frowned. You want to combine our strength to open this stone door? He had just forced out the poison, so his body's true energy was greatly damaged. He was at his weakest. Thus, when Ouyang Feng had given Song Qingshu pointers out of goodwill, it was not necessarily because he wanted to use this opportunity to recover his strength. This was to prevent Song Qingshu from suddenly attacking him. This stone door weighs tens of thousands of kilograms. It is impossible to open it with brute force, so we can only use tricks. Song Qingshu deliberately paused. When he saw the two of them looking at him nervously, he found it a little funny. He continued, there are two ways now. One is to dig a tunnel from the side of the wall. This place is not far from the cave entrance, so we should be able to see the light of day in a few meters. This was the inspiration of the elders of Sun Moon sect who had been trapped in the Repent Cliff. One of them had used a giant axe to cut open the mountain and forcefully dug to the entrance of the cave before dying of exhaustion. Now that they were near the entrance of the cave, this problem naturally did not exist. The Spirit Serpent Cave did not rely on the stone door to imprison its enemies. The walls of the cave entrance were also made of ordinary mountain soil, not solid rammed earth or stone. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make a cave out of it. The second way, Song Qingshu paused and turned his eyes to the joint of the stone door and the wall. The people who plotted against us this time are definitely not from the Divine Dragon sect. Why? Su Quan subconsciously thought that Hong Antong was plotting against Song Qingshu and Ouyang Feng. After all, the Spirit Snake Cave and the Five-Colored Dragon were too unique to the Divine Dragon Island. But she had clearly hinted to him that Song Qingshu's soul had been captured by her. Could it be that he saw through the flaw and became angry out of humiliation? Su Quan was still hesitant, but hearing Song Qingshu's words, she quickly raised her head and asked. If it was someone from the Divine Dragon Island, they would definitely not spend so much effort to use this stone door to trap us, because this stone door has a fatal weakness. Ouyang Feng was a quick-witted person. Following Song Qingshu's gaze, he quickly came to a realization. You mean the door axle? Looking at the joint of the stone door and the wall, Ouyang Feng finally saw the essential difference between the stone door and the broken dragon stone in the Tomb of the Living Dead. Once the broken dragon stone was put down, it could no longer be opened, so it was purely blocked with a stone door that weighed over 10,000 jin. Although the stone door in front of them also weighed over 10,000 jin, for the convenience of opening and closing, it was not a structure that fell from above like the broken dragon stone. Instead, it was a structure that could be opened and closed freely like an ordinary door. An ordinary door needed a door axle, and this stone door was no exception. Its door axle was embedded in the wall next to it, and the wall was not a solid mountain stone. The stone door was locked from the outside, and these door axles became the breakthrough point. Mr. Ouyang, if you and I work together and use 10% of our power to attack the stone door at the same time, although the stone door can remain undamaged, the door axle can't stand repeated damage. Song Qingshu thought that with the power of one person attacking the stone door, he might not be able to break the door axle. This is the reason why you came back to save me? Ouyang Feng's expression suddenly became very strange. Mr. Ouyang won't think that my motive for saving you is impure, right? Song Qingshu laughed a few times awkwardly. I'm just laughing at your stupidity. Why go through so much trouble? Ouyang Feng sneered a few times. Without waiting for Song Qingshu's cooperation, he walked straight to the corner of the wall. Without looking at the huge hinges, he pressed his palm on the wall near the hinges. Why don't you try again? Song Qingshu doubtfully struck the stone door with his palm, only to hear a caw-caw sound in his ears. The entire stone door had already begun to loosen. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. He circulated the three-layered dragon subduing waves and combined the three palms of the overbearing dragon shows remorse into one palm. With a bang, the huge stone door slowly fell outwards. When she saw the sunlight that she was used to, Su Quan, who had survived the disaster, felt extremely lucky. Very soon, Ouyang Feng's voice rang out again. Can't you just use your inner force to shatter the wall near the axle? Why do you only want to use brute force? Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Just now, he couldn't think straight. In his mind, he was thinking about how much palm force to hit the stone door to loosen the hinges. His first reaction was to save Ouyang Feng and combine their strength. After that, he didn't think about how to save Ouyang Feng, but how to persuade the other party to cooperate sincerely. A moment of carelessness caused him to be despised by a perennial epileptic. Sect leader will enjoy immortal happiness and longevity as long as heavens. Reporting to sect leader, the people we sent out have returned. We can't find Madame and Song Qingshu anywhere. A Divine Dragon Island disciple knelt in front of Hong Antong and said. What about Western Poison Ouyang Feng? Hearing that both of them were missing, Hong Antong snorted coldly. His ruddy face flashed with a trace of green. There's no news either. Feeling that Hong Antong's tone was not good, the Divine Dragon Island disciple hurriedly replied, the people you sent to serve Ouyang Feng were all killed last night. It said that later, some disciples saw Ouyang Feng and Song Qingshu fighting fiercely in the forest. The other disciples didn't dare to approach them. Later, both of them disappeared. Could it be that both of them were injured and drowned in the sea? A trace of doubt arose in Hong Antong's heart, but it was soon replaced by irritation. He waved his hand to signal the disciple to leave. It was no wonder that Hong Antong was depressed. He had prepared Ouyang Feng, a big killer, so he had the confidence to control the overall situation. Later, Su Quan brought Song Qingshu, an expert who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Western Poison. According to her hint, Song Qingshu had already been used by her. Hong Antong thought that with these two experts on his side, it wouldn't be difficult for them to get through this great calamity. However, he didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, Hong Antong would become a loner again. Thinking of the envoys sent by various forces, each with an unfathomable intention, Hong Antong had an ominous premonition. Sect leader, the guests are already waiting in the hall. Hearing the voice of the disciple outside the room, Hong Antong woke up with a start. His eyes regained the fierceness of the past, and he calmly walked to the hall. Sect leader Hong, before this humble Taoist left, Prince Bao specifically told me that as long as you hand over Su Quan, the main culprit, we will immediately withdraw from Divine Dragon Island. Today is the deadline. Sect leader, tell me if you want to hand over or not. In the hall, True Jade Master's sorry figure from last night when he was chased by Ouyang Feng was swept away. He looked at Hong Antong with an aggressive gaze. What if I don't hand it over? Hong Antong sinisterly said. It wasn't that he didn't have the thought of sacrificing Su Quan before, but for many years, he had been extremely fond of this beautiful wife, so it was difficult for him to make up his mind in such a short time. Not to mention that Su Quan also brought back a super thug. Then it's inevitable that the people of your island will be plunged into an abyss of suffering. True Jade Master chuckled, and his threatening tone was overflowing. Sacrificing one person will save the people of the entire island. As the sect leader, your distinguished self shouldn't be unable to distinguish the severity of this matter. Or is it that some people are reluctant to part with their wife and selfishly? Hong Antong was an awe-inspiring figure in his sect, so when had anyone dared to speak to him in such a strange tone? Hearing what was said, Hong Antong immediately became furious. Just as he was about to flare up, Xianxia, who was on the side, came out to smooth things over. Sect leader Hong, today is the deadline given by Xingjing. This matter is related to the survival of Divine Dragon cult, whether it's war or peace. Has your Divine Dragon Island reached an agreement yet? On behalf of Prince Ali Buj, I will always support your sect's decision. Finished speaking, he quietly gave Su Shuiting a meaningful glance. Hong Antong's heart warmed. Although recently Xianxia's actions were somewhat suspicious, they were, after all, allies in the same camp. With Ali Buj's support, Xingjing would always have some misgivings. Yelu Nanxian, who had been silent all this time, sneered incessantly in her heart. Last night, she had already discovered Xianxia's plot. Perhaps this time, Hong Antong was finished. Our emperor and the southern courtyard's king quite appreciate sect leader Hong. King Xiao is currently fighting with Manchurian Qing's Wu Sangui outside of Shanhai Pass. If sect leader starts a war with Xingjing, our country hopes to form an alliance with your sect to jointly resist the Manchurian Qing. Clearly seeing the powerful relationship between the various countries, Yelu Nanxian naturally didn't want Divine Dragon Island to be destroyed so easily. If Hongli and Kangxi went to war, Mongolia would have one less counterbalance. Not to mention, she received a secret order from official Su to protect Su Quan. If she allowed Hong Antong to hand over Su Quan, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to control his life and death. At that time, she could only take a risk and see if she could save Su Quan and escape. Fortunately, with Song Qingshu's help, protecting Su Quan would be a lot easier. Thinking of this, Yelu Nanxian couldn't help but search for Song Qingshu's figure in the hall again. After she still couldn't find him, her beautiful eyebrows couldn't help but show a trace of worry. On the other side, Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia looked at each other. They were quite angry, but they couldn't do anything. After all, Liao was Mongolia's ally, and the Mongolia they represented supported Hong Antong on the surface. Hearing Yelu Nanxian's words, they couldn't help but regret that they didn't inform Liao's people beforehand. Su Xiuting got Songjia's hint, hesitated for a moment, but still stood up and said, "Leader, subordinate has something to say, but I don't know if I should say it." "Speak." Hong Antong's face was gloomy, and he snorted. In the past, leaders single-handedly founded the Divine Dragon cult, and there were a total of 1,023 old brothers who followed leader. For many years, they went through water and tread on fire, but today, some lost their lives in the hands of the enemy, some were executed because they made some small mistakes. Counting, there are less than 100 people left. Although leader and madam have recruited a large number of young followers, unfortunately, the Divine Dragon cult is no longer as grand as it was in the past. Su Xiuting slowly said each word, his tone was deep, and sometimes there was even a hint of sobbing. When some of the old people in the hall heard this, they couldn't help but sigh as they recalled the past. Hong Antong's face became more and more unsightly. Seeing Su Xiuting getting more and more excited, he couldn't help but snort heavily. "Blue Dragon Envoy, we are now discussing the invasion of foreign enemies. Why are you bringing up this irrelevant topic?" "I'm talking about the invasion of foreign enemies." Su Xiuting's expression suddenly became a little agitated. "Leader, do you know when it started that old people like us were killed for no reason?" Seeing that Hong Antong was silent, Su Xiuting said hatefully, "It started when leader married that woman." "Shut up." Hong Antong's hair and beard were standing on end. Su Xiuting could not help but feel a little scared when he glared at him. For a moment, he couldn't say the words that he had thought of. What Brother Su said makes sense. Upon seeing this, Taoist priest Wugan, who was at the side, quickly stepped forward and said, "Ever since that woman came to the island, leader, you've changed. You can't remember us old brothers anymore. Madam likes to use young people, and she feels that us old people are an eyesore, so she made all kinds of strict sect rules. If we slightly violated it, she would take the opportunity to kill us. Leader, you've been watching silently. Us old brothers are really disappointed. I've always been a meritorious person, and I don't care about age. As long as you have the ability and are loyal to me, I'll never treat you unfairly. Since the old people are loyal to me, I'll naturally still treat them as good brothers and will never discriminate against them." Red Dragon Envoy, you're thinking too much. If it weren't for the fact that they were facing a foreign enemy, with Hong Antong's temperament, these two people would have been killed long ago if they dared to contradict him like that. Even with Hong Antong's tyranny, he had no choice but to explain patiently. "In that case, the reason why so many of our brothers were killed before was because they were not loyal to leader?" Black Dragon Envoy Zhang Danua smiled sadly. As soon as he said this, many of the old people in the hall revealed indignant expressions. The young disciples looked at each other and nervously held the hilt of their sabers. "I didn't say that." Hong Antong was expressionless. "Alright, the dead are gone, but there are thousands of disciples on the island now. We can't continue to send them to their deaths just because of leader's words, right?" Su Xiuting, who had already recovered, said. "What do you want?" Hong Antong said coldly. When Song Qingshu and the other two left the Spirit Serpent Cave and arrived near the meeting hall, the various forces had already begun to plot against each other. The three of them did not plan to show their faces. They unanimously chose to hide outside the hall, and silently observed the situation inside. Song Qingshu turned to look at the leader's wife, who was as beautiful as a flower, and teased in a low voice, "Looks like your husband still cares about you." Humph, he was already tempted. But he was worried that if he handed me over, the army outside would not let Shenlong Island off. If that happened, he would suffer a double loss and lose face. Naturally, he would not agree easily. Su Quan had followed Hong Antong for a long time. Coupled with her trusted aide's information, she naturally knew what Hong Antong was thinking. Before Song Qingshu could reply, Ouyang Feng's face was full of mockery. Little brother, this woman is flirtatious to the bone. Her gestures are full of charm. I am really worried that you will be infatuated with her in the future. Not at all. Su Quan was stunned and her face flushed. She angrily stamped her feet. Mr. Ouyang, you are a person of virtue and prestige. Why are you making fun of a little girl like me? Of virtue and prestige? Ouyang Feng snorted. Fortunately, I do not like women. Otherwise, if I saw such a flirtatious girl like you, I would have followed Ku and taken you into my room first. Thinking of Ouyang Ku, Ouyang Feng sighed. My poor Ku. Song Qingshu thought that Ouyang Ku used to rape good girls in his early years. He was a disgrace to his generation. In the end, he only had himself to blame for his death. Of course, he still had to put on a show. He was about to say a few words when Ouyang Feng suddenly became angry. In the end, Ku was harmed by Guojing and Huang Rong. If it were not for Huang Rong, Ku's legs would not have been broken and he would not have been taken advantage of. I want to deal with Guojing and Huang Rong. Will you help me? Ah? Song Qingshu was surprised. He did not expect his thoughts to jump so far. He thought about how the couple was a glorious image in the eyes of the common people. Moreover, they were highly skilled in martial arts. They also had the help of masters like Hong Qigong and Huang Yaoshi. He would be stupid to get involved in this mess. Seeing Song Qingshu's embarrassed expression, Ouyang Feng quickly regained his senses. He understood that even if he agreed to work for Song Qingshu, this little fox would not provoke the couple. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Ouyang Feng's mind. This kid's face was like a peach blossom, it seemed like he was a lecherous person. Huang Rong was already very beautiful when she was a little girl, and now that she was married, she was even more charming. If he used her, in the blink of an eye, Ouyang Feng had come up with a plan to use Huang Rong to force Song Qingshu to deal with Guojing. A strange smile appeared on his face. Let's not talk about this for now, but I believe that you will agree in the future. Song Qingshu was baffled. How could he possibly agree to it? At this moment, there was a quarrel in the hall. He quickly turned around to look. What do you want? Hong Antong stared at Su Shuiting and spoke in a ghastly tone. Hong Antong had accumulated his power for a long time. Su Shuiting felt his legs turn to jelly when he was glared at by Hong Antong. However, he remembered that he had many helpers this time, so he immediately regained his confidence. Since Prince Bao has the intention, we will retreat as long as you hand over the lady. Compared to the foundation of the Divine Dragon cult and the safety of thousands of cult members, a mere woman is nothing. In actual fact, Su Shuiting understood very well that since he was forced to this extent by the crowd, even if Hong Antong had the idea of sacrificing Su Quan previously, he would definitely not agree to it now. After all, if Hong Antong took the initiative to offer to hand over Su Quan, the cult members would only be grateful to him, and their prestige would only rise instead of fall. However, if the cult members were to force him to hand over Su Quan, the significance would be completely different. Even if they managed to deal with the great army outside, Hong Antong's prestige would collapse, and the cult members who were already deeply oppressed would become restless. You're courting death. How could Hong Antong, as the cult leader, not understand what Su Shuiting was able to understand? He looked at the hopeful gleam in the eyes of the crowd below him, and knew that if he did not kill the chicken as an example to the monkeys, and deter them from their budding desire, he was afraid that they would be in danger today. Hong Antong twisted a piece of wood from the handle of his chair, and channeled his inner energy to shoot it at Su Shuiting. Although Su Shuiting's martial arts skill could be considered first class in the Divine Dragon cult, how could he withstand Hong Antong's raging attack? Just as his chest was about to be pierced, a horsetail whisk suddenly swept over and changed the direction of the wooden stick, thus saving Su Shuiting's life. Su Shuiting was still in a state of shock, and he gratefully looked at True Jade. True Jade, this is my cult's matter, what do you mean by this? Hong Antong was both startled and angry. True Jade also had the same idea of causing internal strife in the Divine Dragon cult, so he naturally could not sit idly by and watch Hong Antong unify the entire cult with a thunderous momentum. Upon hearing what was said, he smiled and said, "Your honorable cult's talents are now withering, so why would cult leader Hong take the lives of the experts under your command just because of a disagreement?" True Jade's words were like cold water poured into boiling oil, igniting the long-suppressed resentment of the Divine Dragon cult members. Su Xiaoding angrily cursed, "This old fool only cares about that vixen, when did he ever care about us? Brothers, Hong Antong is unwilling to sacrifice that vixen, but it seems he is prepared to sacrifice us. It would be better for us to risk our lives and kill Hong Antong first, then capture Su Quan and hand her over to Taoist priest True Jade. With that, the Divine Dragon Island siege will definitely be resolved." Outside the window, Song Qingshu turned his body sideways to look at Su Quan's round and smooth earlobes. He moved closer and gently blew on them. Vixen Su Quan turned around, a layer of slight anger hanging on her face. "You're the vixen. If there's also a male vixen, I wouldn't mind." Song Qingshu bashfully looked at her with a beaming smile. "I really can't stand the two of you talking about love." Ouyang Feng coughed lightly, a strange expression on his face. "There's nothing else worth paying attention to here, I'll be leaving first." Su Quan's face became hot from his words. She turned her head away and no longer said anything. Song Qingshu curiously asked, "You're not going to take revenge for being plotted against?" "It's just some sneaky tricks of a jumping clown, that's all. I don't feel like paying attention to him." Ouyang Feng looked towards the western sky. "What's more, this is a blessing in disguise, I've recovered my sanity. I've been away from home for a long time, I have to go back and take a look." "White Camel Manor?" Song Qingshu curiously asked. Ouyang Feng nodded. "I'm also going to the Jin Kingdom to visit some of my old friends. Little brother, we'll meet again in the future if fate allows it." Then without waiting for his reply, Ouyang Feng leaped up and disappeared into the distance. "I wonder if the next time we meet will be an enemy or a friend." Song Qingshu sighed. Seeing that Su Quan was staring at the fight inside, he couldn't help but reach out his hand to hold her waist. "What's wrong? Are you worried about your husband's safety?" Feeling the heat of the big hand on her waist, Su Quan's body trembled. She knew that this was inappropriate, but she had a feeling that she didn't want to resist. Her pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at Song Qingshu. "Although I'm more handsome than your husband, you don't have to keep staring at me?" Song Qingshu curiously asked. Su Quan shook her head. "I just feel that you're a little different from before." "What's different?" Song Qingshu was stunned. "For example, you very naturally hugged me. You didn't do this in the past." "Oh, anyway, I can't tell." Su Quan's pretty face was already extremely charming. At this time, there was a trace of blush, which made her look even more charming. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu thoughtfully said, "Fortunately, Ouyang Feng showed me the right path. Only then did I know how uncomfortable my life was in the past. Now that you're free, you come to take advantage of me?" Su Quan pursed her lips and said resentfully. She didn't look like a mature woman at all. She was clearly a little girl who had been wronged. Taoist Wugen and Zhang Danue had already discussed with Su Xiaoding. In addition, with the secret help of Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia, they naturally had confidence in their hearts. Hearing this, they both took a step forward and echoed Su Xiaoding. Their respective disciples also took the opportunity to wave the flag and shout war cry. Hong Antong's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect that the few 5 dragon envoys would all rebel. A trace of anger appeared on his face. In his heart, he thought, "Fine, you all rebel against me. At worst, I'll kill you all and promote a few more people to be the 5 dragon envoys." He knew that as long as he executed these few leaders on the spot, the people of the cult would naturally calm down. Surrounded by strong enemies, Hong Antong decided to end the battle quickly. Among the 3 of them, Zhang Danua's martial art was the weakest. Hong Antong made a feint in the east and attacked in the west. He looked like he was pouncing towards Su Xiaoding. When Su Xiaoding concentrated on defending and the other 2 came to his rescue, his body leaned to one side and his right palm struck toward the top of Zhang Danua's head. Zhang Danue was greatly shocked. Wielding the Mandarin duck twin daggers, he stabbed upward 7 times in a split second. It was indeed his life's effort. The 7 stabs were extremely swift and fierce. Cult leader Hong slightly tilted his right palm and lightly pressed on the left side of Zhang Danyue's chest, borrowing the momentum to leap away. Zhang Danyue let out a loud cry and rolled on the ground. He flipped over and stood up. His face was dark green. Very soon, his legs went soft and he fell to the ground. It seemed like he was going to die. Su Xiuting and Taoist Wugen were scared out of their wits. They subconsciously glanced at Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia. Who would have thought that the other party had no intention of making a move? They cursed inwardly. They had no choice but to brace themselves and face Hong Antong's fierce attack. As the saying goes, good advice is unpleasant to the ear. The 3-5 Dragon envoys are doing this for the sake of the several thousand followers of Divine Dragon cult. It's fine if cult leader Hong doesn't accept it, but there is no need to secretly kill them. This humble Taoist can't stand it, so I want to interfere. He naturally hoped that Divine Dragon cult would fight internally and both sides would suffer. However, looking at the current situation, perhaps it would be very difficult for Su Xiuting and the others to enter Hong Antong. Therefore, True Jade decided to balance the disparity in strength between the two sides. Hong Antong was about to dispose of Su Xiuting and Taoist Wugen. Who would have thought that True Jade would suddenly join the fray? He couldn't help but be alarmed and angry at the same time. True Jade's martial arts were not inferior to Hong Antong's. With the addition of the lightning changes, his movement technique was extremely ghostly. Intentionally or unintentionally, he guided Su Xiuting and Taoist Wugen to endure the majority of Hong Antong's attacks. Meanwhile, he himself would suddenly launch a ruthless attack from time to time. With True Jade's help, Su Xiuting and Taoist Wugen's spirits were greatly boosted. They desperately entangled Hong Antong's hands and feet so that True Jade would have the opportunity to deal a fatal blow. Seeing that Hong Antong was surrounded by perils, Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia glanced at each other and tacitly joined the fray. They shouted, "Cult leader Hong, we will lend you a helping hand." How experienced was Hong Antong? The reason why he was surrounded by perils was because he had diverted a part of his energy to guard against these people's sudden sneak attacks. However, when he saw that the two of them had actually helped him block Su Xiuting and Taoist Wugen's attacks, he felt relieved. When Su Xiuting and Taoist Wugen saw that the other side didn't act according to their previous agreement, they couldn't help but be alarmed and angry. Just as they were about to open their mouths to question them, Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia didn't give them the chance. Although Su Xiuting and Taoist Wugen could be considered experts, how could they compare to these two underworld giants? Very soon, they were forced into a perilous situation. You guys went back on your word. Ah. Su Xiuting finally understood that he was being used, but it was too late for regrets. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would die sooner or later, so he could only take the risk to expose their plot to the public, hoping to unite with Hong Antong again. However, this distraction naturally exposed a flaw in his moves. Blood Knife Ancestor's combat experience was abundant, so he took advantage of this opportunity to slit Su Xiuting's throat. Hearing Su Xiuting scream, Taoist Wugen panicked and turned to flee, but Xianxia pressed his back with a large palm, causing him to stagger a few steps before finally vomiting blood and dying. True Jade's expression changed, and he quickly jumped out of the battle circle, using the lightning of interchangeability to run away. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in front of him, and he retreated several zhang in shock. Forcing True Jade back with one sword strike, Yelu Nancian didn't feel any joy, but instead felt puzzled. Could it be that last night's plot was to numb Su Xiuting's group? Could it be that all my previous deductions were wrong? Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia took this opportunity to spread out, forming a three-pronged formation with Hong Antong, firmly surrounding True Jade in the center. Yeluchi was itching to go, but Yelu Nancian couldn't figure out what these people were up to, so she signaled him to stay put. I'm afraid True Jade won't be able to escape this time. Su Quan shook her head. She clearly understood that Hong Antong's martial arts were slightly better than True Jade's, and True Jade was only able to fight evenly with Hong Antong by relying on the lightning of interchangeability. Now that the other two experts of the same level had joined in, True Jade's fate was grim. That's not necessarily true, maybe Hong Antong is in danger. Song Qingshu pondered for a moment, then saw through these people's scheme. Su Quan's 7 apertures heart was exquisite, so she quickly reacted, and her pretty face couldn't help but change slightly. Do you want me to save your husband? An indescribable smile hung on Song Qingshu's lips. Su Quan shook her head, this old thief snatched me to be the sect master's wife. Although it was only to maintain his prestige in front of his subordinates and cover up his incapacity, and he didn't do anything to me, I still hate him. Even if he doesn't die this time, sooner or later, I will destroy the foundation of Divine Dragon Island, and then kill him. Why do you have to intentionally or unintentionally emphasize your innocence to me? Song Qingshu laughed even more proudly. Su Quan's face was a little embarrassed. Her charming face, which was full of spring glow, was drained of blood. You naturally know what I am thinking in my heart. Why do you have to ridicule me? Song Qingshu did not expect her to be so frank. A mature woman was indeed different from a young girl. She was very clear about what kind of man she wanted, and she knew when to advance or retreat. She would give you a clear hint, but she would not make it completely clear to avoid the risk of being rejected. What I mean is, even if you don't say it, I know everything. Song Qingshu held Su Quan's slightly trembling hand. The warmth of his palm restored color to her face. As the saying goes, when two countries are at war, envoys are not beheaded. What are you all doing? True Jade's complexion was somewhat unsightly. Humph, just now, when you cooperated with my men to rebel against your superiors, why didn't you remember your identity as an envoy? Hong Antong coldly snorted, but in his heart, he was thinking that if he killed True Jade, then he would completely shed all pretense of cordiality with Xingjing sect, and the following decisive battle would be unavoidable. But in order to make them retreat, if he offered to hand over Su Quan. At this time, how would the disciples see him? While Hong Antong was hesitating, Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia had already called out to True Jade. Although the two of them joined hands to win against True Jade's Qin Gong was too ingenious, and several times they almost broke out of the encirclement. Very well, now that the people in the sect are wavering, killing True Jade to re-establish our prestige is also good. Hong Antong was, after all, an ambitious and ruthless character of his generation. Soon, he made up his mind. It just so happened that under the joint attack of Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia, True Jade revealed a fatal flaw in his back. Hong Antong leaped up and silently struck his palm toward True Jade's back. For some reason, there was a gap between the joint attack of Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia, and True Jade took this opportunity to jump out of their encirclement. However, Hong Antong was clear that True Jade's figure was old, so he was confident that this palm strike could seriously injure the opposite party even if he didn't die. If he missed this once-in-a-blue moon opportunity, with True Jade's Qin Gong, no one in the hall would be able to catch up to him. Therefore, he didn't withdraw his palm force, but instead took this opportunity to cover up. Who would have thought that there was no panic on True Jade's face? Instead, a trace of a treacherous smile floated on his face. Hong Antong knew that the situation was far from good and promptly leaned to the side. Unfortunately, it was still too late. Xianxia's big handprint and Blood Knife Ancestor's blood knife had already struck his fatal spot. Why? Hong Antong knelt on the ground, angrily glaring at the two people who had launched a sneak attack on him. He was well aware of his own injuries. His heart meridian had been broken by the big handprint, and at the same time, there was a badly mangled wound on his waist. His spine had been severed by the blood knife. Even if a great principal golden immortal came, he wouldn't be able to save him. Seeing the sudden reversal of the situation, the Yelu siblings were inwardly apprehensive. Hong Antong, as the cult leader, you have gone against the grain and harmed loyal people. You should have abdicated long ago. These two martial arts masters are just enforcing justice on behalf of heaven. A voice came from the corner. Hong Antong turned his head to look, and his anger turned into a smile. I was wondering who it was, so it's Yellow Dragon Envoy Yingjin. Su Xueting and the others rebelled against me, but at least they dared to challenge me. They can be considered heroes. A shameless villain like you, seeing that the outcome has been decided, you came out to fart. Simply shameless to the extreme. Hong Antong's aura was still lingering, and Yingjin trembled in fear. He subconsciously shrank back. At this time, Blood Knife Ancestor laughed sinisterly. Yellow Dragon Envoy, now that you have the highest position in the Divine Dragon cult, you can go and kill Hong Antong. Naturally, you will be the next cult leader, and we will support you with all our strength. What do you think? Although Jin was afraid, when he thought of becoming the cult leader, his greed slowly took over. He picked up his knife and walked step by step towards Hong Antong. Although the other Divine Dragon cult disciples in the hall were ashamed of Jin, the current situation was stronger than him, so they dared not say anything. Hong Antong felt his life slowly slipping away. Seeing Jin deliberately approaching him slowly, he knew that he would not be able to fight back after a long time. He smiled sadly. Fine, I, Hong Antong, have been a hero all my life, I can't die in the hands of a thief like you. After saying that, he circulated his remaining internal energy and sealed the top of his head. Whoosh! A small stone flew in from outside, and Hong Antong's wrist went numb, and his hand drooped down powerlessly. Everyone looked towards the door in shock. Seeing Song Qingshu and Su Quan slowly walking in, everyone in the hall had different expressions. Song Dage. Fang Yi was among the Divine Dragon cult disciples. Originally, she was worried that Song Qingshu had met with misfortune. Now that she saw Song Qingshu, she was so excited that she stood up. Song Qingshu signaled her to stay there for the time being. He came in front of Hong Antong and sighed. Cult leader Hong, the battle between you and me in Yangzhou is still vivid in my mind. I didn't expect that when we meet again, it would be under such circumstances. The affairs of the world are really unpredictable. Madam, is that you? Hong Antong snorted coldly. He did not pay attention to him. Instead, he looked at Su Quan with pleasant surprise. Looking at Hong Antong's weak breath, Su Quan's expression was somewhat complicated. Her lips were tightly closed. Madam, for so many years, from your various actions, I know that you have always wanted to kill me. Now that I am finally going to die, are you happy? Speaking of all this, Hong Antong's expression was calm. If I did not kill you with my own hands, why would I be happy? Su Quan said with a cold laugh. It's only right for you to hate me. After all, I deserve it. Hong Antong said with a bitter smile, however, you and I have been husband and wife for so many years. Ask yourself honestly, have I treated you well or not? Su Quan hesitated for a while and nodded. You are indeed very good to me. That's good. Looking at our many years of friendship, before I die, I want to ask you one thing. Hong Antong smiled in relief. Su Quan glanced at Song Qingshu's expression. Seeing that he did not have any expression, she nodded and said, Speak. Help me kill Jin, that shameless villain. Hong Antong said while gnashing his teeth. Okay. Su Quan did not hesitate. Her figure flashed and she arrived next to Jin. Jin's martial arts skill was originally the lowest among the 5 dragon envoys. He only knew how to flatter others. Su Quan attacked without hesitation. Before he could react, Jin's neck was broken. Seeing that Jin was killed, Hong Antong nodded with satisfaction. He used the last of his internal energy and said loudly, Su Quan has done a meritorious service in protecting the cult. I have decided to pass the position of cult leader to her. Do you have any objections? Many of the Divine Dragon followers in the hall were Su Quan's trusted followers. In terms of prestige and martial arts skill, no one in the Divine Dragon cult could compare to Su Quan. The disciples hesitated for a moment, then knelt down and accepted the order. Blood Knife Ancestor and the others' faces were ashen. Su Quan was also somewhat at a loss. On the contrary, Song Qingshu looked at Hong Antong with admiration and gave him a thumbs up. You can pick up and let go. Song Mao admires you. Hong Antong looked at Song Qingshu, and the expression on his face became very strange. Loathing, anger, regret, and all kinds of emotions came one after another. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence, treat her well in the future. Just as his voice fell, he passed away. What did he say to you? Su Quan walked back and looked at Song Qingshu. Their conversation was very soft, so it was difficult for the others in the hall to hear them clearly. Song Qingshu shook his head. Instead, he turned to Blood Knife Ancestor and the others. Last night's plot against us, we should also settle it. Darren Song, it couldn't be better that you came. The Mongolian and Khitan envoys' martial arts skills are very high. This humble Taoist was worried that we would be outnumbered. You and I are ministers of the same court, so we should help each other, True Jade said happily. As he spoke, he approached Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu had a faint smile on his face. Is that so? Who was it that lured Ouyang Feng to fight with me yesterday? I don't want to repeat Hong Antong's mistake. Seeing that Song Qingshu had seen through their secret alliance, True Jade said fiercely, Song Qingshu, although your martial art skill is high, there are so many top-notch experts here. I don't believe you can get away with it. True Jade had been defeated by Song Qingshu several times, so a shadow had already formed in his heart. His self-esteem as an expert urged him to do his best to break this heart devil. Otherwise, in the future, his martial art would not advance and would instead regress. It was rare for so many experts to be gathered here, so True Jade was clear that this was a rare opportunity to break this heart devil. Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia had both suffered at the hands of Song Qingshu, so they had long wanted to kill him. Moreover, Song Qingshu was the #1 expert of the Manchurian Qing. Whoever could kill him would not only be heavily rewarded by Prince Ali Buj, but they would also receive the highest prestige in the martial arts world. Although they had misgivings about Song Qingshu's martial art skills, the three of them thought that if they joined hands with the Yelu siblings, who had amazing martial arts, it wouldn't be impossible for them to kill Song Qingshu on the spot. As a result, they all held their breaths and focused their attention, quietly surrounding Song Qingshu. Ever since his conversation with Ouyang Feng, the shadow that had accumulated in Song Qingshu's heart had suddenly cleared up, and the entire world in his eyes had become very different from before. Blood Knife Ancestor, Venerable Xianxia, and True Jade were all grandmasters who ruled over a region. They were the best of the best in the world of martial artists. Song Qingshu stood calmly with his hands clasped behind his back despite being surrounded by the three of them. There was not a hint of seriousness on his face. Su Quan and the others, seeing his arrogance, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for him. In the eyes of the three of them, however, it was a completely different scene. They clearly saw Song Qingshu standing there, yet they were unable to sense his existence. That feeling that was similar to the warping of space caused them to be anxious and bewildered, and their courage was taken away. True Jade clearly knew that he had pretended to curry favor with Song Qingshu, but he had secretly joined forces with Blood Knife Ancestor and the others to lure Ouyang Feng over, taking advantage of the opportunity to eliminate the two. Now that Song Qingshu had escaped, the one who was the most angry was probably himself. Seeing that Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia had the intention to retreat, he knew that even if Song Qingshu let them go, he might not let him go. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and take the initiative to initiate the battle, tying Blood Knife Ancestor and Xianxia to the same boat. With the lesson from Xingjing sect, True Jade didn't dare to use Taishan sect's sword technique this time. Instead, he switched to Iron Sword sect's martial arts. His sword moved nimbly, and coupled with the marvelous lightning steps of 100 changes, his figure drifted erratically towards Song Qingshu. The other people in the field secretly admired him. True Jade seemed to have turned into 7 afterimages, each of which was like smoke or fog, making it hard for people to see them clearly. Even before the fight began, he was already in an invincible position. Blood Knife Ancestor and Master Xianxia were extremely experienced people, so they knew that if they just stood by and watched, they would eventually be defeated one by one. Thus, it was better to combine their strength, and the outcome was still unknown. The two of them shouted loudly and took advantage of this opportunity to close in. Blood Knife Ancestor brandished his blood knife, which flickered with a cold light. Xianxia's giant palm seal was incomparably profound. Together with True Jade, they attacked Song Qingshu from 3 different directions. Be careful, the two women warned in unison. Su Quan turned around and looked at Feng Yi with a smile that was not a smile. Feng Yi felt a chill in her heart when she was stared at by Su Quan. She quickly lowered her head, but the corner of her eyes still drifted to the field. True Jade was very satisfied with his performance this time. Whether it was the timing or the angle of the thrust, it was the culmination of a lifetime of experience. He was confident that any expert would retreat under such a treacherous sword move. Very quickly, the smile on his face froze. Song Qingshu had only moved his body slightly to the side, and he had dodged his most powerful strike. Shocked, True Jade wanted to retreat, but at this moment, Song Qingshu stretched out 2 fingers. His speed was very slow, so slow that True Jade could clearly see the trajectory of his opponent's hand. However, he was stunned to find that he couldn't dodge. In the next moment, the sword in his hand was firmly caught by those 2 fingers. In a moment of absent-mindedness, True Jade felt a skillful force coming from the tip of the sword. He was pulled by the other party to meet Blood Knife Ancestor's attack. Blood Knife Ancestor aimed a lightning-fast strike at Song Qingshu's back. Just as he was secretly delighted, his vision blurred and in the next moment, True Jade's sword unexpectedly stabbed at him. The sword was a treasure sword that could cut through iron like mud, and the knife was also a treasure sword with a threatening cold air. After the sword and blade collided, Blood Knife Ancestor and True Jade retreated several meters, feeling their blood and chi in turmoil. They looked at the gaps in their weapons and didn't have the time to feel distressed. They hastily raised their heads to watch the battle. After Song Qingshu had forced the 2 masters to retreat, a wooden sword appeared in his right hand out of nowhere. Looking at the complicated and abstruse handprints that were coming at him from the side, he raised the sword and stabbed at a certain point in the handprints. Master Xianxia screamed and flew back. When he steadied himself, his chubby face was drenched in cold sweat. His hands were hidden in the wide sleeves of his robe, making it hard to see them clearly. When everyone was confused, Song Qingshu said, "Xianxia, if you can escape with your life today and go back to the Xianxia sect to practice hard for 3 years, you might be able to practice the Mahamudra back." When Blood Knife Ancestor and True Jade saw Xianxia's ashen face, they were shocked. Xianxia was the #1 master of the 2nd generation of the Xianxia sect, and his Mahamudra Kung Fu could be said to have reached a higher level, but it was actually destroyed by Song Qingshu's sword. The fat on Xianxia's face trembled, and his voice was hoarse. "What you have given me today, I will definitely return it 100 times in the future. In my opinion, those who say this are incompetent people." Song Qingshu smiled indifferently. "Not to mention that you don't even know if there will be a day." Xianxia's face turned pale, and Blood Knife Ancestor also felt a chill in his heart. Looking at the Yelu siblings who had been watching with folded arms, he said in a cold voice, "Khitan has received great kindness from Mongolia, and we have always advanced and retreated together. Are you two just going to watch from the side?" The Yelu siblings looked at each other and could see the helplessness in each other's eyes. Originally, they did not want to get involved in this muddy water, but Liao and Mongolia were allies, and now the broken Liao needed to rely on Mongolia in many places. If the Mongolian envoy was killed here, it was afraid that it would damage the relations between the 2 countries. Yelu Nancian took off her cloak, revealing her enviable tall and proud figure. She slowly pulled out the sword in her hand and pointed it at Song Qingshu. She looked at him with a wry smile and said, "Mr. Song, people can't help themselves in Jianghu, please." Yelu Qi also stepped forward. When he was young, he received the teachings of the old urchin, Zhou Badong, and had learned most of the Chuanjin sect's orthodox martial arts. Although his martial arts were not as good as his cousin Yelu Nanshian's, within the Yelu imperial family, he was still one of the top experts. Seeing Yelu Nanshian's cold face filled with seriousness, Song Qingshu put away his wooden sword, revealing a warm smile. "Since they are Miss Nanshian's friends, this one naturally will not make things difficult for them. Whether you want to stay or leave, please do as you please." Yelu Nancian was taken aback, noticing that everyone's gazes on her were filled with an inexplicable ambiguity. A rare blush appeared on her face as she sheathed her sword. Looking at Song Qingshu, there was a hint of gentleness in her eyes. "Nancian thanks Mr. Song." Su Quan coughed lightly, looking at Blood Knife Ancestor and the others. She coldly said, "Why are you still here? Are you waiting for the Divine Dragon sect to prepare a feast for you?" Although she really wanted to take this opportunity to kill Blood Knife Ancestor and Master Xianxia to avenge Hong Antong and establish her authority in the sect, Song Qingshu had already agreed to let them go. Su Quan weighed the importance of establishing her authority and her impression in Song Qingshu's heart, wisely not refuting Song Qingshu's words. Watching Blood Knife Ancestor and the others leave in a sorry state, Yelu Nancian thought to herself, this trip not only helped the Mongolian side, but also indirectly destroyed Ali Buj and Hong Li's plot. At the same time, she also completed Su Yin's task of protecting Su Quan. It was really a rewarding trip. She looked at Song Qingshu with a hint of gratitude and said, "We brother and sister also have to return to Great Liao. we will bid farewell here, until we meet again. See you later. Song Qingshu nodded with a smile. Watching Song Qingshu watch Xianxia leave, Su Quan giggled and said, her shadow has disappeared for so long, since you can't bear to let her go, why not make her stay as a guest? Song Qingshu was startled, smiled bitterly and said, no way, I was thinking about a question, how long can you be the sect leader? At this time, the Divine Dragon sect disciples in the hall finally reacted, they all knelt down and shouted, we respectfully request the sect leader to ascend to the throne, may the sect leader enjoy immortal fortune and live as long as the heavens. Su Quan smiled sweetly, holding Song Qingshu's hand with one hand, she said, come with me. Holding Song Qingshu's hand, the two of them walked up the stairs step by step, arriving in front of Hong Antong's throne. Su Quan sat down naturally and said in a sweet voice, rise. Thank you, sect leader. Although sect leader Hong was wrong in the past, but he has done a great service to the sect. Come, collect sect leader Hong's body and bury it the next day. We solemnly obey sect leader's decree. Many Divine Dragon sect disciples cursed endlessly in their hearts. In the past, it was clearly her and sect leader Hong who wantonly harmed the elderly, but now she pushed all the blame to Hong Antong. There is one more thing, Su Quan looked at Song Qingshu next to her with a smile, pass down my order, from now on this Mr. Song is our Divine Dragon sect's most distinguished guest, seeing him is the same as seeing the sect leader, his order is the sect leader's order. Most of the young Divine Dragon sect disciples were Su Quan's confidants, they did not feel anything, but the rest of the elderly sneered incessantly in their hearts, her husband has just died, yet she pushed the adulterer out so quickly. However, now that the general situation has been settled, these people did not dare to have any other thoughts. Hearing Su Quan's soft and charming voice, their bodies and bones somewhat softened, their hearts were filled with endless envy. This Song Qingshu is really lucky in love, he can wantonly enjoy this kind of kindness. Right now the army is outside, everyone must perform your duties and strictly guard each stronghold. As for the specific matters, I will pass down the order later. Looking at the Divine Dragon sect disciples respectfully retreating below the stairs, Su Quan felt as if she was in a dream. She did not expect that her wish would come true so quickly, she originally thought that it would take a lifetime. Thinking of this, Su Quan looked at Song Qingshu, her eyes full of affection. Being looked at by such a beautiful and charming woman with this kind of eyes, no man would not be moved. Song Qingshu was proud of himself, but he secretly exclaimed in his heart, did Su Quan really have love for him? Perhaps not. Right now, strong enemies were everywhere, she needed a strong man, and he was more in line with her requirements in all aspects, that was why she appeared to be so duty-bound. If it was a young and inexperienced boy, perhaps he would be confused by her affectionate eyes, but Song Qingshu had already passed this stage, with one glance he could see through Su Quan's careful thoughts. If it was before, perhaps Song Qingshu would have a grudge in his heart, but now he had slowly become accustomed to the rules of this world. Su Quan's choice was understandable, not to mention that Su Quan was not only a beautiful woman, but also a smart and mature woman. Getting along with such a woman, presumably there would not be any unnecessary troubles. Right now the strong enemies have not retreated, Divine Dragon sect's vitality is greatly damaged. Do you have any good idea? A sentence that could not be any more normal, but when Su Quan said it with a coquettish and charming nasal voice, it was particularly seductive. There is a way, but I don't know if Madame Hong dares to do it or not. All along, Song Qingshu had been thinking about how to solve Divine Dragon sect's predicament. Not long after he arrived at Divine Dragon sect, he received inspiration from various emissaries and came up with a solution. Don't call me that in the future. Su Quan's face darkened as she pursed her lips and said. Song Qingshu was confused when he suddenly realized. He laughed and said, it's my fault. How about I call you Sister Su in the future? Is there a younger brother like you? Su Quan glanced at Song Qingshu's hand on her waist. She turned her body and her eyelashes trembled slightly. I've always been bullied by you. I don't want to be your sister. Then I won't call you Madame Hong. How about calling me Madam? Song Qingshu leaned forward and looked at the delicate and cute earrings in front of him. He gently licked them. It's up to you. Su Quan trembled and pushed him away. Let's talk about the method you mentioned. Speaking of proper business, Song Qingshu's expression immediately became serious. He said in a low voice, now that Divine Dragon Cult has missed the best time to set up defense, Hong Li's army has penetrated deep into the hinterland. In addition, the cult is in chaos. Not only has Divine Dragon Cult's vitality been greatly damaged, but the people are also in a panic. If they confront Hong Li's army now, they will definitely lose. Then what should we do? Su Quan had also thought of these problems. A trace of worry appeared on her face. Song Qingshu smiled faintly. Didn't Hong Li say that he would retreat if he handed you over in order to cause internal chaos in Divine Dragon Island? Now that they have achieved their goal, this condition has become a hindrance. You mean to hand me over? Su Quan looked sad. Never mind. As long as you say the word, I will pass Divine Dragon Cult to Feng Yi. Then, I will personally go to Xinjing City to ask Hong Li for forgiveness. I just don't know if Hong Li will keep his promise and withdraw. I heard that this Bao Qinwang is very lustful. I am also quite pretty. If I try to curry favor with him, I think this old pervert will let Divine Dragon Island go. Before she finished her sentence, she was already on the verge of tears. Although he knew that her expression was fake, her pitiful appearance still made Song Qingshu's heart ache. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. You know that's not what I mean. Who knew that when she heard him say this, Su Quan suddenly became even more sad. Tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. Why are you really crying? Song Qingshu quickly tried to help her wipe her tears. Su Quan leaned to the side and avoided Song Qingshu's hand without a trace. She stretched out her slender fingers and wiped the tears off her face. She forced a smile and said, of course I knew you wouldn't do that. I was going to pretend to squeeze out some tears to arouse your desire to protect me. Who knew that I would suddenly think that it wasn't easy for me to choose a man? If you really planned to do that, wouldn't I have trusted the wrong person? The more I thought about it, the sadder I felt. My tears started to fall. Song Qingshu couldn't tell if she was showing her true feelings or another high-level seduction technique, but he believed her subconsciously. After all, people couldn't live with a mask all the time. Gently hugging Su Quan's shoulders, Song Qingshu said, don't worry, I will definitely protect you. He then told Su Quan his plan in detail. If Song Qingshu didn't exist, Su Quan choosing to sacrifice herself at this time would be the stupidest thing to do. After all, the other side had already achieved their goal of causing internal strife in Divine Dragon Cult. If they also detained Su Quan, Divine Dragon Cult would be like a group of dragons without a leader. They only needed to send a detachment of troops to completely eradicate Divine Dragon Cult. But with Song Qingshu as a middleman, the situation was different. After all, Hong Li's condition was to hand over Su Quan and then he would retreat. Song Qingshu was the special envoy of the imperial court. As long as he firmly held on to this point, the army outside the island would fall into a dilemma. No matter how tense the relationship between Xinjing and the imperial court was, at the moment, they had not officially broken off. The generals who went to battle this time did not dare to offend Song Qingshu, the imperial envoy. At this time, Hong Li and Kangxi's nerves were very tense. If they made a mistake and the two sides went to war ahead of time, no one would dare to bear this responsibility. Will you go with me to Xinjing to see Hong Li? Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Su Quan subconsciously shook her head. I am very grateful that you have this intention. The generals outside the island may not dare to do anything to you, but you have already offended Hong Li last time. If he sees you again, he might kill you as a sacrifice. No, it's too dangerous for you to go. If I don't go, who will protect your safety? Song Qingshu's words made Su Quan choke. Because Fu Kangon was killed, Hong Li will not let you go, Song Qingshu continued to explain. But after all, Fu Kangon was not killed by you. With me as a mediator, it is not impossible to protect you. Oh, a pair of tender and red lips pressed against his. After a long time, the two separated. Su Quan's long and charming eyes were full of spring water. She passionately raised her head to look at Song Qingshu and unconsciously pursed her lips. I find that I am a little in love with you. Just a little? It sounds quite sad. Song Qingshu touched his lips. There was still a remnant of the beauty's warmth on them. Su Quan smiled tenderly and turned around, very naturally breaking away from his embrace. No matter what, I am a seductive demoness. If I am so easily captured by you like a little girl, that would be too embarrassing. What do I want your heart for? I only care about your body. Song Qingshu teased. Bah. Su Quan felt her cheeks become a little hot. She looked at Song Qingshu with an extremely seductive gaze. If you can obtain my heart and my body, isn't that better? Looking at Su Quan's renewed vigor and radiant appearance, Song Qingshu felt that this kind of game was quite interesting. He could not help but reach out to hold her smooth jade-like chin. Su Quan hesitated for a moment but did not dodge. Brother Song. At this moment, Fang Yi's voice came from outside the door. The two of them subconsciously returned to normal and sat upright. Once Fang Yi entered the hall, she saw the two of them sitting on the cult master's throne. Although they were not that close, she could still feel the ambiguity between the two of them. Especially when she saw the hint of love between Su Quan's brows, Fang Yi felt very uncomfortable. What? You don't recognize me now that you have brother Song? Su Quan looked at Fang Yi with a smile, but there was a trace of coldness in her eyes. This subordinate does not dare. Greetings, cult master. Su Quan had accumulated power for a long time, so Fang Yi subconsciously felt a little scared. In the end, Song Qingshu could not stand it anymore and asked, Fang Yi, what did you come to find me for? Although she had skin contact with Song Qingshu, Fang Yi could feel that the relationship between her and Song Qingshu was not as close as she had imagined. For a moment, she was somewhat disheartened. Her eyes slightly drooped, and her expression could not be seen clearly. I could not find the young princess on the island. After asking many times, I found out that she was sent out to carry out a mission and was kidnapped by a group of mysterious people. I want to save her. Mu Jianpain? Thinking of the innocent and pure young princess in the original work, Song Qingshu was a little absent-minded for a moment. But now he had to solve the urgent problem of Divine Dragon Island, so he was afraid that he could not take care of her. I speculate that this group of mysterious people is not from Prince Mu's mansion. They are Wu Songgui's subordinates. No matter who they are, the young princess should not be in danger for the time being. You can continue to investigate from these two clues. Seeing that Song Qingshu did not have the slightest intention to accompany her, Fang Yi sighed inwardly and nodded. Okay. At this time, Su Quan, who was at the side, said, Fang Yi, choose a few experts from the cult to go with you and take care of her on the way. Thank you, cult master. Seeing Fang Yi's dejected look when she left, Su Quan frowned and looked at Song Qingshu. Isn't she your woman? Why do you not seem to like her? Who can say for sure about matters of the heart? Song Qingshu's expression looked very melancholic. He said in annoyance, speaking of which, it's all your fault. If you didn't force her to serve you in bed, things wouldn't have become like this. I.O. Su Quan chuckled. If you really don't want her, with your martial arts, can she still force you? That's why men often regret their impulses, Song Qingshu said awkwardly. Recalling the situation when she was eavesdropping outside the inn, a rose-like blush appeared on Su Quan's snow-white skin. She could not help but silently criticize, come on. At that time, I saw that you quite enjoyed Fang Yi's fresh and tender body. Otherwise, why would you use so much force, on a certain nameless island outside Divine Dragon Island, in the commander's tent of Xinjing's expeditionary army? Li Shiryao looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him and was startled. However, he did not panic and call for the guards. Instead, he looked at the young man and asked, Who are you, Your Excellency? Song Qingshu inwardly admired his calmness and replied, This one is Song Qingshu. Greetings, Lord Li. Li Shiryao had heard many descriptions of Song Qingshu's martial arts, but he did not expect him to have the ability to hide from thousands of troops and stealthily sneak into his tent. How would I dare? Lord Song is deeply favored by His Majesty. How would I dare accept such a great courtesy? Thinking of the news brought back by Yu Zhenzi, he was bewildered. Song Qingshu most likely did not come with good intentions this time. Lord Li is too polite. Li Yuanji and I are very good friends. You are her uncle, so I naturally have to pay you the courtesy of a junior, Song Qingshu said with a smile. A smile appeared on Li Shiryao's face when he thought of his eccentric little niece. He hurriedly and politely invited Song Qingshu to take a seat. His previous worries quickly vanished like smoke in thin air. I didn't expect Li Keqiu to secretly latch onto such a thigh. Li Shiryao sighed in his heart. He and Li Keqiu were cousins. They were both famous generals of Liaodong's border defense under Bao Prince Hongli's command. The Li family had long realized that there would be a battle between Hongli and Kangxi sooner or later, so they made early arrangements to let Li Keqiu find an opportunity to offend Hongli and be transferred to the Great Wall to rely on Kangxi. Li Shiryao stayed outside the Great Wall and very quickly became Hongli's confidant. In this way, no matter who obtained the world in the future, the Li family would be in an invincible position. Listening to Song Qingshu's introduction, Li Shiryao took it for granted that he was Li Keqiu's future son-in-law. Naturally, he treated Song Qingshu as one of his own. The two of them exchanged greetings for a while and quickly got to the main topic. After listening to Song Qingshu, Li Shiryao's expression was quite strange. "Nephew Song, you should know that Su Quan is just an excuse. Now that the Divine Dragon Island's power is gone, we only need to wait until tomorrow morning when our 3 armies will launch an all-out attack. The Divine Dragon cult's destruction is imminent. You want me to bide my time at this time? It's difficult. The Divine Dragon cult is insignificant. It's not worth mentioning. Lord Li must be clear about what Bao Prince will do next after obtaining the Divine Dragon cult, right?" Song Qingshu didn't take it seriously and asked in reply. Li Shiryao remained silent. As a high-ranking general under Hongli, Li Shiryao naturally knew Hongli's plan. Hongli saw that Kangxi's power was becoming more and more solid, and knew that if he didn't take action, he would probably be a peaceful prince for the rest of his life. His previous plan was to unite with Wu Sangue and form a marriage alliance with him, then the 2 armies would join together and attack Yanjing from Shanhai Pass. As long as Yanjing was breached, the imperial court's control over other vast areas would naturally be settled. Unfortunately, during Fu Kanggan's diplomatic mission to Shanhai Pass, Wei Xiaobao and Princess Jianing died mysteriously. Although Hongli and Wu Sangue guessed that it was Kangxi's plot, their relationship had already fallen to a freezing point. Recently, the Mongolians took the initiative to stop the war and negotiate. Under the instigation of the new Fujin, Hongli decided to completely subdue the Divine Dragon Island and unite with the Golden Snake Battalion in Shandong under the new Fujin to completely control the Bohai Sea. Then they would disembark from Tianjin Tonggu and directly attack Yanjing. Many of Hong Li's knowledgeable subordinates pointed out that the truce was just the Mongolians' plan to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. If they rashly started a war with Kangxi, the Mongolians would reap the benefits. But Hong Li had made up his mind. He was confident that his northern defense line could hold off the Mongolians for some time. Then he would use the Golden Snake Battalion in Shandong to attract Kangxi's attention. When Kangxi sent troops to suppress the rebellion and the capital was empty, he would directly attack the Yellow Dragon by sea. But he didn't want to explain these thoughts to his subordinates. All these plans were based on controlling the Divine Dragon Island's navy. Therefore, Hong Li used the excuse of revenge for Fu Kanggan, hoping to deceive Kangxi. Seeing the uncertainty on Li Shiryao's face, Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Lord Li is serving under Prince Bao while Yuanji's father is serving under Kangxi. Logically speaking, no matter who wins in the end, the glory of the Li family will be guaranteed. But what if the Mongolians are the only winners in the end?" Song Qingshu's words hit Li Shiryao's heart. This had always been Li Shiryao's concern. Therefore, he was also a staunch anti-war supporter in Hong Li's camp. Kangxi has been paying attention to Prince Bao's movements. That's why he sent me to act according to the circumstances. Divine Dragon Island is an important chess piece to maintain the balance between the two sides. If Prince Bao occupies the island, Kangxi will certainly not sit by and a war will break out. Song Qingshu added. But the army has already set out. We can't just return empty-handed, Li Shiryao said solemnly. Didn't Prince Bao claim to be seeking revenge for Fu Kanggan? Then I will send the new sect master of Divine Dragon Island, Su Quan, to Xinjing. Won't he have a way out? Song Qingshu said. Li Shiryao pondered, this is the best of both worlds. Moreover, if the prince controls the sect leader of the Divine Dragon Island, it is equivalent to indirectly controlling the Divine Dragon cult, so he won't blame me for anything. Alright, as long as nephew Song hands over Su Quan, I will handle the work of the other 2 armies. We will not move for the time being. Wait until you go to Xinjing and see Prince Bao. then His Highness will decide whether to fight or make peace. Thank you, Master Li. Song Qingshu was overjoyed. The next day, Li Shiyao, Zhao Hui, and Xianxia gathered together. After a discussion, they decided to allocate 3 warships from the navy. Then, they would select martial arts experts from their respective bodyguards to accompany Song Qingshu and Su Quan to Xinjing. Madam, you are about to enter the tiger's mouth. Are you afraid? Song Qingshu asked Su Quan with a smile as he looked out the window and saw the densely packed soldiers standing on the deck. Anyway, they have already handed their lives over to you. Do as you see fit. In fact, Su Quan was still full of fear for this journey. The feeling of not being able to control her own fate and being at the mercy of others was very bad. If it wasn't because of her trust in Song Qingshu, she would never take such a risk. Aren't you afraid that I will lie to you and sell you out? The two of them were very close to each other. Song Qingshu could smell the orchid-like scent on Su Quan's body. Are you willing to do that? Su Quan's eyes were full of smiles. I'm a little reluctant. Song Qingshu pulled a lock of Su Quan's hair and sniffed. But no matter how beautiful a woman is, it cannot compare to a man's future. Su Quan looked at him in a daze as if she was trying to distinguish the truth from the lies. But soon, her eyes curved into a crescent moon. If I can help you exchange for a better future, I am willing. Looking at the enchanting woman in front of him, Song Qingshu was startled. He was rather regretful. He felt as if he was playing with fire. If he really fell in love with her, it would be too dangerous. The trip to Xinjing is really hard to predict. Song Qingshu sighed. Now that the world's heroes are rising and vying for the throne in the Central Plains, the Divine Dragon Order is destined to become a vassal of one of the forces. No man can resist Madam's charm. Thinking that one day Madam is destined to be taken in as a concubine by some hero, I feel a little unwilling. Su Quan, on the other hand, did not think that far ahead. She was more worried about her own fate after the trip to Xinjing. Although Song Qingshu was highly skilled in martial arts, he would not be able to protect her in Hong Li's headquarters. However, after hearing Song Qingshu's words, she was surprised to find that this man seemed to have an ambition that was different from the ordinary martial artists. Su Quan's eyes brightened, and a strange expression burst out. If Gongzi is willing, you can treat the Divine Dragon Island as your home at any time. Everyone in the family listens to Madam's orders. How can I dare to treat it as my home? Song Qingshu smiled faintly. The expression on his face was difficult to understand. Su Quan was a smart woman. She naturally knew what he was worried about. After hesitating for a moment, she seemed to have made a final decision. The Divine Dragon Island has 3 treasures. I don't know if Gongzi knows about them. Oh? How come I don't know? What are the 3 treasures? Song Qingshu sat up straight and became interested. The first one is the leopard embryo tendon changing pill. The Divine Dragon sect can ensure the absolute loyalty of its subordinates through it. Su Quan pursed her lips and smiled. Using medicine to control it is not a long-term solution. However, in the short term, the effect is immediate. It can indeed be regarded as a treasure. Song Qingshu had always been curious about the principle of the leopard embryo tendon changing pill. Most of the purpose of this trip was for it. He was thinking about how to get the formula. However, Su Quan smiled extremely charmingly. Do you want to hear how the poison and antidote are made? You tell me so easily? Song Qingshu was stunned. He thought that Su Quan would use it as her amulet. I was prepared to use this formula to trade with Hong Li as a last resort. However, I suddenly changed my mind just now. Su Quan looked at Song Qingshu. Her eyes were full of tenderness. She pouted coquettishly. Do you want to hear it or not? Of course, Song Qingshu did not know how to respond to her. Foreign's gift is really too valuable. Is this considered valuable? The corners of Su Quan's mouth curved into a beautiful arc. She stretched out her hand and crooked her finger at Song Qingshu. Come closer. It's all Hong Li's people outside. I don't want to let that lecherous Wangya take advantage of it. Song Qingshu turned to the side and felt Su Quan's soft lips breathing into his ear, as well as her slightly scattered breathing. He only felt his heart flutter. Gongzi, do you remember? Su Quan did not expect that her voice would be so delicate. How could I dare to forget Foreign's generous gift? Song Qingshu felt his body was unbearably hot. He knew that if he continued this ambiguous game, Su Quan would take the initiative. He was about to get up when Su Quan reached into the crook of his arm and hugged it tightly. I'm not a tiger. Why are you hiding? I haven't heard about the second treasure yet. Seeing Song Qingshu's slightly embarrassed appearance, Su Quan was very pleased. She had used all kinds of seductive techniques on him before, but they had all failed. This time, she completely gave up on those complicated methods. Instead, she used a woman's natural charm. As expected, the other could not control himself. Feeling the plump sensation on his arm, Song Qingshu blushed. The second treasure must be even more valuable. Of course. This is related to a great treasure outside the Manchurian Qing Pass. There are only a few people in the world who know of this secret. A trace of pride appeared on Su Quan's face. 42 Chapter Sutra? Song Qingshu asked. Su Quan was startled. She suddenly remembered the various things in Xinjing. She tugged at him in annoyance. I almost forgot. Last time in Xinjing, your fake 42 Chapter Sutra made me miserable. Weren't we enemies at that time? Song Qingshu twisted his waist to dodge as he grabbed Su Quan's naughty little hand. Then what about the third treasure? Her wrist was firmly held by Song Qingshu. Feeling the heat from his big hand, Su Quan sank into silence. In my heart, the last treasure is much more valuable than the previous two. I'm still hesitating whether or not to give it to you. Since it's so difficult, forget it. Song Qingshu looked down. The skin under Su Quan's collar could be seen clearly. He did not know when it had started, but there was a trace of rosy red on it. Su Quan seemed to have made a great decision. She slowly raised her head and stared at him with her beautiful eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her eyes were clear and sparkling, and there was a trace of mysterious light in the depths of her eyes. She said word by his ear, the third treasure is me. Having already reached this point, Su Quan was very worried that Song Qingshu would mercilessly reject her. She did not give him a chance to reply. Her beautiful red lips pressed on his ear and she lightly licked his earlobe. Although he already had some guesses in his heart, he was still a little surprised when it came to it. A wave of numbness came over him. Song Qingshu asked in a low voice, didn't you say that I would first obtain your heart? The future of this trip to Xinjing is unpredictable. I'm worried that I won't be able to protect my body. Su Quan's warm and moist lips gradually moved down. Her entire body was like a beautiful snake, half lying in Song Qingshu's arms. Song Qingshu opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but Su Quan had already grabbed his hand and slid it into her collar. It seems to be broad daylight right now. What does that matter? The soldiers outside will hear. Are you worried that Hong Li will find out that you've taken my head and harm you? How can I be afraid of him? Shoo! Don't talk. The voices in the cabin gradually could not be suppressed, and the soldiers on the deck could not help but look at each other. The sobbing and complaining voice was so delicate and charming, and the soldiers' minds were filled with Su Quan's charming appearance. They all swallowed their saliva, enviously cursing in their hearts, all the good cabbages are taken by pigs. Before reaching the shore, the two basically did not step out of the cabin, greedily exploring each other's bodies, but the ordinary soldiers outside the cabin all had red eyes, as if they were going to eat them. The third treasure. Su Quan intentionally paused for a moment before raising her head to look at Song Qingshu, and the flirtatious expression that flowed within her eyes was extremely charming. She bit her lips lightly and giggled. Are you satisfied? It is indeed a rare treasure, but I hate that I can't play with it all the time. Holding Su Quan's smooth and round shoulders, Song Qingshu sighed sincerely. Then will you take the Divine Dragon Island as your home now? Su Quan pressed her face against Song Qingshu's chest, her fingers naughtily drawing circles on his skin. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Island only listen to me, but I listen to you. You've already given me the three most precious treasures of the Divine Dragon Island, so the Divine Dragon Island is naturally my home. Song Qingshu couldn't bear the itch anymore. He promptly grabbed her moving hand and held it tightly in his hand. How good it would be if this ship could sail like this forever. Thinking that she would soon have to go to Xinjing to face Hong Li, Su Quan's expression was mixed with a trace of loneliness. Knowing what she was worried about, Song Qingshu patted her body gently and comforted her. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. At worst, I will take you far away, and let's see who in Xinjing can stop me. I know you are capable, okay? Su Quan rubbed the tip of her nose against Song Qingshu's chin, but even if you can protect me, you can't protect the entire Divine Dragon Island. Are you willing to do that? She was such a smart person that she could naturally see through Song Qingshu's feelings for the Divine Dragon Island. I have already obtained the most precious treasure of the Divine Dragon Jiao. What does the rest of the Divine Dragon Jiao count for? Song Qingshu sincerely looked at her and replied. Although I don't know if you're lying to me, I'm really touched by you. Su Quan buried her head in Song Qingshu's arms and quietly listened to his heartbeat. Song Qingshu smiled faintly and declined to comment. I've given you such a large dowry. What kind of status are you going to give me in the future? Su Quan suddenly raised her head and looked at Song Qingshu with a smile. That will depend on how far I can go in the end. Song Qingshu did not answer her directly. His eyes became incomparably deep, and no one knew what he was thinking. I hope it's not too bad. Otherwise, I'm worried that I'll feel like I've suffered a loss, Su Quan said with a pout. What if I can't go on and have no choice but to conceal my identity and go back to my hometown to farm? Song Qingshu curiously looked at her. Hee, although the Divine Dragon Island is not big, it doesn't lack a few acres of land. Considering our past relationship, I'll give you a position as a male pet when you come to the Divine Dragon Island, and I'll also give you a few pieces of land to farm. Su Quan's long and charming eyes contained an endless smile. That's a bit too miserable. Song Qingshu's whole body shivered. Thinking of the male pet she mentioned, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'll let you raise a male pet. After saying that, he turned over and pressed her down. His hands moved up and down, making Su Quan tremble and repeatedly beg for mercy. Although the voyage was charming, the ship would eventually reach the shore. When Song Qingshu helped Su Quan get off the ship, he noticed the accompanying soldiers' fiery gazes. He felt somewhat inexplicable. He didn't expect Fu Kangon to be so popular. Even ordinary soldiers were full of hatred when they saw Su Quan. It seemed that he had to protect her. Therefore, he held Su Quan's hand even tighter. How could he know that the target of their hatred was obviously him? The desolate and deserted scene along the way was very different from the last time he came to Xinjing. Feeling the murderous aura in the air, Song Qingshu frowned. He thought in his heart, could it be that Hong Li is planning to kill me on the street? He secretly pinched Su Quan's hand, signaling her to be vigilant. Song Qingshu also circulated his internal energy and secretly became alert. The accompanying soldiers had already sent someone to report to Prince Bao's residence. Unfortunately, there was no news. Gradually, the surrounding soldiers' expressions became subtle. Song Qingshu smiled coldly. He knew what these people were thinking. They must have thought that Hong Li was going to make a move on him. Let's go to Prince Bao's residence to take a look. Putting the teacup back on the table, Song Qingshu decided not to wait any longer. The other soldiers didn't dare to stop him. They just secretly guarded against him in case he ran away. If I really want to run, can this group of people stop me? Song Qingshu smiled disdainfully. He didn't care. He held Su Quan's hand tightly and walked with firm steps towards Prince Bao's residence. Looking at the tightly shut door in front of him, Song Qingshu felt a little strange. A trace of doubt flashed across the accompanying soldier's face. He signaled his subordinate to knock on the door. One of the soldiers made a gesture to knock. Unexpectedly, the door opened automatically with a light touch. The empty city stratagem? Song Qingshu was bold because of his superior skill. He thought that he would have to face Hong Li sooner or later anyway, so he did not mind at all. He took the lead and walked inside. Seeing this, the group of soldiers also followed in a single file. After walking for a short while, Song Qingshu pulled Su Quan to his side and stopped. Although there was no one around, his Qi had already sensed that there were many people lying in ambush behind the pavilions. What's wrong? Ah. The leader was about to ask Song Qingshu why he stopped. Unexpectedly, a sharp arrow shot out and pierced through his chest. The shriek of the soldier's leader was like a bugle call for an attack. It was followed by an overwhelming rain of arrows. Hong Li is ruthless to even shoot his own people. Looking at the soldiers who were shrieking in pain, Song Qingshu felt sorry for them. However, he thought that Hong Li didn't care about his subordinates. Why should he care for them? Su Quan was protected in Song Qingshu's arms. He held a wooden sword in his hand. Occasionally, he would touch the arrowheads lightly. Sometimes, he would push the arrowheads away. The entire process seemed to be extremely slow. However, he was able to maintain a peaceful harbor amidst the rain of arrows. Ding ding dang dang. Accompanied by the sound of arrowheads falling on the stone slabs, the two of them were quickly surrounded by arrows. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the last soldier who accompanied them had fallen. Although he was their enemy and not their friend, Song Qingshu still couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. He was no longer limited to shooting down the arrows that were shot at him. Instead, he skillfully changed the direction of the arrows. This way, the arrows that were shot at him from the front were guided to his back, and the arrows from the left were guided to his right. Screams rose and fell from the surroundings. Not long after, a familiar voice rang out. "Stop shooting! Stop shooting! It's Lord Song." Seeing Dolong running over in a hurry, Song Qingshu was extremely shocked. "Chief Dolong, why are you here?" Dolong's face was full of joy. He chuckled and said, "The Emperor is here. How can I not be here? How is that possible?" Song Qingshu's first reaction was that Dolong was joking. It should be known that Kangxi and Hong Li were only maintaining a friendly relationship on the surface. In private, they both wanted to kill each other. How could Kangxi be so stupid as to come to Hong Li's headquarters? "Lord Song, quickly follow me to pay your respects to the Emperor. He has been missing you lately." Dolong gestured for him to follow. "Where's Prince Bao?" Song Qingshu felt that his brain wasn't enough to process everything. He even guessed that the Emperor Dolong was talking about was Hong Li. Could it be that he had been roped in by Hong Li? Prince Bao was infected with a malignant disease. He passed away a few days ago. Although Dolong's words were tactful, he couldn't hide the gloating in his heart. An indescribable feeling flashed through his eyes. Hong Li is dead? Song Qingshu naturally didn't believe that Hong Li would die from an illness. Connecting this to the fact that Kangxi had appeared in Xinjing City at such a coincidental time, a terrifying guess flashed through his mind. He only felt his hands and feet turn cold. When he came to the main hall of Prince Bao's residence and saw that familiar figure, Song Qingshu's last hope was shattered. "Qingshu, it must have been hard on you in the Divine Dragon Island. Is this the new cult master Su of the Divine Dragon Island?" Kangxi looked at the two people below the stage with a smile. "This commoner, Su Quan, greets your majesty." Su Quan also felt that it was strange. Why would Kangxi appear in Hong Li's residence? "Your majesty, what exactly is going on?" Song Qingshu couldn't hold back the question in his heart any longer and asked. "Subject Song, quickly congratulate me. I have finally completely grasped the entire Great Qing country." Ha 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 ha. Although Kangxi was usually very shrewd, he couldn't hide the pride in his heart and laughed out loud. Seeing that Song Qingshu was silent, Kangxi smiled and said, "You must have a lot of questions in your heart right now. Ask whatever you have. Is Prince Bao really dead?" Song Qingshu asked the most important question. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Kangxi's lips. "Of course he's dead. How did he die?" Song Qingshu continued to ask. "This isn't something you should ask." Kangxi looked at him meaningfully. "Do you really want to know?" "Please enlighten me, your majesty." Song Qingshu braced himself and said. Kangxi was silent for a long time. Finally, he smiled and said, "Never mind. Subject Song is not an outsider. Moreover, if I don't share this amazing work of mine with others, it would be like walking in the dark in brocade clothes." Dolong's whole body suddenly trembled. He hastily knelt down and said, "This official will take his leave first." Seeing that Kangxi waved his hand, he hastily retreated and closed the door. Su Quan was startled. She thought that this might be related to an earth-shattering conspiracy. Even Dolong, as the head of the imperial bodyguards, didn't dare to listen. If she continued to stay here, she might invite trouble for herself. Song Qingshu saw through Su Quan's worry. He told her to stay here using secret voice sending. Although Su Quan didn't understand, she obediently stayed where she was. She only looked at him with a face full of doubt. The reason why he stopped Su Quan was because Song Qingshu recalled the rain of arrows that greeted him earlier. Since those people were Kangxi's subordinates, it would be strange if they didn't recognize him. Especially when Dolong ran out as soon as he counterattacked. It was too much of a coincidence. Now that Kangxi had dealt with Hong Li and completely grasped the power of the Manchurian Qing, his own situation was rather delicate. As a modern person, the story of cooking the hound after the cunning hare is dead was very common. Song Qingshu originally thought that there were many heroes surrounding the Manchurian Qing and he did not have to think about this for the time being. However, the sharp rain of arrows just now made him suspicious. What if he could not avoid it at that time? Therefore, Song Qingshu subconsciously stopped Su Quan, worried that she would be restrained the moment she stepped out of the door. If she stayed by his side, he could at least take care of her. Official Song, do you believe that Prince Bao died of a sudden illness? Kangxi looked at the two of them meaningfully. Song Qingshu was silent for a while and shook his head. I don't believe it. Kangxi smiled. Only you would dare to say that. That fellow Dolong would definitely believe it. You are not an outsider and should know that for a long time, Shandong's Golden Snake Camp, Shanhai Pass, Wusangue and Xinjiang's Prince Bao are my greatest troubles. Once the Golden Snake King Yuan Qingji died, the Golden Snake Camp immediately fell apart and only existed in name. Speaking of which, you played a part in this. I bestowed the marriage of Princess Janning to Wu Yingxiong because I wanted to rope in Wusangue. Unfortunately, something like that happened, but Wusangue and Hongli had a falling out. Wusangue is hated by the Han people. In addition, he fought with the Khitan Southern Courtyard's King Xiaofeng and suffered heavy losses. He is destined to not amount to much. My biggest headache is this Prince Bao. He has hundreds of thousands of elite soldiers in the northeast and there are many capable and famous officials under him. Moreover, he was one of the candidates for the throne. If it were me, I would also not be willing to serve a young boy as the emperor. Therefore, we both know that there will be a battle in the future. Prince Bao has many military achievements. His first reaction is naturally to take the path of military force. In his heart, I will definitely not be able to stop his elite soldiers. His only concern is the North's Ali Buge. Some time ago, Ali Buge sent someone to secretly negotiate with him. He was naturally overjoyed and had thoughts that he should not have. Both Prince Bao and I can see Ali Buge's plan clearly. But the difference between us is that Prince Bao thinks that after attacking Yanjing, he can calmly turn around and deal with Ali Buge. However, I do not want the Qing's elite soldiers to be wasted in a civil war. You must know that Ali Buge only has a quarter of the entire Mongolian army. Prince Bao only has eyes for Ngari Buge, but I have the entire Mongolian Empire in my eyes. Therefore, from the very beginning, I never thought of using force to solve this problem. Instead, I used a simpler method. Assassination? Song Qingshu asked subconsciously, wondering if Patriarch Sunflower had made a move. However, even if he were to make a move, the Prince Bao's mansion had many experts. How could Hongli be killed so easily? 2,000 years ago, Prime Minister Li Si of the Qin dynasty perfectly demonstrated all the methods that could be used to deal with the enemy. Bribing, sowing discord, assassinating. Kangxi looked fascinated. If I had such a great talent under my command, unifying the world would be just around the corner. Therefore, I learned from Li Si and bribed a few of Hong Li's key officials with a large sum of money, alienating him from his subordinates who were truly loyal to him. Of course, the effectiveness of these methods was built on the premise that Hong Li was dead. Dare I ask your majesty, who actually has such martial arts, to be able to kill him in the heavily guarded Bao Prince Fu? Song Qingshu looked at Kangxi's face that was constantly changing, and suddenly felt a little cold. You've seen that person before. Kangxi smiled. Song Qingshu was stunned. His brain worked rapidly, filtering through all the experts that he could think of. Other than Dongfang Muxue, no one else had this ability. However, Dongfang Muxue was now seriously injured, and it was impossible for her to leave Yunnan. Seeing Song Qingshu's confused look, a hint of pride flashed across Kangxi's face. You won't be able to guess it. Let me introduce you instead. Chunhua, come out. Soon, a beautiful young woman slowly walked out. For some unknown reason, her originally beautiful and moving face had a faint trace of misery. Ma Chunhua. Seeing the young woman's appearance, Song Qingshu immediately understood why Hong Li would die so easily in his own territory. Based on Hong Li's lustful personality, the rest of the matter was not difficult to guess. There was indeed a knife above the character lustful. Miss Ma, I didn't expect you to be from the imperial court. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Looking at the man in front of her who had saved her life several times, Ma Chunhua revealed a trace of a bitter smile. During this period of time, she had been applying a special medicine. Every time Hong Li shared a bed with her, the poison in his body would increase by a notch. In order to achieve Kangxi's goal as soon as possible, Ma Chunhua also used all her skills to please Hong Li. Finally, she successfully obtained Hong Li's favor, and the number of times she visited him also increased. Finally, step by step, she sent him to his death. After experiencing so many things, Ma Chunhua was no longer the naive young girl of the past. She was very clear that although she had made a great contribution to Kangxi, this contribution could not be made public. Moreover, she had successively given it to Fu Kangan, Su Jing, and Hong Li. With her withered body, she could not enter the palace, so she could not hide the misery on her face. Other than Chunhua, there is another key to this success. Kangxi lightly patted the back of Ma Chunhua's hand to comfort her. There is another person? The depth of Kangxi's plan had already made Song Qingshu shudder. He did not expect that there was another key chess piece. Without this person's secret help, Hong Li would not have sent out all his elite troops, emptied his camp, and easily controlled Xinjing. Miss Wen, come out. This is Miss Yang Miaozhen, who is known as the Red Lady. She pretended to be Yuan Qingji's widow, Xia Qingqing, and cheated Hong Li's trust. If it was not for the news that the Golden Snake Camp was about to rise from Shandong, Hong Li would not have rushed to seize Divine Dragon Island in order to attack by land and water, leaving Xinjing empty. Looking at the beautiful woman with a bright and moving face, Song Qingshu's hands and feet became cold. The person who came was not someone else, but Miss Yu, whom he could not bear to part with, Xia Qingqing. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and quickly saw what Xia Qingqing was planning. Previously, he thought that she really wanted to cooperate with Hong Li, hoping that one day they could break into the capital and kill Kangxi to avenge her husband. Who would have thought that Xia Qingqing knew early on that not only would it take a long time, but the chance of success was only 50%. It was better to use Hong Li as a stepping stone to gain Kangxi's trust, than directly mix in with him and then wait for an opportunity to assassinate him. When she saw Song Qingshu, Xia Qingqing's face suddenly became a little pale. As long as the other side said a word, her painstaking plan would be in vain. Not only would she not be able to take revenge, but she would also probably die on the spot today. Kangxi was watching the two people's expressions from the side, looking quite playful. I have long heard that Shandong's Red Lady is known as Pear Blossom Spear, unrivaled in the world. If there is a chance, Song Miao would like to experience it. Song Qingshu gave Xia Qingqing a meaningful look, but did not expose her identity. He had also heard of Yang Miaozhen's famous name. In recent years, due to internal strife, the Golden Snake Camp had been declining day by day. Another Red Coat army had risen in Shandong, and it was said that the leader, Yang Miaozhen, was a woman, and her identity had always been mysterious. Xia Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and her eyes were full of gratitude. Following his words, she said, "This little sister's insignificant skills naturally do not dare to show off in front of Sir Song. Sir Song's glorious achievements in recent years, this little sister also greatly admires Sir Song. Beloved Song, this is your fault. You are our great Qing's #1 expert, why make things difficult for a girl?" Kangxi hurriedly came out to smooth things over, as if worried that the two of them would not agree and start fighting. Suddenly seeing the incomparably charming Su Quan standing next to Song Qingshu, Xia Qingqing felt a trace of jealousy in her heart. She unconsciously said, however, what this little sister most admires Sir Song is not martial arts, but that no matter where you are, you always have 1,000 charming and beautiful bosom friends by your side. Women's natural sensitivity allowed Su Quan to sense Xia Qingqing's indescribable hostility. She knew in her heart that there must be something strange between her and Song Qingshu, but she knew that this was not the time to ask, so she only faintly smiled and maintained her silence. As soon as Xianxia opened her mouth, she regretted it in her heart. All along, Song Qingshu had treated her extremely well. In order to avenge her husband, she had no choice but to disappoint his affection. In this life, the two of them were fated to not be together. An outstanding woman had appeared by his side, she should be happy for him. Kangxi seemed to not hear the strangeness in her words, and said with a clear laugh, "Miss Yang, you may not know, but beloved Minister Song is handsome and handsome. Not only is his martial arts high, but he has also become an important official at such a young age. Who knows how many daughters of the nobles and ministers in the capital dream of? Your Majesty flatters me," Song Qingshu said awkwardly. "Beloved Minister Song, I have also heard about your matter. Since you and that leader of the Amei faction are only husband and wife in name, it's fine if you don't want her. Zhen is interested in finding a marriage for you. If you like any girl, just say the word, Zhen will help you propose marriage. Let's see who has the guts to refuse." Kangxi could be said to be in an exceptionally happy mood after getting rid of his mortal enemy. A man's ambition is to travel far and wide. Getting married and establishing a career will only be a burden. Many thanks for your Majesty's good intentions. Song Qingshu himself was not sure who he liked more, so he quickly tactfully declined. Who said that? If you have a good wife, it will often be of great help to your career. For example, this sect leader Su beside you. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also a dignified sect leader. If she marries you, I am sure she will be a competent good wife. Kangxi had long seen that the relationship between the two of them was not ordinary. The Divine Dragon sect was an important force, so he could use Song Qingshu to completely control this force in his hands. Xia Qingqing's expression changed slightly, but she quickly lowered her head, so her expression could not be seen clearly. Su Quan, on the other hand, was secretly happy. She raised her head and saw that Song Qingshu's face was full of hesitation. She sighed in her heart and quickly said, "Many thanks for your Majesty's good intentions, but this concubine's husband just passed away recently, so it is really not convenient to talk about marriage." Kangxi's expression was blank. Only now did he remember that she was Hong Antong's wife. He could not help but smile awkwardly and said, "It is indeed Zhen who has been rude. Madam, please don't blame me. This concubine does not dare." Su Quan slightly bowed. Kangxi nodded and suddenly changed the topic. "Beloved Minister Song, Miss Ma and Miss Yang have made such a great contribution, and it is not convenient for Zhen to publicly announce their contributions. How do you think Zhen should reward these two?" Song Qingshu was startled, thinking that this was really a bit difficult. If it was two men, it would be enough to secretly raise their ranks, but these two women. Suddenly thinking of something, Song Qingshu's expression became ugly. Sure enough, Kangxi quickly said, "I plan to choose a day to make Miss Ma a consort Hui and Miss Yang a consort Ping. However, Miss Ma's identity is a bit special and she and Miss Yang are both Han. This goes against the ancestral rule of not marrying between Manchu and Han. I'm afraid there will be a lot of opposition in the court. Help me think about it and see how to deal with it." Song Qingshu's heart sank. He couldn't help but look at Xia Qingqing. She had her head lowered and looked shy. Song Qingshu knew that this was just her disguise. Her revenge plan was finally going to succeed. If Xia Qingqing submitted to Kangxi, even if she could get close to him, with her second or third-rate martial arts, it would be impossible to assassinate Kangxi. But becoming Kangxi's concubine was different. The masters who secretly protected Kangxi would not stand aside and watch when Kangxi was having sex with his concubine. The time alone with Kangxi when he was in bed was Xia Qingqing's only chance for revenge. In a flash, Song Qingshu understood everything. On one hand, he admired Xia Qingqing's unswerving loyalty to avenge her dead husband. On the other hand, he was angry that she did not consider their friendship at all. Subject. Song, have you thought of a good plan? Seeing Song Qingshu's expression change, Kangxi asked in confusion. This is not difficult. Song Qingshu took a deep breath and slowly said, "Horkan third-rank Gongji, Ayushi's daughter. She was chosen to enter the palace at a young age. Before she was conferred a title, she died a few days ago. Not many people know of this. You can have Miss Ma recognize Ayushi as her father and replace his daughter. Ayushi will not refuse another imperial concubine daughter. Miss Yang is the same. She is the daughter of Duke Qingzhen Gabra, the head of the imperial guards. She also entered the palace at a young age. Unfortunately, she also died some time ago. Duke Qingzhen is the emperor's confidant. It should not be difficult for him to recognize Miss Yang as his daughter. Hearing Song Qingshu almost call her Yu, Xia Qingqing's eyelashes trembled. She sighed silently in her heart, I am not fated with you in this life. Even if I have to be your servant in my next life, I am willing. Kangxi was overjoyed. I did not misjudge you when I put Subject Song in charge. I didn't expect that you would be able to figure out the big and small matters of the imperial city so quickly. In the future, I will have to trouble you with the intelligence work of the world. Yes. Song Qingshu lowered his head, making it impossible to see the expression on his face. Official Song must be tired from the journey. Go and rest first. Kangxi looked at him with a smile. After returning to the room, Su Quan sighed and said, I was having a headache about how to deal with Hongli. I didn't expect the problem to be solved like this, but why can't I be happy? Song Qingshu was standing by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance. He said indifferently, previously, Kangxi, Hongli and Wu Sangue, 3 legs of a tripod. Naturally the Divine Dragon Island was able to benefit from both sides, living a free and unfettered life. Now that the balance of power has been broken, Wu Sangue is being attacked from both front and back. Not only does he have to face the Khitan war deity Xiaofeng, he also has to face Kangxi, who is eyeing him like a tiger watching its prey. It's only a matter of time before he succumbs. Similarly, Shenlong Jiao has no choice but to submit to the imperial court. What's your plan? Su Quan came to Song Qingshu's side and asked softly. In her heart, she understood very well that the Divine Dragon sex situation was not the same as Song Qingshu's current situation. I was thinking about what Ouyang Feng said to me on the island. Now it seems that I have indeed fallen into Kangxi's trap from the beginning. The gap in strength between the two sides is getting bigger and bigger. Song Qingshu sneered. Song Lang, you don't need to worry too much. If you are unhappy under Kangxi's hands, with our martial arts, it's not impossible to laugh arrogantly in Jianghu. Su Quan hugged his waist from behind, her pretty face tightly pressed against his back. You and I are not that kind of person. Song Qingshu sighed softly. Right, what is going on between you and that Miss Yang? Su Quan smiled slyly and raised her head to look at him. What do you mean what is going on? Song Qingshu pretended not to understand. It's not like I'm jealous. Lang Jun, why do you need to hide it from me? Su Quan gave a dissatisfied snort. Anyone with eyes can see that you two have an affair. You have guts, even the future imperial concubine is your lover. It's not as bad as you say. There is nothing between me and her. There is nothing. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Su Quan widened her eyes and looked at him for a while. Seeing that his expression didn't look like he was lying, she suddenly understood. I understand. You have feelings for me, but unfortunately, you have never succeeded. As she spoke, Su Quan suddenly became depressed. If I knew that Hongli was already dead, why would I hastily give my body to you? You men are not good things. What you can't get is always the best. What are you talking about? Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I have something to do right now. I'll go out first. You rest well. Finishing, he didn't wait for Su Quan to reply and quickly disappeared outside the door. Su Quan stomped her feet in anger. And you still say there is no affair? Look at how distracted you are. In a secluded corner of the prince's mansion, Song Qingshu looked at a certain person in the shadows and smiled bitterly. So you came too? Patriarch Sunflower laughed dryly. His voice sounded like broken bellows. Looks like you didn't want me to come. Song Qingshu looked Patriarch Sunflower up and down, subconsciously looking for a weakness. After a long time, he suddenly said, Do you think I can beat you now? You can try. Patriarch Sunflower hid his hands in his sleeves and said with a faint smile. A hint of eagerness flashed in Song Qingshu's eyes. But after a moment's hesitation, he finally shook his head. Forget it. I've always respected the old and cherished the young. Patriarch Sunflower laughed cruelly. If I'm not mistaken, kid, you have Huang Chang's 9 manual and Fan Dan's 18 subduing dragon palms. The sword intent that you occasionally reveal has the shadow of dukkha seeking a loss. And recently, you seem to have learned the mandala of Tantric Buddhism. No wonder you wanted to fight just now. Miscellaneous but not refined, knowledgeable but not pure. In front of an expert like you, it's only natural that I make a fool of myself. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Kid, you don't need to belittle yourself. The last time I saw you in the Forbidden City, you did have this problem. Patriarch Sunflower frowned, a puzzled look on his face. But I didn't expect that after your trip to Divine Dragon Island, you would undergo a complete transformation. It's really strange. What could there be in Divine Dragon Island that could help you advance a realm? Song Qingshu knew that it was Ouyang Feng's words that had suddenly enlightened him. He had swept away all his previous scheming and overcautious ways of doing things. He even felt as if he was a new man, with a deeper understanding of the essence of martial arts. Naturally, his realm was different from before. If I remember correctly, Patriarch, you once said that you stayed by Kangxi's side to borrow the so-called aura of the true dragon to cultivate? Song Qingshu looked at him quietly, waiting for his answer. Patriarch Sunflower smiled and nodded. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm old, and I don't want to die. So I have to use him to prolong my life. Song Qingshu asked tentatively, Patriarch, you've already reached the Fate Deva realm, and have the help of the aura of the true dragon. Perhaps you'll be able to shatter the void one day. Shatter the void. Patriarch Sunflower's face was filled with fascination, but then his expression darkened. That's just a legend. Besides, although Kangxi's aura of the true dragon is strong, it's limited. It's good enough that I'm still alive. What if there's a place where the aura of the true dragon is 10 times stronger than Kangxi's? Song Qingshu's expression became very strange. What? Patriarch Sunflower's cloudy eyes shone with a shocking light. Where? Song Qingshu smiled and said nothing. He just looked at him quietly. Patriarch Sunflower stared blankly for a moment, but quickly recovered. I'm old, and I've forgotten the rules of the world. Tell me, what do you need me for? I don't need you to do anything, Patriarch. I just hope that you'll go as soon as you hear about the place. Song Qingshu's expression was very respectful. Patriarch Sunflower stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly looked off into the distance. So, you're finally going to make a move against him? Song Qingshu looked in the same direction and said coolly, You can tell, Patriarch? From the moment I saw you, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. Patriarch Sunflower smiled. Don't tell me it's because of that woman today? Song Qingshu shook his head. Not long ago, I heard a certain someone's words. It was as if I was enlightened. The longer things dragged on, the lower my chances of success would be. Furthermore, now that he's left the Forbidden City, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As for that woman, although I care a lot about her, I still have to do it. You've told me everything, Patriarch Sunflower said with a chuckle. Aren't you afraid that I'll turn around and tell him about it? It's just as I said, Patriarch Sunflower said, you're not loyal to any emperor. You just care about the aura of the true dragon. Whether the emperor's surname is Zhu or Isenjaro, it has nothing to do with you. Because of this, I believe you won't refuse my offer. Song Qingshu said confidently. Oh, tell me about it. Let's see if your offer can satisfy my appetite. Patriarch Sunflower looked at him with a burning gaze. Patriarch, do you know about the 42-chapter sutra? Song Qingshu asked. Patriarch Sunflower's expression changed slightly. Legend has it that when the Manchurian Qing invaded the Central Plains, they buried all the treasures they plundered in the land of the true dragon vein. The treasure map is hidden in the 8 copies of the 42-chapter sutra. Patriarch, you've lived in the Forbidden City for a long time. Even such a secret can't be hidden from you, Song Qingshu said with a sigh of admiration. Humph. For a period of time, you were in secluded cultivation. By the time I found out about this, it was already too late. I only had enough time to find the one in the Imperial study. The whereabouts of the other 7 copies of the 42-chapter sutra were mostly unknown. In order to track the whereabouts of the remaining copies, I replaced the sheepskin hidden in the imperial study with a beam and a pillar before putting it back. Heh, who knew that not long after that, even that copy disappeared. Speaking of this, Patriarch Sunflower felt extremely unhappy. Song Qingshu was taken aback. He didn't expect there to be such a secret. Patriarch, you replaced the sheepskin? Humph. The sheepskin is hidden in the cover of the sutra. It's not like it's a secret place. I've roamed the Jianghu for many years. There's nothing I haven't seen. Patriarch Sunflower looked quite pleased with himself as he stared at Song Qingshu. What, you want to say that the other 7 copies are with you? Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. I thought I had all 8 copies, but I didn't expect you to be so ahead of me. Heh, even if I had this treasure map, I wouldn't be able to find any treasures or dragon veins. Patriarch Sunflower was overjoyed. You really have the other 7 copies? Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. Since you still have a portion, you'll know that I'm not lying when you compare the 2. Patriarch Sunflower looked very excited. Of course you wouldn't lie to me if you wanted to do something like this. Ha, I didn't think I'd have the chance to touch the heavenly Tao in my lifetime. Give me the sheepskin of the other 7 copies, and I'll immediately go to the dragon veins of the Manchurian Qing. I won't interfere in your affairs. According to history, the Manchurian Qing dynasty had 268 years of luck. The dragon veins contained true dragon qi, which naturally far exceeded that of an emperor. No wonder Patriarch Sunflower didn't hesitate to abandon Kangxi. All right. Without hesitation, Song Qingshu handed the map to Patriarch Sunflower. Patriarch Sunflower's hands trembled as he held the map. He had long since memorized the clear yellow flag's map by heart, and with a quick glance, he knew that it was the real deal. Carefully putting it away, he looked at Song Qingshu and said, Kid, I'm in a good mood today. Do you want me to help you out? Song Qingshu could tell how agitated Patriarch Sunflower was when he saw his wrinkled face twitching uncontrollably. If Song Qingshu asked, he would definitely be willing to help Kangxi. But Song Qingshu shook his head and refused. This is between me and him. I want to settle things with him alone. Patriarch Sunflower was stunned. He didn't expect Song Qingshu to be so ungrateful. But it was just a casual remark. His mind was now focused on the Manchurian Qing's dragon vein. So, he said, all right, I'll take my leave then. With that, he disappeared like a puff of smoke. Compared to Patriarch Sunflower, my lightness skill is still lacking. Song Qingshu was stunned, and couldn't help but sigh. Night fell. Kangxi was alone in his room dealing with memorials to the throne. At the same time, he was thinking, now that Xinjing is completely under my control, the families of the generals are also in my hands. Moreover, Hongli is dead, and I've sent people to watch over his sons. Everything is a foregone conclusion. After receiving my imperial edict, if nothing unexpected happens, those generals will probably submit. But I can't be careless. I have to guard against Hong Li's trusted subordinates. Kangxi felt irritated as he thought about it. He tossed his brush aside, too lazy to read through the memorials. Suddenly, he thought of Ma Chunhua, and his heart skipped a beat. That innocent girl had now grown into a charming young woman. Especially when he thought of her special status, Kangxi felt a certain part of his body heat up. Little Dang, summon Miss Ma. But there was no response from outside. Kangxi was furious. This bastard slave. Isn't he afraid of losing his head? Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked at the figure in the shadow of the pillar. Your Majesty, there's no need to shout. Little Dang can't hear you. Song Qingshu walked out step by step. Kangxi's heart sank, but a warm smile appeared on his face. Dear Minister Song, why are you looking for me so late at night? Song Qingshu was silent for a long time. In the end, he chuckled lightly, why does your Majesty need to pretend to be ignorant? Kangxi's expression suddenly became very gloomy. Do you know that saying such words to Zhen is already a crime of disrespect? I know. Song Qingshu looked at him calmly. Kangxi felt a gush of cold air creeping up his back. In a deep voice he said, Song Qingshu, if you withdraw now, Jin will consider your meritorious service in the past, I will let bygones be bygones. Hearing Kangxi's words, Song Qingshu smiled. We've already come to this point. Do you think I'll retreat? Kangxi had just eliminated Hongli, his self-confidence had reached an unprecedented peak. A gush of anger welled up in his heart. Waving his hand, he said in a cold voice, "Kill him." Following Kangxi's order, 4 men in black slowly walked out from the darkness, faintly surrounding Song Qingshu in the middle. Dear Minister Song, do you really think Jin doesn't have any kung fu experts under my command? Kangxi snorted coldly. The Great Qing has vast territory and abundant resources. Using the Imperial Court's power, we have collected all kinds of peerless martial art manuals. These people have received the strictest training since childhood, practicing the best martial art. Any one of them in Jianghu is not inferior to any Shaolin or Wudong sect leader. Feeling the murderous aura coming from these men, Song Qingshu frowned. As soon as he heard Kangxi's words, he mercilessly mocked, I don't dare to say anything about Shaolin sect leader, but Wudong sect leader, hee, Zhang Zhenren, let them use only one hand, he won't feel any pressure at all. Upon hearing this, the men in black became furious. Their leader signaled them to calm down and ridiculed, we don't dare to say anything about Zhang Zhenren. As for your distinguished self, in our brother's eyes, you are nothing more than a chicken or a stray dog. Wasn't that so-called #1 expert of Xinjing, True Jade, killed by me in one move? In his early years, True Jade had fought Golden Snake King Yuan Qingji to a draw. After relying on Hongli, he swept through Xinjing and was invincible. For a time, he was in the limelight, but in the end, he was easily defeated by Song Qingshu several times. This made the people of the world increasingly feel that Song Qingshu was unfathomable. However, these men in black had easily killed True Jade, so they naturally didn't think that Song Qingshu was anything special. Oh? Song Qingshu was startled. True Jade could be considered a top-notch expert in Jianghu. Moreover, his Qinggong was outstanding, yet he had died in their hands. It was truly inconceivable. True Jade died just like that? Seeing a trace of arrogance on the other side's face, Song Qingshu's expression became dignified. Perhaps these people would be somewhat troublesome. Tell me your name. Song Mao has never killed a nameless person. Song Qingshu was no longer the same as before, so he quickly calmed down and lightly said. When you see the King of Hell, remember to tell him that the one who killed you is Wei Mo. Just as his voice fell, the leader of the group disappeared. With a flash of blade light, Wei Mo had already returned to his original position. A drop of bright and glistening blood hung on the tip of the blade. Your blade is very fast. Song Qingshu looked at the wound on his shoulder and said with a tone of praise. Although he had clearly gained the upper hand in the first move, Wei Mo's face didn't show any joy. He bitterly smiled and said, your Qinggong is even faster. What is this move called? Song Qingshu curiously asked. Meteor Fall. Wei Mo said in a deep voice. Although he wasn't famous, he was a rare martial arts prodigy. After mastering all kinds of martial arts, he created a move called Meteor Fall. From then on, he only needed one move to kill anyone. Even someone as strong as True Jade was no exception. Unfortunately, in the end, Song Qingshu still managed to dodge it. As expected, it's as fast as a meteor. As he spoke, Song Qingshu already had the wooden sword in his hand. Then, please have a taste of my move. Wei Mo didn't dare to be careless anymore. He hurriedly called for the others to attack together. Song Qingshu casually raised his sword and swung it behind him. The despairing eyes of the other 3 black-clothed men reflected the sword images that filled the sky. Even after using all their skills, they still couldn't stop the sword chi from penetrating their bodies. Seeing this, Wei Mo's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. With a roar, he used 120% of his power. Under the combination of grief and anger, this move had already surpassed his previous limit. Seeing that Song Qingshu's wooden sword was still behind him, Wei Mo was confident that Song Qingshu could no longer dodge it. Suddenly, Wei Mo's expression changed. He saw that the wooden sword in Song Qingshu's hand was like an antelope hanging its horn. It very naturally turned to the front. His opponent's every move was clearly seen, yet his slow and leisurely move was able to arrive first even though it was launched later. Looking down at the wooden sword in his chest, Wei Mo unwillingly asked, "What's the name of this move?" "I just realized it recently. I haven't had the time to name it." Seeing Wei Mo's face full of regret, Song Qingshu couldn't bear to see it. Suddenly, he thought of a certain manga from his previous life and quickly said, "Oh, let's call it Sword 23. Sword 23? Good swordsmanship, good swordsmanship." The light in Wei Mo's eyes finally dimmed. Seeing four top-notch experts die so easily at the hands of Song Qingshu, Kangxi quickly ran into the inner hall, shouting as he ran, "Patriarch, save me, Patriarch, save me." His voice stopped abruptly. Unbeknownst to him, Song Qingshu was already standing in front of him, the wooden sword in his hand pointed at his throat. "Are you hoping for Patriarch Sunflower to save you?" A hint of regret appeared on Song Qingshu's face. He's long since left for Changbai Mountain in search of your Qing dynasty's dragon vein. 42 Chapter Sutra? Kangxi quickly realized the crux of the matter. "So you really did kill Wei Xiaobao?" "I didn't kill Xiaobao. He really did die at the hands of Princess Janning." Song Qingshu sighed. "What's the difference between Janning killing him and you killing him?" Kangxi sneered. "That blockhead Janning didn't even know that he was being used before he died." "It seems that your majesty has long suspected this," Song Qingshu said, putting away his wooden sword and sighing. Kangxi was, after all, a fierce and ambitious man of his generation. After his initial panic, he quickly calmed down. Even though he knew that he was going to die for sure, he didn't want to show the slightest bit of embarrassment. "That's right. As soon as I heard about what happened in Shanhai Pass, I knew that there was something fishy about it. After that, I asked the others in the mission about what happened that day. After countless deductions about the mastermind, I came to the conclusion that you were the only possibility." "Why didn't your majesty punish me then?" Song Qingshu was very impressed with Kangxi's calmness. "After all, you're a rare talent. I thought I could see through you. I wanted to make full use of you, then get rid of you to avenge Wei Xiaobao. Who knew that would be the biggest mistake I've made in my life?" Kangxi seemed very upset. "There's no need to regret it, your majesty. You've actually succeeded. If I hadn't heard someone's words, I wouldn't have realized that you've already seen through all my plans." Song Qingshu said with lingering fear. "Hee, indeed, when I first saw you, I knew that you weren't willing to be under someone else's command. Sooner or later, you'll rebel against me." Kangxi smiled bitterly. "But the winner takes all. There's no point in saying more. Compared to this, I'm more curious. If you kill me now, other than a pitiful reputation, what benefits do you get?" Song Qingshu was silent for a while. He took out a mask that was as thin as a cicada's wing and put it on his face. He didn't say anything and just looked at Kangxi quietly. Good. Your majesty's plan is profound and your preparation is thorough. It's not an injustice for me to lose." Looking at the face in front of him that was exactly the same as his, endless coldness emerged from the depths of Kangxi's bones. He couldn't help but tremble all over. Now that things had come to this, he was completely in despair. "This is the disguise technique that a little servant girl from Gusu's Murong family taught me. I've always believed that it's much more useful than the Nine Yin and Nine Yang techniques." Thinking of the time when icy snow brought him to Swallow Dock to seek medical treatment, Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in his heart. "Song Qingshu, I only have one request before I die." Kangxi's face was pale. He used all his strength to make his voice not tremble so much. "As long as it's not too much, I can promise you anything." Looking at the man in front of him who seemed like an enemy yet a friend, Song Qingshu said sincerely, "Be a good emperor for me." Kangxi finally calmed down. Song Qingshu was stunned. He never expected that Kangxi's last words would be this. When he was about to ask, he saw Kangxi pick up a knife from the ground. With a rather insolent expression, he said, "Hee, I'm the son of heaven. Other than the heavens, only I can take my life." After saying that, he raised the knife and committed suicide. Looking at Kangxi's dejected figure, falling down, Song Qingshu unexpectedly felt a trace of sadness. After all, they had known each other for so long, more or less they appreciated each other's characteristics. Unfortunately, the two of them were destined not to be friends. From his bosom he took out another prepared mask and carefully pasted it on Kanxi's face, and then quickly exchanged their clothes. Finally, after confirming that there were no flaws, Song Qingshu loudly called for people to come in. When Doran rushed in with the imperial guards, he saw the corpses all over the ground, and then saw Kanxi weakly lying on the bed. Cold sweat broke out all of a sudden. "This official came late to rescue your majesty. I deserve 10,000 deaths the most." Looking at his former colleague respectfully kneeling on the ground, Song Qingshu suddenly had a kind of absurd feeling. He indifferently said, Song Qingshu harbored evil intentions, he wanted to assassinate Jin. Fortunately, there were several loyal subordinates who risked their lives to protect Jin. Coupled with the help of an expert, he was killed on the spot. Humph, Jin valued him so much in vain. It turned out that he relied on the imperial court in order to assassinate Jin one day. Pass Jin's decree, drag Song Qingshu's body to the courtyard and burn it, then grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and announce it to the world to dispel the hatred in Jin's heart. Glancing at Song Qingshu lying in a pool of blood, Doran's expression was extremely strange. In his heart he endlessly cursed, with Song Qingshu's martial art skill, if he really wanted to kill you, could these few people stop him? Recalling that Oh Boy also died in such an unclear way, Doran did not dare to ask too much, but he inevitably felt the fox grieving for the rabbit's death. Yes. Doran promptly waved his hand, letting the imperial guards drag Song Qingshu's body away. Looking at the long bloodstains on the ground, Doran's face trembled. Songda. Song Qingshu came back together with that divine dragon cult woman. I wonder how your majesty will deal with her. Su Quan? Song Qingshu fell into silence. He had hidden all this from everyone. If it was leaked, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Although Su Quan had skin contact with him, Song Qingshu still couldn't figure out this woman's mind. Naturally, he didn't dare to tell her the truth. However, he couldn't just ignore it, or else his subordinates might go and eliminate the root of the problem. Divine Dragon Island is still very important to the imperial court. Go and appease Cult Master Su personally. Song Qingshu's assassination was an individual act, and it has nothing to do with her. I am tired. You may withdraw first. Yes, this servant will increase the number of guards outside. Your Majesty can rest assured. Doran slowly retreated. The moment he closed the door, he couldn't help but look inside. He didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong inside, but he couldn't put his finger on it. In the end, he shook his head helplessly and blamed himself for being too shocked by what had happened today. Very soon, everyone in Prince Bao's manor knew what had happened. Su Quan felt dizzy and almost lost her balance. She could only see Doran's mouth opening and closing, but she couldn't hear what he was saying. There was only one thought in her mind. He's dead, he's dead. He has such high martial arts, how could he die? Song. Where is Song Qingshu's corpse? I want to take a look. Su Quan's teeth were about to shatter as she stared at Doran in a daze. Doran revealed a troubled expression. His Majesty has decreed that Song Qingshu's bones are to be ground into ashes. No one is allowed to see him. Ground into ashes? Su Quan felt the blood in her entire body freeze. She couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed onto the ground. Doran immediately called the servant girls to help Su Quan up. Looking at her dazed expression, he let out a long sigh. Cult Master Su, I can see that your relationship with Lord Song is not ordinary. It's just that Lord Song has committed a heinous crime this time. It's better for Cult Master Su to leave as soon as possible. Recalling the days he spent with Song Qingshu in the past, Doran could not bear it anymore. He hinted Su Quan to return to Divine Dragon Island as soon as possible to prevent Kanxi from changing his mind. As for whether Su Quan could comprehend it or listen to his suggestion, it was none of his business. In another side courtyard in the Prince Bao's manor, Xia Qingqing vomited a mouthful of blood. Her gaze was unfocused as she muttered to herself, I know you must have assassinated Kanxi because of me. It's all my fault, it's all my fault. Brother Song, I've harmed you. Xia Qingqing laid on the bed and cried. Not long after, she suddenly sat up. Her face was deathly pale. She slowly pulled out her sword and smiled mournfully. Then, she resolutely swiped it across her neck. Poof, Xiaoqingqing's palm went numb. She could no longer hold the sword in her hand. She raised her head in shock and looked outside the window. Who is it? When she ran out, she couldn't see anyone. She had no choice but to return to her room full of doubt. After this interruption, Xiaoqingqing finally regained her senses. She tightly pursed her lips and made up her mind. No, I can't die like this. Brother Song, walk slowly on the road to the Yellow Springs. Don't drink Grandma Meng's soup yet. After I kill Kangxi, I'll immediately come and accompany you. Song Qingshu, who was hiding in the courtyard, couldn't help but wipe his cold sweat. Fortunately, he had secretly come to take a look. Otherwise, wouldn't he have regretted it for the rest of his life? However, seeing Xiaoqingqing commit suicide for him was something Song Qingshu hadn't expected. When he thought about how her first reaction after Yuan Qingji's death was to take revenge, he was astonished but also secretly delighted. In the next few days, in order to avoid being seen through by the people around him, Song Qingshu used the excuse of recuperating as an excuse to live in seclusion and learn how to read memorials. Who knew that after reading a few, Song Qingshu would become dizzy from the cryptic ancient text and angrily throw the memorials out. What is your Majesty worried about? A sweet-sounding female voice rang out. Song Qingshu raised his head and saw Ma Chunhua bending down to pick up the memorials. He couldn't help but be startled. Who let you in? I specially stewed a bowl of osmanthus lotus seed soup for your Majesty. Seeing Kangxi look at her with a cold expression, Ma Chunhua's heart chilled. She finally understood that the other had never cared about her. With a face full of loneliness, she said, "Since your Majesty doesn't like it, I'll take my leave first." Finished speaking, she held back her tears and left. Seeing Ma Chunhua's disheartened appearance as she left, Song Qingshu sighed. Ma Chunhua was someone who was extremely close to Kangxi. If they were together day and night, it was inevitable that she wouldn't see through him. Originally, he could have silenced her and put an end to it, but in the end, Song Qingshu wasn't such a cruel and cold-blooded person. He could only drive Ma Chunhua far away. Dolong. Song Qingshu called out in a low voice. Your servant is here. Dolong ran in a panic and knelt on the ground. Are you the one who let Miss Ma in? Song Qingshu asked coldly. Your servant deserves to die. Your servant thought your Majesty was in a bad mood recently. Perhaps Miss Ma. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Song Qingshu. In the future, no one is allowed to come in without my permission. Yes. Dolong regretted it too late. As someone close to Kangxi, he more or less knew about the ambiguous relationship between Ma Chunhua and Kangxi. Moreover, he knew that after returning to the capital, Kangxi would confer Ma Chunhua the title of concubine Hui. This time, he made the decision to let her in on his own accord to do this future imperial concubine a favor. He didn't expect that his flattery would backfire. Have the generals that Prince Bao sent to the Divine Dragon Island returned? Song Qingshu asked. Reporting to your Majesty, Li Shiyao, Xianxia, and Zhao Hui heard that Hongli was dead. In addition, their families are in Xinjing. After receiving the letter of surrender, although they were a little hesitant, they all surrendered in the end. Now, they are waiting in Xinjing for your Majesty's punishment. What about Agui and Fu Heng? Song Qingshu had wanted to replace Kangxi since a long time ago. He had investigated this information clearly. Hongli had 5 generals who held military power. Li Shiyao and the others were sent to Divine Dragon Island. Agui and Fu Heng had higher positions. They stayed at the northern border and were constantly on guard against the Mongolians' movements. Master Sua has gone to summon them. With Master Sua's ability, there shouldn't be a problem, Dolong answered. Thinking of the exquisite Song Gotu, Song Qingshu smiled knowingly. He was the most suitable person to do this kind of thing. How's the progress with Prince Kang's letter? After a few days, Song Qingshu had slowly figured out Kangxi's arrangements. With Prince Kang's unremitting efforts, we have completely taken control of Xinjing. Most of Hongli's remaining forces have been purged. Occasionally, there are a few who slipped through the net, but they can no longer cause any trouble. Dolong had cooperated with Prince Kang many times during this period of time. Naturally, he knew everything. Hongli has managed Xinjing for several decades, how can his forces be uprooted so easily? Zhen cannot stay in Xingjing forever. How about this, let Prince Kong stay in Xingjing to intimidate the thieves and rascals. When Song Gota comes back, he will be in charge of Xingjing's government affairs. Song Qingshu had just usurped Kangxi's position. Naturally he did not want the Manchurian Qing to immediately fall into disunity. At the same time, he was worried that Kangxi's people who were familiar with him would see through him. Thereupon, he deliberately transferred Kangxi's trusted aides such as Prince Kong and Song Gotu away from his side. As for Dolong, as the chief of the imperial bodyguards, it would be too abrupt for him to be transferred away all of a sudden. Therefore, he had no choice but to take it slow. After meeting and appeasing Li Shiyao and the other veteran generals, Song Qingshu could finally put his mind at ease. However, as the situation in Xingjing gradually stabilized, the day of Song Qingshu's return to the capital was also getting closer and closer. Compared to Xingjing, there were more people in the capital who were familiar with Kangxi, so it would be easier for him to see through him. However, the ministers under his command kept on sending memorials to urge him to return. Song Qingshu knew that delaying things like this was not a solution. Without any better option, he left Prince Kong and Song Gotu behind to organize the situation in the north, while he himself took Dolong and the others to return to the capital. Naturally, Ma Chunhua and Xia Qingqing were also among the troops returning to the capital. As for Su Quan, she found an excuse to return to Divine Dragon Island. Song Qingshu also pushed the boat along with the current, hinting Dolong to let her go. Naturally Xia Qingqing would be brought along, but it was a pity that Kangxi had previously announced that he was going to bestow her the title of imperial concubine Hui. As the saying goes, a monarch must not go back on his word, so Song Qingshu could not change his mind. During this period of time, the news that Song Qingshu failed to assassinate Kangxi, and that his bones were ground and scattered into ashes spread throughout the Yangtze River, north and south. On Mount Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng looked at Song Yuanqiao and said with a sigh, "This child Qingshu, at first I thought that he had stepped onto the wrong path, plus his martial art skill is getting higher and higher, even Shifu had thought of leaving the mountain to clean up the sect. Who would have thought that his ambition was lofty and pure, that he did not hesitate to sink his body into the mud? Although in the end he failed, he is still worthy to be called a hero. Shifu has really misjudged him." On Mount Amei, Zhou Zhirua shut herself in her room. The white python whip technique poured out in torrents, smashing everything in the room to pieces. Yunan's five poison cult, Zhong Ling and Chu Fian were crying their eyes out. Dongfang Muxue stood with her hands behind her back, looking in the direction of Yanjing, her countenance was as cold as ice. After returning to the Forbidden City, Song Qingshu found a deep sense of powerlessness. Because this action was too hasty, his own team had not yet been established. Although Song Qingshu wanted to place confidants in various key departments, he was surprised to find that there was no one who could be called a confidant. Previously, Song Qingshu planned to slowly develop the stick into his own private force. As the stick grew stronger, his team would naturally become more and more abundant. Of course, Song Qingshu did not regret this attack. He knew that according to the established plan, all his actions were actually under Kangxi's control. There was no such thing as the best of both worlds in the world. There were gains and losses, not to mention that the gains this time could be described as amazing. Sitting in the imperial study, he felt that the whole empire was under his control. That inexplicable excitement made it difficult for Song Qingshu to calm down. "Your Majesty, you should go to see the Empress Dowager." A little eunuch hesitated for a long time and finally came forward to remind him. This little eunuch was called Xiaolizi. Wen Yudao and Wen Yufeng, who used to be in the imperial study, were transferred to other places by Song Qingshu in the form of promotion. After all, Wen Yudao and Wen Yufeng had served Kangxi for a long time. If they continued to stay by his side, it would be difficult for Song Qingshu not to reveal any flaws. The Empress Dowager? Song Qingshu subconsciously resisted going to see her. After all, he was not the real Kangxi. Unfortunately, this was the etiquette of the palace. After returning from Xingjing, he should go to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager. Thinking that he had to go to the Palace of Benevolence and Peace to pay his respects to the Empress Dowager every day, Song Qingshu felt a headache. He waved his hand casually, "Let's go. Let's go." With the sharp and thin voice of Xiaolizi, a group of people soon surrounded Song Qingshu and walked to the Palace of Benevolence and Peace. Looking at the eunuchs and palace maids in front and behind, Song Qingshu secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he did it in Xinjing. If he was in the Forbidden City, it would be troublesome to deal with these eunuchs and palace maids. Soon, Song Qingshu had a headache again. No matter where he went in the future, there would be so many people following him. It would be inconvenient for him to move. While he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a sweet female voice, "This concubine greets your majesty." Song Qingshu was stunned. Only then did he realize that a group of palace maids were escorting a beautiful woman in palace attire to greet him. The beautiful woman in palace attire had snow-white skin and a beautiful face. It was Empress Xiaotong whom he had met once before. "Your Majesty," seeing that Song Qingshu was staring blankly at her, Xiaotong felt a sweetness in her heart. A trace of redness appeared on her face, and her flower-like complexion appeared exceptionally beautiful. "Oh." Song Qingshu finally reacted and hurriedly gestured for her to rise. He remembered that he had to respectfully greet her before, but now he suddenly became her husband. For a moment, he couldn't help but have a ridiculous illusion. "Is your Majesty going to pay respects to the Empress Dowager?" Looking at her husband whom she had not seen for a long time, Empress Xiaotong's heart leaped with joy. She had just gotten married not long ago, and the two of them were still stuck to each other. Naturally, her words were filled with affection. "N." Song Qingshu instinctively nodded. He was worried that he was too cold and would make others feel strange, so he hurriedly asked, "Are you also going to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful?" This concubine has already paid respects to the Empress Dowager. Empress Xiaotong's face suddenly had a trace of shyness. This concubine is just taking a stroll in the palace to relax. Seeing Empress Xiaotong's appearance, Song Qingshu quickly realized that the other guest that Kangxi was about to pay respects to the Empress Dowager, so she could wander on the path to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful and deliberately wait for him. Jin will first go to the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Continue walking. Facing Kangxi's imperial concubine, Song Qingshu felt uncomfortable. He casually replied and prepared to leave. However, when he saw the sadness in Xiaotong's eyes, he couldn't bear it and added, "It's cold outside. Don't walk for too long." Seeing Song Qingshu's figure disappear into the distance, Empress Xiaotong's beautiful eyes lit up. The palace maids at the side also took the opportunity to chatter and discuss, "His Majesty really loves her ladyship." Song Qingshu naturally did not know everything behind him. Right now, all his attention was focused on how to deal with the Empress Dowager. Standing in front of the Palace of Compassionate and Peaceful, Song Qingshu silently criticized, "In almost all the movies and television works, the Empress Dowager is the most evil old woman. I didn't expect that I would have to face such a terrifying character." This son pays respects to the Empress Dowager. Although extremely unwilling, Song Qingshu still had to respectfully salute the Empress Dowager. "Emperor, rise." The Empress Dowager raised her left hand and walked down from the couch with the help of the palace maids. She looked at Song Qingshu with a gratified expression. "The late emperor did not misjudge you. In just a few short years, you have captured the powerful minister Oboi, pacified the Golden Snake camp in Shandong, and now you have subdued the forces in Qing capital. With such a holy master, it is truly my great Qing's blessing." Hearing the Empress Dowager praise Kangxi, Song Qingshu could only keep quiet and respectfully stand to the side. Not arrogant in victory, not discouraged in defeat. Very good. Seeing Song Qingshu's calm expression, the Empress Dowager nodded approvingly. Aijiao was originally worried that the emperor would be dizzy with victory after eliminating the great enemy Prince Bao. Looking at you now, Aijiao is relieved. How does the emperor plan to announce the cause of Hongli's death? The Empress Dowager motioned for the palace maids to leave first and then suddenly asked. To the outside world, we can only announce that he contracted an illness and died. Then we will announce it to the world and bury him with the grandest ceremony. Then we will let Hongli's son, Yong Yan, inherit his throne and promote the Wang title to the hereditary Iron Hat King. Song Qingshu had studied this question for a long time and quickly answered. Good. No matter how much the outside world speculates, as long as they see you treat the descendants of Prince Bao so generously, I'm afraid that most people will not believe that you acted against Hongli. The emperor is becoming more and more adept at handling state affairs, but... The Empress Dowager suddenly fell silent. Song Qingshu was shocked and worried that he had exposed a flaw. He quickly asked respectfully, Empress Dowager, please enlighten me. It's just that the women's matter was handled in a mess. The Empress Dowager seemed to be angry that he did not live up to her expectations and snorted coldly. The 2 women you brought back from Qing capital, how do you plan to deal with them? I have already issued an edict in Qing capital. When we return to the capital, they will be conferred the titles of Consort Hui and Consort Ping. Thinking of Xia Qingqing, Song Qingshu thought that he had to visit her as soon as possible to prevent her from creating any more trouble. Humph. A broken flower, a woman of the pugilistic world, what virtue does she have to become the imperial consort of the great Qing? The Empress Dowager snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Looking at the Empress Dowager's gloomy face, this sentence suddenly appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu felt like laughing, but he still had to explain. This time, it was all because of Miss Ma's enduring humiliation that we were able to get rid of Prince Bao without bloodshed. Thinking of how Ma Chunhua did not hesitate to sacrifice her chastity for Kangxi and got close to Hongli through Fu Kangan and finally succeeded, Song Qingshu could not help but admire her. I know that she has contributed greatly, but if this matter were to be leaked, how would the world view you, Emperor? The Empress Dowager sighed. As the saying goes, the merciful cannot command an army, much less an emperor. Song Qingshu was startled. Empress Dowager, you mean, if you can't bear to do it, I will send someone to handle it. The Empress Dowager's face was full of loose skin and no expression could be seen. Song Qingshu was silent for a while and finally shook his head. I know what I'm doing, I will handle it well. If it was handed over to the Empress Dowager to handle it, Ma Chunhua would either hang herself or fall into the lake and drown. In such a big forbidden city, a few more wronged souls would not cause a ripple at all. The Empress Dowager looked at him suspiciously, worried that he was being perfunctory. However, she thought that he was the emperor after all and it was not good to force him too much. She could only nod. It's fine that Ma Chunhua has contributed greatly, but what about the other woman of the pugilistic world? What virtue does she have to enter the palace? Song Qingshu hurriedly explained Xia Qingqing's role in the whole matter to her. Finally, he added, because of the Golden Snake Camp, the imperial court's control over Shandong has always been very weak. The Red Coat Army under Yang Miaozhen's command is a force that cannot be underestimated in Shandong. If we can use the concubine method to take this force for our own use, it will be of great benefit to the imperial court. All right. The Empress Dowager nodded, obviously agreeing with what he said. However, she soon hesitated. She is a Han after all. According to the ancestral rules, Manchu and Han cannot marry. Song Qingshu hurriedly told her the countermeasures he had thought of before. Hearing that Gabra, the Duke of Qinzhen, should accept Yang Miaozhen as his adopted daughter, the Empress Dowager finally nodded in satisfaction. Coming out of the Palace of Compassionate Peace, Song Qingshu finally let out a sigh of relief. He thought that it was not a good idea to come and pay his respects every day. Returning to the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Song Qingshu ordered Xiao Lizi to move the memorials that had piled up in recent days and read them for the whole day. After this period of hard work, Song Qingshu slowly learned how to read memorials to the throne. However, he read memorials more for the sake of understanding the factions of power in the court and not for the sake of governing this enormous country. Looking at the thick stack of memorials in front of him, Song Qingshu thought hatefully, I have to find a few secretaries to share my burdens. Otherwise, being the emperor will tire me to death. Actually, with the existence of the Grand Council, memorials did not need to be handled by the emperor himself. However, Song Qingshu wanted to seize power as soon as possible, so he planned to bypass the Grand Council. Song Qingshu tossed the memorials onto the table and stretched. Only then did he realize that it was already late. He thought that he should go and see Xia Qingqing. However, just as he walked out the door, he was stopped by an old eunuch. May I ask where your majesty is going? The old eunuch bowed respectfully. We are going to Consort Ping's place. Song Qingshu frowned. When he was a palace guard, he did recognize this old eunuch. His name was Liang Jiugong, the head eunuch of the imperial palace. Could it be that your majesty has forgotten the ancestors' rules? In order to be fair and to prevent your majesty from favoring only one person, you cannot decide which consort to spend the night with. Looking at Song Qingshu's gloomy face, Liang Jiugong secretly broke out in a cold sweat. However, the Empress Dowager had ordered him to be careful, so he could only brace himself and explain while calling for a young eunuch to bring up a plate. Looking at the neatly arranged wooden signs on the plate, Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. It wasn't that he hadn't watched period dramas in his previous life, so he naturally knew what this meant. Each sign had the name of a consort written on it. Whichever sign was turned over, that consort would sleep with that consort that night. Although Song Qingshu's disguise was flawless and could fool the eunuchs and ministers, how could he fool the person who slept with Kangxi? We are not going anywhere tonight. With a cold snort, Song Qingshu turned around and left. Your Majesty, the Empress Dowager has decreed that your Majesty has been away from the capital for a long time. When you return, you should properly accompany the consorts in the inner palace. Liang Jiugong had a bitter expression as he stopped Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu steeled his heart. He knew that hiding like this wasn't a solution. It would inevitably arouse the suspicion of others. Thus, he braced himself and randomly turned over a sign, praying that it would be an unfavored consort. That way, the possibility of him being seen through would be greatly reduced. When he saw the words on the sign, Song Qingshu couldn't help but groan inwardly, why is it Empress Tong? Empress Xiaotong was one of Kangxi's most beloved concubines, so she was far more familiar with Kangxi than Dolong and the others. Even if his appearance and speech were flawless, once they had intimate contact, how could Empress Xiaotong not be able to distinguish his man's characteristics? But now that things had come to this, Song Qingshu could not find a reason to avoid it. He thought to himself that he had to keep his distance from her later, otherwise, his long-term plan would fail at the last moment. The emperor has arrived. Hearing the eunuch's voice from afar, Empress Xiaotong stood up with a face full of joy. As she tidied her hair in front of the bronze mirror, she asked a palace maid, "How is it? Am I beautiful today?" "Of course you are. Your Highness, you are the most beautiful of all the concubines in the harem." Hearing the palace maid's words, Empress Xiaotong's eyes curved like crescent moons. She happily knelt on the ground and welcomed Song Qingshu. "Your Majesty, good luck." Seeing Empress Xiaotong raise her head to look at him, her pretty face looked especially beautiful under the candlelight. Song Qingshu felt a headache coming on. Song Qingshu motioned for the eunuch to place the memorials on the couch and then said to Empress Xiaotong, "We need to review the memorials today. You can rest first." A trace of disappointment flashed through Empress Xiaotong's eyes, but she quickly adjusted her attitude. As she called for the eunuch and palace maid to prepare some refreshments, she bowed and said, "Then this concubine will go make some calming soup for your Majesty. No need to trouble yourself, we are not hungry." Song Qingshu was not used to Empress Xiaotong being so intimate and subconsciously distanced himself. "Your Majesty is busy in the day and has to review memorials at night. It is very tiring, so you should drink some soup to protect your body. Your Majesty, please review the memorials first. This concubine will be back soon." Empress Xiaotong did not mind and left after bowing to Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu gloomily looked at Empress Xiaotong's departing figure. Now that his internal strength had reached the celestial transformation realm, he did not need to drink any tonic. Furthermore, he was not used to Empress Xiaotong acting like a good wife and loving mother. Although he hated reading memorials, it seemed to be easier than facing little Tong alone. As Song Qingshu read on, he gradually became engrossed in it. In his mind, he had a rough idea of the structure of power in the entire imperial court, which forces there were, and which faction each official belonged to. As long as he paid attention, he would be able to find some clues from the memorials. After all, those who submitted memorials always had their own motives, right? Often, when a memorial was written, the words spoken between the lines seemed to be very reasonable, but as long as one started from which official's interests would be affected and which official's interests would be harmed, with a little analysis, one would be able to roughly determine which camp the memorial belonged to. Suddenly feeling a pair of soft hands on his shoulders, Song Qingshu couldn't help but tremble. "Emperor Xiaotong of gently asked. Tang. Xiaotong of Yen." Xiao. Had Xiaotong Xiaoer. Of Xiaotong of Xiaoer. Song Qingshu wanted to spoil this bowl of soup so that he would not have to face Empress Xiaotong in the future. However, before Kangxi left the capital, he clearly doted on Xiaotong the most. After returning from Xinjing, his attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. Surely everyone would be suspicious. Smelling Xiaotong's fragrance, Song Qingshu suddenly blushed and his heart raced. There seemed to be an inexplicable heat in his body. Song Qingshu could not help but be shocked. What's going on? He carefully checked the vital energy in his body. It was not difficult to circulate, but the vital energy flowing in his meridians was not as calm as usual. Could it be that he was possessed by the devil? Song Qingshu was startled, but he felt that it was unlikely. Emperor? Xiaotong's voice rang in his ears. Song Qingshu suddenly woke up. He forced a smile and reached out to take the bowl. Without waiting for Song Qingshu to respond, Xiaotong naturally stood behind him and gently massaged his shoulders. It seems that Emperor is too tired. Let me massage your shoulders. Her fingers were as green as jade, and her strength was just right. Song Qingshu's body quickly relaxed as he enjoyed the gentleness of her fingertips. He could feel that Xiaotong must have put in a lot of effort in her finger technique to please the Emperor. Every time Xiaotong massaged a place, Song Qingshu would feel a numbing sensation spread out and his body would slowly heat up. Although reason told him that this was not appropriate, this numbing sensation was too comfortable. Song Qingshu could not bear to have her stop. Seeing Song Qingshu closing his eyes with a look of enjoyment, Empress Xiaotong felt very happy. When she was massaging Song Qingshu's temples, she intentionally or unintentionally let Song Qingshu's head rest on her chest. The vague pressure caused a layer of red to appear on her skin. Suddenly, her nose smelled a rich and mysterious fragrance. She felt her entire body was covered in hot sweat and her body was limp. Very quickly, she pressed her face tightly against Song Qingshu's back and said in a sweet voice, "Your Majesty, it's late, let's rest." Song Qingshu's eyes had already turned red. Hearing what she said, he grabbed her legs and lifted her up. Step by step, he walked toward the embroidered tent. When the palace maids and eunuchs at the door saw this, they understood and retreated, closing the door behind them. Xiaotong was lying in Song Qingshu's embrace with a flushed face. Her hair was tied into a jade bun, her teeth were fragrant, and her body was graceful and delicate. She was so soft that it was as if she did not have any bones. The rainbow-colored dress slid down, revealing a large area of her snow-white skin. In his mind, he thought that she was the most beautiful imperial concubine in Kangxi's harem, and a trace of evil excitement rose in the depths of his heart. His arms spread her two snow-white legs wide open, following that thin and tender area, his whole body pressed down heavily. Xiaotong's face was painted with rouge. Her expression was happy and sweet. Her legs were wrapped around Song Qingshu's waist. Her delicate body trembled from time to time. It was as if she was angry that the man on top of her did not know how to be tender to the fairer sex. The next morning, when Song Qingshu woke up, he saw little Tong lying lazily beside him. The brocade blanket slid down to her waist, revealing her alluring figure. Recalling Empress Xiaotong's bashful and seductive gaze last night, Song Qingshu's heart could not help but sway. However, his expression quickly turned solemn. He could not understand why his bestial nature had been triggered last night. He secretly checked the genuine qi in his body and found that it had returned to its previous calmness. In fact, it was even more condensed and vigorous. It must be the work of the mysterious qi in little Tong's body. Could it be that the blissful Diana has started to backfire? Song Qingshu's face darkened. He had heard from Jiumaji and the others about how dangerous it was to practice the blissful dharma, but he had never taken it seriously. After all, he had been practicing it for so long and had never encountered any problems until last night. Is His Majesty going to morning court? Forgive this concubine for not being able to get up to send you off. Your Majesty didn't take any pity on me last night. This concubine's entire body is very weak now. Empress Xiaotong complained. She struggled to sit up, but she only felt weak all over and was too lazy to move a finger. She knew that it was because of the Emperor's torment for a whole night. He would not be offended by such a trivial matter. Have a good rest. Song Qingshu was originally worried that she would notice something unusual, but looking at her current appearance, it seemed that she did not realize that the man who wandered around her last night was not her husband. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Time passed by without any mishap. Song Qingshu dealt with political affairs in the morning court during the day and lingered at Empress Xiaodong's place at night, enjoying the endless charm and gentleness. No one in the Forbidden City noticed that the emperor had changed, not even the imperial concubine who was under Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu found that he was more and more addicted to being an emperor. The feeling of being the sole ruler and having everyone's fate in his hands was the most irresistible temptation in the world. What's more, there were beauties in the harem who were as gentle as water to flatter him. As for the dirty things that happened when they competed for favor with each other in secret, what did it have to do with him? In fact, according to Song Qingshu's original plan, temporarily disguising as Kangxi was just an expedient measure. After all, Kangxi was dead, but he was still alive. Song Qingshu was still alive, but he was already dead. Kangxi was only a Manchurian emperor, so Song Qingshu naturally did not care about a mere barbarian throne. In his plan, as long as he had complete control over the entire imperial palace and supported a puppet to oversee the imperial palace, he would be able to escape and build his own foundation in Shandong. With the fake Kangxi, who was a spy, as a Han, it would not be difficult for him to overthrow the Manchurian rule in an open and aboveboard manner. At that time, his prestige in the hearts of the millions of Han people in the world could be said to be like the sun in the sky. With hundreds of people responding to his call, it would not be impossible for him to annex Mongolia. However, Song Qingshu still underestimated the temptation of power. Before, he never thought that he would be fettered by a mere throne, but when he really became the emperor, he found that he could not bear to part with it. Why did he have to escape? If he went to Shandong and painstakingly developed the revolutionary army, and then fought against an empire single-handedly, even if he succeeded, wouldn't he still be the emperor? Moreover, there were risks in rebelling. If he was not careful, he would be consigned to eternal damnation and become a speck of dust under the rolling wheels of history. Perhaps in the future history books, it would be written that Song Qingshu revolted in Shandong. Although it was very powerful, it was still limited by the peasant class. 3 months later, it was suppressed by the Qing government, and Song Qingshu was also beheaded in public, although a few thoughts occasionally flashed through his mind, reminding him not to sink into oblivion. These thoughts were quickly dispelled by the cheers of the officials and Empress Xiaotong's bewitched moans. While Song Qingshu was in deep thought, Empress Xiaotong's voice made him break out in cold sweat. "Your Majesty, I feel that you have been a little different recently." "What's different?" Song Qingshu asked calmly. "I don't dare to say." Empress Xiaotong's lightly drooping eyelashes slightly trembled, but she still shook her head in the end. "Say it, Jin will pardon you." Could it be that she had seen through it? Song Qingshu's heart went cold and a trace of killing intent appeared in his eyes. However, when he thought of how she was enjoying herself under him, he couldn't bear to do it. "I don't know why, but I feel that Emperor seems to have changed into a different person after you came back. Every time this concubine serves Emperor, it seems." Empress Xiaotong's face turned red. "It seems like I'm serving a strange man." Song Qingshu's fingers intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to her snow-white neck. He was hesitant. Empress Xiaotong had just received rain and dew. At this moment, her face was glowing and extremely beautiful. Her face was full of shyness. At the same time, she said worriedly, "Has there been an official who has recently offered some tiger or wolf medicine to your Majesty? This kind of medicine is harmful to a dragon's body. Your Majesty should not use it in the future." Song Qingshu stilled and did not know whether to laugh or cry. He had not expected Empress Xiaotong to say this. "Why do you say that?" Empress Xiaotong shyly buried her face in his chest and said in a low and muffled voice, "Your Majesty is much more vigorous than before. This Jia cannot bear the criticism." "What, you don't like it?" Song Qingshu gently played with her hair as if he was stroking. "A docile cat. This Jia naturally likes it." Empress Xiaotong pursed her thin lips. "But your Majesty's body." "Don't worry, Jin knows what to do." Xiaodong's body was smooth and tender. After twisting a few times in his arms, Song Qingshu felt a trace of heat rise in his body again. Thus, the hand that was on her head pressed down slightly. Xiaotong quickly understood and looked at him with hidden bitterness. In the end, she obediently crawled into bed. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh of relief. His expression became very happy. That's right, why did I give up such a fairy-like life and return to the days of licking blood on the edge of a knife? Empress Xiaotong's head moved up and down as she continuously hummed delicately. Song Qingshu enjoyed her nimble tongue as well as her beautiful curves. Suddenly, his expression froze. He pulled up the blankets on his body and quickly stirred them. Ding, ding, ding. A dozen or so embroidery needles were knocked to the ground. Empress Xiaotong finally realized that there was an assassin. She screamed and hid behind Song Qingshu. Eh? I didn't expect your majesty to be such a hidden expert. As a familiar voice sounded, Song Qingshu looked with a strange expression at the beautiful figure that was slowly walking in. Sect leader Dongfang? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. How do you know me? Dongfang Muxue was startled. She had come here today to assassinate Kangxi. She was worried that the imperial court would take revenge on the Sun Moon sect, so she did not appear in the attire of Dongfang Bubi. Instead, she wore a long dress and appeared as a woman. She did not expect Kangxi to recognize her at first glance. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. How could he not recognize Dongfang Muxue? Although he wanted to acknowledge her, he did not dare to reveal this secret to anyone else due to the importance of the matter. Thus, he could only try to find out what the other party wanted to say. May I know why Cult Master Dongfang is visiting me so late at night? Dongfang Muxue suppressed the doubts in her heart and lightly said, I have a friend who was killed by the emperor not long ago. I don't have many friends in this world, and he happens to be the only one. Naturally, I have to ask for an explanation. Hearing her words, Song Qingshu felt touched. The relationship between him and Dongfang Muxue had always been subtle. They were definitely not lovers, and naturally, they were not enemies either. If one really wanted to dig deeper, it would be more appropriate to describe them as rivals who appreciated each other's talents. Seeing that she had actually entered the tiger's den for his sake, a trace of mischievous thoughts arose in his heart. He signaled for Empress Xiaotong to calm down and asked, We have killed many people previously. May I know who Cult Master Dongfang's friend is? Why does your majesty ask when you already know the answer? Dongfang Muxue revealed a mocking expression. Naturally, it's Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's heart warmed, but he calmly said, Song Qingshu attempted to assassinate us, so we naturally had to kill him. We didn't know that he was Cult Master's friend and have offended him. Oh, how about this? How should we compensate to appease Cult Master's anger? I hope that Cult Master can tell us. That person has clearly been intelligent his entire life, but unexpectedly, he was muddle-headed for this moment. A trace of anger flashed across Dongfang Muxue's eyes. Although the seat doesn't know why he suddenly wanted to kill you, since this was his dying wish, then you can die. As soon as she finished speaking, a white figure flashed, and the distance of several zhang between the two of them seemed to not exist. Dongfang Muxue suddenly appeared in front of Song Qingshu. Her slender fingers held an embroidery needle and stabbed towards the space between his eyebrows. Song Qingshu hurriedly raised his hand and tapped on her wrist. Just as he guided her embroidery needle to the side, he discovered that Dongfang Muxue's palm was as white as jade, silently pressing towards his chest. The two palms met, and a white figure retreated violently. Seeing that Song Qingshu was staying on the bed and had no intention of pursuing, Dongfang Muxue wiped a trace of blood from the corner of her mouth. She looked at him with a serious expression. No wonder with Song Qingshu's martial arts, he couldn't even escape after the assassination failed. This seat had originally thought that it was that old eunuch who attacked. Now it seems that your majesty is the true expert of the palace. After Dongfang Muxue was sneakily attacked by Zhang Wuji, she had been staying in Yunan's 5 poisons order to nurse her injuries. When she heard the news that Song Qingshu had been reduced to ashes, her emotions were agitated. She suppressed her injuries and headed north to the Forbidden City, intending to assassinate Kangxi to avenge him. Unexpectedly, Kangxi had been hiding his strength all along. Dongfang Muxue estimated that with Kangxi's martial arts, she might be able to defeat him at her peak. However, she only had less than 30% of her power left now. That palm strike just now had caused her internal injuries to show signs of being unable to be suppressed any longer. Not only would she not be able to avenge herself today, but she would also die here. Seeing Dongfang Mushua's delicate brows furrowed, Song Qingshu felt both heartache and carefree. After all, when they were together previously, he was always subdued by her. Now that the situation had reversed, it was natural for him to enjoy it. After casually striking Xiaodong's sleeping acupoint on the back of his head, Song Qingshu wrapped himself in clothes and stood up slowly. As he walked toward Dongfang Mushue, he asked with a smile, "Has Cult Master Dongfang ever made a promise with Song Qingshu?" "No." Dongfang Mushue adjusted the genuine qi in her body while keeping her guard up. "Is that Song Qingshu the sect master's lost relative?" "No." "Then that's it. Why would you put yourself in danger for someone who's neither your relative nor friend?" Song Qingshu came to Dongfang Mushue and lifted a lock of her hair. With an evil smile on his face, he said, "I'm rich, and Cult Master's martial arts are powerful. Why don't you marry me? If we work together, the world will be in our hands." Dongfang Mushue had never been teased like this in her life. Her eyes turned cold and she struck towards Song Qingshu's ribs with her palm. Song Qingshu smiled and dodged it calmly. Soon, the two of them were engaged in a fierce battle. Dongfang Mushue's greatest advantage was that she was the best in the world in terms of body movement. However, due to her severe injuries, it was hard for her to dodge. On the other hand, Song Qingshu was getting faster and faster. In the end, Dongfang Mushue could only barely defend herself. Song Qingshu was thinking that it was time to stop. Suddenly, his expression changed and he leaped to the side. Bam! A long whip landed on the spot where he was standing just now. The hard bricks on the ground were shattered into pieces. Song Qingshu turned his head and saw an incomparably elegant beauty under the moonlight. She held a long whip in her hand and stood not far away, staring coldly at him. Song Qingshu shuddered and his face turned pale. The Amei faction, Zhou Jirua? With Dongfang Mushue's excellent eyesight, she naturally saw through the other's martial arts. The white python whip technique and the unique breathing technique of the Amei faction. Naturally, it had to be the sect master of the Amei faction, Zhou Jirua. "Who are you?" Looking at Dongfang Mushue, whose looks were not inferior to hers, Zhou Jirua asked curiously. She had just arrived not long ago and saw that Dongfang Mushue was in a fierce battle with Kangxi. She was shocked by Kangxi's martial arts and helped him without thinking. Just an ordinary friend of Song Qingshu. Dongfang Mushue was amazed by Zhou Jirua's beauty. She suddenly felt a little strange. Ordinary friend? Zhou Jirua naturally did not believe it. Why would an ordinary friend take such a huge risk to avenge him? Moreover, she was so beautiful. "Sect Master Zhou, are you trying to put on airs in front of me?" Dongfang Mushue snorted coldly. "You're looking for the wrong person. Look at that person over there." Puzzled, Zhou Jirua looked in the direction where Dongfang Mushue was pointing and saw a woman in black walking out from the shadows. She was holding a shiny, snake-shaped sword in her hand. Although her face was covered by a black cloth, her beautiful eyebrows and bright eyes could still be seen. It was obvious that she was a great beauty. "Look at the situation now, and you're still fighting over a woman." Xia Qingqing snorted coldly. She had just arrived and did not hear the conversation between Dongfang Mushue and Song Qingshu. Instead, she saw Kangxi's unfathomable martial arts. She was filled with regret. When she saw Kangxi's martial arts with her own eyes, she knew that all her previous plans for revenge were just a joke. Not only was there no hope for revenge, but Song Qingshu's life was also involved. If she had known this earlier, she would not have taken revenge. Wouldn't it have been better to be with Song Qingshu? Self-blame flooded her like a tidal wave. At this moment, Xia Qingqing only wanted to perish together with Kangxi. Naturally, she did not want to see the other two potential powerful helpers fighting among themselves. As for the relationship between the two women and Song Qingshu, she did not care anymore. Who's fighting over a man? A faint blush appeared on Zhou Jirua's cold face. If Song Qingshu has to die, he can only die by my hands. The others can't even kill him. If the people of Jianghu knew that my husband was killed and I could not avenge him, where would I put my face as the sect master of the Ame faction? Hearing Zhou Jiruo's words, Dongfang Muxue smiled disdainfully. Xia Qingqing also snorted coldly. Looking at the strange atmosphere, Song Qingshu simply wanted to curse out loud. What were these imperial guards doing? They actually let so many assassins in. Even if he wanted to reveal his identity now, he couldn't. Thinking about how he would have to face 3 women who had complicated relationships with him after revealing his identity, Song Qingshu felt his head swell. If you want to be conflicted, then do it yourself. Xia Qingqing snorted impatiently. She raised her golden snake sword and attacked Song Qingshu. At this moment, she only wanted to die. Therefore, every move she made was a life-risking move without any defense. She only hoped that she could seriously injure Kangxi before she died, giving the other 2 women a chance to kill him. Seeing that Xia Qingqing was full of openings, Song Qingshu had a headache. He could not really hurt her, so he could only use Qinggong to avoid her attacks. Watch out. Dongfang Muxue saw that Xia Qingqing's moves were life-risking. Her determination and madness moved her. On one hand, she was angry that Song Qingshu was so capable that he could make so many women treat him sincerely. On the other hand, she did not want to see Xia Qingqing die like this. Therefore, she quickly covered her and attacked so that Kangxi did not have a chance to hurt her. Seeing the 2 of them attacking Kangxi from the front and back, Zhou Jiruo's expression changed. She naturally knew that these 2 women had a complicated relationship with Song Qingshu. She did not want to have anything to do with them, let alone work together to avenge Song Qingshu. But at the same time, she understood that with Kangxi's martial arts skills, she could not defeat him alone. After hesitating for a long time, Zhou Jiruo stomped her feet and waved her whip, joining the fight. Xia Qingqing blocked Song Qingshu from the front, executing the golden snake sword technique in a treacherous and ruthless manner. Zhou Jiruo's white python whip technique was extremely exquisite. Her long whip always attacked Xia Qingqing's vital points and inadvertently covered all of Xia Qingqing's flaws. Coupled with Dongfang Muxue's elusive movements, she always attacked from unimaginable angles, forcing Song Qingshu into a fluster. Song Qingshu also did not expect that the 3 women with different martial arts would be able to complement each other so well in their first cooperation. Furthermore, he was worried about hurting them, so even if he saw a flaw, he would always be overcautious and overcautious. As a result, he was forced into a difficult situation by the 3 women. Because he was impersonating Kangxi, Song Qingshu subconsciously chased the imperial guards away from his surroundings. The entire imperial palace adopted the strategy of guarding the outside but not the inside. But even so, with such a huge commotion here, even if the imperial guards were a bunch of pigs, they would still rush over. If they saw his unparalleled martial arts, rumors would quickly spread throughout the imperial palace. He might be able to fool others, but the Empress Dowager, as well as some of the old eunuchs and old nannies who served Kangxi, would definitely know that Kangxi did not know martial arts. If that happened, his identity would definitely be exposed. Song Qingshu's expression turned solemn. He reached out his hand and grabbed at a certain spot in the air. A wooden sword suddenly attacked Zhou Jiruo in the distance. Zhou Jiruo drew her whip several times in a row, but she still could not block the wooden sword in the air. She could not help but turn pale. She used the lightness skill from the Nine manual and quickly retreated. Without the cover of Zhou Jiruo's long whip, Xia Qingqing's entire body was full of flaws. Seeing her sword stab over, Song Qingshu changed from his usual dodging style. His 2 fingers clamped down on the blade of the sword and smoothly slid it into her bosom. Under Xia Qingqing's stunned and shocked gaze, he sealed her acupuncture point. Huh? Clearly, the wooden sword had evoked some familiar memories in Dongfang Muxue's mind. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes, and her body involuntarily froze for a moment. In the blink of an eye, Song Qingshu closed in on her and took the opportunity to seal her major acupuncture point. Seeing 2 of her companions being restrained one after another, Zhou Jiruo couldn't help but panic in her heart. Her moves more or less became somewhat disordered. Song Qingshu controlled the wooden sword to distract her vision while he used traceless treading sand to move to her side in an instant. Looking down at the fingers on her ribs, Zhou Jiruo was unwilling. Zhou Jiruo was unwilling to give up. Zhou's eyes, Zhou's eyes. And Zhou felt. She lowered and looked at the fingers on her ribs. Zhou. Zhou Shu's words. She. Zhou. Zhou, Qingxu, and Zhou Tianjirua, and said. Being hugged by a strange man, Zhou face flashed with a trace of shame and anger. Unfortunately, she was unable to resist and could only stare at Song Qingxu angrily. On the other side, Dongfang Muxue nodded thoughtfully when she saw this, and an imperceptible smile soon appeared on the corners of her mouth. Hearing the footsteps of the palace guards rushing over, Song Qingxu's expression changed. With a swoosh, he returned to the bed like a wisp of smoke. Your servant was late to save you, I deserve to die 10,000 times. When Doran saw little Tong lying on the bed, he didn't know whether he was dead or alive. There were also 3 women in the hall who were obviously assassins. Doran broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Kanchi seemed to be fine. Otherwise, his family would be exterminated. Humph, you do deserve to die 10,000 times. Song Qingxu said coldly, I don't know how you're doing your job as the head of the palace guards. First, there was Song Qingxu's assassination attempt, and now there are these 3 female thieves. You still came late. If it wasn't for the fact that I had an expert by my side, wouldn't those rascals have succeeded? Doran felt wronged. He thought to himself, it's all because you transferred me to another place. Otherwise, I wouldn't have reacted so slowly and rushed over after so long. However, even if he had the guts, he didn't dare to say it at this time. He could only kowtow and say, your servant did not protect you well. Please punish me, your majesty. Song Qingxu snorted. From today onwards, focus on training the flying guillotines. As for the position of head of the inner palace guards, that Yun something from the stickler will temporarily take over. Song Qingxu was worried that he wouldn't be able to place his trusted aides in the palace. It was a good opportunity to use this assassination incident to make a fuss and transfer Doran far away. Doran was anxious. He didn't care about anything else and promptly said, Your Majesty, please reconsider. This Yun is not only a Han, he also came from the stick. The people inside were all promoted by the traitor Song Qingxu. Letting him take the position of the head of the palace guards, your servant is worried that he will harbor evil intentions. The stick is Jin's stick. When did it become Song Qingxu's stick? Song Qingxu angrily rebuked, although you are loyal, your martial art skills are limited. If you can't guard against these Wuling masters who come and go as they please, what's the use of loyalty? This Jin knows a thing or two about that Yun. He is an honest and straightforward person. What's more, his martial art skills are excellent. Find someone among the palace guards who is more skilled than him. This Jin will not let him be the head of the palace guards. How about it? Doran and the palace guards looked at each other. Although they were all experts, there was still a large gap between them and those top experts. Knowing that they weren't Yun's match, they could only remain silent. This matter is decided. As for the question of Yun's loyalty, this Jin has a sense of propriety. Song Qingxu decreed. Yes. The palace guards hastily saluted. This servant will throw these assassins into prison and interrogate them properly. We will definitely find out their identities and the mastermind behind the scenes. Doran looked at the 3 women on the ground with hatred. If they hadn't sneaked in to assassinate him, he wouldn't have lost his position as the head of the palace guards. Humph, just wait and see how I'll have my brothers deal with you. Looking at the 3 women's soft and beautiful figures and beautiful faces, images that were not suitable for children quickly appeared in Doran's mind. This Jin will interrogate the 3 of them. Song Qingxu coughed lightly and pointed at Dongfang Muxue and the other 2. Lock them up separately. Remember, don't be rude to them. As he spoke, Song Qingxu's voice had become extremely cold. Yes. Doran nodded in understanding. However, he couldn't help but give himself a tight slap in his heart. What was wrong with him recently? Why did he not know how to read the situation? Although these 3 were assassins, they were all 1 in a million beauties. Even he would let his imagination run wild. The emperor was also a man. Before the 3 women were taken away, Dongfang Muxue looked meaningfully at Song Qingxu, causing Song Qingxu's hair to stand on end. Could it be that she had seen through him? Although the wooden sword was a flaw, it was too shocking to disguise as Kangxi. He believed that Dongfang Muxue didn't have such a rich imagination. Your Majesty, what happened just now? Empress Xiaotong slowly woke up and asked in confusion. A few assassins came and were subdued by the imperial guards. Song Qingshu patted her body lightly and comforted her. But this Jia seems to remember that your Majesty doesn't know martial arts. Empress Xiaotong was frightened and had her sleeping acupuncture point sealed. Her mind was naturally not clear. Nowadays, the martial arts experts in Jianghu are so arrogant. This Zhen had previously found an expert to impart some martial arts for self-defense. I didn't think that it would really come in handy today. Song Qingshu explained. Empress Xiaotong knew nothing about martial arts and naturally couldn't see how high the martial arts cultivation of Song Qingshu's martial arts was when the flying needles were knocked down by the thin silk. Your Majesty is so powerful. You didn't feel the other benefits of learning martial arts, but there is one benefit that you definitely felt. A strange smile appeared on Song Qingshu's face. What is it? Forgive this Jia for being slow-witted, but please enlighten me, Your Majesty. Empress Xiaotong looked at him in confusion. Weren't you very curious about why this Zhen has been so energetic recently? Song Qingshu bit Xiaotong's ear and whispered. Your Majesty, you're so bad. Empress Xiaotong's pretty face immediately flushed red. After this interruption, her suspicions quickly disappeared. You must never mention to anyone that this Zhen knows martial arts. Otherwise, the next time the assassins are on guard, I won't be able to catch them off guard since I haven't practiced martial arts for long. It will be easy for evildoers to take advantage of me. Song Qingshu hugged Xiaotong and warned her in her ear. You can't even tell Empress Dowager and Big Sister? Empress Xiaotong blinked in confusion. After knowing that the big sister she mentioned was Datong, Song Qingshu nodded. Of course I trust Empress Dowager and Empress. However, there are too many people in the palace of benevolent and peaceful and earthly tranquility. If someone with ulterior motives accidentally hears this, I'm afraid that this Zhen will be in danger. Empress Xiaotong hurriedly nodded. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This Jia will definitely not tell anyone. Song Qingshu nodded in relief and gently covered her with the blanket. You've been frightened today. Rest well. We still have to deal with the matter of the assassins. Originally, if Xiaotong found out that he knew martial arts, the safest way was to eliminate her in secret. However, Song Qingshu wasn't such a cruel and cold-blooded person. Furthermore, a day as husband and wife meant a lifetime of love. After such a long time, even if they hadn't developed feelings, he had at least taken pity on her. The assassins are so dangerous. Your Majesty should bring more guards. Empress Xiaotong had been plucked daily by Song Qingshu and was already very tired. After the fright, she felt even more exhausted and quickly fell into a deep sleep. After instructing the imperial guards to lock Dongfang Muxue and the others in 3 different rooms in the Palace of Heavenly Purity, Song Qingshu returned to the Palace of Heavenly Purity and pondered which woman he should meet first. Zhou Zhirua hated him to the bone. This time, she actually came to the Forbidden City to take revenge for him. Song Qingshu felt that he had to ask her in detail. However, when he thought of Xia Qingqing's self-destructive expression just now, he fell into deep self-blame. During this period of time, he had been engrossed in Empress Xiaotong's charming and delicate body and had actually forgotten about Xia Qingqing. She must have spent this period of time in fear and regret. Dongfang Mushue's meaningful smile suddenly appeared in his mind. Song Qingshu then thought of how Dongfang Muxue was clearly seriously injured but still ran all the way from Yunnan to Yanjing. This friendship seemed to have greatly exceeded his expectations. Who should he meet first? Song Qingshu looked left and right and really had a headache. Not only did he have to let them go, but he also had to dispel their thoughts of continuing to take revenge. Did he really have to reveal his identity? However, were they worthy of his trust? After hesitating for a long time, Song Qingshu decided to see Dongfang Muxue first. After all, her smile just now was too strange. Who knew what she had guessed? Why are you lying on the bed? As soon as Song Qingshu entered the room, he saw Dongfang Muxue lying on the bed with a blanket covering her. He couldn't help but be stunned. What was going on? Dongfang Muxue blushed and snorted. It's all because of those servants. Song Qingshu was stunned for a moment before he understood. So, Dolong and the others thought that he wanted to do something to these female assassins, so they thoughtfully laid them out like this. But did they ask the palace maids to take off their clothes? Song Qingshu speculated maliciously. On the night of the full moon, at the summit of the Forbidden City, Sect Master Dongfeng was so awe-inspiring in the past, but now he is lying on my bed in such a delicate and pitiful state. The affairs of the world are truly unpredictable. Song Qingshu said in all seriousness. There are many unpredictable things in the world. I didn't expect Kangxi to be so well-versed in martial arts. Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a faint smile. Sect Master used to be arrogant and never looked me in the eye. Naturally, you don't know that I know martial arts. Song Qingshu had a feeling that she had seen through him, and this feeling made him very unhappy. She clearly had no power to resist, and facing his teasing, shouldn't she be panicking, and scared? Why was she so calm? Is that really the case? Dongfang Muxue didn't deny it. Aren't you afraid? Song Qingshu asked doubtfully. What's there to be afraid of? Dongfang Muxue said indifferently. For example, if I do something to you. Song Qingshu rubbed his hands together and showed a wretched expression. Unless you kill me after you're done, I'll make sure you suffer a fate worse than death when I recover my cultivation. Dongfang Muxue said coldly. You are seriously injured and can't defeat me. Song Qingshu smiled proudly. Injuries will recover one day. Dongfang Muxue turned her head to the side when she saw Song Qingshu sitting on the bed. I can cripple your martial arts. Song Qingshu reached out and lifted her face. His fingers gently caressed her face. Perhaps it was due to his inner force returning to its original state, her skin was even smoother than Queen Tong's. Originally, he just wanted to scare her, but who knew that once he touched her, Song Qingshu would be reluctant to let go. Dongfang Muxue's face gradually blushed as she reprimanded, Song Qingshu, are you done touching me? Ah. Song Qingshu let go of his hand awkwardly and said with an unnatural expression, Sect Master Dongfeng, are you confused? Song Qingshu has already been turned into ashes by me, but Sect Master still can't forget him. Humph, now I really hope that little thief is reduced to ashes. Dongfang Muxue glared at him fiercely. Song Qingshu got goosebumps from her stare and stood up subconsciously. Suddenly, he felt that this seemed to weaken his imposing manner, so he quickly said, Dongfang Cult Master, I have a suggestion. Speak. Dongfang Muxue answered straightforwardly. If Sect Master is willing to enter my harem, I will let bygones be bygones and help you take back the position of Sun Moon Sect's Sect Master. At the same time, you can choose any of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. Other than the position of Empress, I can give you any title you want. Song Qingshu said with a straight face. I'm curious, who will you give the position of Empress to? Zhou Zhirua next door, or that pretty widow Yuan Qingji? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a faint smile. Song Qingshu's heart tightened, but he forced himself to say, I don't know what you're talking about. The Empress of the harem is Lady Tongjia. The Tong clan is powerful and influential, so I naturally have to give them face. Including Queen Tong who played with Queen Tong so wantonly? Dongfang Muxue's face turned serious, the Tong sisters have 3,000 beauties in the harem. Song Qingshu, you're really lucky with women. Knowing that he could no longer hide it, Song Qingshu took off his mask and looked at her with a bitter smile. How did you see through my identity? Seeing that familiar face, Dongfang Muxue's heart was finally relieved. She snorted, hurry up and unseal my acupoints. Do you really want to take advantage of me? I'm just worried that you're not wearing anything under the blanket. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I'm afraid you can't wait for it. Dongfang Muxue secretly spat and immediately saw through his trick. Do you want to see? I'll allow you to lift the blanket. Since you said so, then I'm definitely wearing it. Song Qingshu sighed and casually pointed a finger to unseal her acupoints. As soon as Dongfang Muxue was freed, she quickly wrapped the blanket tightly around her body and glared at Song Qingshu with a red face. Seeing Dongfang Muxue's expression, how could Song Qingshu not understand? He regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. You're really not wearing anything? I already allowed you to lift the blanket just now. Who asked you not to? Dongfang Mushua's cheeks flushed red, but it was quickly replaced by anger. Dolong, that dog of a slave. When I recover, I'll definitely take his dog life. It turned out that Dolong guessed that Kangxi might have taken a liking to these women. In addition, he had not behaved very well in front of Kangxi recently and wanted to use this method to please Kangxi. Thus, he asked the palace maids to remove all the clothes of the three women, saying that he was worried that these assassins might have something dangerous on them and could hurt the emperor. What a considerate servant. Song Qingshu couldn't help but cry, and he secretly gave Doran a thumbs up. Of course, he naturally didn't dare to show it, and he could only continue asking, how exactly did you see through my identity? Was it because of the wooden sword? Find me a set of clothes first. Dongfang Mushue ignored him. Where did you put your clothes? Song Qingshu looked around but still did not see the clothes she had taken off. Actually, it was predictable. If she really had clothes, Song Qingshu would have known that she was naked. Dolong, that dog of a slave, let the palace maids take it away. They said that even if our acupoints were unsealed, we wouldn't be able to escape. I'm so angry. Dongfang Mushue gritted her teeth. Song Qingshu believed that if Dolong was in the room now, she would definitely cut him into pieces. Song Qingshu had no choice but to put on his mask again and order the palace maids to prepare a set of clothes. Turn around. If you dare to look back, I'll dig your eyes out. Dongfang Mushue took the clothes and glared at Song Qingshu. You obviously can't beat me now, but you're still so fierce. Song Qingshu turned around and mumbled. What did you say? Nothing. When Song Qingshu turned around, Dongfang Mushue had already put on her clothes. The ordinary palace dress fluttered in the wind, making her look like a fairy. Let me tell you how I saw through it. First, I saw Kangxi before. With my skills at that time, even Patriarch Sunflower's tracks couldn't hide from me. If Kangxi really knew martial arts, there's no way I couldn't see through him. Second, when the three of us attacked you, you clearly had many opportunities to injure Xia. Ching, but you didn't. You were very restrained when you attacked, focusing mainly on defense and dodging. Third, when you used the wooden sword, I was even more certain. A person can change their appearance, but it's hard to change their martial arts foundation. You dare to guess that I'm impersonating Kangxi just based on this? Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. That's too risky. Actually, there's a more important reason. A hint of a smile appeared on Dongfang Mushue's face. What is it? That is, no matter what, I can't believe that Song Qingshu, who's even more cunning than a fox, would die so easily. Dongfang Mushue came to Song Qingshu's side and couldn't help but pinch his cheeks. Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. I'm really sorry for making you come all the way from Yunnan, and your injuries haven't even healed yet. Dongfang Mushue's pretty face heated up, and she said awkwardly, don't think too much. I just couldn't stop those two little girls, Fei Yan and Zhong Ling, from crying by my side every day. That's why I came. Thinking of those two cute girls, Song Qingshu's heart warmed. How are they? You're having fun here, and now you're thinking of them? Dongfang Mushue snorted coldly. Of course not. Song Qingshu defended himself without much confidence. When I came here, I saw you making little Tong do that kind of thing. She's really shameless. Thinking of that scene, Dongfang Mushue was both embarrassed and angry. What's there to be embarrassed about when it's the love between husband and wife? Song Qingshu curled his lips disapprovingly. Is it fun being an emperor? Dongfang Mushue looked at him quietly with a strange expression on her face. Oh, thinking of the shameless days he'd been living recently, Song Qingshu nodded awkwardly. It's really fun. Poor Chu Fian and Zhong Ling had to wash their faces with tears every day in the Five Poison sect. I really feel bad for them. Dongfang Mushue spat. She wasn't as angry as he'd imagined. When you heard that I died, did you shed a single tear for me? Song Qingshu suddenly looked into her eyes curiously. No. Dongfang Mushue answered without any hesitation. Really? You're too narcissistic. I'm not the two women next door who love you to death. Dongfang Muxue said sarcastically. Thinking that Xia Qingqing and Zhou Zhirua were still lying in the next room, Song Qingshu was suddenly worried about their current situation. Unlike Dongfang Muxue, who could tell that he was Song Qingshu, the two of them might even think that he was Kangxi. Especially when he thought of Xia Qingqing's heartbroken eyes, Song Qingshu felt a little distressed. Seeing Song Qingshu's hesitation, Dongfang Muxue smiled faintly. You should go and check on the two women. I'm afraid they're in extreme pain right now. What about you? Song Qingshu was worried that Dongfang Muxue would disappear as soon as he left. As if seeing his worry, Dongfang Muxue raised her head and sneered. Of course I won't leave. If it were before, it wouldn't matter. But now that you've become the boss of the Forbidden City, you can have anything you want with just one word. Isn't it quite comfortable for me to recuperate here? Why should I go back to Yunnan? You really won't leave? Song Qingshu was still worried and asked for confirmation. I really won't leave. Dongfang Muxue revealed a smile that was like the first melting of ice and snow. Her tone was also unprecedentedly gentle. Haha, I'm relieved to hear you say that. Song Qingshu was overjoyed and ran out happily. However, Song Qingshu had a headache as soon as he stepped out the door. Should he go left or right? The left was Zhou Zhirua's room, and the right was Xia Qingqing's room. When he thought of Zhou Zhirua, Song Qingshu couldn't help but sigh. His feelings for Zhou Zhirua had always been complicated. At first, he was angry at being deceived, but when he realized it was all a misunderstanding, he felt a trace of guilt. However, Zhang Wuji was like a mountain that had left a huge shadow in his heart. So, Song Qingshu had always wanted to become stronger so that he could crush this so-called rival in love beneath his feet. Later on, as Song Qingshu's martial arts became more and more advanced, and he recently experienced the feeling of being the emperor, he realized how small the world was in the past. When he thought of how everything he had done in the past was for the sake of revenge, Song Qingshu shook his head helplessly. Now, he was indifferent to everything. Even if he wanted to deal with Zhang Wuji in the future, it would only be because the Ji and Lan were in power and he had no choice but to get rid of him, not because of a personal grudge between the two of them. He didn't even care about Zhang Wuji, so why should he worry about facing Zhou Zhirua? Suddenly, Song Qingshu felt his mood lighten. He decided to release Zhou Zhirua first. As for whether she was willing to forgive him, that was up to her. When Song Qingshu pushed open the door, he found Zhou Zhirua lying quietly in the blankets like an orchid in an empty valley. Only then did he remember that their clothes had been taken off by Dolong's palace maids, and his heart couldn't help jumping. When she saw him enter, Zhou Zhirua only glanced at him coolly, her eyes incomparably calm. Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel curious. He sat down by the bed and asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid?" "Why should I be afraid?" Zhou Zhirua replied coldly. Song Qingshu was at a loss for words. He felt rather depressed. If Dongfang Muxue wasn't afraid, he could say that she had guessed his identity. But what about Zhou Zhirua? Could it be that she had guessed his identity as well? For example, right now you are lying naked on my bed. I only need to gently lift this quilt. Aren't you afraid? Song Qingshu pinched a corner of the quilt with his fingers and pretended to lift it. Zhou Zhirua's face alternated between red and white, and her voice finally fluctuated a little. Do you think being afraid can stop you? Since I can't, there's no point in being afraid anyway. Why should I let you see a joke? Huh? Song Qingshu retracted his hand. You're an interesting woman. Zhou Zhirua remained silent. I heard that you're Song Qingshu's wife. Are you here to avenge him? Song Qingshu had originally planned to let her go, but he suddenly had an idea. He couldn't help but use Kangxi's identity to find out what Zhou Zhirua thought of him. Everyone has the right to kill the Tatar emperor. As the head of a famous righteous sect in the Han Wulin, there's nothing strange about me assassinating you. Hearing him mention Song Qingshu, Zhou Zhirua's eyes flashed with an indescribable feeling. Was it love? She definitely wouldn't agree. Was it hatred? It didn't seem like it. You don't admit that it's for Song Qingshu. Hearing that Zhou Zhirua didn't mention him at all, Song Qingshu felt a little annoyed. Then why didn't you assassinate me before? Why did you come after I killed Song Qingshu? I don't know either. Being questioned by him repeatedly, Zhou Jiruo's eyes flashed with a trace of confusion. She also began to reflect on who she came for. If you're here for Song Qingshu's revenge, I can't let you go, Song Qingshu snorted coldly. As the saying goes, if the roots are not removed, the weeds will grow again when the spring wind blows. As Song Qingshu spoke, he observed Zhou Jiruo's reaction. Seeing that she was staring at him coldly, he changed the topic and continued, however, I already knew that the two of you are actually a fake couple. As long as you're not here for Song Qingshu, I can make an exception and let you go on account of your commendable courage. How do you know about me and him? Zhou Jiruo frowned. When she and Song Qingshu got married, they didn't sleep in the same room as a normal married couple. Of course, the 2 times she was forced by Song Qingshu didn't count. Even the disciples of the Amei faction didn't know about this, so how did he know? Song Qingshu was startled. He knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he immediately explained, this emperor has always admired Song Qingshu, and I even wanted to bestow a marriage for him, but he refused without any hesitation. Why? Is it because he thinks the woman he gave him is too ugly? Zhou Jiruo sneered. She thought that with Song Qingshu's lustful and shameless appearance, it might really be the reason. Song Qingshu was almost choked by her words. He had to say gloomily, of course not. He said he already has a wife. Zhou Jiruo's eyelashes trembled a few times. She continued to listen to him calmly. I only knew about sect leader Zhou at that time. Song Qingshu sighed. I asked him, since he already has a wife, why didn't he bring her to live with us in Yanjing? I could also give her a title of Lady of Nobility. He didn't say anything. I asked him again and again. Only then did I know the complicated relationship between you and your wife. Song Qingshu sighed. I told him, in that case, it's okay to marry another wife. But he still refused without hesitation. He said that his wife in this life would only be Zhou Jiruo of the Amei faction. Sometimes I think, if Song Qingshu had agreed to my marriage, would he not have betrayed me, and would he not have been reduced to ashes? Listening to Kangxi's unhurried narration, Zhou Jiruo lay on the bed, 2 streams of tears uncontrollably rolled down her cheeks. He really said that? Out of some kind of bad taste, she lied with her eyes open. Even though Song Qingshu was thick-skinned, he couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, he had the mask to hide it. He quickly nodded and said, of course I wouldn't lie to a woman for such a small matter. Zhou Jiruo recalled all that had happened, and her emotions were extremely shaken. She thought of how Song Qingshu had cared for her in every possible way. She thought of what she had said, Song Qingshu would betray the world, but he wouldn't betray me, Zhou Jiruo. She also thought of how Song Qingshu had taken the opportunity to defile her body. She also thought of the time in the imperial palace when she had half-heartedly refused to go to bed with him. Song Qingshu saw that Zhou Jiruo had a smile on her face one moment, and her face was as cold as frost the next. Her chest also rose and fell rapidly. He couldn't help but sigh. He had transmigrated and occupied the real Song Qingshu's body. Although it wasn't his original intention, he was still full of guilt for the soul that had disappeared. Since the original Song Qingshu had loved Zhou Jiruo his entire life, he could take this opportunity to make Zhou Jiruo remember him forever in her heart. Presumably, for him it would be another kind of immortality. He could also take this opportunity to end things with Zhou Jiruo. Why are you telling me so much? Zhou Jiruo suddenly looked curiously at Song Qingshu. Zhen doesn't know, Song Qingshu laughed bitterly. Maybe Zhen misses him. Have you thought about it? Why did you come to assassinate Zhen? Song Qingshu stared at Zhou Jiruo's eyes and found that he was suddenly a little nervous. I came to avenge him. Zhou Jiruo was a little hesitant at the beginning, but she became more and more determined as she spoke. Are you sure? Song Qingshu couldn't help but feel a flash of joy in his heart. You know, Zhen originally wanted to let you go. A faint smile appeared on Zhou Jiruo's frosty face. Although I can't wait for him to die, I am the only one in the world who can kill him. If others kill him, I will naturally avenge them. Why do you want to sacrifice your life for a dead man? Song Qingshu said with a frown. It's not too late to change your words. I originally planned to kill him and then commit suicide. Since he's already dead, even the greatest hatred has disappeared. my wish has been fulfilled. Even if I die, I will still be able to seek benevolence. Zhou Jiruo's expression suddenly changed. Looking at Song Qingshu, she said in a cold voice, "If your majesty gives me a quick death, I will be very grateful to you. But if you want to, do some shameless things to me, even if I become a malicious spirit, I won't let you go." Shameless things? Song Qingshu rubbed his nose. Did he really look like that kind of person? It was all Dolong's fault. Doing such a thing, how could the other not misunderstand? Miss Zhou worries too much. Actually, no matter what you choose, Zhen will not make things difficult for you based on the past friendship with Song Qingshu. You can leave. You'll let me go? Zhou Jiruo's face was stunned. She had never thought that it would be this ending. Song Qingshu stood up. Looking out the window with his hands behind his back, he said rather desolately, "You can leave. If you leave, don't come back." At the same time, he said to himself in his heart, "I'll make a clean break with Zhou Jiruo like this." After a moment of silence, a faint voice suddenly came from behind him, "How can I leave like this?" Song Qingshu suddenly realized. He quickly ordered a palace maid to bring a set of palace clothes and put it at the head of the bed. He also took out a gold medal and put it on. "After you put on the clothes, take this gold medal and you can smoothly leave the palace. Zhen will leave first." Finishing, he got up and was about to leave when he heard Zhou Jiruo's slightly anxious voice, "My acupuncture point was also sealed by you." Almost forgot, Song Qingshu patted his head and suddenly hesitated. "Once your acupuncture point is unsealed, you won't come to kill Zhen again, right? It wasn't easy to escape a calamity." "I'm not that stupid." Zhou Jiruo sneered. "That's true." Song Qingshu moved closer to unseal her acupuncture point. Who knew that at this time a sudden change would occur? A slender jade finger suddenly reached out from under the blanket and quickly pressed on his waist. "Your acupuncture point has been unsealed?" Song Qingshu was surprised and quickly came to his senses. Zhou Jiruo had studied the Nining manual. One of the chapters talked about the method of unsealing acupuncture points. He was completely immersed in the emotions of parting with Zhou Jiruo and actually forgot about this. Zhou Jiruo didn't answer. She pursed her lips and quickly pressed a few major acupuncture points on his chest. Only then did she relax. Only then did she carefully wrap herself in the blanket and sit up. "You're really desperate. You're not even afraid of being exposed." The moment Zhou Jiruo raised her hand to press the acupuncture point, her snow-white skin was exposed. With Song Qingshu's skill, he naturally saw it clearly. Even if you look a few times, it doesn't matter. In any case, you're going to die soon. Zhou Jiruo's face reddened and she subconsciously pulled at the blanket around her. Song Qingshu somewhat regretted talking too much nonsense just now, which led to his own trap. However, it was impossible for him to reveal his true identity and hope that Zhou Jiruo would let him go. "Looking at your expression, it seems that you are very regretful?" Zhou Jiruo had a kind of pleasure of revenge. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Just now, the other party was playing with her like a cat playing with a mouse. Now it was time for the roles to reverse. "I do have some regrets." Song Qingshu sighed. Thinking of those women who loved him deeply, thinking of their unfulfilled ambitions, unexpectedly following Kangxi's footsteps and ushering in the fall at the most glorious time of their lives, he could not help but smile bitterly. It was really the cycle of heaven and retribution. "Considering that you did not make things difficult for me just now, if you beg me, I will let you live for the time being." Zhou Jiruo's heart was cold. She had absolutely no intention of letting Kangxi go, whether it was from the Han's point of view or from the point of view of avenging Song Qingshu. Zhou Jiruo only wanted to see Kangxi's ugly appearance before his death, kneeling down and begging for mercy, and then she would kill him, so that he would die in vain, so that she could avenge the enmity of Song Qingshu's broken bones and scattered ashes. Song Qingshu looked at her in surprise. He revealed a trace of a mocking smile and said with a double meaning, "Even if I beg everyone in the world, I will not beg you." Although Zhou Jiruo was a bit strange about the meaning of his words, she did not think too much about it. She was worried that things would change as time passed, so she decided not to delay any more time. A snow-white lotus arm stretched out from the quilt. It was perfect and flawless, but it was the incomparably ruthless 9 white bone claw. It's exposed again. Song Qingshu's expression was indifferent. Instead, he stared at Zhou Jiruo's chest. Courting death. Noticing his gaze, Zhou Jiruo flew into a rage. I will first dig out your pair of thieving eyes. Song Qingshu's expression turned cold as he looked at the 2 fingers stabbing at him. He immediately closed his eyes and quickly said, since I treated you well just now, give me a quick death. It was one thing for Song Qingshu to see through life and death, but to have his eyeballs gouged out before he died, he shuddered at the thought of it. I thought you were some great hero, but you're still begging me. Zhou Jiruo suddenly changed her mind when her fingertips were about to pierce his eyes. She turned her fingers into claws and grabbed his throat. Alright, I'm begging you. Give me a quick death. Song Qingshu's expression was calm. He had been using his inner qi to quietly break through the sealed acupoints. Unfortunately, Zhou Jiruo had been cultivating the 9 manual in the Amei faction. Her inner qi was no longer as impure as before. She had sealed all the major acupoints in her body. It would take a long time to break through them. Since that was the case, he might as well face death calmly. Looking back on the few short years of his rebirth, it seemed to be quite exciting. He had even been an emperor. Dying here didn't seem to be an untimely death. Zhou Jiruo hesitated for a moment. In the end, she was still somewhat grateful for his courteous treatment. She nodded and said, all right. She tightened her fingers and grabbed his throat. Whoosh, Zhou Jiruo suddenly felt a numbness on the back of her hand. She took a closer look and saw a gleaming silver needle. Before she could react, a white shadow broke through the window and appeared on the bed in the blink of an eye. Zhou Jiruo raised her palm to block the attack. Unfortunately, her other hand was holding onto the blanket, so she could only use one hand to block the attack. In addition, the opponent's martial arts were extremely high. After a few moves, Zhou Jiruo's acupoints were sealed. Tisk, tsk, tsk. If I hadn't come over out of curiosity, would you have died in the hands of this little girl? Dongfang Muxue looked at Song Qingshu with a face full of disdain. Humans make mistakes, horses stumble. I was careless. Song Qingshu said embarrassedly. It's you. Zhou Jiruo finally recognized the face of the person. It was the woman who had fought alongside Kangxi. She couldn't help but be shocked and angry. Suddenly, she realized something. Because her acupoints were sealed, Zhou Jiruo no longer had the strength to hold onto the blanket. As the blanket slowly slid down, her exquisite body was gradually exposed to the air. This Miss Zhou is indeed pitiful. Dongfang Muxue reached out and touched her body. She sniffed the lingering fragrance on her fingers and revealed an intoxicated expression. You. Zhou Jiruo was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Hey, hey, hey. Don't take advantage of her. Even Song Qingshu couldn't stand it anymore. If this Dongfang Muxue was placed in the future, would she be a lesbian? Why? Can't bear to? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a faint smile. Song Qingshu didn't know how to answer and could only snort in annoyance. What's the relationship between the two of you? Seeing that the only man in the room wasn't looking at her, Zhou Jiruo felt a little better. Me? Dongfang Muxue sat in Song Qingshu's arms and hooked her arms around his neck. She smiled sweetly. I'm his good friend. Seeing how intimate the two of them were, how could Zhou Jiruo not understand their relationship? However, there was one thing she couldn't figure out. Then why did you fight to the death with him earlier? That's because this brat teased me. Dongfang Muxue thought about how worried she was before and pinched Song Qingshu in annoyance. Ouch, that hurts. Song Qingshu sucked in a breath of cold air. Why don't you help me unseal my acupoints first? What fun is there to have with your acupoints unsealed? Dongfang Muxue shook her head slowly and smiled ambiguously. Fun? Song Qingshu suddenly had an ominous feeling. Miss Zhou, were you planning to kill him just now? Dongfang Muxue's beautiful eyes quietly sized up Zhou Jiruo's elegant face. Of course. Zhou Jiruo felt a little creeped out by her stare, but she couldn't be bothered to lie. If you really kill him, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Dongfang Muxue sighed faintly. How is that possible? Zhou Jirua curled her lips in disdain. Is that so? Dongfang Mushua's finger gently stroked Song Qingshu's face. Suddenly, she pulled it off and revealed his original appearance. Look at who he is. How could it be you? Zhou Jirua stared blankly at Song Qingshu. She was extremely shocked. What are you trying to do? Song Qingshu's face was as dark as still water. He originally wanted to take this opportunity to settle things with Zhou Jirua. After Dongfang Mushua's actions, wouldn't it be even more difficult to resolve the enmity between the two of them? As a bystander, I'm really anxious to see you two husband and wife. Today, I'll lend you a hand. Dongfang Mushua gently blew into Song Qingshu's ear and chuckled. Seeing Song Qingshu looking at her with a strange expression, Dongfang Mushua blushed slightly. What are you looking at? I suddenly feel like you're a little more feminine. I've always been a woman. Dongfang Mushua frowned and said in a bad mood. Hey, what are your hands doing? Helping you take off your clothes. I know you're taking off your clothes. I'm asking you what you're planning to do by taking off my clothes. Song Qingshu only felt black lines on his forehead. I'm letting you off easy. Dongfang Mushua smiled sweetly. Song Qingshu's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Very soon, a vivid scene appeared in his mind, and his face immediately turned red. However, he quickly remembered that Zhou Jirua was still here. Wasn't Dongfang Mushua a little too daring to do such a thing in front of her? Before Zhou Jirua could recover from the shock, she realized that Dongfang Mushua had also stripped Song Qingshu naked and stuffed him into her bed. She couldn't help but stare at Dongfang Mushua with embarrassment and anger. What are you trying to do? You two are husband and wife. As the saying goes, when you fight at the head of the bed, you make peace at the end. No matter how big the matter is, you just have to sleep it off. Dongfang Mushua pulled the blanket over the two of them. At the same time, she purposely pressed Song Qingshu against Zhou Jirua as if she was playing a prank. Song Qingshu finally realized that he had misunderstood and looked at Dongfang Mushua with annoyance. You're more of a hindrance than a help. I'm going to die because of you. Is that so? You'll definitely be grateful to me tomorrow. The corner of Dongfang Mushua's mouth curled up. With a wave of her long sleeve, the candles in the room were all extinguished. Every moment is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Leaving behind a series of complacent laughter, she disappeared out the door. The room was plunged into darkness, and only the sound of each other's breathing could be heard. Song Qingshu sniffed the fragrance in the blanket and felt a little awkward. Jirua, this is really an accident. I don't want to treat you like this again. The two of them were intertwined by Dongfang Mushua. Zhou Jirua could clearly feel the hot breath coming from her skin. It was inevitable that her breathing became uneven. Aren't you dead? The one who died was actually Kangxi. Song Qingshu sighed and then told her the whole story from beginning to end. As Song Qingshu spoke tirelessly, Zhou Jirua could feel his hot breath on her face. Thinking about how the two of them were facing each other, she couldn't help but feel angry and shy. Although her mind wandered from time to time, Zhou Jirua still roughly understood the situation. She only felt that it was unbelievable. Soon, she recalled what Song Qingshu had said to her while pretending to be Kangxi. Zhou Jirua snorted in annoyance. Some people really have the cheek to boast about themselves just now. Song Qingshu's expression was rather awkward. Fortunately, it couldn't be seen in the darkness. He sighed. You hate me so much. If I say that, we can make a clean break between us. It's good for both of us. Hearing his words, Zhou Jirua fell into silence. How do you know that I still hate you? Zhou Jirua said softly. What? Song Qingshu was stunned. His thoughts were complicated and he didn't hear it clearly. Nothing. Zhou Jirua's voice quickly calmed down. What do we do now? After this period of time, Song Qingshu had actually opened his acupuncture point. He just hugged Zhou Jirua's fragrant and smooth body. For a moment, he was reluctant to let go. My acupuncture point has been opened. Zhou Jirua's voice was so soft that it couldn't be heard. Song Qingshu was stunned. He could only admit it. Me too. The two of them still maintained their previous position. They didn't move. The only difference was that Song Qingshu could feel Zhou Jirua's body becoming softer and softer. Then I'll go. Zhou Jirua felt that it was too embarrassing to stay like this. She struggled to sit up. No. If he let her go like this, Song Qingshu would really be an idiot. He grabbed her wrist and pulled Zhou Jirua back into his arms. Your martial arts are better than mine, Zhou Jirua said with pursed lips. Song Qingshu didn't understand why she suddenly said this. Soon, Zhou Jirua continued to mutter, this time, you forced me. Fine, fine, fine. I forced you. Seeing her deceiving herself like this, Song Qingshu was both angry and amused. With a slight twist of his waist, he pressed her under his body. Zhou Jirua let out a tender snort, and her pair of jade arms very naturally wrapped around his back. Although he had already had intimate contact with her, the previous 2 times, Zhou Jirua had either been forced or had been half-hearted. Song Qingshu had not expected that Zhou Jirua would be so cooperative this time. She cooperated in responding to his kiss, parting her legs, and gently lifting her waist. Song Qingshu was overjoyed and fought until the sky began to brighten. Only then did he hug Zhou Jirua's jade-like body and fall into a deep sleep. When Song Qingshu slowly woke up, he instinctively reached for his side and was shocked to find that there was nothing there. When he woke up with a start, he found that the beauty had already disappeared, leaving after doing it every time. Even friends with benefits are not so straightforward. Song Qingshu helplessly pinched between his brows. When he got up, he suddenly saw a jade hairpin nailed to the bed with a note on it. I'm going back to Ameame. I need some quiet. Looking at the elegant handwriting, Song Qingshu's lips curled up and he smiled with some pride. At the same time, he carefully put the jade hairpin and note into his robes. Aya, I forgot about you. Suddenly, Song Qingshu slapped his forehead. He remembered that Xia Qingqing was still sleeping in the next room and had probably been worried the whole night. He felt extremely guilty and hurriedly ran over. Oh, you're willing to leave the land of gentleness? When Song Qingshu pushed open the door and entered, he found that Dongfang Muxue was also in the room. She looked at him with disdain and her tone was full of sarcasm. Why are you here? Song Qingshu stilled and looked around. He saw Xia Qingqing dressed neatly and sitting across from Dongfang Muxue. She was looking at him with bewilderment. Why are you still wearing that ghost mask? Dongfang Mushue's brows furrowed and she looked at Song Qingshu with an unfriendly gaze. Isn't it because I'm worried that the people in the palace will see? Song Qingshu was preparing to pull off the mask when he suddenly hesitantly pointed at Xia Qingqing. Have you already told her? He was worried that if he suddenly pulled off the mask, Xia Qingqing would not be able to withstand the shock. Great sorrow and great joy were both harmful to the body. Big brother Song, is it really you? Xia Qingqing just stared at him like that, her eyes seeming to have crystal clear tears about to drip out. Song Qingshu took off his mask and looked at her pitifully. Yu, it's me. Brother Song. Xia Qingqing threw herself into his arms and hugged him tightly. She muttered to herself, I thought I would never see you again. Do you know how much I hated myself when I heard the news of your death? I know that if I had not been determined to get revenge, Kangxi would not have made me Ping Fei, and you would not have so rashly tried to assassinate him. Seeing that Xia Qingqing had misunderstood, Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment. In the end, he did not explain. He gently patted her back and gently said, I promised you before that I would definitely help you get revenge. You should believe me now, right? I believe you, I believe you. Xia Qingqing's tears could not stop falling and she hugged him even tighter. At the side, Dongfang Muxue saw such a mushy scene and could not help but shiver. She hurriedly poured a cup of tea for them to drink. Big brother Song, I want you to promise me one last thing. Xia Qingqing raised her head and looked tearfully at Song Qingshu. What is it? If I can do it, I will definitely promise you. Although he could vaguely feel that Xia Qingqing had a good impression of him before, because she had wholeheartedly wanted to take revenge for Yuan Qingji, Song Qingshu could not be sure whether she had feelings for him or not. Only now did he completely feel that her heart had completely belonged to him. You killed the culprit Kangxi for me. It can be considered, avenged big brother Yuan. I am already very satisfied. I don't need you to kill Dongfang Bubi anymore. You must promise me. Xia Qingqing looked at Song Qingshu anxiously as if she was afraid that he would not agree. Dongfang Muxue could not help but spit out the tea in her mouth. She stared at Song Qingshu with a strange expression. Song Qingshu looked away guiltily and looked at Xia Qingqing curiously. Why? Dongfang Bubi's martial arts are so high. I don't want you to take any more risks. Xia Qingqing bit her lower lip and looked at him with a burning gaze. Are you really willing? Song Qingshu let out a long sigh. Xia Qingqing pressed her face tightly against Song Qingshu's chest. I have already lost Big Brother Yuan. I don't want to lose you as well. When I found out that you failed to assassinate Kangxi and died, I prayed more than 1,000,000 times that if I could go back in time, I would definitely give up on revenge. I only hope that I can travel the world with you and spend the rest of my life with you. Song Qingshu's heart ached when he heard this. He did not know how much pressure she had been under during this period of time. He hurriedly reached out and hugged her again. Since the heavens have given me another chance, I naturally will not miss it again. When Xia Qingqing finished saying all this, she suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. She had given up on revenge and regained love. It was indeed a wonderful feeling. Okay, I promise you. Song Qingshu breathed in the fragrance of her hair and said in a low voice. What a joke. Dongfang Bubi was standing in front of him. It was best that Xia Qingqing gave up on revenge herself. Otherwise, he would have a headache on how to resolve the hatred between the two women in the future. Cough, cough. Dongfang Muxue did not expect that she would be involved. She glared at Song Qingshu and said, Little girl, are you going to offer yourself to sleep with me just like that? Xia Qingqing was once a clever and eccentric girl. She slowly calmed down and did not get angry when she heard Dongfang Muxue's teasing. Instead, she raised her chin and said unhappily, I am willing. But don't you know that he already has a wife? Moreover, he is the head of the Ame faction. The reason why he came so late just now was probably because he was lost in Miss Zhou's gentle embrace. Looking at the two of them hugging each other intimately, Dongfang Muxue did not know what she was thinking and exposed everything. As expected, Xia Qingqing smelled the fragrance of another woman on Song Qingshu's body. She could not help but feel a little jealous. However, she had always been wary of her identity as a widow and had never thought of becoming Song Qingshu's wife openly. After thinking through all this, Xia Qingqing wrapped her arms around his neck and said with a faint smile, So what if he has a wife? I am willing to be his lover, as long as he does not despise me. She looked at Song Qingshu affectionately in the end. I really regret coming to save you. Dongfang Muxue was speechless and could not help but snort. Xia Qingqing rolled her eyes and a trace of slyness flashed across her eyes. Previously, the three of us worked together to attack Kangxi. One is Big Brother Song's real wife, and the other is his lover. Then what are you? Dongfang Muxue blushed and snorted. Just friends. Friends? Xia Qingqing smiled ambiguously. Confidant, I guess. Big Brother Song has always been very popular with women. Hearing the two women arguing with each other, Song Qingshu finally could not take it anymore. He was worried that Xia Qingqing would be angered by Dongfang Muxue and that Dongfang Muxue would directly reveal her identity as Dongfang Bubi. It was one thing for Xia Qingqing to give up on revenge, but it was another thing for the enemy who killed her husband to be standing in front of her. Song Qingshu was enjoying Xia Qingqing's current appearance, which was as docile as a cat. Naturally, he didn't want any accidents to happen to her and cause her to lose everything. Alright, since we are all on the same side, let's discuss what to do in the palace from now on. Who is on the same side as you? Dongfang Muxue spat in disdain. This woman is so fierce. Who is she? Xia Qingqing looked at Dongfang Muxue with dissatisfaction. However, she suddenly realized that she had always been like this and could not help but smile. She can be considered as my partner, Miss Shui. Song Qingshu wiped the sweat off his forehead and kept winking at Dongfang Muxue, afraid that she would brag and introduce herself as the undefeatable one. Dongfang Muxue naturally knew that Xia Qingqing was the widow of Yuan Qingji whom she had killed. She hesitated for a while and also did not want to cause trouble, so she silently agreed to Song Qingshu's way of addressing her. Don't we need to invite big sister Zhou over to discuss? Thinking of how Song Qingshu and Zhou Zhirua were intimate in the room, Xia Qingqing could not help but feel a little jealous. However, Song Qingshu was Song Qingshu's official wife. Thinking of her relationship with Song Qingshu, she felt a little uneasy. She has already returned to Mount Amei. Song Qingshu sighed. I see. For some reason, Xia Qingqing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Tisk, tsk, tsk. A cooked duck can fly now. You are really stupid. Dongfang Muxue said disdainfully. Song Qingshu did not understand why Dongfang Muxue would play matchmaker for him and Zhou Zhirua. He looked at her strangely but did not refute. Let's discuss what we should do in the future. Xia Qingqing wanted to help Song Qingshu out. Song Qingshu looked at her gratefully. He did not expect Xia Qingqing to be so considerate when she was gentle. What else can we do? Wasn't your big brother Song very free and unfettered in the imperial palace? When I found him, he was holding Empress Tong's head and helping him like that. Although Dongfang Muxue had played around with women in the Sun Moon sect, she was a woman after all. The scene when she saw Song Qingshu still shocked her greatly. Only then did Xia Qingqing realize that she had purposely asked little eunuchs and palace maids for information about Kangxi and planned to take revenge. Naturally, she knew that Kangxi had been enjoying himself at Empress Tong's place and spoiling only one person, which had caused a lot of complaints in the harem. Yes, go find Empress Tong yourself. Xia Qingqing was also a little angry. I was blinded by greed. Please let me go. Song Qingshu was very distressed and quickly begged for mercy. What about Lady Hui Fei Ma who came back with us from Xinjing? Xia Qingqing said with a strange expression when she thought of that pitiful young married woman. How would I dare to touch her? Su Jing, Fu Kangan, Hong Li, and even someone as strong as Kangxi, none of the men who touched her had a good ending. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. You bastard. She is clearly so pitiful, and you still say that about her. Xia Qingqing suddenly scolded. The strong have strong luck. What is there to be afraid of about a mere woman? I'll go kidnap her tonight and let you take advantage of her. I want to see what can happen to you with my help. Dongfang Muxue said coldly. A disdainful aura of the former cult master of the devil sect spread out. Let's not talk about this now. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. How can we not talk about this? You can't escape the matter of having concubines to serve you in the imperial palace. Other than Empress Tong, there is also Empress Tong. Among the imperial concubines, there are Lady Gua Erjia, Lady Nu Hualu, Lady Zhang Jia, Lady Mi, Lady Yi. All of them are beauties. What are you going to do then? Xia Qingqing pouted and waited for Song Qingshu's answer. Previously, due to his inner demons, Song Qingshu had thought of continuing to pretend to be Kangxi and continue being the emperor. When he returned to the imperial harem, he could try out the taste of these imperial concubines. However, after Zhou Zhirua, Dongfang Muxue, and Xia Qingqing appeared together, Song Qingshu subconsciously threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. It was a strange mentality. It was as if he was fooling around with his lover and was found out by his wife. The shame brought by the moral system of the future had unintentionally dispelled Song Qingshu's inner demons, allowing him to calmly think about the current situation. Is it great to be the emperor? Dongfang Muxue looked at him with a smile. It's all right. Song Qingshu immediately felt too murderous intense and quickly changed his words, it's just SOSO. There are a lot of rules and it's not as free as before. In that case, it's fine not to be the emperor. Brother Song, let's travel around the world. Xia Qingqing shook his hand excitedly. Seeing Song Qingshu's awkward expression, Dongfang Muxue chuckled, Miss Xia, your brother Song spent so much effort to replace Kangxi. He hasn't had time to enjoy the fruits of victory and you want him to give it up. Of course, he's unwilling. He hasn't enjoyed it yet. I heard that little Tong couldn't get out of bed because of him. Xia Qingqing was angry and anxious. Are you that powerful? Dongfang Muxue glanced at a certain part of Song Qingshu suspiciously. Song Qingshu blushed under her gaze and couldn't help but complain, it's not that exaggerated. Which dog of a slave is gossiping behind my back? I won't forgive her if I find out. Don't act like an emperor in front of us. Dongfang Muxue curled her lips in disdain. It's become a habit during this period. Song Qingshu scratched his head and chuckled. Brother Song, are you going to stay in the Forbidden City like this forever? Xia Qingqing looked at him calmly. Big brother Song, have you ever thought that this way, no matter how happy you are as the emperor, in the eyes of the world, it will only be Kangxi who is happy? What Song Qingshu will soon be forgotten, and then you really will die. Of course, if brother Song decides to stay in the Forbidden City, I'm willing to stay in the palace with you as concubine Ping. Ever since she expressed her love for Song Qingshu, Xia Qingqing realized that many of the things she used to feel embarrassed about were no longer so difficult to say. Song Qingshu was so touched that he held her little hand tightly. He was so moved that he couldn't speak. Tsk, Tisk Dongfang Muxue looked as if she couldn't take it anymore. Song Qingshu, I think it's a good idea for you to continue being the emperor. You'll be able to fulfill many of your dreams and ambitions. Now, besides the Mongolians, the Manchurian Qing is the most powerful in the world. It's a pity to give it up like this. Song Qingshu had also thought that if he continued to pretend to be Kangxi, his real identity would be doomed. However, the temptation of power was too great. Every time he thought of this problem, he would quickly divert his attention and hide this headache in the depths of his mind. This time, after Xia Qingqing exposed him, Song Qingshu finally had to face this problem. Coupled with the disappearance of his inner demons, he quickly realized what Kangxi's last words were. Before his death, Kangxi didn't think about revenge, nor did he beg Song Qingshu to treat his children well. He only asked him to be a good emperor. At that time, Song Qingshu couldn't understand it, but now he understood Kangxi's farsightedness. He was sure that he couldn't resist the temptation of being the emperor. Once he was addicted to it, he could only appear in the world with his identity. In this way, Kangxi would be dead, but he would be alive. Song Qingshu would be alive, but he would be dead. After all, thousands of years later, the history books would only record Kangxi's deeds. As for Song Qingshu, the history books would only record that he conspired to assassinate the emperor, and in the end, he was turned into ashes. After Song Qingshu impersonated him, Kangxi didn't care whether he would treat his children well or mess up the imperial concubines in the harem. Kangxi wasn't afraid that Song Qingshu would see through his intentions. After all, this was an open and aboveboard plot. The key was whether Song Qingshu could resist the temptation of the throne. Although Song Qingshu had a warm and fragrant body in his arms, he still felt a chill down his spine. Fortunately, he didn't try to compete with Kangxi in schemes, but chose to use force instead. That was why he was the final winner. Who said I was going to give up? Song Qingshu thought for a long time and finally let out a long sigh. Hearing his words, Dongfang Muxue's eyes lit up, but Xia Qingqing's expression darkened. However, when she thought that she would be by his side no matter what, she didn't feel so sad anymore. I want to be the emperor, and I want to be Song Qingshu too. Song Qingshu's eyes seemed to emit a glimmer of light. Xia Qingqing was startled, but Dongfang Muxue frowned and said, there is always a loss when there is gain. There is no such thing as the best of both worlds. That's just a senseless excuse used by fools who can't think of a solution. Song Qingshu said faintly, I naturally can't do it alone, but with your help, there's a chance for things to turn around. Tell me about it. Dongfang Muxue seemed to be deep in thought, as if she could vaguely guess what he was thinking. Dong. Lady Ashue, are you interested in becoming the emperor? Song Qingshu looked at Dongfang Muxue with a smile. Dongfang Muxue was startled, but she quickly reacted and smiled. Of course, I've tried everything in my life, but I've never tried being the emperor. I'm sure it'll be fun. You've tried everything? Song Qingshu was stunned, and he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing Song Qingshu's strange expression, Dongfang Muxue was startled for a while, but she quickly reacted. You bastard, what are you thinking in that head of yours? You're the one who said it with ambiguity, Song Qingshu mumbled. What are you guys talking about? Why can't I understand anything? Xia Qingqing interrupted the conversation between the two gloomily. I'm talking about letting Lady Xue disguise herself as Kangxi. That way, I can free myself to complete my career. Song Qingshu quickly changed the topic. Why can't I disguise myself as Kangxi? Back in the day, I disguised myself as a man, and my ability to mingle in the pugilistic world was superb. Although Xia Qingqing had tried to change herself, the fact that she was easily jealous was not something that could be easily changed. You have more important things to do. Song Qingshu looked at her lovingly. Xia Qingqing regretted her words as soon as they left her mouth. She was no longer the little girl from back then. After going through so much hardship, she finally got to be with Song Qingshu. Why should she be a villain and make him hate her? Seeing that Song Qingshu had no intention of blaming her, Xia Qingqing's heart warmed. She quickly asked, "What's more important?" "Accompany me." Song Qingshu suddenly had a mischievous thought. "Ah?" Xia Qingqing blushed and lowered her head. "Okay." In her opinion, staying by Song Qingshu's side was much more interesting than being an emperor. Seeing Xia Qingqing's bashful and charming appearance, Song Qingshu could not help but be stunned. He then said, "Accompany me to Shandong. The Golden Snake Camp has been divided for a long time. It's time to regroup." The Golden Snake Camp. Hearing him mention this name, Xia Qingqing's heart ached, and her expression became gloomy. Song Qingshu then remembered her difficulties and could not help but hesitate. "Sorry, I almost forgot that this is Yuan." Xia Qingqing gently pressed her finger on his lips and shook her head slightly. "The past is the past. Don't mention him." Dongfang Muxue suddenly laughed strangely. "Good job, Song Qingshu. Not only did you trick Yuan Qingji's widow into your hands, but now you are also preparing to receive his inheritance. You are really amazing." Song Qingshu was sweating profusely. He was about to explain when Xia Qingqing interrupted, "Humph, as long as I love Brother Song, I am willing. As for the Golden Snake Camp, Brother Yuan's greatest wish in life is to overthrow the Manchurian Qing. He probably does not want to see the Golden Snake Camp become a pile of loose sand. Brother Song killed the Manchurian Emperor. Brother Yuan's spirit in heaven will definitely be happy to see Brother Song reorganize the Golden Snake Camp. A woman who has a change of heart is really scary." Dongfang Muxue deliberately exaggerated. "Not only are you in a hurry to give yourself to another man, but you are also in a hurry to give your husband's inheritance to him." Xia Qingqing's pink face alternated between red and white from her words. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Miss Xue, why do you have to be so confrontational and make things difficult for me? I only hope that Brother Song does not despise me. I do not ask for any status, so naturally, I cannot threaten your position. Speaking of which, the person you should really deal with is that sect leader Zhou of the Amei faction." Dongfang Muxue did not expect to get herself into trouble. Hearing her words, she immediately panicked. "Do you think I am fighting with you for your affection? What a joke. What ability does Song Qingshu have for me to fight with this woman? This is really infuriating." Xia Qingqing smiled faintly. "Miss Xue, you may not be able to see your own heart clearly. Back then, I was also like this. Miss Xue will naturally understand in the future." "Ladies, stop. My head is about to explode." Seeing that the conversation was getting more and more ridiculous, Song Qingshu took a deep breath and hurriedly interrupted the two women. "Let's discuss our future strategy." Dongfang Muxue was annoyed by Xia Qingqing's words and could only ask, "Just say it. What do you want to do with the Golden Snake Battalion?" "Currently, I am in the palace. It seems that I have all the best soldiers in the world, but in fact, all of this is a castle in the air. It is all built on the identity of Kangxi. Once exposed, I am nothing." Song Qingshu said in a low voice, "That is why I plan to build my own team. With a territory and soldiers, I will have a place in this chaotic world. I can understand that you plan to build your own force with the Golden Snake Battalion as the foundation. But I am curious." Dongfang Muxue looked into his eyes quietly. "To what extent do you want to develop this force? Overthrow the Manchurian regime and rebuild a Han nation to compete with the Mongols?" Song Qingshu stood with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a vague and inexplicable aura about him. The Manchurian Qing has sufficient soldiers and rations. It won't be easy for you to overthrow them. Dongfang Muxue was not so optimistic and said with a frown. "With my foundation, I can't do it directly. Song Qingshu looked at Dongfang Muxue and smiled. But with you, the fake Kangxi, there's a chance to make the impossible possible. Dongfang Muxue showed a knowing smile. You have a good plan. As long as I, the Kangxi, keep making stupid moves, you can slowly grow. The Manchurian Qing court will gradually lose hope in the emperor, and the people's hearts will waver. Some forces might even lean towards you. With this, it's not impossible for you to replace the Manchurian Qing. Lady Shui is indeed the leader of a sect. Suddenly remembering that Xia Qingqing was still at the side, Song Qingshu quickly laughed and glossed over it. I can't hide anything from you. But is your disguise really so good that no one can see through it? Dongfang Muxue was very doubtful about this. I learned this skill from a little girl from the Murong clan of Gusu. It's very useful. I'll teach you carefully. There shouldn't be a problem. Song Qingshu thought for a moment and suddenly hesitated. But it'll be hard for you to fool the concubines in the harem. Song Qingshu's meaning was clear. Although he was also a fake, he was still a man. It was not impossible for him to fool the concubines. Dongfang Muxue was different. Not only was she the fake Kangxi, she was not even a man. It was naturally difficult. You don't have to worry about that. As long as you can make me look like Kangxi, I can solve the rest myself. Dongfang Muxue glared at him fiercely and soon showed a trace of fascination. There are rumors in the pugilistic world that the Murong clan of Gusu is well versed in all the martial arts in the world. It seems that the rumors are true. Even a little girl has such a divine skill. You're not planning on going to Swallow Dock to challenge them, are you? Song Qingshu turned pale with fright. I am indebted to young Master Murong. For my sake, you must be lenient. What kind of joke was this? Although Murong Fu could be considered a first-rate expert, if Dongfang Muxue really came looking for him, wouldn't it be a massacre? In the original work, Murong Fu may not have been very good at everything, but in this world, the fact that he was able to come up with the godly radiating art to heal his broken meridians was all thanks to Murong Fu. Don't worry. How could I give up such an interesting thing as disguising myself as Kangxi and go all the way to Gusu? A hint of hesitation suddenly appeared on Dongfang Muxue's face. What's more, according to the rumors in Jianghu, Murong Bo hasn't really died yet. I'm still heavily injured, so if I run into him, I'm afraid it won't be good. Hearing this, Song Qingshu finally nodded in relief. Because the sun was about to rise, Song Qingshu could not let Xia Qingqing's identity be exposed, so he had her return to the palace and continue playing her role as concubine Ping. Xia Qingqing knew that the current Kangxi was actually Song Qingshu, so she was naturally happy to play the role of concubine Ping. However, she was still a little reluctant when she left. After Xia Qingqing left, Dongfang Muxue teased, Miss Xiao's appearance of letting you do whatever you want, so delicate and pitiful that even as a woman, I couldn't help but be moved. You're actually willing to let her go. The future is long, the palace has its own rules. It wouldn't be good if any flaws were revealed at this time. Song Qingshu finally had time to complain. Last night, why did you do that? I was originally planning to make a clean break with Zhou Jirua. Could it be that you didn't like the taste? Dongfang Muxue did not answer, but asked a question instead. It's really not bad. Song Qingshu's face heated up under her gaze, and he muttered, it's just that I finally decided to sever the threads of love with the intellectual sword, but because of you, my heart is in chaos again. Sever the threads of love with the intellectual sword? Miss Zhou is like a secluded orchid in an empty valley, beautiful beyond compare. You're really willing. Dongfang Muxue gradually retracted her smile, and said seriously, I'm not so bored as to insist on being a matchmaker, but Miss Zhou is the sect master of the Amei sect, and her influence is very important in Sichuan. Since you intend to conquer the world, it's not wise to give up on her like this. A trace of displeasure appeared on Song Qingshu's face. A man conquering the world should naturally rely on his own ability. What's the use of a woman? Dongfang Muxue sneered. In the past, Emperor Guangwu was a heaven-sent genius, in both literary and military strategies, which was not 100 times better than you. Didn't he still need to rely on the 100,000 troops behind Guoxingtong to have the capital to conquer the world? Those emperors who completely built up from scratch, in the early stages, cannot do without the support of women. LVG to Liu Bang, Lu Zhaojun to Gao Huan, Ma Xiuying to Zhu Yuanzhang, When did the later generations look down on them because of this? Song Qingshu was startled, and cupped his hands in thanks. Many thanks for Miss Shui's guidance, I'm indeed too pedantic. Miss Shui? Dongfang Mushua's expression was unreadable. Are you planning to deceive that Madame Yuan for the rest of your life? In the future, when she finds out that I'm the one who killed Yuan Qingji, and that you have a close relationship with me, what do you think she will think? Sometimes, not knowing the truth is better than knowing the truth. Song Qingshu sighed helplessly. I hope I can hide it from her for the rest of my life. In the end, I won't be able to hide it, Dongfang Mushua said softly, and the two gradually fell into silence. What's up with your disguise? Quickly show me. Seeing the effect of Song Qingshu impersonating Kangxi, Dongfang Mushua could not suppress her curiosity. This is not difficult, the key is your appearance, voice, and your own acting skills. In any case, he had sent a eunuch to inform them that there would be no court session today, so Song Qingshu had a lot of time, so he began to teach her carefully in the room. Those damn eunuchs keep glancing over here, how annoying. As Dongfang Mushua listened, she suddenly slammed the table, took out a few embroidery needles, and was about to shoot them out. Aya, my great aunt. Song Qingshu rushed over and grabbed her hands. If you shoot them to death, this matter will definitely arouse suspicion. We are in a critical period now, we have to keep a low profile. Let go of your claws. Dongfang Mushua blushed. She did not really intend to shoot the needles, otherwise, even with her injuries, Song Qingshu would not be able to stop it so easily. Song Qingshu withdrew his hands in embarrassment, and in order to dispel the awkwardness, he could only change the topic. I don't know which palace sent those eunuchs to spy on me, but the news that I won't be attending morning court has probably spread throughout the palace, and with that bastard Dolong's exaggeration, I'm afraid many people think that I'm bullying the three of you, causing me to not even attend morning court. If the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked, Dongfang Mushua said hatefully. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. You saw it too. I think you should consider how to deal with this scheming harem in the future. Humph. Dongfang Mushua raised her head proudly. I'm better at this than you are. Why? Song Qingshu was startled. Have you forgotten that I am the leader of the Sun Moon sect? In the past, I had many concubines, and their competition for favor is probably no less than this palace, Dongfang Mushua said proudly. Song Qingshu's expression was extremely strange. What's there for them to compete for? You're not a man anyway, hee hee. Dongfang Mushua spat. You underestimate me too much. I naturally have the ability to satisfy those women and make them live a befuddled life. You might not even be as good as me. How on earth did you do it? Seeing that she did not seem to be lying, Song Qingshu could not help but feel puzzled. He was really curious how a woman like Dongfang Mushua could make other women do that. Why should I tell you such private matters? Dongfang Mushua rolled her eyes and said indifferently. If you don't tell me, I won't teach you the art of disguise. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth and threatened. Fine, I won't teach you the art of disguise. You can rot in this palace for the rest of your life and let the name Song Qingshu fade away with the wind. Dongfang Mushua was not moved at all. Instead, she reclined gracefully on the bed and supported her chin with her hand, her eyes half closed. Good sister, I was wrong, please give me some guidance. Seeing that the hard way was not working, Song Qingshu could only resort to the soft way. He muttered in his heart, in order to pursue the truth, I have to sacrifice my moral integrity for the sake of it. I'm afraid of you. Dongfang Mushua was annoyed by him and could only wave her hand, come closer. Song Qingshu delightedly moved his ear closer and listened to Dongfang Mushua's detailed explanation. His expression was very interesting. That's it. Only women can understand the gentleness that a woman needs, unlike you guys who only know how to act rashly and think that women will enjoy it. Dongfang Mushua also felt that it was not appropriate to discuss such private matters with Song Qingshu, but at the same time, she felt a trace of unusual excitement. You've really opened up a whole new world. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue in amazement, an expression of eagerness on his face. What, you can't wait to find a concubine to experiment on? Dongfang Mushua snorted, don't even think about it. Before I learn your art of disguise, you're not allowed to leave. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly when she saw through his thoughts. Oh right, you'll be pretending to be Kangxi from now on. You're so capable, right? Just thinking about it makes me a little excited. Dongfang Mushua's eyes lit up. Song Qingshu did not mind. After all, they were both Kangxi's concubines. I don't care about anything else, but you can't touch Empress Xiao Tong. Why? Dongfang Mushue looked at him with a teasing expression. No matter what, she's still my woman. Letting you play with her is really a little, Song Qingshu thought to himself, what is this? I'm actually afraid of a woman seducing me. No matter how capable I am, I'm just a woman, I won't really cause any harm to them. What are you afraid of? Dongfang Mushue said. Now I'm really starting to doubt whether you're really a woman. The more Song Qingshu spoke, the more chills he felt on his back, and the more he looked at Dongfang Mushue with a strange expression. Dongfang Mushue's willowy eyebrows were raised, but she quickly relaxed and revealed a faint smile. Why? Do you want me to take off my clothes for you to check? Huh? Song Qingshu was dumbfounded. He knew that Dongfang Mushue was just teasing him, so he replied in a bad mood, yes. After saying that, he focused his mind and calmed himself, secretly on guard against any sudden attacks from Dongfang Mushue. However, Dongfang Mushue didn't move at all. Instead, she said seductively, I'm injured and my bones are weak. I don't feel like moving. Why don't you help me take it off? Song Qingshu looked at her with a strange expression. Are you all right? What's wrong? Are you afraid of me? Dongfang Mushue opened her eyes and revealed a faint smile. I can't beat you right now. What's there to be afraid of? Song Qingshu swallowed his saliva and hesitated. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Seeing that Dongfang Mushue didn't seem to be on guard at all, Song Qingshu tried to reach his hand over. What's wrong? You don't dare to take it off? Noticing that Song Qingshu's fingers were still on her belt, Dongfang Mushue opened her eyes and looked at him mockingly. Song Qingshu gritted his teeth and pulled her belt down. He really wanted to know if Dongfang Mushue was a woman. Otherwise, this question would be a thorn in his heart. Dongfang Mushue's body trembled, but she didn't stop him. Feeling the coldness on her chest, she rolled her eyes at Song Qingshu. Are you sure now? Not yet. Song Qingshu's throat moved up and down. Ladyboys have breasts too. Then continue checking. Dongfang Mushue let out a sweet nasal voice, which made Song Qingshu's body tremble. Are you seducing me? Song Qingshu felt his mouth go dry. What do you think? Dongfang Mushue looked at him seductively. Song Qingshu made up his mind and reached his hand into her clothes. He slowly slid it down. He could feel Dongfang Mushue's skin tense up at the first contact, and then slowly relax. After a while, Dongfang Mushue's legs tightened as she clamped onto Song Qingshu's hand tightly. She looked at Song Qingshu with a flushed face. Have you had enough? No. That warm and moist place allowed Song Qingshu to confirm that Dongfang Mushue was indeed a woman, and a woman like water at that. Dongfang Mushue tapped lightly on the ground with the tip of her foot and slid up a certain distance, escaping from Song Qingshu's clutches. She tidied up her messy dress and said with a red face, that's all for today. Why? Seeing that Dongfang Mushue's attitude was clear, Song Qingshu could only quit while he was ahead. However, he was still puzzled as to why Dongfang Mushue would invite him to take advantage of her. If I don't do this, how can I dispel your doubts? Dongfang Mushue's expression gradually returned to normal. Being seen through by Dongfang Mushue, Song Qingshu smiled awkwardly. In his plan, Xia Qingqing would stay in the Forbidden City and disguise herself as Kangxi, and he would go to Shandong alone. He didn't dare to trust anyone for such an important matter. After much thought, he felt that Xia Qingqing was the most trustworthy person. However, Dongfang Mushue suddenly appeared and knew his identity. Song Qingshu realized that he couldn't exclude her from the whole plan. Dongfang Mushue was more skilled in martial arts and more intelligent. Originally, it would be more reassuring for her to stay in the Forbidden City. However, there were always losses. She didn't have a close relationship with Song Qingshu. It was unknown whether she would cooperate with Song Qingshu in the future. Dongfang Mushue, who was used to scheming, quickly sensed Song Qingshu's concerns. She hesitated for a while, which led to what happened just now. Even if I don't get married in this lifetime, I'll still find a man. In this world, you're the only one who can catch my eye for the time being. Dongfang Muxue got down from the bed, and the redness on her face slowly faded. I'm very fascinated by your dream. Fighting for supremacy in the Central Plains with the heroes of the world, defeating the powerful Mongolia, and unifying the world. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Dongfang Muxue quickly changed the topic. However, compared to the heroes of the world, our forces are too weak. If we still have doubts about each other, I'm afraid it'll be a lifelong regret in the future. I understand. You want to conquer the world with me, so you have to make sure that we're very close. Seeing Dongfang Muxue's clear analysis of the benefits, Song Qingshu felt a tinge of disappointment. Dongfang Muxue hesitated for a while, but she didn't tell Song Qingshu in the end. When he brought her to touch the clouds in the sky, she made up her mind that this life belonged to him alone. After all, Dongfang Muxue was the leader of the top sect in the Central Plains. She wasn't a little girl who was full of fantasies in the boudoir. She had her own pride and could also distinguish between intelligence and feelings. Song Qingshu dispelled the messy thoughts in his mind and quickly recovered his smile. He reached out and wanted to hug her. If that's the case, don't you think we're not close enough? Dongfang Muxue spat and gracefully slipped away. Why are you in such a hurry? When I asked you to go to the Tantric Buddhism to learn the mandala dhyana, I knew that one day, I would have to, with you. I think you know that. Song Qingshu nodded. That's right. You were injured by Feng Qingyang's innate sword qi in the Forbidden City, and Zhang Wuji's sneak attack on you at the Blackwood Cliff worsened your injuries. Under normal circumstances, it'll be hard for you to recover your strength without 10 years. I didn't let you use the mandala dhyana to heal me because you weren't strong enough. Now. Dongfang Muxue wanted to say something but stopped. Looking at your strength now, it's not a problem. Not only is it not a problem, I'm about to have an inner demon. Song Qingshu smiled bitterly. Inner demon? Dongfang Muxue was stunned. Only then did Song Qingshu tell her about the legend of the mandala dhyana. At the same time, he told her about how he suddenly lost control of himself and pushed little Tong. With Dongfang Muxue's attainments in martial arts, she quickly understood what was going on. She couldn't help but smile. If there weren't any checks and balances, wouldn't all the men run off to cultivate this stupid cultivation technique? In the end, all the women in the world would be harmed. You're still in the mood to joke, Song Qingshu said gloomily. Exploding and dying makes my future life so boring. According to what you said, the more joyful genuine qi in your body, the more you can't control yourself. Once you're driven, being intimate with a woman will cause the joyful genuine qi in your body to increase, leading to a vicious cycle, right? Dongfang Muxue pursed her lips and smiled. That should be it. Song Qingshu's face was gloomy. He could clearly feel that his joyful genuine qi had become much stronger recently. At first, he thought that it was because of the 3,000 beauties in his harem that aroused some of his evil thoughts. Actually, you don't have to worry too much. Dongfang Muxue comforted him. In my opinion, it's easy to solve this problem. What do you have in mind? Song Qingshu was overjoyed. With Dongfang Muxue's martial arts realm, she might really be able to solve this problem. When you feel that your genuine qi has reached a critical point, find a woman with serious internal injuries. After that, part of your genuine qi will be transferred to that woman. The greater the difference between your inner strength and hers, the more obvious the effect will be. As long as you always control your genuine qi at a safe threshold, there shouldn't be any risk. Now that you mention it, that seems to be the case. Song Qingshu was surprised. But there are so many talented people in the Tantric sect. Why don't they use this method to suppress their inner demons? It's because they're too smart. Why would they be willing to sacrifice their own lives? Dongfang Muxue sneered. Martial artists view their own inner strength as important as their own lives. They've painstakingly cultivated their inner strength. Why would they be willing to let others take advantage of it? Only an anomaly like you wouldn't mind it at all. At the end of her sentence, Dongfang Muxue could not help but reveal a hint of admiration on her face. Song Qingshu was aware of his own situation. He came from a modern society and was not like others who had been subtly influenced by the environment of the martial arts world. Naturally, he did not place much importance on martial arts. Moreover, the inner strength he lost would be transferred to the woman he was intimate with, so he did not think much of it. If that's the case, let's heal. Song Qingshu suddenly moved to Dongfang Mushua's side and gently tugged on her sleeve. I told you, now's not the time. Dongfang Mushua snorted and quietly moved to the side. Why? Song Qingshu pretended to be in pain. I feel like the vital energy in my body is so swollen, and my meridians are about to split open. Dongfang Mushua rolled her eyes at him and said in annoyance, although I've lost a lot of strength, my eyesight is still there. Your pulse is stable and your breathing is light. There are no signs of inner demons. You've seen through me. Song Qingshu smiled embarrassedly. Why not now? Dongfang Mushua blushed at his question. After hesitating for a while, she could only say, I want you to be in your best condition when healing. Last night, you fought with Zhou Jirua for an entire night. Dongfang Mushua did not finish her sentence, but her meaning was self-evident. No matter how thick-skinned Song Qingshu was, he was choked by her words and could only stand there awkwardly. Why don't we continue with the disguise technique? After a moment of silence, Dongfang Mushua said in a low voice. Sure. Song Qingshu nodded as if he had been pardoned. For the next few days, Song Qingshu and Dongfang Mushua stayed in the room. One taught diligently, while the other studied diligently. After all, this plan did not allow for any mistakes. If Dongfang Mushua did not pretend to be Kangxi, all their previous efforts would be for naught. When Dongfang Mushua finally succeeded in disguising as Kangxi, she was extremely excited. Looking back on her life, there were not many things worth being happy about, but this was definitely one of them. Even though she was happy, Dongfang Mushua was not satisfied with disguising as Kangxi. She began to try to disguise as other people, such as Zhou Jirua, Xia Qingqing, and even Song Qingshu. I've only just realized that you had bad intentions when you taught me so diligently. Dongfang Mushua suddenly took off her mask and stared at Song Qingshu with a strange expression. What do you mean? Song Qingshu looked at her in confusion. Are you hoping that I can disguise myself as another woman for your pleasure after I learn the art of disguise? Dongfang Mushua bit her lips and revealed a charming smile. You're thinking too much. Song Qingshu felt his breath catch in his throat, but he was still a little excited when he imagined Dongfang Mushua cosplaying. Is that so? Dongfang Mushua moved her face closer to Song Qingshu and blew on his face. I was thinking that as long as you make me happy, I might reluctantly disguise myself as another woman, like the famous beauties Huang Rong or Xiao Longnu. Don't you think that's exciting? Huang Rong and Xiao Longnu? Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. These two women were probably the two women with the most appearances in all of Jinyang's doujinshi, especially the H1s. There were 365 different styles and 365 different positions. Song Qingshu mourned for them in his heart, but his face was solemn as he looked at Dongfang Mushua with disdain. You're too evil. They are the women that all martial artists dream of. Are you really not tempted? Dongfang Mushua looked at Song Qingshu in shock. Why would I look for a fake like you instead of their real bodies? Song Qingshu calmly picked up a cup of tea and slowly sipped on it. Yo, I thought you changed your personality and became a Lu Xiaohui. Dongfang Mushua snatched the porcelain cup from Song Qingshu's hand and drank without hesitation. Those two women are not people that you can have just because you want them. But not only can I disguise myself as them, I can also satisfy any of your requests. I really lost to you. Why don't you disguise yourself for me? Song Qingshu knew that this was just Dongfang Mushua's way of seducing him. How could she let him off so easily? In your dreams, as expected, Dongfang Mushua elegantly turned around. If you really want to do that, you can find a more obedient woman and teach her the art of disguise. Anyway, I won't use it to satisfy your evil desires after I master it. What you said does make some sense. Song Qingshu rubbed his chin and nodded. Who should he look for? Xia Qingqing? Song Qingshu subconsciously rejected the idea. This vinegar jar. It was already her limit to be willing to be his lover. to ask her to disguise herself as another woman and him. Thinking of the most likely outcome, Song Qingshu sucked in a cold breath. Xuan'er seemed to be the most obedient one. But although she looked gentle on the outside, she had her own principles and would definitely not agree to such a ridiculous request. Chu Fian was a good choice. Although she was young, she was very open-minded. Coupled with her indifferent moral values, she would probably clap her hands and cheer after hearing his suggestion. Noticing Song Qingshu's constantly changing expression, Dongfeng Muxue felt a chill. Your head is full of disgusting thoughts. No matter how you play, I only have one request. What is it? Song Qingshu was puzzled. You can't let another woman disguise herself as me and do that to you. Otherwise, I will kill the two of you. Dongfeng Muxue could imagine that sooner or later, Song Qingshu would ask that woman to disguise herself as him and serve him obediently. This was what Dongfeng Muxue could not tolerate the most. Following her train of thought, Song Qingshu's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of such a great idea? But noticing Dongfeng Mushue's cold expression, Song Qingshu nodded rationally and agreed. If I want you, I can find you directly. Why do I need to find someone else to disguise as you? Dongfeng Muxue blushed but strangely did not refute. The room quickly fell into a tacit silence. Suddenly, a eunuch shout came from outside the door. Concubine Ping requests an audience. Dongfeng Muxue quickly recovered and smiled. She is quite worried about you being alone with me. Miss Shui, you're gauging the heart of a gentleman with your own mean measure. I'm here this time to discuss the serious matters of the Golden Snake Camp with Brother Song. I don't have the time to flirt with you. Xia Qingqing had just entered and happened to hear Dongfeng Mushue's words. She could not help but retort. Oh, I would like to hear more about this so-called serious matter. Dongfeng Muxue didn't mind Xia Qingqing's attitude. Instead, she sat down on a chair and refused to leave. Xia Qingqing didn't understand why she disliked Lady Shui so much. In truth, in her heart, she only wanted to spend the rest of her life with Song Qingshu. She didn't care if he had other women, but every time she saw Lady Shui, Xia Qingqing couldn't help but feel a sense of enmity. Brother Song, the Golden Snake Camp is now divided. No one is willing to submit to the other. If you want to subdue the Golden Snake Camp for your own use, I'm afraid it will not be easy. I wonder if Brother Song has any good ideas? Seeing that Dongfeng Muxue had no intention of avoiding, Xia Qingqing did not say anything. After all, the three of them were in the same boat. Yu, if I use force to subdue the leaders of the various mountains, do you think they will listen to me? Song Qingshu asked. Xia Qingqing frowned. After thinking for a moment, she shook her head firmly. I'm afraid not. Although Brother Yuan did use his martial arts to gain the respect of the various mountains, more importantly, they went through thick and thin together. Basically, every leader has received Brother Yuan's kindness. That's why everyone elected him as their leader. Yu, I'm afraid you are embarrassed to say that I was once an enemy of the Golden Snake Camp. It would be strange if they accepted me. Song Qingshu smiled. Xia Qingqing smiled awkwardly. When she heard that Song Qingshu wanted to go back to Shandong with her to reorganize the Golden Snake Camp, she suddenly realized the difficulty after the excitement. What's so difficult about it? Just let those leaders owe Song Qingshu a big favor. As the leader of the number one sect in the Central Plains, Dongfeng Muxue always hit the nail on the head. Easy for you to say. Xia Qingqing snorted disdainfully. It's not impossible. Song Qingshu smiled. He pointed at Dongfeng Muxue and said, Yu, did you forget that we are not fighting alone? Now, even the Manchurian Emperor Dowd is our teammate. What do you mean? Xia Qingqing's mind flashed, but she still felt that she could not grasp the key point. If the imperial court sent an army to encircle the Golden Snake Camp, how would the leaders of the mountains react? Song Qingshu revealed an enigmatic smile. Fear, it must be fear and despair. Xia Qingqing finally understood what Song Qingshu meant. The Golden Snake Camp is in a state of disunity. They kill each other and are no longer what they used to be. As long as the Manchurian Imperial Army approaches with the pressure of Mount Tai, they will definitely collectively despair. What if the Golden Snake Consort introduces a so-called savior at this time? Song Qingshu raised his eyebrows proudly. He wanted to point at himself and say that he was the savior. With the Golden Snake Consort's recommendation, those people will more or less accept Song Qingshu. As long as he can lead them to defeat the powerful imperial army, Song Qingshu will probably imitate the hegemon king of Western Chu and become a god in one battle. Dongfang Muxue looked at Song Qingshu with some surprise, but a heartfelt appreciation rose in her heart. In the past, Song Qingshu was just an interesting young man in her heart. Later, he became a useful partner. It was not until the recent shocking events that Dongfang Muxue realized that Song Qingshu had grown into an ambitious person that even she could not see through. Hey, I don't like hearing this. The hegemon king of Western Chu did not end up well. Song Qingshu let out a long sigh when he thought of how Yuji had chosen to commit suicide in order not to be a burden to Xianxia, and how Xianxia had refused to cross the river east. Even if you want to be Xianxia, I'm afraid you won't be able to find a woman who is willing to be Yuji. Dongfang Muxue glanced at Xia Qingqing with a faint smile. Xia Qingqing smiled indifferently. How could this woman understand the lifeless state she was in after she mistakenly thought that Song Qingshu was dead? She did not want to continue this topic, so she said, let's get down to business. According to Brother Song's plan, the number of troops sent by the imperial court is the key. If it's too few, it won't be a deterrent to the Golden Snake Battalion. If it's too many, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult for Brother Song to lead a motley crew to turn the tables. Xia Qingqing was considerate of Song Qingshu in every aspect. At the end of her words, she could not help but frown. Of course, more. Song Qingshu said resolutely. Even if we can't make it to the extent of cutting off the flow with a flick of the whip, we should at least make it 70 to 80% charming. Song Qingshu knew that his reputation in the martial arts world could only be described as miserable. Previously, he had successfully cleared his name by assassinating Kangxi, but if he wanted to go one step further, he could only establish his image in the hearts of the world through an extremely glorious victory. But that's a little too risky. Xia Qingqing said worriedly, still trying to persuade Song Qingshu to play it safe. This game of chess seems dangerous, but the two sides are on the same side. The Golden Snake Battalion, who is severely lacking in information, can only be used as pawns. If we can lose in this way, then I might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill myself. Song Qingshu said with a smile. Miss Xia, don't worry about him. Since ancient times, I'm afraid there hasn't been a general like him who knows all the information about the enemy before the battle. This little fox will never do something he is not sure of. Dongfang Muxue, who was listening at the side, beamed with joy. She was amazed by Song Qingshu's plan and could not stand Xia Qingqing's nagging. But there's a fatal flaw in this plan. Song Qingshu suddenly said in a deep voice. What is it? Dongfang Muxue and Xia Qingqing asked in unison. That is, this Miss Xue has unknowingly become one of the players. If I'm not careful, I will be consigned to eternal damnation by her. Song Qingshu looked at Dongfang Muxue quietly. That's why you should curry favor with me and pray that I won't do anything bad to you. Dongfang Muxue yawned casually and looked back at him with a provocative look. Song Qingshu suddenly smiled. Miss Xue, do you still need treatment? It's not too long before I leave the capital. Your journey to the south is fraught with danger. I'd better not waste your energy. Dongfang Muxue shook her head after a moment of silence. I see. Song Qingshu fell into deep thought and also fell silent. One of you is blushing and the other is pale. What kind of riddle are you talking about? Xia Qingqing could not help but ask. It's nothing. As soon as the two of them spoke, they saw each other say the same thing, and they couldn't help but smile at each other. At that moment, Song Qingshu felt that he understood Dongfang Muxue's concerns. She did not want to turn their relationship into a transaction, so she rejected his hint. Song Qingshu also realized that it was too naive to think that he could subdue Dongfang Muxue just by relying on physical intimacy. Now that he was facing that flawless and exquisite face, it was easy to overlook the fact that his master was actually the decisive Dongfang booby. If she really had other intentions, a simple membrane would not be enough to protect her. Moreover, with Dongfang Muxue's personality, that membrane might have been destroyed by her own hands a long time ago. Alright, whenever Miss Xue needs treatment, just let me know. I'm willing to be at your beck and call. I'll do my best until my death. After understanding everything, Song Qingshu was no longer conflicted. Since Dongfang Muxue was willing to guide his hand to explore the deepest place, she had already made her stance clear. There was no need for him to push his luck. What nonsense are you talking about? Dongfang Muxue naturally knew what Song Qingshu was talking about and rolled her eyes at him. Although Xia Qingqing did not understand the secret language between the two, she quickly sensed the danger and urged Song Qingshu to leave for the south as soon as possible. Although Song Qingshu could not bear to part with the beautiful scenery in the palace, he knew that he would not be able to enjoy it as much as before with Dongfang Muxue and Xia Qingqing by his side. Moreover, he knew that business was more important. In the next few days, the three of them sped up their discussion. After thinking that they had considered all the details of the plan, Song Qingshu and Xia Qingqing embarked on their journey south to Shandong. Brother Song, who is that lady Shui? Xia Qingqing had always been curious about the mysterious Dongfang Muxue. After leaving Yanjing City for a few days, she could no longer hold back her curiosity and asked. She is an extraordinary woman with great ambitions. Song Qingshu did not know how to introduce Dongfang Muxue. Was he supposed to tell Xia Qingqing that she was the one who killed her husband? So she has such a high status in Brother Song's heart. Xia Qingqing's tone was filled with jealousy. You are different between you and her. To me, she is more like a friend than a foe. To me, she is more like a friend than a friend. To me, she is more like a friend. Song Qingshu was not lying. So many things had happened between the two of them, and their relationship was no longer comparable to that of ordinary women. Big Brother Song Xia Qingqing's heart was filled with sweetness. She looked at Song Qingshu with eyes full of adoration, and even her voice became a bit more mellow. Song Qingshu held Xia Qingqing's soft hand and pointed to a restaurant not far away. We have been on the road for a long time. Let's eat and rest at the inn in front. Xia Qingqing nodded sweetly. Sir, what would you like to eat? Our wine and dishes are the most famous within 100 miles. As soon as the two of them entered the restaurant, the waiter greeted them attentively. With many years of experience, he could tell at a glance that the two of them were big customers. The man had an imposing appearance, while the woman was charming. Furthermore, the material of her clothes was exquisite. She must be very generous with her money. Song Qingshu did not disappoint him. After sitting down in a quiet place, he picked the most expensive and exquisite dishes and the best wine in the restaurant. It was not that Song Qingshu was putting on airs, but he was used to living in the palace. Anything he ordered would not be cheap. Not long after the two of them settled down, there was a sudden commotion at the door. A group of people entered in a line. In front were a few well-dressed warriors. Each of them had a bow on their back and a quiver at their waist. As soon as they entered, they stood guard at various vital points. A man in embroidered robes walked in while supporting a beautiful woman. The woman was over 30 years old, but there were no signs of aging. Her figure was graceful, and her appearance was handsome. Although the man in embroidered robes was dressed as a man, his appearance was exceptionally handsome. His eyes were clear, and the skin of the hand supporting the woman was like white jade. Anyone could see that she was a woman dressed as a man. This person's cross-dressing skill needs to be improved. Xia Qingqing used to roam the world. For the sake of convenience, she often disguised as a man. Very few people could see through her disguise. Even the leader of the Five Poison sect, He Taisho, was lost under her handsome appearance. Thus, Xia Qingqing naturally looked down on the skills of this man in embroidered robes. She could not help but smile. She didn't deliberately hide the fact that she was a woman. Song Qingshu sighed, but in his heart, he was extremely surprised. Why was she here? Auntie, niece's heart aches when I see your depressed appearance all day long. This time, on this trip to Jiangnan, I begged the great Khan to let Auntie come out to relax. Auntie won't blame me, right? The man in embroidered robes helped the beautiful woman to sit down at an elegant table by the window. A faint dimple appeared at the corner of his mouth. Who on the grasslands doesn't know that Min Min is clever? Auntie doesn't believe that you really don't know about me. The beautiful woman snorted and looked at the green branches outside the window. She lightly sighed. Jiangnan is the place of Auntie's sorrow. I originally planned to spend the rest of my life alone in the desert and never set foot in the Central Plains. I didn't think that after just a dozen years, Auntie would break the vow of that day. Auntie, there are so many good men on the grasslands. Why do you need to wallow in a past relationship? I have heard of what happened in the past. The Great Khan's kindness to him is as heavy as a mountain. He even betrothed Auntie to him. Who knew that as soon as he entered the Central Plains, he would fall in love with someone else? He even hid the engagement and ran to Peach Blossom Island to seek marriage. He really is a heartless and fickle person. It's a shame that the Song people still think of him as a great hero. Humph. The man in embroidered robes felt sorry for this poor auntie. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. The beautiful woman gently shook her head and stopped the man in embroidered robes from continuing. He was originally a Song person. For the Song court, it's understandable that he went against the Great Khan. What's more, Auntie was confused and indirectly caused the death of his mother. Speaking of it, it's me who has wronged him more. This matter had happened almost 20 years ago, but her heart still ached when she mentioned it. Seeing the distress between Auntie's brows, the man in embroidered robes angrily said, "It's true that he is a Song person, but the Mongols took him and his mother in when they had nowhere else to go. They painstakingly raised him for more than a dozen years. As the saying goes, the kindness of giving birth is not as great as the kindness of raising. But he helped the Song people to deal with the Mongols. He really is cruel and unscrupulous." The man in embroidered robes would not have lost his composure like this, but his auntie's relationship with Auntie had evoked a grudge in her heart, and she could not help but be agitated. I don't understand the national righteousness, but since he made this choice, he must have his own reasons. The beautiful woman's expression darkened. What happened afterwards was only because we each had our own masters. Min, you should have experienced this deeply. The man in embroidered robes smiled bitterly. We both fell in love with a Han person. Unfortunately, they are like fire and water with our Mongol Empire. The beautiful woman gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her, and her expression could not help but reveal a sorrowful expression. With Song Qingshu's current strength, even though the two women spoke in low voices, he could still hear them clearly. He could not help but understand that the man in embroidered robes was naturally Zhao Min, and the slightly older woman should be the Princess Huajing who was engaged to Guojing. When he had just transmigrated to this world and met Zhao Min once at Mount Xiaoshi, Song Qingshu looked at the proud woman who used to be as bright as a rose, but now had a trace of haggardness between her eyebrows. Song Qingshu could not help but recall the events of the past, and his eyes could not help but become somewhat dazed. "Brother Song, what's wrong?" Xia Qingqing looked at him strangely. "Could it be that you know them?" "I've met them once, but I can't say that I know them." Song Qingshu shook his head, and thought of a time when he had planned to conquer Zhao Min to take revenge on Zhang Wuji, and could not help but laugh involuntarily. "I wonder what they are planning to do when they come south to the Central Plains this time." Song Qingshu fell into deep thought. "State advisor, you have fought with Guojing many times. In your opinion, is Guojing a true gentleman or a hypocrite?" Zhao Min suddenly turned around and asked a foreign monk in a yellow robe beside her. Hearing Zhao Min's respectful tone, Song Qingshu could not help but look over curiously. He saw that the foreign monk's body was as tall as a bamboo pole, but also extremely thin. His forehead was slightly sunken, making him look like a plate, and his elbow was holding a wheel-shaped weapon. Song Qingshu was shocked. Could it be Jinluan Fawang? Isn't he the strongest fighter under Kublai? Why is he with the daughter of the Prince of Ruyang, Zhao Min? It was no wonder that Song Qingshu was suspicious. Temujin was already very old, and the successor to the Khan had not been decided yet. All the kings were restless. The most powerful kings were Kublai who governed the Central Plains, Zulwu who conquered the west, Ali Buj who guarded the Central Plains, and Chahan the Prince of Ruyang who governed the western regions. Chahan had always maintained a neutral attitude when it came to the competition between the kings. Now that Kublai's people were with Zhao Min, Song Qingshu could not help but suspect that Chahan had secretly formed an alliance with Kublai. In actuality, Song Qingshu was overthinking things. Jinluan Fawang's purpose in coming here was to protect Huajing, not Zhao Min. Although Temujin had many sons, he only had 4, Joki, Shagatai, Kwawatai, and Thor. When the Mongols conquered the world, they all died in battle, and their descendants also suffered heavy losses. Currently, Thor's family is the most powerful. Kublai, Zulwu, Ali Buj and the other most powerful kings are all Thor's sons. Huajing was Temujin's only surviving daughter, and she had always had the best relationship with Thor. Her status was very high. When he found out that she was going south to the Central Plains, Kublai immediately sent the strongest fighter under his command, Jinluan Fuwang, to protect her. As for whether or not he was trying to curry favor with his aunt, no one knew. Princess Xiaomin, Guijing is indeed a gentleman. Hearing Xiaomin's question, Jinluan Fuwang hesitated for a moment before finally replying. If even his enemy, the state preceptor, gives such an evaluation, then he must not be too bad. This person is proficient in the art of war, has great kung fu, and has won the hearts of the people. He is a great threat to the Mongols. Zhao Min was silent for a moment, then asked, State Preceptor, how is Guijing's kung fu compared to yours? Guijing is the chancellor of the Wulin world. Of the South. In the past few years, he has perfected the 9E manual. He has mastered the unparalleled 18 dragon subduing palms to the point of combining strength and gentleness. In addition to the legendary left and right mutual combat technique, I'm afraid he can be considered the #1 person in Wulin. Jinluan Fuwang purposely paused for a moment before continuing, before the Grand Assembly of Heroes, I've exchanged blows with him. He really does live up to his reputation. Jinluan Fuwang, the princess is asking how your martial arts compare to Guijing's. You've been rambling for so long, can you beat him or not? Before Huajing and Zhao Min could reply, a monk next to them spoke with a tone of mockery. Jinluan Fuwang raised his head and saw that it was one of the experts of the Ruyang Palace, Lu Zhangke. Anger flashed across his face. On one hand, he was worried that these two people were skilled, but on the other hand, he had to give the Prince of Ruyang some face, so he snorted. Mr. Lu, don't be impatient, the Imperial Advisor is about to continue. Zhao Min was actually a bit impatient as well, but Jinluan Fuwang was favored by Kublai, so she couldn't just let the two of them start a war of words. With a way out, Jinluan Fuwang's expression softened and he continued, I'm not talented, I could only fight Guijing to a draw last time. However, I've been practicing the dragon elephant prajna art of the Tibetan Buddhism sect. In a few years, I'm confident that I can beat Guijing. Jinluan Fuwang's tone was very arrogant. He knew that he was weaker than Guijing at the Battle of Desanguan, but he had made some progress in practicing the dragon elephant prajna art, so he wasn't lying. I only needed the Imperial Advisor to stall Guijing for a while. Zhao Min had a look of joy on her face. She shook Huajing's arm and said, it's not hard to take Guijing's life. As long as Aunt agrees, I'll get rid of him. A look of confusion flashed across Huajing's eyes, but she quickly shook her head and refused, no, I won't allow you to do that. Zhao Min had a knowing expression on her face and sighed, and, all these years, because of Guijing, the Mongolian army hasn't been able to pass through Shenyang. Our Mongolian Empire has many talented people. If we want to deal with Guijing, we actually have countless ways to deal with him. But my cousin and the others think of Auntie, so they always let him go. He doesn't know anything about it. Auntie, do you think it's worth it? It's not worth it. Huajing smiled faintly. Back then, in order to save the sect master of the Ming dynasty, didn't you also give up your identity as a princess? Auntie, I don't want to talk about him. Zhao Min's eyelashes fluttered as she said expressionlessly. I really don't know what happened between you two. Huajing sighed and comforted her, in fact, it's not a bad thing to break up like this. After all, he's a traitor who went against the Great Khan. It's not good for anyone to be together. Auntie doesn't want you to repeat my mistake. Zhao Min forced a smile and did not reply. The two women each had their own thoughts and soon fell into silence. The many experts who were guarding them looked at each other and no one dared to speak at that moment. Looking at Zhao Min's beautiful back, Song Qingshu smiled playfully. What happened between her and Zhang Wuji that caused them to turn against each other? Several thoughts flashed through his mind, but he quickly rejected them. He didn't have enough information, so it was really difficult to analyze. Song Qingshu quickly put this problem aside and changed his mind to consider whether he could kidnap this princess who was as beautiful as a fairy and as witty as a fox if he made a move now. The godly archer 8 heroes were easy to deal with. Although their archery skills were superb, this was not an open plain and the distance between them was too close. Coupled with the complex environment of the inn, their archery skills were nothing to be afraid of. Zhao Min's servants, Ada, Er, and San, were all top-notch experts. However, Ada and Feng Dongbai's arm had been cut off by Zhang Wuji, and Er and San had broken bones all over their bodies. Even if they recovered, their martial arts skills would probably be greatly reduced and could be ignored for the time being. The Xianming elders' Xianming holy palm was extremely insidious and had once left Zhang Sanfeng at his wits' end. When the two of them joined forces, even Zhang Wuji, who had achieved great success in martial arts, would find it difficult to take advantage of them. Not to mention there was also Jinluan Fuwang, who was on par with Guojing. Song Qingshu could not help but click his tongue. If they really joined forces, he was afraid that he would only be able to escape. But then he quickly realized that there was no practical benefit in kidnapping Zhao Min at this time. Song Qingshu finally felt a little better. This was a strenuous and unrewarding business, so it was better not to get involved. Ding ling ling, as Song Qingshu was deep in thought, a melodious sound of copper bells came from the door. Soon, a beautiful woman wearing an apricot yellow Taoist robe walked in. She very naturally held a horsetail whisk in her hand. Her beautiful eyes swept around the inn. When she saw Zhao Min and her group, she could not help but frown slightly. But she had roamed Jianghu for many years and really did not want to show her fear in front of others. She thought that even if she could not defeat them, with her lightness skills, she should have no problem protecting herself. She floated to a quiet place and sat down. She called for the waiter and ordered a few vegetarian dishes. Although this Taoist nun was dressed in plain clothes, her rosy cheeks could not hide the romantic charm between her brows. Song Qingshu smiled and picked up his wine cup and took a sip. What a good day it was today. It was rare for so many legendary people to gather together. The Xianming elders He Biwing loved wine and Lu Zhangke was lustful. It was no secret. Lu Zhangke saw that the loose Taoist robe still could not hide the woman's graceful figure. He rubbed his chin and laughed. What a beautiful and romantic woman. It is a pity that she is a Taoist nun. Zhao Min and Huajing were sitting alone at a table. Now that they were both immersed in the thoughts of women and they had some private things to say to each other, the attendants wisely spread out and found other tables to sit at. They secretly guarded the 2 golden branches and jade leaves in the middle. Apart from the divine arrow 8 heroes, who were guarding the vital points, the rest of the people settled down. Jinlu and Fuwang sat at a table, the Xianming elders sat at a table, Ada, Er, and San sat at a table. The rest of the bodyguards sat in groups of 2s and 3s. When Lu Zhangke saw the beautiful Taoist nun, he could not restrain himself from flirting with her. But he was afraid of Huajing and Zhao Min, so he did not dare to be too brazen. When she heard his flirting, the beautiful Taoist nun's willowy eyebrows rose and her face turned frosty. She waved her sleeve and several silver needles shot toward Lu Zhangke's face. The silver needles were fast and urgent, it was too late for the others to save him. Lu Zhangke did not expect that his joke would immediately bring about a fatal disaster. Luckily his martial arts instincts allowed him to take out his weapon in time. He held the deer head staff in front of him and blocked the silver needles. The Xianming elders were experts in using poison, they saw the cold glint of the silver needles on the deer head staff. They could tell at a glance that there was a strong poison on the needles. Their faces changed, soul-freezing silver needles, you are the Scarlet Serpent deity Li Macho? Seeing the soul-freezing silver needles blocked by the opponent, Li Macho was secretly alarmed. She heard the 2 exclamations and couldn't help but snort, that's me. Li Macho roamed Jianghu. Because of her ruthlessness, a lot of people who mentioned her name would feel as if they were mourning the death of their parents. The nickname Scarlet Serpent Deity spread like wildfire. Although it was a nice name, Li Macho did not like it. Haha, people are afraid of your Scarlet Serpent Deity title, but I don't care about it. Lu Zhangke was careless and almost failed miserably. He felt a bit embarrassed and raised his palm to attack Li Macho. Jinlu and Fuwang had a faint smile on his face. He calmly drank his tea and looked like he was watching a show. Although He Biwing had always fought together with his apprentice brother, the 2 of them had been famous for a long time. He couldn't bring himself to fight a little girl together. He also knew that Lu Zhangke's martial arts were more than enough to deal with Li Macho. So he stood where he was and secretly helped his apprentice brother. Before Lu Zhangke could get close, Li Macho felt the cold air in his palm. She didn't dare to be careless. She used her lightness kung fu to quickly retreat and raised her palm to meet the attack. 5 Poisons Divine Palm. Lu Zhangke looked at his red and swollen right hand. His face was a bit unsightly. He quickly sealed a few pressure points on his hand and used his internal energy to force the poisonous blood out of his palm. Xianming Divine Palm. You are the Xianming elders. Li Macho's pink face turned a bit pale. Fortunately, her opponent was careless. She used the poison of the 5 Poisons Divine Palm to resist the power of the opponent's Xianming Palm. Even so, she felt a cold air invading her body. She had to force herself not to let her teeth chatter. You little girl, wait and see what I'll do to you after I take you down. Seeing Li Macho's chest rise and fall rapidly, a fierce look flashed through Lu Zhangke's eyes. Zhao Min and Huajing also noticed what was going on. When they heard Lu Zhangke's lewd and suggestive words, Huajing couldn't help but frown. She was about to speak when Zhao Min raised her hand to stop her. She explained in a low voice, Gu Gu, this Taoist nun is a great demon in Jianghu. Many people have died by her hands. It's good to let Master Lu teach her a lesson. Zhao Min knew the way of ruling. Those who loved money used money to lure them, those who loved power used power to lure them, and those who loved women used beautiful women. Zhao Min didn't want to embarrass her trusted expert for a woman who had nothing to do with her. Besides, this woman wasn't a good person to begin with. Hearing Lu Zhangke's words, Li Macho couldn't help but be furious. She had always kept her body pure. Even her former lover Lu Zhanyuan couldn't say anything frivolous. How could she tolerate such obscene words? She raised her hand and shot out a few more soul-freezing silver needles. She took the opportunity to follow with her fly whisk. What a beautiful qinggong. Jinlu Fuwang put down his teacup and praised sincerely. Li Macho knew that her kung fu wasn't as good as her opponent's, so she changed to a tricky and ever-changing fighting style. The ancient tomb sex qinggong was one of the best in the world. Li Macho deliberately made it so that her body was as light as a swallow. She didn't fight Lu Zhangke head-on. The two of them would often separate as soon as they came into contact. Li Macho was always looking for a flaw in her opponent's defense to give him a fatal blow. The Xianming elders' qinggong had always been weak. That was why Lu Zhangke, whose kung fu was far better than Li Macho's, could only fight her to a draw. The soul-freezing silver needles were extremely poisonous. If Lu Zhangke was hit, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. Apprentice brother, let me help you. He Biwing saw that Lu Zhangke was in such a disadvantageous situation because of his impatience. Although he felt that Lu Zhangke could gradually turn the situation around, he was worried that his apprentice brother would be attacked by the soul-freezing silver needles. He impatiently joined the fight. The Xianming elders were experts in joint attacks. When the two of them joined hands, their power was more than doubled. Even Zhang Wuji had to be wary of them, not to mention Li Macho, whose kung fu was far inferior. Seeing that Li Macho's circle of activity was getting smaller and smaller, Song Qingshu knew that it wouldn't be long before she had nowhere to go. He was hesitating whether or not to help her when suddenly a deep and resounding Buddhist chant came from the door. Amitba Buddha. The internal energy of this Buddhist chant was incomparably vigorous. It was an ordinary sound, but it was not inferior to the Buddhist lion's roar. Everyone in the inn felt their hearts tremble. Even Jinlu Fuwang, who was a highly skilled fighter, focused his attention and looked warily at the entrance of the inn. The Xianming elders also stopped their attacks and turned around with a frown. Though Li Macho was able to escape, her face became even paler than before. Soon, a monk dressed in a yellow kasaya walked in with a Buddhist staff in his hand. This person was clearly middle-aged, but his face was like jade, and he had a dignified appearance. His pair of almond-shaped eyes exuded a dignified aura, and his bearing made everyone in the inn admire him. What instruction does the Reverend have for us? Though Lu Zhangke was a bit wary of this monk, he felt that if he joined hands with his martial brother, there would be very few people in the world who could contend with them. In addition, he had been interrupted by the monk, so his tone was a bit impolite. A hint of anger flashed through the monk's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. He pressed his eyes against the ground and said, I don't dare to give you instruction, but I have been searching for this female benefactor whom you two have besieged for many days. I hope the two of you will allow me to subdue this demoness. Martial brother, I have long heard that the Buddhists of the Central Plains are filthy. Now that I have seen you, you really do live up to your reputation. He Bewing chuckled and winked at the monk. Reverend, could it be that you have been tempted by this Taoist nun's beauty? A monk with a Taoist nun, a nun with a Taoist priest. Wonderful, wonderful, ha ha ha. Lu Xianxia also laughed along. The monk's face turned green and he shouted in a deep voice, Hey! Where did these two arrogant people come from? The Xianming elders didn't get angry. They giggled and said, Big monk, there's always a first come, first served rule for everything. We saw this beautiful Taoist nun first, so we brothers are magnanimous. It's not that we can't give you a share later, but it's your fault for cutting the queue. Li Macho's face was filled with anger. If a normal man dared to speak to her like this, she would have made him beg for death. However, regardless of whether it was the Xianming elders or the monk, their martial arts were far above hers. She could only wait and see. Your mouth is full of filthy words. As the saying goes, even when the Buddha is angry, he will roar like a lion. I am not talented, and I really can't control the anger in my heart. The monk's eyebrows were raised, and he muttered to himself. The people in the inn could only vaguely hear some parts of it. They saw him suddenly raise his hand, and a hot stream of genuine qi shot out from his sleeve. The Xianming elders practiced the martial art of extreme yin and extreme cold, so they were extremely afraid of this kind of extreme yang energy. They did not dare to take the attack head-on, and hastily dodged to the sides, leaving behind a circle of scorched black marks where they had been standing. Formless finger of disaster? Song Qingshu was surprised to see the monk attack. The formless finger of disaster was a unique skill of the Shaolin Temple. Apart from Master Xianbei of the Shaolin Temple, there was only Jiao Maji of the Tubo Kingdom who was proficient in it. But Master Xianbei was killed by Jiao Maji in the Xinjia Temple of Dali. So who was this monk in front of him? Formless finger of disaster. The Xianming elders had been in Jianghu for many years, so they naturally knew the unique skills of the Wuling world. When they saw the monk use the unique skill of the Shaolin Temple, they could not help but be secretly shocked. Their tone also became respectful, far less presumptuous than before. May I ask for Master's Dharma name, and which eminent monk of the Shaolin Temple are you? The monk snorted. The movement technique that the Xianming elders used to dodge just now showed that they were peerless masters. Now that they were respectful, he was quite pleased. My Dharma name is Xianqing. So it is the Xian generation eminent monk. The Shaolin Temple's abbot Xianxia was of the same generation as the abbot, so his martial arts must not be weak. The Xianming elders became even more respectful. Xianqing? On the contrary, Jinlu and Fuwang was shocked. He got up and asked, May I ask if Master is the Shaolin Temple's #1 martial artist in the last 200 years, the 13 ultimate divine monks? After being reminded by Jinlu and Fuwang, the Xianming elders suddenly remembered a legend in the Wuling world. The 72 ultimate skills of the Shaolin Temple are broad and profound. For an ordinary person to be proficient in one in their lifetime is already considered good. Talented people can often practice several ultimate skills at the same time. It is impossible to be proficient in all 72 ultimate skills at the same time. A few decades ago, the Xian generation of the Shaolin Temple produced a martial arts genius. He actually learned the 13 ultimate skills. It can be said that no one has ever done this before or since. He was known as the #1 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple's last 200 years, and people called him the 13 ultimate divine monks. But there were rumors that he was possessed by the devil, and his martial arts had long been wasted. Could the person in front of them be him? The monk looked at Jinlu and Fuwang, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. He said, I didn't think that there would still be people in the Wuling world who remember this poor monk. Seeing that he admitted it, the people in the inn all had different expressions. The Divine Arrow 8 heroes and the other guards all held their weapons and were on guard. The Xianming elders looked at each other and saw the others' fear. In recent years, Jinlu and Fuwang felt that his martial arts were the best in the world. He had an eager expression on his face, But he was worried that Xianxia's reputation as the #1 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple's last 200 years was too great, so he didn't dare to act rashly. The #1 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple's last 200 years? Song Qingshu sneered in his heart, I don't believe that he's stronger than the sweeping monk. In the original work, the sweeping monk killed Xiao Yuanshan and Murongbo in seconds, defeated Jiao Maji in one move, and easily dealt with Qiao Feng and Murong Fu. It was really a bug in a bug. Song Qingshu naturally didn't believe that this great master Xianxia would be stronger than the sweeping monk. Bald monk Xianxia, you've chased me for thousands of miles. Why? Li Macho said with hatred, unlike the silence of the rest of the people. Which, you bring disaster to Jianghu and kill the innocent. This poor monk is only doing this for the sake of the people. Originally, according to this poor monk's temperament, but the abbot was merciful and ordered me to bring you back to the Shaolin Temple to reflect on your mistakes for the rest of your life. Only then did I let you escape several times. But this time, let's see where you can escape to. Great Master Xianxia heavily hit the ground with his staff, and the nearby floor cracked inch by inch. In this period of time, Xianxia had been chasing after Li Macho. But because of Xianxi's decree, he couldn't kill her many times. As a result, Li Macho took the opportunity to escape using her exquisite lightness kung fu. But Xianxia's internal energy was deep, and he could always keep up with her. Although Li Macho had temporarily escaped, it was impossible for her to get rid of him. Jianghu is full of heartless people. If I, Li Macho, want to kill, I will kill. Smelly bald monk, what can you do to me? Li Macho's face showed no fear, which made everyone in the inn admire her. Great Master Xianxia, since you have an old grudge, we brothers will not get involved. Great Master, please do as you please. The Xianming elders laughed a few times, and quickly gave way to their teammates. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. The two old men in front of him had shifty eyes, and with one look, he could tell that they were not good people. But looking at their bodies and breathing techniques, they should not be weak. Moreover, the tall and thin foreign monk beside them was unfathomable, and Xianxia did not want to cause trouble. Evil creature! You killed dozens of Lu Zhenyuan's family, and when you roamed Jianghu, you indiscriminately killed innocent people. Today, this poor monk will do justice on behalf of heaven. Xianxia looked at Li Macho and angrily rebuked, waving his staff towards Li Macho. Song Qingshu, who was far away, could feel the Xiantian Gang Qi on the staff. He was shocked. This monk claimed to be the #1 martial artist in the Shaolin Temple in the past 200 years, and it was not all bragging. In the entire Shaolin Temple, there was probably no one who could use the demon vanquishing staff technique with such power. Xianxia's attack was so powerful that Li Macho did not dare to take it head-on. She tapped the ground with the tip of her foot and dodged to the side. The table and chairs where she was just standing were quickly smashed by the staff. Xianxia had fought with Li Macho many times, so he had expected her to use this move. The heavy staff seemed to have a mind of its own, and with the help of the rebounding force from the ground, it lightly flicked and chased after Li Macho. Li Macho saw that she could not avoid it, so she waved her horsetail whisk and wrapped it around the staff. Using the momentum, she flipped and landed several feet away. Her flexible and slender waist made all the men in the scene drool. TSK, it must be very pleasurable. Lu Zhangke licked his lips and felt his body heat up, but he only dared to think about it in his heart. If he angered this monk, it would be another unnecessary trouble. Li Macho naturally did not know the dirty thoughts in Lu Zhangke's mind. Her pretty face was pale as she looked at her trembling right hand. Although she had used the force to escape Xianxia's attack, Xianxia was not careless. He shook his staff and an invisible gang chi spread out, breaking the horsetail whisk into pieces. Although Li Macho had let go of her hand early, the web between her thumb and forefinger was still sore and numb. She would not be able to fight for a while. Li Macho did not dare to continue fighting. Taking advantage of the distance between her and Xianxia, she unhesitatingly used the ancient tomb sect's top lightness kung fu, twisting blue sky, and flew out the window. Xianxia's martial arts were far superior to Li Macho's, and he had been thinking about how she had escaped from him several times. He had already thought of a way to deal with her. When he saw Li Macho flying away, he used all his strength and threw his staff. With the shrill sound of the wind, the staff arrived first. If Li Macho continued to escape, it would be difficult for her to escape the fate of being struck by the staff and dying. Li Macho knew this, but she had roamed Jianghu for many years. Not only did she rely on her martial arts and poison needles, she also relied on her top-notch combat instincts. She knew that if she dodged, she would not be able to escape from Xianxia's hands. If she had to spend the rest of her life in a temple, facing the wall and reflecting on her mistakes, she might as well end all her troubles. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Macho decided to take the blow from the staff and take the opportunity to escape. She did not dodge. Instead, she focused her Xianxia on her back and waited for the incoming thunderous blow. Lu Zhangke sucked in a breath of cold air. With his eyesight, he could see that there was a huge difference between Li Macho and Xianxia's power. Li Macho would not be able to survive this attack. He couldn't help but feel pity for such a beautiful Taoist nun. Of course, even if he wanted to save her now, it was too late. Zhao Min's expression was solemn, and Hua Jing also had a look of pity on her face as they watched the tragedy unfold. Whoosh! Just as the staff was about to hit Li Macho's back, a chopstick came flying out of nowhere and collided with the staff. The chopstick immediately shattered, but the staff was affected and also deviated from its target. It spun and flew towards the window. Li Macho saw the staff that was supposed to be behind her fly towards her, and her face paled. She kicked the ground with the tip of her foot and stopped her body. With an elegant somersault, she landed next to Song Qingshu's table. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. She saw a handsome man pouring himself a cup of wine and one of the chopsticks on the side of his bowl was missing. She knew what had happened and cupped her hands in thanks. "Thank you for saving me." "It's nothing, Miss Li need not worry about it." Song Qingshu put down his wine cup and smiled faintly, observing Li Macho from a close distance. She had a pink face and rosy cheeks, a large chest and a straight waist. With such a tall figure, she must have a pair of slender long legs under the loose Taoist robe. She really was a stunning beauty. According to the original novel, her beauty should not be inferior to Xiaolong Nu. Now that he saw her, it was indeed true. Li Macho felt uncomfortable standing there when Song Qingshu's gaze swept over her. If a normal man looked at her like this, she would have already turned hostile. But the other's gaze was warm and there was more admiration in his eyes. Plus, he had just saved her. It was hard for Li Macho to feel resentment and could only stand there quietly. But in all these years, Li Macho had never been looked at like this by a man. Her face inevitably became hot and soon her cheeks turned red. After this change, all the gazes of the entire inn focused on Song Qingshu. Everyone had different expressions. Jin Luan Fuwang's expression changed slightly. He reckoned that even he would have to temporarily avoid Xiancheng's thunderous attack. He didn't think that this young man would be able to use a mere chopstick to send the Buddhist staff that weighed tens of kilograms flying. That level of skill and control of strength and precision was truly shocking. Zhao Min finally saw Song Qingshu's appearance. She couldn't help but stare blankly. She gave a light sound of surprise and said with a startled face, "Why is it him?" Min, do you know him?" Hua Jing felt that the young man had a special kind of calmness. Hearing Zhao Min's muttering, she couldn't help but look at her curiously. "Kind of." Zhao Min still hadn't recovered from this shock. "Strange, why does he look completely different from before?" In the past, Song Qingshu had the nickname of Jade Face Meng Chong. His appearance was naturally elegant. But before, he was narrow-minded, causing his face to always have a gloomy and untamed air. Now, as Song Qingshu's power became higher and higher, and with Ouyang Feng's words on the Divine Dragon Island, his entire temperament immediately changed. His aura was restrained and he was elegant and out of this world. Ba. Who exactly are you? Why did you save this demoness?" Seeing Song Qingshu hit his Buddhist staff with a chopstick, Xianxia was endlessly shocked. Before he left the Shaolin Temple, except for that person in the Sutra Depository Pavilion, he did not put anyone else in his eyes. He didn't expect to meet so many experts in a small inn. Although the two wretched-looking old men and the foreign monk with the big will couldn't compare to him, they shouldn't be too far off. However, the young man in front of him looked to be in his 20s, but he gave off an unfathomable feeling just by sitting there. When did such a powerful young man exist in this world? "I'm just a passerby." When I saw that this lady was about to lose her life, I couldn't bear to see her die. That's why I lent a helping hand. Please forgive me, Grandmaster. The world had just learned that he failed to assassinate Kangxi and died. Song Qingshu knew in his heart that right now his identity was sensitive, hence he did not want to reveal his real name. When Xianxia saw that Song Qingshu did not answer him, a hint of anger flashed briefly on his face. He quickly went through the list of young elites in the game and tried to guess the identity of the man in front of him. Northern Xiaofeng? His age and appearance didn't match. Southern Moro? His martial arts didn't seem to be that high. Could it be that person? So it's Zhang Jiaozhu of the Ming dynasty. Why do you need to be so secretive? Xianxia couldn't help but mock him. Song Qingshu laughed involuntarily and turned to look at Zhao Min. Even if I'm willing to be the princess's sweetheart, I'm afraid she won't be happy. Hearing Song Qingshu's frivolous words, Zhao Min suddenly felt a trace of anger. She snorted coldly and grabbed a bow and arrow from the guard's quiver. She threw it at Song Qingshu. Because Zhao Min was born into a noble family, many top martial arts masters taught her martial arts. Therefore, she had the demeanor of a master. She threw a bow and arrow casually, but it was not inferior to an arrow shot by a warrior in the army. With Song Qingshu's current martial arts, he naturally didn't care too much about it. He calmly raised his hand and firmly caught the arrow with 2 fingers. With an as-expected expression, he said, Master Xianxia, you've seen it. Unless Mongolia uses the custom of using bows and arrows as embroidered balls. Zhao Min's pink face turned cold. Just as she was about to explode, she suddenly smiled. Her smile was like the first melting of ice and snow. Song Xiaoxia, I haven't seen you for a while. I didn't expect your martial arts to progress so quickly. It seems that Wu Dang sect's martial arts are indeed broad and profound. What a powerful character, Song Qingshu smiled wryly. For many years, Shaolin and Wu Dang had never been on good terms. First, Shaolin Temple thought that Zhang Sanfeng was a Shaolin traitor. Wu Dang's martial arts were secretly learned from Shaolin Temple. Of course, Wu Dang's people were not happy. The martial arts they learned were obviously created by Zhang Sanfeng. Second, Shaolin Temple forced Zhang Chuishan to his death. At the same time, Yu Daiyan's bones were broken by Shaolin Temple's secret skill, Jin Gang Finger. Therefore, although both sects were famous and upright sects in the martial arts world, their relationship had always been very tense. Xianxia was crazy about martial arts. He heard that Wu Dang's Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts had reached the acme of perfection. On top of that, the conflict between the two sects was deep in his bones. Therefore, when he left the mountain, he always had the thought of going to Wu Dang to meet him. Hearing Zhao Min expose Song Qingshu's identity as a Wu Dang disciple, Xianxia sneered. So you are the disciple of that Shaolin traitor. No wonder you are so arrogant. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the inn suddenly became tense. Zhao Min also did not expect that Xianxia would be so ruthless. Zhang Sanfeng was a person of virtue and prestige, yet he directly called him a Shaolin traitor. As a Wu Dang disciple, Song Qingshu's action involved the founder's pure reputation. Perhaps he would not rest until he died. Sure enough, Song Qingshu's complexion changed. Although he did not have any feelings for Wu Dang Pai, moreover, he had already been expelled from Wu Dang by Zhang Sanfeng, but his body had already been branded as a Wu Dang Pai disciple. If today he allowed Shaolin people to insult Zhang Sanfeng, and this news spread out, the reputation that he had painstakingly cleaned would not look good. Song Mao is not talented, but I also know that Shaolin's martial arts pay particular attention to using Buddhist teachings to dissolve the evil energy in martial arts. The higher the Buddhist teachings, the higher the martial arts. As a Buddhist disciple, you do not have a merciful heart, and when you speak, you are full of greed, anger, and delusion. You are truly not worthy of being called a senior monk of the Xian generation. Song Qingshu's tone was calm. Comparing the two, the onlookers really did feel that Xianxia was at a disadvantage. Hearing Song Qingshu's words, Xianxia was indescribably surprised. He thought that it was exactly the same as what the person in the sutra depository said. But Song Qingshu was young, Xianxia did not believe that he really had such knowledge. He thought that he was just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. He couldn't help but snort. Wu Dang is known as a righteous sect, but because of your greed for beauty, you saved the devil Li Macho. With a disciple like this, the style of Wu Dang Pai can be seen clearly. Hearing Xiancheng's words, Xiaoqingqing unhappily tugged at Song Qingshu. Li Macho stood there awkwardly, but Song Qingshu himself was very calm. First, Song Mao is no longer a Wu Dang disciple. That Zhao Min Junju can testify for me. As he said this, he raised his hand to signal Zhao Min, but all he got in return was a soft snort. Song Qingshu did not mind and continued, "Second, great monk, with which eye of yours saw that I saved this Li Dao Zhang because of my greed for beauty? Just now, you looked at this witch with shifty eyes. Everyone here saw it." Xiancheng's tone did not lack a hint of mockery. "I can testify for great master Xiancheng on this point." Zhao Min clapped her hands as if she wanted the world to be in chaos. Just now, when Song Xiaoxia looked at this Li Dao Zhang, it was as if he wanted to strip her naked. Halfway through, Zhao Min purposely stopped talking, but her meaning was already self-evident. Seeing that their master had spoken, the Xianming elders added oil to the fire, accompanied by unbridled and obscene laughter. Li Macho was so angry that her whole body trembled. Although she was worried that their martial arts were high, she still could not help but tremble and prepare to attack. At this time, Song Qingshu gently pressed her shoulder and shook his head slightly. Since she was in Jianghu, she had always kept herself clean. Not to mention coming into contact with men, even if a man looked at her, Li Macho would most likely blind his eyes. At this time, Song Qingshu's hand was on her shoulder, but for the first time, he did not get angry. Feeling the heat from his palm on her shoulder, Li Macho suddenly felt a trace of shyness like a young girl. Seeing that Li Macho gradually calmed down, Song Qingshu looked at Xiancheng and said, "I have a story here. Great monk, you can comment on it." Everyone in the inn was puzzled, but Song Qingshu only said, "Once upon a time, there was an old monk who was traveling with a young monk. On the way, they came across a river. They saw a woman who wanted to cross the river, but did not dare to. The old monk took the initiative to carry the woman across the river. Then he put the woman down and hurried on with the young monk. The young monk could not help but mutter along the way, 'What's wrong with master? How dare he carry a woman across the river?' As they walked, he thought about it. Finally, he could not help but say, 'Master, did you break the rules? Why did you carry a woman?' The old monk sighed, 'I have already let go, but you still can't.'" Song Qingshu quickly stopped talking, but everyone present understood what he meant. Thinking that the dignified master Xiancheng, the number one person in Shaolin in the past 200 years, was compared to a young monk who couldn't let go, they all revealed a trace of a smile, as if they were watching a good show. Song Xiaoxia is eloquent. Unfortunately, no matter how you twist words and force logic, you can't hide the fact that you saved Li Macho, the demoness. Seeing Xiancheng's big bald head turn red, Zhao Min held back her laughter and spoke to help him. "Princess is right. Song Mao usually has no hobbies, but he has no resistance to demoness. When he sees demoness, he can't help but have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex." Song Qingshu suddenly changed the topic, looked at Zhao Min and said with a smile, "But when the word demoness comes from princess's mouth, it really doesn't sound convincing. When it comes to demonesses, who can compare to the princess?" Hearing Song Qingshu admit that he liked demoness and called Zhao Min a demoness, Princess Huajing could not help but laugh. She leaned over and whispered in Zhao Min's ear. As she spoke, she also used her eyes to signal in Song Qingshu's direction. Zhao Min's pretty face quickly turned red and white. 8 heroes of divine archery, shoot them to death." Zhao Min said coldly. Yes. The 8 heroes of divine archery did not hesitate and pulled the bowstrings in one go. They were all excellent archers. It was not difficult for them to shoot 3 arrows at the same time. Moreover, their shooting speed was extremely astonishing. After shooting 1 arrow, the other 3 arrows were already on the bowstrings, without the slightest pause. Although there were only 8 people, in the blink of an eye, a rain of arrows poured down in the direction of Song Qingshu. Song Qingshu's expression turned serious. He pressed his hands on the table and pulled it up, flipping it over and using it as a shield. The wooden table flipped in the air at an astonishing speed. The arrows that were shot at it were either knocked away or stuck on it. In this way, the terrifying rain of arrows was completely blocked. Taking advantage of the godly arrow 8 hero's stupefaction, Song Qingshu shot out the remaining chopstick in his hand. Whoosh! The chopsticks flew towards Zhao Min with a terrifying and sharp sound as they sliced through the air. The Mongolian guards turned pale with fright, but the chopsticks were as fast as lightning. A normal person would not be able to react in time. Only the elites in the field could barely move. The Xianming elders and Jinluan Fuang were too far away and couldn't help in time even if they wanted to. Ada, Er, and San, who were next to Zhao Min, turned pale with fright. Ada subconsciously slashed at the chopstick with his sword. Before Ada became a slave in the Ruyang Palace, his name was Fang Dongbai. He was once the head of the beggar clan's 10 great elders. His swordsmanship was exquisite and he was famous in Jianghu. Because his sword was so fast, it was as if he had 7 or 8 arms. Fang Dongbai had just seen Song Qingshu use only a chopstick to knock away Xiancheng's Buddhist staff that weighed tens of kilograms. He knew that the internal energy in the chopstick was no small matter. He didn't dare to hope that he could stop it with his sword. Instead, he used a little force on his sword, hoping to slightly change the chopstick's trajectory and let Zhao Min escape. What made Fang Dongbai's heart break was that his sword strike hit nothing but air. He could only hope that Er and San, who were behind him, could stop the chopstick. Otherwise, if anything happened to Zhao Min, none of them would have a good ending. Almost at the same time Fang Dongbai swung his sword, Er and San also reached out to grab the chopstick. They came from Shaolin Temple in the western regions and had practiced King Kong palm and King Kong finger to the peak. Most of their martial arts were in their hands. Their hands were as hard as metal and it was as easy as flipping their palms. Unexpectedly, when they tried to grab the chopstick, they felt a burning pain in their palms. The two of them couldn't be bothered with the threat of blood on their palms. They looked at Zhao Min with trepidation. He saw that Zhao Min's face was pale, but there were no injuries on her body. The chopstick was stuck in the pillar behind her, and there was a broken red hairpin hanging from it. As Zhao Min's trusted guard, he naturally knew that the red hairpin was the token of love that Zhao Min had given to Zhang Wuji in the past. This subordinate is incompetent and has frightened the princess. Ada, Er, and San hurriedly kneel down and beg for forgiveness. The rest of the guards also come to their senses and draw their weapons to protect Zhao Min and Huajing in the middle. The Xianming elders shouted angrily, and together, they pounced towards Song Qingshu. Jinluan Fuang also broke out in a cold sweat. In a moment of carelessness, he almost caused the two nobles to die in front of his eyes. However, he could see that Song Qingshu had shown mercy, so he hesitated for a moment and did not join the fight. Instead, he stood beside Zhao Min and Huajing to protect them. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had already exchanged several blows. Song Qingshu was fighting 1 against 2. His palm technique was simple and exquisite, and he did not seem to be at a disadvantage at all. 18 dragons subduing palms? The Xianming elders made a sound of surprise. They were somewhat apprehensive of the world's #1 palm technique and did not want to fight with him for a long time. Instead, they wanted to take advantage of the fact that Song Qingshu was young and wanted to join forces with them. They wanted to use their decades of training to compete with his inner energy. The palm technique of the Xianming divine palm was exquisite. Moreover, the Xianming elders were proficient in joint attacks. In a hurry, Song Qingshu was actually forced to fight with them head-on, whether it was intentional or not. The three of them stood quietly in the middle of the field. The green air on the faces of the Xianming elders became more and more vigorous. The surrounding people could see a visible green mass of air passing from the arms of the two to Song Qingshu. Big brother Song. Seeing that Song Qingshu was fighting 1 against 2, Xia Qingqing quickly pulled out her golden snake sword. She wanted to go forward and help him, but she was worried that it would attract the other masters of the Mongolian side to join the fight. She could not help but hesitate in place. Li Macho secretly took out 3 soul-freezing silver needles from her sleeve. She also wanted to find an opportunity to help. Constantly paying attention to the situation, Song Qingshu could not help but frown. He opened his mouth and said to the 2 women, You and elderly go first. We will meet at the place we agreed on. Seeing that Song Qingshu could still speak calmly while using his inner energy, not only were the Xianming elders shocked, but the rest of the people in the inn were also shocked. Big brother Song, I will not leave. If we die, we will die together. Xiaoqingqing pursed her lips, but her tone was extremely firm. Silly girl, it is not like you do not know my martial arts. If I want to leave, who in the world can stop me? If you stay here, they have many masters. In order to protect you, the two of us may really die together. Song Qingshu laughed bitterly and hurriedly used secret voice sending to say. Hearing him say that they would die together, Xiaoqingqing's ears turned red. She was no longer the unruly and willful young mistress of the Wind Castle. Of course, she knew what was important and what was not. She knew that what Song Qingshu said was not false. She nodded and said with red eyes, okay, I will always wait for you at that place. Then she ran out of the window. Li Macho was more experienced in Jianghu. She knew that she would not be of any help to this level of masters if she stayed. After hesitating for a moment, she also cupped her hands and thanked Song Qingshu, thank you for saving me today. I will definitely repay you in the future. Then she also ran out of the window. Demon woman, where are you going? Seeing that Li Macho was about to escape, Xianxia roared. He spread his wings and shot a formless finger of disaster at Li Macho's back. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. He shook off the Xianming elders with his palm, and with the help of the recoil, he came between Xianxia and Li Macho. He used his fist to disperse Xianxiang's formless finger of disaster. I am a person who does not expect to repay favors. Of course, if Elder Daoist wants to marry me, Song Mao will also be very happy. Hearing Song Qingshu's teasing words coming from behind, Li Macho almost stumbled and fell when she jumped out of the window. Great demon subduing fist, Nining manual? Xianxia exclaimed and stopped chasing. He looked at Song Qingshu with a dignified expression. Great master is indeed worthy of being the martial arts genius of the Shaolin Temple. You can even recognize the martial arts of the Nining manual. Song Qingshu looked at him in surprise, and his tone became friendly. As a Wudong disciple, you do not use your own sex martial arts. Instead, you use the Beggar Clan's 18 Dragon Subduing Palms, and the long-lost Nining manual. It can be seen that Wudong sex martial arts are really not elegant. Xianxia sneered. Song Qingshu was speechless for a moment. The good impression he had of him disappeared without a trace. Was this smelly monk cheated on by the people of the Wudong sect before he became a monk? Otherwise, why would he have such a big grudge against the Wudong sect? What made him even more speechless was that he was obviously no longer a Wudong disciple, but he still had to protect the reputation of the Wudong sect. Great monk, you may not know, but Song Mao made a big mistake in the past and was expelled from the Wudong sect by Tai Shifu. As long as I am not taken back by him, I really do not dare to use the Wudong divine skill. Otherwise, with Wudong sects, pure yang limitless skill, Taiji fist, Taiji sword, and so on, it would not be a problem for me to use the unique skill of the Shaolin Temple's eminent monk. According to the rules of the Jianghu, what Song Qingshu said was reasonable and reasonable. Others could not force him to use the Wudong sect's martial arts to fight the enemy. Xiancheng's heart was filled with regret. Suddenly he felt that fighting with Song Qingshu was dull and boring. Even if he won, he would not be able to damage the reputation of the Wudong sect. Not to mention the opponent's martial arts were really unfathomable. If he was unlucky enough to fight to a draw or even lose, where would he put his face? Xianxia stood there in silence, his complexion constantly changing. On the other side, the two Xianming elders were knocked away by Song Qingshu's palm strike. They felt their blood and qi were boiling, and they had already suffered a significant internal injury. Actually, they had brought this upon themselves. If they had used their own moves, with their decades of experience in joint attacks, even if they were no match for Song Qingshu, they would not have been injured so quickly. Previously, they had suffered the same loss under Zhang Wuji's hands because they wanted to take advantage of him. At first, they thought that it was impossible for any young man under the heavens to cultivate Zhang Wuji's incomparably vast internal energy. Who would have thought that reality would give them a hard slap in the face? Lu Zhangke and He Biwing each drew their weapons from their bosoms. It must be known that these two men were famous for their Shenming divine palm. Other than when they fought Zhang Wuji, the people of the Ruyang Palace had never seen these two men use weapons. One was a short staff with a deer's head, the other was a crane's beak with two pens. Both of them were strange weapons, and their moves were extremely strange. Combined with the occasional sneak attack from the Xianming Divine Palm, even Zhang Wuji, who had mastered the Xianming Divine Palm, had almost been defeated by these two men. Because the scene of the two Xianming elders suffering a loss fell into the eyes of the two nobles, they felt a little embarrassed. They were about to raise their spirits and fight Song Qingshu again when Zhao Min's indifferent voice was heard. "Mr. Liu, Mr. He, please come back for now. I have heard that Shaolin Temple is the Mount Tai and the Big Dipper of the righteous Wuling world, the embodiment of upholding justice. Master Xianqing is about to execute the accomplices of the demonessly macho. It won't be too late to settle the score between you two gentlemen and him later." Zhao Min had just recovered from the shock when she saw Xianqing's expression. She knew that it was impossible to use the conflict between Shaolin Temple and Wudong Temple to provoke a fight between him and Song Qingshu, so she changed the topic to Li Macho. If there were only Xianqing and Song Qingshu in the inn, it would be fine. Even if Song Qingshu rescued Li Macho, the two men would have misgivings about each other's martial arts. They would probably exchange some pleasantries and not really fight. But now that they were under Zhao Min's control, if Xianqing allowed Song Qingshu to rescue Li Macho and did not do anything about it, Zhao Min's subordinates would exaggerate and spread the news, and the reputation of Shaolin Temple would be ruined. Xianqing was a martial arts fanatic but not an idiot. He knew that Zhao Min wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife, but he had no choice but to jump into the trap. What's more, his martial arts were unparalleled, so he felt that it wouldn't be difficult to deal with Song Qingshu first and then settle the score with Zhao Min later. He laughed loudly and said, "Fine, I have long heard that the Beggar clan's 18 dragon subduing palms is the #1 palm technique in the world. This poor monk will use Shaolin Temple's #1 palm technique, Bori Palm." Finished speaking, without waiting for Song Qingshu to answer, Xianqing's palm pressed down on his body. Min, I see that this Master Xianqing's palm technique is slow, light, and doesn't seem to have much strength. Why is that Prince Song acting as if he is facing a great enemy, constantly dodging? After watching for a while, Princess Huajing couldn't help but turn her head to ask Zhao Min what kind of game are they playing. Zhao Min was similarly puzzled by the scene, and she couldn't help but frown. You may not know, but the Prajna palm is the most profound palm technique of the Shaolin Temple. The Prajna Buddhist Dharma emphasizes emptiness, so the power of the Prajna palm is invisible and there is no feeling, perception, thought, action, and consciousness. The power of the palm is emptiness and emptiness is the power of the palm, so it doesn't seem to have much power to outsiders. Only those facing the enemy can feel the danger in the palm. Jinlu and Fuwang heard Huajing and Zhao Min's discussion and quickly explained. Huajing was at a loss and couldn't help but shake her head and said, "The Buddhist Dharma of the Central Plains is indeed obscure and difficult to understand. No wonder Father likes the teachings of the Tantric sect more." Jinlu and Fuwang's face was full of pride. The Mongolian Empire was now strong and powerful and all the sects had sent messengers to preach to the Mongolian royal family. This included not only the Buddhism of the Central Plains, Xuanzhen, and other sects, but also the Zoroastrianism of the Western regions, Buddhism of the Western regions, and so on. However, the most successful was the Tantric sect of Tubo. The masters of the Tantric sect were all treated as guests of honor by the Mongolians. He himself was appointed as the state preceptor, Ba Siba of the Nalanda temple was honored as the imperial preceptor, and even the second-generation disciple of the Xinyan sect, Xianxia, was highly regarded by King Ali Buj. It seemed that in the near future, the Tantric sect would become the Mongolian national religion. Princess is right. The monks of the Central Plains love to say things that are confusing and difficult to understand. If you ask them to explain it, they won't be able to explain it clearly. They even say that you haven't understood it yet and that you will understand it when you understand it. These words can deceive the ignorant commoners, but if they want to deceive the great Genghis Khan, they are really making a fool of themselves. The state preceptor is too serious. Because the teachings of the Central Plains Zen sect are obscure and difficult to understand, there are indeed many monks who deceive the world. However, there is no lack of people who are truly enlightened. Zhao Min paused and shook her head slightly, but their teachings often confuse the learned monks. How can they let the commoners understand? While everyone was talking about Buddhism, the fight between the two was extremely dangerous. Song Qingshu's 18 dragon subduing palms were incomparably ferocious, but how could Xuanqing's prajna palm be empty and powerless? Every time their palms collided, Song Qingshu felt as if he had used all his strength to hit a ball of cotton, and his palm energy would unknowingly be turned into nothingness by his opponent. After dozens of moves, Song Qingshu felt extremely uncomfortable. Great monk, you don't seem to have cultivated to the highest realm of the prajna palm, emptiness to the end. Song Qingshu remembered that in the original work, Xianxia had used the prajna palm to fight against Xiao Feng's 18 dragons subduing palms without falling into a disadvantageous position. Only at the last moment did she comprehend the true meaning of emptiness to the end. I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. It's not easy for ordinary people to know about the prajna palm, but you actually know that the highest realm of the prajna palm is emptiness to the end. Xianxia revealed a strange expression, but looking at your 18 dragons subduing palms, it seems that you haven't cultivated to the peak. Great monk's eyes are indeed like torches, Song Qingshu praised. Since you and I haven't practiced the palm technique to the peak, it will be difficult to determine a winner if we continue fighting like this. How about we stop here? Xianxia was quite moved, but soon a hesitant expression appeared on his face. Today you saved the female devil, causing countless innocent lives to be lost in her hands in the future. This poor monk will naturally enlighten you for this sin. Xianxia understood that although he had temporarily gained the upper hand, it would not be easy to defeat Song Qingshu in a short period of time. But so far, he had only used the prajna palm. If he used the other 12 unique skills at the same time, they would complement each other, and the power of his moves would more than double. In addition, he had not used the exorcism staff technique that he was more proficient in, so Xianxia was confident that if they really fought, it would not be a problem for him to teach Song Qingshu a lesson. Great monk, may I ask if killing a few people is a greater sin, or killing 10 million people is a greater sin? Song Qingshu asked while defending against Xianxing's continuous attacks. Xianxia was startled, and quickly said, although Buddhism has a saying that all living beings are equal, and that everything in the world is an illusion, killing one person or killing 10 million makes no difference. But this poor monk lives in the mortal world, and is unable to comprehend that transcendent realm. From this poor monk's point of view, killing 10 million people is a greater sin. That's right, Li Macho only killed a few people, and her evil is only a small one. On the other hand, the princess over there has thousands of troops under her command, invading the Central Plains, and slaughtering thousands of our people. That is the true evil. You don't eliminate the great evil, but you don't let go of the small evil. Could it be that you are worried about the many experts around the princess, so you pretend not to see it, and can only bully the lonely Li Macho? Song Qingshu used the twin dragons emerge from the water, and with one palm he shook Xianxia away. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile. Scoundrel! How can this poor monk be afraid of him? Xianxia said angrily. He withdrew his power, and didn't continue to attack. This Song Xiaoxia is really eloquent. When two armies fight, it depends on their own ability, there is no right or wrong. Moreover, this time, we are going south to discuss peace with the Song imperial court. If the peace talks are successful, who knows how many innocent lives will be saved. This merit is not something that Li Macho, a cold-blooded demoness who slaughters innocent people, can compare to. Zhao Men looked at the broken red hairpin on the pillar, and felt a sense of loss in her heart. She looked at Song Qingshu with a trace of hatred in her eyes. I don't know that when the princess massacred the 6 sects, even Kong Xing, one of the 4 divine monks of the Shaolin Temple, was beheaded by your subordinates. Does this count as killing innocent people? Hearing Zhao Men say that this trip was to the south to discuss peace, Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. If the Mongols stopped fighting with the southern Song dynasty, it could be assumed that they changed their strategy of attacking in all directions. If nothing unexpected happened, the Mongols would definitely attack another country with all their strength. It was just that he didn't know whether it would be the Jin Kingdom, the Qing Kingdom, or the Ming dynasty of the western region, or the Hui tribe. If they attacked the Ming dynasty, of course he would be happy to see it. But if they attacked the Qing Kingdom, he hadn't finished digesting the strength of the Qing Kingdom. If the Mongols attacked at this time, it would be very bad. Song Qingshu was still deep in thought, but Xianxia glared at the Mongols and said, "You are that demoness Zhao Men?" At that time, Abbot Xianxia led the senior monks of the temple out and arranged for Kong Wen and the others to stay in the temple. Unexpectedly, Zhao Min used the 10 fragrant muscle softening powder to capture all the monks and bring them to the Huanan temple. It almost led to the destruction of the Shaolin temple. Moreover, Master Kongxing was beheaded, which was a great humiliation to the Shaolin temple. Although Xianxia heard them call Zhao Min as the princess, he didn't pay much attention to it. After all, there were many princesses and princesses in the Mongolian kingdom. It wasn't until Song Qingshu pointed it out that he realized that this delicate girl in front of him was actually the enemy of the Shaolin temple. Demoness, die. Xianqing's eyes widened in anger and he slammed his palm towards Zhao Min. Hearing the conversation between the two, the godly Arrow 8 heroes were already on guard. When they saw Xianqing pouncing towards them, they drew their bows and shot towards him. Seeing this, Xianqing stopped and didn't dodge. He took a deep breath and his monk's robe became extremely fluttering, like an inflated balloon. He stood upright in his original position. When the arrows hit his body, there was only the sound of metal clashing. When the arrows hit his monk's robe, it was as if they were bounced off by an invisible force and all fell to the ground beside his feet. After the rain of arrows, Xianqing's monk's robe was not damaged at all. Song Qingshu's eyes narrowed. Jinlu and Fuwang and the two elders of Xianming also cried out involuntarily, "Diamond indestructible body." Xianqing didn't say anything. While the godly Arrow 8 heroes and the others were still in a daze, he opened his mouth and roared. Buddhist lion's roar. Quickly protect the princess and the princess. Jinlu and Fuwang was shocked and angry. He quickly raised his big golden wheel in front of the two women. The two elders of Xianming, Da, Er, and San also stood in front of the two women and blocked most of the sound waves for them. The other bodyguards under Zhao Min weren't so lucky. They all covered their ears in pain and fell to the ground, wailing. Although the godly Arrow 8 heroes' archery skills were outstanding, they didn't specialize in internal energy. They weren't much better than the ordinary bodyguards. Not long after, they were shaken to the point where their mouths and noses bled and they all fell to the ground. It was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The people in front of Zhao Min and Huajing weren't much better off. Jinlu and Fuwang's expression was grave. The faces of the two elders of Xianming trembled slightly. Because they had just suffered serious internal injuries, it was obvious that they were almost at their limit. Da, Er, and San were trembling and a trace of blood slowly seeped out of the corner of their mouths. Song Qingshu wasn't directly in front of Xianqing's attack. With his internal energy, the lion's roar naturally didn't affect him. He calmly moved a chair over and sat down. He used the green dragon absorbs water and sucked up a wine jug from the counter. He poured himself a drink and watched the show from the side. After a while, Xianqing's lion's roar finally finished. Because Zhao Min and Huajing were protected by many masters, they weren't seriously injured. However, most of their subordinates were swaying left and right. It was obvious that they had lost the ability to fight. Only Jinlu and Fuwang, the two elders of Xianming, Da, Er, and San were able to stand unscathed. Because Da, Er, and San had been injured by Zhang Wuji, they only had about the 7th level of their peak strength after recovering. Therefore, they had suffered serious internal injuries after being shaken by Xianqing's lion's roar. I heard that Kongxing died under the hands of a Shaolin master from the west regions, King Kong Finger. If I'm not wrong, it should be you. Xianqing's eyesight was very good. With one look, he could tell that San cultivated the King Kong Finger. So what if I killed him? That bald donkey's dragon's claw is said to be amazing, but it's nothing more than that. Although San knew that he couldn't win, he didn't want to be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. Okay, I'll use the dragon's claw to fight against your King Kong Finger. Xianqing was expressionless. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his left hand and his right hand, which carried a gust of wind, went to grab the major acupuncture point on San's left shoulder. San had fought a life-and-death battle with Kongxing before, so he naturally knew that this was the dragon's claw's cloud-holding form. He hurriedly used the King Kong Finger to poke Xianqing's elbow. He knew that his King Kong Finger could split rocks and leave a bloody hole on a person's body. If Xianqing wanted to save his arm, he would have to retreat. Xianqing didn't panic. He pressed his right hand down and blocked San's King Kong Finger. San felt a sharp pain coming from his fingertips. It was as if his fingers had poked a piece of thousand-year iron. He could feel his fingers breaking inch by inch. Before Ah San could react, Xianxia's left hand, which was supposed to be a feint, had already grabbed his throat. Ah Da and Ah Er turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed over to help Ah San. Xianxia smiled and quickly twisted Ah San's neck. Kong Xing, I let him die under your famous technique. I hope you can rest in peace. End of chapter 312. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.